I just brushed through some short videos while sitting on the toilet, but it shocked the entire military of China. So they directly sent 8,000 soldiers to block me in the restroom. Then an elderly man with authority exclaimed excitedly at me on the toilet, "Teacher righteousness, finding you means humanity is saved." And at this moment, I came across a live stream room called Dragon Nation Military. 5 soldiers in the screen are surrounding a humanoid creature with fangs. With a burst of gunshots, dozens of bullets were fired, but surprisingly nothing happened. Instead, they were pushed back by the monster and forced to retreat. And as I was watching, I was a bit confused. How come they are showing zombie movies in this official live broadcast room? And it's really funny to use a gun to fight against a white zombie. So I casually sent out a barrage. Shooting zombies with a gun is useless. Their bodies are as hard as steel plates. It's useless no matter how long you shoot. It's a waste of time. And my words immediately provoked the anger of all the audience. This thing is actually called a zombie? Who doesn't know it's useless? Warriors fight with all their might. Not to have you sit there idly twiddling your thumbs. Lin Fan's eyebrows raised. Strange. So many people don't know that this thing is called a zombie, but still continue typing on the keyboard. Zombies are formed when a person's body is buried in a place with extremely negative energy, and before death, a breath gathers in the throat and slowly transforms into a corpse. Since you know so much, do you know how to deal with zombies? This is simple. The zombies in the livestream are the lowest level white zombies. Although it is as strong as a bull, it is slow in movement and blind. No way. How could a blind person still see the soldiers? Saying that blind people definitely won't deceive you. The only way zombies can determine direction is by locating their targets through human breathing. So as long as you hold your breath, the zombies won't be able to find their prey. Got it? At this time, the senior military officials also noticed this barrage and couldn't help but be surprised, saying, "Zombies? Surprisingly, with such clear information about this monster, quickly report this intelligence to the Eastern Battle Zone and let them try to see if it is useful." At this moment, 5 warriors from the 9 states are pulling and tugging at this white corpse, and one of the female warriors heard the sound coming from the machine, found a way to deal with this monster. This monster is called a zombie. It is impervious to knives and guns. Now hold your breath. Lin Shi was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, "Captain, why are you holding your breath? What nonsense." The latest intelligence from above says that they have found someone to deal with the zombies. Now they want you to try out this method and see if it's reliable or not. If it works, we will contact this person and ask what the next step is to eliminate these zombies. Reliable. You know, in the past, the information we searched for from the public not only didn't help, but also caused us to sacrifice in vain. I certainly know. Just let you guys give it a try. Anyway, just hold your breath. Give it a try and let me know quickly if it works. Lin Shi reluctantly agreed. Everyone held their breath. For teammates were a bit confused when they heard the shout, but the captain's orders were still followed. As Lin Shi and his 4 teammates held their breath, the white corpse immediately stopped attacking, its nose twitching slightly as if smelling something. Jumping and hopping, the warriors from Kushu pass by without attacking them, as if they can't see them at all. Lin Shi and the other 4 people were extremely surprised. They never expected that such a small action could have such a significant impact. But as the tension grew, one teammate couldn't hold it anymore and let out a sigh. Roar! Bai Jiang instantly found its target, roaring and leaping towards the warrior. My goodness, the soldier hurriedly escaped. Hold on. After giving an order, Lin Shi, hastily pressing the button, the machine exclaimed in surprise. The team leader is really useful. We hold our breath, and the zombies really can't see us. Even if we are in front of them, they remain indifferent. The Eastern Command heard the intelligence report from Lin Shi. Bang! Qianlong happily pounded the table and said, "Great! Finally there is a real one. You guys keep holding on. Immediately contact this person." Yes. And at this moment, Lin Fan was watching the live broadcast with great interest. After all, it's the first time I've come across a zombie movie since crossing over to this world. The soldier inside held his breath and nodded in satisfaction. That's right. Just a mere white zombie. Very easy to deal with. Suddenly, the phone beside him rang, and Lin Fan couldn't help but feel puzzled. He doesn't have many friends in this world. He picked up his phone and saw a series of zeros. Scratching his head. This kind of number is really strange. Curiously answered, "Hello? Who is this?" "Hello, I am Qianlong, the commander of the 528th Regiment in the Eastern Theater. May I ask if you are Zhang Chang?" Lin Fan looked at his phone speechlessly. Zhang Chang was the name on the fake ID card he obtained as a time traveler. But the words that came made him laugh uncontrollably. Eastern Theater Commander? Damn it, the scammer fooled me. You sneered and said, "You claim to be the commander of the Eastern Battle Zone. May I ask what business you have with an ordinary citizen like me?" Qianlong solemnly said, "Comrade Zhang Chang. Hello, I heard that you are very knowledgeable about zombies. May I ask how to eliminate these zombies? Eliminate zombies? Lin Fan frowned and looked at the live broadcast screen. How did the scammer bring this up? It's really strange. Yes, please tell me. I'm in a hurry here. Comrade Zhang Chang, you should also be watching the live broadcast. Our soldiers are currently struggling with how to eliminate the zombies. But unfortunately, we have no understanding of these zombies. Lin Fan thought for a moment. Could it really be the commander of the Eastern Front? How could someone like him come to ask ordinary people like us? Comrade Zhang Chang. Comrade Zhang Chang. Chen Long anxiously shouted when he saw that there was no sound. Oh, I'm here. Lin Fan put away his thoughts and decided it would be better to tell him first, even though he didn't know if it was true or not. Lin Fan coughed and said, dealing with zombies is very simple. Especially these low-level white zombies. Just need a sword made of child urine, black dog blood, glutinous rice, and peach wood to eliminate zombies. Chen Long was instantly confused after listening. Can these things really eliminate zombies? Are you really not here to mess with me? But these things cannot be sent over there in a short time. Is there a faster way? Lin Fan was speechless when he heard this. Captain Chen, this is just a low-level white zombie. Without mentioning these things, your bomb is also fine. Preferably using a flamethrower. This thing is afraid of fire. Chen Long smiled apologetically and said, as you can see, our soldiers in the jungle, if we use fire, and the powerful weapon is also not allowed to be used. Okay, I see 4 men on the live stream. Ask if any of them are virgins. The blood on the tip of the tongue can also be effective when sprayed on zombies. And then, expose it to the sun to naturally dissipate the negative energy within it. 3 methods are enough. Enough. Chen Long quickly called out to Wang Tian to quickly write it down and then tell the soldiers. Then Lin Fan also mentioned the main issue and expressed his confusion. Captain Chen, is this thing real or are you guys just acting? Outside the market on the day of the beginning of winter, amidst the jungle, female soldier Lin Shi's gaze fell upon 4 soldiers, her pretty face blushing slightly as she said, that Zhang Jia, come over here. Zhang Jia, who was entangled in a struggle with Bai Jiang, heard the words and stepped away from the battle, coming to the side with confusion. Is there something the captain needs? Lin Shi nodded, her face showing a hint of shyness as she casually said, Zhang Jia, above gave us the method to eliminate zombies. Zhang Jia was instantly delighted and said, so fast, Captain, you have to tell me. I've been struggling with this thing for so long, feeling so frustrated. No matter how I hit it, nothing happens. Zhang Jia, do you not have a girlfriend? Captain, why are you talking about this? Did you say it or not? No. Lin Shi breathed a sigh of relief and patted his shoulders seriously, saying, Zhang Jia has a task for you. Zhang Jia said seriously, Captain, you said, ensure the completion of the mission. One of the methods mentioned above requires the urine of a virgin boy, and since you don't have a girlfriend, it seems that you are still a virgin. So Zhang Jia looked at her in disbelief and confusion. Captain, are you joking? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow and said, do you think I would joke about this situation? Can the captain be replaced? Cannot. They either have girlfriends or have had girlfriends before. Definitely not virgins anymore. So now, only you are a virgin. This honorable task can only be entrusted to you. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and go. Zhang Jia's face turned red. He definitely didn't want this honorable task. Being a virgin in this day and age is embarrassing to admit. He reluctantly entered a hidden place and began collecting children's urine. Lin Shi looked at Bai Jiang and shouted, thinking of other ways to eliminate zombies. The method to eliminate zombies was mentioned above. Bite your tongues and spray blood on the zombies. The 3 soldiers immediately followed the order without hesitation, biting their tongues and spitting their mouths full of blood onto the white corpse at the opportune moment. The next second, a sizzling sound came from the motionless body, and white smoke rose up. Roaring, the white zombie howled in pain and leaped out of the encirclement of the 3 soldiers. The yin energy in the body has weakened a lot, and the 3 warriors were pleasantly surprised. They didn't expect it to actually work. The blood on the tip of the tongue is essence blood, even the yang substance. It is very effective in dealing with this kind of yin evil creature. But the loss of the essence of taste is also a great deficiency for the human body. The 3 soldiers also felt the fatigue in their bodies, and when Lin Shi saw that it really worked, she turned her head and shouted, Zhang Jia, are you okay? Does it take so long to pee? Here it comes. Here it comes. Zhang Jia ran over, holding a water bottle in his hand. Lin Shi dodged to the side and disdainfully said, don't come near me. Quickly go deal with the zombies. Zhang Jia ran away with a sense of grievance, looking at Bai Jiang with a resentful expression. It's all because of this thing that has made me so embarrassed. Not to mention he is still live streaming. Now the whole world knows he is a virgin. Shouted loudly, you damn thing.
Taste your grandfather's urine. A flexible position.
Before Bai Jiang has time to react, the child's urine splashed on it, and immediately a sizzling sound rang out again, with white smoke rising from various parts of its body. The white corpse screamed in even greater agony. The three soldiers on the side became curious. What did Zhang Jie spill?
I don't know, but have you smelled a strange odor? It really is. Seems like urine. I'm going. Zhang Jie's urine is so awesome.
Zhang Jie ignored them and instead poured the child's urine from the water bottle onto the white corpse. The white corpse became frightened and wanted to run away, but the other three soldiers, upon seeing this, would not let it go. They picked up their rifles and sprayed it with a rapid burst of gunfire. Although it has no effect on it, it is enough to prevent it from escaping. The Yin energy on the white corpse is also becoming increasingly scarce, and its movements are becoming slower. Lin Shi quickly said, quickly bring a rope to tie it up. Yes, experience the essence of blood and the urine of a child.
White zombies don't have much power left. 4 people joined forces to pick up the rope and tie it. Otherwise, its previous strength would be enough to break the rope. Phew, finally finished. What should the captain do next? This thing still hasn't been eliminated.
Lin Shi shook her head and said, just throw it under the sun to expose it. It's afraid of fire and the sun.
So that's how it is. On the live stream barrage, the audience finds the unusual attack methods incredibly unbelievable. Child urine can still be effective against zombies. Ha ha ha, but the face of that soldier is really red. What's wrong with being a virgin? Did a virgin eat your family's rice? Is the person upstairs also a virgin? Get lost. Oh, if the master had spoken earlier, perhaps those 3 soldiers wouldn't have died. Maybe the master just arrived in this live broadcast room. It's a pity. Rest in peace. At this moment, the bullet comments are all bidding farewell to the martyrs. These 3 soldiers sacrificed their lives to protect the city of Lidong, and they are revered by everyone. And Lin Fan, through Chen Long's words, came to understand the changes in the world, revealing a hint of sadness, shook his head and said, if only I had appeared earlier. So he resolutely joined the military and, based on the awakened Taoist scriptures, carried out a large number of pre-war plans. First, collect coins from various dynasties in history, and even suggest that you give me Emperor Qin Shi Huang's sword. This sword has the aura of a dragon. By the way, those famous weapons of the martial saints in history, the brush of the Confucian sage, and the Emperor's seal, give them all to me. The commander's mouth twitched sharply upon hearing the words. Wow! Those things are national treasures in the National Museum. They have to go directly. They will not be infuriated. A few days later, Lin Fan caressed the Qin Emperor's sword and jade seal. With 2 powerful weapons in hand, Lin Fan is confident that he can easily crush any monster. The possibility of being slapped in the face also followed, and the camp leader, Lu Yingguo, said to him, you must be Director Lin Fan. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Fan nodded and said, tell me about the situation here. What kind of monsters have you encountered? Lu Yingguo solemnly said, like a human and a beast, neither knives nor guns can harm him. Not even a bomb has any effect on him. But strangely, this monster seems to not attack us. It attacks us when we approach to investigate. I don't know what caused it, but it directly killed more than 10 of our soldiers. It was fast, and after killing, it became quiet. Lin Fan frowned and wondered, what kind of creature is this? It's so strange. Where is this monster? Just a short distance away. The monster walked around with its face covered, emitting a sorrowful sound. Our warriors also dared not approach. Lu Yingguo pointed in one direction, covering the face, a voice filled with sadness. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel familiar, but just can't remember. Yes, when they attack us, they make screaming cries and some strange noises. Lin Fan's forehead broke out in a fine sweat, and his expression instantly became somewhat unnatural, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. No way. It can't be that thing. It definitely isn't. No one can handle this thing when it appears. Not even a nuclear bomb. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Lin Fan felt a slight nervousness and said, is it from outside the border? Lu Yingguo exclaimed in surprise. Lin Zhu, how did you know? This monster did indeed come from outside the border, and it was discovered by border soldiers. Boom! Lin Fan widened his eyes and shouted, take me there. Lu Yingguo was startled by his reaction and immediately understood that this creature was extremely dangerous. He quickly led him to a jungle. Woo-woo, the closer we get to the destination, the clearer that sorrowful sound becomes, which is extremely terrifying. Shortly after, a blurry figure appeared in front of me, a humanoid creature about 2 meters tall, with almost no muscles. His arms are severely disproportionate to his body, each one measuring over 1 meter in length. Most of the skin is completely devoid of pigmentation, and the body surface is hairless. Seeing the monster in front of him, Lin Fan's body trembled, and he blurted out, I fuck, why did 096 appear?
He is extremely knowledgeable about this monster, which is considered a godlike creature in the Western world. Why would such a monster appear in this world? On the side, Lu Yingguo, puzzled, asked, Director Lin, what is 096? Lin Fan's eyes showed fear as he tried his best not to look at 096. He pulled him back into the camp. Then he said with utmost seriousness and solemnity, I ask you, have you ever taken a photo or video of this monster? Lu Yingguo thought for a moment and said, did you take a picture of my face? Yes, I am preparing to upload and send it above. Lin Fan swallowed his saliva and took a few steps back in succession, panting heavily, and roared a few times. Now, immediately, right away, destroy those photos. Absolutely do not send them to the higher-ups, otherwise it's over. Why? Lu Yingguo was a little confused. Taking photos and videos is to keep records. Where do all these whys come from? If you don't want the higher-ups to sacrifice, you go to me right now. Lin Fan grabbed his collar and shouted angrily. Lin Fan quickly dialed the phone and said, Wang Lao, quickly go and do whatever I say now. Remember, make the people from the intelligence department leave quickly. Do not look at the computer photos. I will explain the specific situation to you in detail later. Wang Lao. Lin Fan is trying to figure out how to deal with this 096. It is extremely difficult to kill this 096. There is a legend that 096 once fought against God and even managed to kill him. Just don't know if it's true or false. 096 seems to not initiate attacks on people, but only attacks those who see its face or photos. Now everyone is building a wire fence to keep this monster out of the city. Remember your gaze. Absolutely do not look at it. Especially its face. Once you see its face, all I can say is sorry. Lin Fan cautiously approached 096, his heart beating faster. He tried to pass by it from behind, just in case, walking with his head down. Slowly, he made his way to 096's side. A strange smell wafted into the nostrils. Lin Fan's heart was in his throat. This kind of monster is too terrifying. Don't say he is a master alone. Even if the celestial master comes, it's useless. Carefully and nervously, the black bag was placed over the head of 096. Step by step, retreat until you can breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, it was discovered that the clothes had already been soaked with sweat. Not far away 096 walked forward step by step, moving slowly, but once it burst out, the speed could be said to have reached the speed of sound. With a trembling right hand, he took out a cigarette while calling Wang Lao. Hello, Elder Wang. The voice carries a hint of trembling. In the Kyoto conference room, one chief hurriedly said, call his video over? Wang Lao nodded and said to him, wait, I'll send you a video call. No, one chief wants to talk to you. Good. A moment later, Lin Zixuan's figure appeared on the screen in the conference room. Seeing him sweating profusely, one chief hurriedly said, Director Lin, what happened? Lin Zixuan revealed a hint of a smile and said, hello Chief No. 1. I'll give you a report on the monsters that have appeared at the border of the southern war zone. You said, this monster, which I call 096, is an extremely terrifying monster? Its strength and speed are extremely powerful. May have reached the speed of sound, or it may have been supersonic. The crowd was shocked by what they heard. This speed alone was already very frightening. Supersonic level speed, only the most advanced fighters can reach. Now a monster's speed can be reached, without fail. People were shocked. Chief Lin, then do you know a way to deal with this monster? The one who spoke was Chief Number 2. Lin Zixuan nodded and shook his head again, saying, this monster cannot be eliminated, even if a forbidden weapon like a nuclear bomb is used. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. It was already terrifying, but now it's even more terrifying. Even nuclear bombs can't destroy it. What kind of monster is this? And when Wang Lao saw him nodding, he understood that he had a countermeasure and said, Director Lin, you should have a solution, right? Lin Zixuan laughed. That's what I'm talking about. What about this monster? To say it's scary is also scary. To say it's not scary is also not scary. Why? If this monster wants to launch an attack, first you have to see its face to cause it to riot, and it will only kill those who see its face. And just now I told Wang Lao to let the people from the intelligence department leave. That's why I can't let them be sure that a picture of this monster, even if you guys are looking at a picture or a video, will cause it to riot. After it kills someone, it will be quiet. This monster is indeed dangerous. If my guess is correct, this kind of monster comes from the western side. Another guess I have is that the western side of the country purposely let this monster come towards the territory of our Kushu country. After a few words, the crowd's faces changed. Hearing his explanation, they also understood that this monster, as long as they don't look at its face, it's fine. So the danger isn't very great, and they also breathed a sigh of relief.
but it was the last sentence that made the crowd serious. Elder Wang frowned and said, Director Lin, why would you say that this monster was attracted by the Western country? Lin Zixuan coldly said, in addition to checking the domestic monsters in Kushu, I also went to check the information on the western side of the country. There is a piece of information that the right side of the country died nearly 100,000 people or so, but what caused it is not written. And then the borderline appeared this kind of monsters. Don't you guys think that it's very strange? The crowd sniffed and pondered. Elder Wang hesitated for a moment and said, Are you saying that this monster came from the me side and then this monster killed nearly 100,000 people in the me side? Lin Zixuan nodded, that's right. The shortcomings of this monster are easy to find. I don't phase. The letter has killed so many people, and Rice can't find it like a fool. After a few explanations, everyone instantly understood what was going on, and it proved why so many people had died in the Rice state. Bang! A lieutenant general in the conference room hammered the table. Incomparably angry, the dog days of the Rice country. How dare they pit us like this? The faces of the people were ugly. If Lin Zixuan hadn't been there, it would have been very likely that there would have been a loss of 100,000 lives like in the case of Rice. It was outrageous that instead of going to solve this monster, the Scourge had led this monster to the territory of the Kushu kingdom. Chief No. 1 closed his eyes, and Chief No. 2 said with a twinkle in his eye, Why don't we lure this monster back? His words immediately caused the crowd to agree. This motherfucking Rice country do the first one. Don't blame us for doing the second one. Lin Zixuan hurriedly said, No. I just said that this monster will cause a riot as soon as it sees the photo. If the meter takes our photo and shows it to this monster, you should know what the consequences are, right? Laughing Pride Literature. Boom! The crowd was sweating so much that they almost forgot what this monster was capable of. The first chief opened his eyes and said, Don't think of any ideas. Let Director Lin speak. Do you understand very well? The crowd laughed resentfully. Lin Zixuan continued, The way to do it now is to build a closed underground prison. Put this monster inside, heavily guarded, so as long as no one looks at its face, there's no danger at all. The No. 1 had nodded and said, This is a good way. Exactly how to build. Where to build. Lin Director to write a report up. We will send people there. Lin Zixuan thought about it and said, Just here. Too close to the city is not good. I will wait for someone to set up here and guard this monster. Monsters from all over the world will be suppressed first. This monster I must personally guard. The No. 1 chief nodded, showing a hint of a smile, and stood up to salute. Tough job. I thank you on behalf of the people of the country for solving this crisis. The others also saluted. And with this sun, Kushu was safe and sound. Lin Zixuan hurriedly saluted and said, No. 1 head you are polite. This is all what I should do. So what? This side of the information has not been uploaded over there. I have already asked someone to destroy it. I'll leave first. Goodbye. All the heads. After that, the screen disappeared. The people looked at each other and smiled. What an interesting kid. They were also incredibly glad that Lin Zixuan had appeared in the country of the 9 states. A few days later, the National Museum. Dongfang Shuer was waiting for Lin Zixuan to arrive, wanting to apologize to him properly. But even after waiting for a few days, I didn't see him. There was no choice but to call his grandfather. Yuki, what's up? Dongfang Shuer hesitated for a moment and said, That grandpa. You said that Lin Zixuan would come again. Why haven't I seen him? Dongfang Chang looked at the cell phone in surprise. What's wrong with this girl? Never seen her so attached to a man and calling to ask. It's really rare. And after thinking about it, he said, I already told you last time. Lin bureaus are on a mission and won't go over to your side in a short time. A mission? Dongfang Shuer instantly remembered the things that the Eerie Bureau needed to deal with, and said with a hint of worry, Grandpa, what level of mission is it? Will he be alright? Dongfang Chang felt even more bizarre. What's wrong with this girl? Could it be that? I don't know what came to mind, but the corners of his mouth turned up, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. Coughing, he said, in theory, these bizarre events should be reported out, so that the people can be more assured. But due to the special circumstances of this time, the information about this mission, designated as top secret, all those who participated in this bizarre event, have signed a confidentiality agreement, so I cannot tell you. Dongfang Shuer listened to a pair of beautiful eyes widened up. Top secret mission. This level of mission, are concerned about the safety of the country? That man, surprisingly, is the implementation of the top secret mission? Then said, must be extremely dangerous task. So how's he doing? Oh, it's okay, Lin is very capable. And his mission is almost finished, so he will be coming to your side soon. Oh, interjection indicating that one has just learned STH. Dongfang Chang's eyes rolled, and he said with a straight face, that, Xiao Shui, You are not small anymore. It's time to find a partner. You can't stay single. You will become a leftover woman. Dongfang Shuer sniffing immediately annoyed, and urged, every day. Annoying, helpless, grandfather, you do not say. I will find.
Dongfang Chung hummed, I don't know how many times you have said this. I have a man here who is very suitable for you.
In a few days, you should stop working at the museum and go to work at the creepy bureau. Creepy bureau? Dongfang Shuer was speechless. Grandpa, I'm not going. Why would I go there?
There are all warriors there who need to have killed people.
I'm a helpless girl. Is it right for me to go there?
Dongfang Cheng pretended to pity. Originally I wanted to find a secretary to the Lin Bureau, dealing with archive information some things, so that he can concentrate on dealing with bizarre events on the good.
And you work in the museum?
Dealing with archive information is also easy.
You do not go. Then I have to find other people good. Wait a minute. What did you say? Grandpa, being Lin Bureau's secretary?
Dongfang Shuer hurriedly said.
Dongfang Cheng casually said, yes. Now lack of a clerical position. Well, you do not want to go even if it. Hang up. Count down 3 in your mind.
And the Oriental Shuer over there struggled in her mind.
The first face. And understanding Lin Zixuan's information.
She became more and more interested and curious about this man. A man of such nobility tends to attract the attention of women. Now that there was a chance to get close to him,
Oriental Cherub was eager to go, and curious about the Bureau of Trickery. Wait, Grandpa, I'd like to go, but I don't want to meet some guy you introduced me to.
Dongfang Cheng smiled smugly.
This girl is really interested in this kid. Then it's just right. Both of them are single. Set up a little bit. Let these two be together. Okay. The Bureau of Weirdness place has been chosen.
So pack up and go over there in the next 2 days.
And I'll have someone pick you up. Thanks, Grandpa. Love you the most. Love your man, go ahead.
The scene shifts. The borderlands of the Southern Theater of War.
Sent from above.
The work had already begun a few days before, as it did not need to be too complicated a structure. An underground closed prison 5 meters deep and 15 meters wide was done.
The material was made of alloy.
Although it was useless to 096, it was also a defense against the people outside, who deliberately went in to anger 096.
And, in this border place, centering on 096 prison, a defense line was established. A battalion was sent to guard it, and heavy firepower and everything got here. Lin Zixuan then carefully guided 096 step by step into this underground prison, with the black bag still over his head. Boo! A muffled sound, alloy to create a cover weighing 3 tons, covered this underground closed prison. Not a single gap. Tight. A mosquito cannot fly in. Lin Zixuan looked at this underground prison and wished that you would never, ever come out again for eternity.
But what he didn't know was that at some point in the future, he voluntarily released 096.
This is an afterthought. Back to the main topic. Lin Zixuan stretched his waist.
There was some hint of fatigue in his complexion.
Finally, this trouble is solved. Go back, I want to have a good sleep. Watching 096 for days on end.
His eyes were bloodshot.
It couldn't be helped.
He didn't feel comfortable leaving such a terrifying monster to be guarded by others.
Now also finally finished.
Here also do not need him to continue to watch.
Open this prison method, only he alone know. Double insurance. Can rest assured to leave. After explaining the situation,
he took a helicopter to the Eastern Theater of Operations.
And online.
The fact that the official livestream has been off the air for so long has made all concerned a little anxious. These days, the winds were calm, and there was no more news about the monsters at all. But they all knew that in the shadows, the warriors were risking their lives to destroy the monsters. This makes them desperate for an official start soon,
or an announcement will do.
Otherwise the peace and quiet is agitating.
And it was at this time. Women's restroom bah humbug.
Microblogging an account called the Bureau of Creepy registered.
Once registered, microblogging staff quickly gave on the V.
The Creepy Bureau Twitter account posted this message. The state formed a bizarre local department,
specializing in dealing with bizarre events appearing all over the world, with Comrade Lin Zixuan as the director. And if you all meet anything bizarre,
you can call the Bizarre Bureau at 444444.
And this news quickly exploded. Hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people rushed into the microblogging. In an instant, microblogging many new users, and followed the Creepy Bureau account at the same time. Comments section. Crap, Nima finally showed up. I waited so long, I thought something had happened. Lin Zixuan? Could it be that master? It must be. The master is so capable.
I won't recognize him if he doesn't.
At the Weird Bureau, yay for opening the show. What's going on here? What is this Bureau of Weirdness? Why is it getting so much attention? How do you know? I'm here to eat the melon. Newbies go to the account description. it has the answers. After watching it, I just want to say fuck, are these monsters that scary? Crouch +1. Crap +1008611. The person who tweeted about it is huffing and puffing in the East War Zone at the moment. And the war zones of East, West, South, North and South also finished selecting people. A total of 500 people. All of them are the king of soldiers. For war zones, at least 600,000 people. In this 600,000 people, to choose 500 people, this test has to be said to be extremely difficult. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. And these 500 men will be the battle force of the Bureau of Trickery, dealing with monsters from all over the country of Kushu. The list that Lin Zixuan had listed was in front of the state apparatus, and a large pile of extremely good quality materials were quickly sent to the Trickster Bureau, even in the National Museum of National Treasures, in order to no longer let him personally over to be blocked. The above personally sent people to his selected national treasures, packaged and sent to the Bazaar Bureau, the museum's exhibition glass inside, empty a large part of the museum, which makes the museum people are crying. From now on, the Trickster Bureau is officially up and running. Lin Zixuan also awoke, and as soon as he woke up, he was sent to the Weirdness Bureau by Qianlong. It couldn't be helped. These past few days, the bizarre incidents were getting more and more frequent. If it wasn't for the monsters in the borderland of the southern war zone being too scary, he would have been called to come and fix things. Underground air raid shelters. It was built a long time ago, once used to store supplies, and is now the office of the Bureau of Weirdness. Coming here, Lin Zixuan looked around. The personnel set, the office supplies had long been done, and everyone was in a hurry. Director. Seeing him, the warrior who knew him saluted excitedly. The others, whose eyes instantly realized that the young man in front of them was none other than their own director, and saluted. Lin Zixuan waved his hand and said, "All right, you guys take care of things. I'll wander around." Director, your office is at the top. Oh, thanks. After greeting him, Lin Zixuan arrived at the supplies warehouse and went inside, where a strange smell permeated the place, and all the supplies were neatly arranged on the shelves. Casually looking around, Lin Zixuan smiled with satisfaction. Black dog blood, talismans, peach wood, cow tears, anything that caused damage to monsters had everything. With mahogany, you need to have it treated to make it work, otherwise it's just plain old wood. Some of the other stuff, some of it will have to need to be enlightened to make it work, so it seems like a bit of a workload. Lin Zixuan thought about it, and in the Celestial Master's Kung Fu, it seemed that he could draw an enlightenment talisman, and one would be able to enlighten 3 or 4 pieces. Find some time to draw it. See also, after looking at something else, his eyes went to a shelf and a large blade surfaced. These large swords exuded an aura of solemnity and murder. A rich fury filled the entire room, and their bodies were reddish black and covered with spots, and at a glance, it was clear that blood had congealed onto the swords, about nearly 1,000 of them, more than enough to form a greatsword team. Lin Zixuan looked at the baleful aura of these great swords, frowned, and shouted, "Come on!" A soldier then rushed in and saluted. "Chief," Lin Zixuan pointed out, placing these large knives separately in other places. These great swords were too dense in their baneful aura, and when they were placed here, they would easily color the other materials with baneful aura. "Yes, Chief, right away." The soldier went out to call someone. After taking another look, Lin Zixuan walked out of the supplies warehouse and headed straight to his office. As soon as he opened the door to his room, he froze. A familiar person came into view. Oriental Cher. Lin Zixuan couldn't help but guess. This woman. She couldn't be here to ask him for a national treasure, right? Well, it's very possible. Dongfang Shuer also saw him during this moment, and her beautiful face revealed a smile as she said, "Lin Bureau, you're here." Lin Zixuan said, "If you are here to find me to ask for the Qin Wang sword and jade seal, is not able to take it, last time I'm sorry, did not tell you to understand directly took it, now explain to you. That time there is an urgent task I directly took it." Dongfang Shuer said strangely, "Apologizing is not so much, and also, what am I doing here to get the national treasure? I have said that I will give it to you. I am not here to get back the national treasure. I have been sent here to work." Lin Zixuan was stunned at his words. What he didn't understand was why she came to work here. Doesn't she know what this place is? With a slight frown, he said, "Come to work here? Nonsense. The work here is extremely dangerous. Every hour of every day, there are bizarre events appearing and traveling to bizarre places to solve things, and you have no hands. To put it bluntly, you come here, it is to add burden to us." Dongfang Shuer sniffing immediately unconvinced. How to call to increase the burden on you? A man can hold up half the sky. A woman can be the same. Besides, I was sent to do your secretary. That is, clerical. Dealing with archival information. Do not have to go out to deal with monsters. Secretary, if you have something to do you have nothing to do? Ahem. Lin Zixuan put the nasty in his mind. The thought of it was thrown away. Looking her up and down, clerical, then that would be fine. It just so happened that he didn't know any of that either.
Just so he had someone who could take care of things for him.
Sitting in his seat, he looked at her and said, in that case, you can stay hello, and bring me the weird events of the last few days. Dongfang Shuer skimmed her mouth. This started to make people. But there is no way. She is doing this, pointing to the top of the desk. Said, I have already organized it. That fast? Lin Zixuan was a bit surprised and picked up a copy to read it. In a house in Chaoyang City, the occupant sleeps with the old feeling that there is something pressing on him. But a check, nothing is found. Lin Zixuan understood at once. A low-level evil spirit was just a ghost suppressing the bed and absorbing people's young energy. Took out a pen and wrote, degree of danger, low. Solution, 1 copy of cow's tears and a large knife will solve the problem. For safety's sake, 3 people will go. Note, act at night, hide outside the house. And after 12 o'clock, when you are sure the occupants are asleep, go inside and kill the evil spirits. When you're done writing, set it aside and pick up another copy to look at it again. In a hospital morgue in Leiden City, those who guarded the morgue found that it was empty of corpses, and there had been a police officer who went inside. But one person did not come back, and after losing 10 people in a row, the hospital was closed off to people. Seeing this bizarre incident, Lin Zixuan frowned. As soon as he went into the morgue, he couldn't come back. It seems that this hospital is not simple. He has to go there himself. Wrote, degree of danger, high. Solution, have Lin Zixuan go in person. And then put this shenanigan on the other side. Several simple shenanigans followed in quick succession, with solutions written out and handed to her. Let's get someone over there to fix it. Dongfang Shuer also casually looked at it and was astonished, only feeling that the solution was a bit strange. Eyes to the table, there is another copy. Doubt, this does not need people to go over? Lin Zixuan shook his head and said, they can't solve this. They need me to personally go over and solve it. Oh, that's right. By the way, have them put on a live stream to let the people know that we were able to destroy the monsters, so that they can feel more at ease. Yes. Forest Bureau, Chaoyang City. 3 fighters drove up, each carrying a large knife behind them. This visit is to solve the bizarre incident. Mouse, aren't you there yet? Mouse shook his head as he drove the car and said, almost there. It's just ahead. Old cat. These things of ours, can we really deal with monsters? I heard that over in the Western War Zone, they also dealt with an invisible evil spirit that killed more than 10 people before the director eliminated it. The old cat smiled and said, don't worry. That evil spirit in the Western War Zone is not on the same level as the one I'm going to destroy. And the director also said that the danger is very low. So even if we don't destroy the evil spirit, we can still be safe and sound. You can't count on it. A side codename Eagle's Companion firmly said, this is the first time the Bizarre Bureau of execution of bizarre events, and also to live broadcast out, so that the people are more assured. If the first time on the failure, the Bureau of Bizarre will have no trust. Yes, it must not fail, it must succeed. Grace. After a while, the military vehicle came to the villa complex, where all the people who lived here were rich. Even some stars lived here. It was a high-class villa neighborhood, and the time had come to 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun was about to set. The presence of military vehicles caused residents who were returning home to eyeball them. Strange. What's with the military vehicles? Did something happen here? Probably, or else it wouldn't even be military vehicles. The security guard saw this and rushed to call the person in charge. The 3 warriors got out of the car fully armed, with an ironclad demeanor that made the crowd praise them. The person in charge rushed over and wiped his sweat, saying, comrade, may I ask what's the matter? The eagle said seriously, we are from the Creepy Bureau. You have evil spirits here. We came over to deal with it. Evil spirits. The person in charge shrieked at his words. It seemed that he had seen the live broadcast, or else the reaction wasn't so huge. After all, the monster hadn't been around for a long time, and most people were still unaware that the world had changed. As for the watchful eaters, when they heard these 2 words, some of them were confused, while others already had fear in their eyes. What's an evil spirit? No way. You haven't seen the official broadcast? It's been all over the place lately. Ha, I hadn't noticed. What happened? Utensil. Body, you go to Twitter, search Weird Bureau will know. I really did not expect. There are evil spirits here. I have to move quickly. What are you afraid of? People from the Creepy Bureau are here. They must be here to destroy this evil spirit. Seems like I'm not moving then. The person in charge panicked. Comrade, are there really evil spirits here? The eagle nodded and said, yes. One of your residents here called the Creepy Bureau. so we came over to fix it. You don't have to worry. This evil spirit is very little danger.
The man in charge breathed a sigh of relief.
Laughing literature. And at that moment,
a young man trotted over and said happily, "You guys are finally here. Since I found out that my house is not clean,
I don't even dare to live there."
Seeing the dwellers coming,
the eagle beckoned and said, "Let's go to your house."
Well, this way."
The young man rushed forward to lead the way, and the other onlookers wanted to check it out.
The old cat instantly faced them and said seriously, "Everyone disperse.
The Bazaar Bureau is doing business. Please do not disturb, not to mention the danger."
This made the onlookers a bit disgruntled. They still wanted to see what this evil spirit looked like.
"What's so dangerous about it? You're the ones who deal with these things. You can protect us."
"That's just it.
We have to watch it too.
I'm sure there are such brain-dead people wherever they are." The old cat said grimly, "Say one more word.
Disperse immediately. If you do not listen,
you will be arrested for obstruction of official business."
But the people who live here are either rich or noble,
and all of them have connections, which have developed the character of no one in sight.
"Ha! Who are you scaring? Try catching one? Yeah, be careful you don't get this outfit tomorrow. Leave him alone. Let's check it out. If he doesn't protect us, we'll make him look bad. Go go go."
The old cat took out his cell phone with a grimace and dialed the number of the director of the Chaoyang City Public Security Bureau.
"Hello, who is it?" "From the creepy bureau. You're Lin Zhang, director of Chaoyang Public Security Bureau?"
Lin Zhang sniffed and squared his shoulders.
What kind of department was the Trickster Bureau?
And a message had been sent from above that all departments were to be at its service.
"Hello, how can I help you?"
"Send someone to the Tianxiang neighborhood to arrest obstructionists and bring all these people back for a good education."
Lin Zhang quickly formed a group. Weaver headed to the Tianxiang neighborhood. From the phone call just now,
he already understood that there were monsters appearing in the Tianxiang neighborhood,
or else the people from the Weirdness Bureau would have appeared there.
But for someone to get in the way of the creepy bureau's work,
these people really don't know how to die. The old cat watched as many people followed the eagle inside, and with a cold snort went in as well, all the way to the inhabitants' villa. I have to say, the neighborhood here is indeed good, beautiful environment, but the price is also not expensive. The eagle looked around. The sun hadn't gone down yet, and it was actually a touch colder in here than it was outside.
Judging from the director's handwritten words,
this place is indeed unusual. "Comrade, you should quickly go in and destroy this evil spirit."
The young man stood outside the door,
a little too scared to go in.
Old shook his head and said,
"It's not time yet, so tell us more about the situation." Mouse also turned on the live stream at this moment. Once the live stream opened, within seconds, countless people instantly rushed in. "Crap, the live stream is finally on. Geez, after all this time, you finally opened it. You know how hard it was for me to wait. Even my favorite compression wasn't playing anymore." "Come on you don't play compression anymore, just so you have less teammates to pit against. Fuck off. Where is this place?" "I'm going to the villa." "Gee, judging from this villa, I'd estimate over $100, 000 a square foot. So expensive." "Say what you will about the villa. It's on. It must be dealing with monsters, and I don't know what kind of monster it is today."
And the young man nodded and said, "From a few days ago, I found that the house was getting colder and colder,
and early every morning, I was hard and tired, until one night, as if it was 2 o'clock, I woke up, and I suddenly felt my body was very heavy, as if there was something pressing on me, and I turned over the quilt and looked, and a pale-faced woman was smiling at me." Thinking of this,
the young man is trembling, eyes covered with fear, swallowed his mouth to continue.
"I panicked out of bed, and then look, the woman disappeared. I do not dare to live again, and ran out of the house in the night,
until I saw your Bazaar Bureau established."
"I will call you." Eagle nodded.
From the description it seemed like the evil spirit didn't do much damage to people.
Otherwise he wouldn't still be standing here. Sounds so scary. Get up in the middle of the night. A pale woman lying on his body. This scare are scared to death. It's almost nighttime, and I'm really afraid that, like this dude, someone will suddenly appear under the covers. From the description, it seems to be that invisible evil spirit, right? No way, it's really an evil spirit. How can a warrior destroy it? Where's the master? Call the master. The Grand Master, as the director, shouldn't be dealing with such a trivial matter, and besides, there was no way that the Trickster Bureau would let the fighters go over there and die for nothing. Veteran viewers had seen it a few times and didn't have much of a reaction, while newer viewers were amazed and somewhat disbelieving. The old cat, on the other hand, answered in the live broadcast, "Hello viewers, the state formed the Bureau of Weirdness, specializing in dealing with bizarre events appearing around the world. If you also encountered, hurry to call, or hurry to get out of the bizarre place. And now, it's the first time the Creepy Bureau has dealt with a creepy incident. And one of the viewers made a good point, that the director wouldn't be able to solve this kind of little thing. And of course, as you all have guessed, the creepy monster encountered this time around is an unseen evil spirit. And you're all definitely worried about how we're going to deal with it. Don't worry about this. Since we're here, we naturally have a way to deal with it. Other than that, the danger level of this evil spirit is very low. So please don't worry, everyone. I see. Well, that's a relief. Soldier, do you have a girlfriend? Upstairs you look like a pig, so don't wreak havoc on people. Ahem. This brother speak politely. You're hurting people's hearts when you say that. Oh, interjection indicating that one has just learned STH. There was a lot of talk in the pop-ups. The eagle also observed the situation and then said, "Okay, we're clear, but we need you to do us a favor." The young man hastened to say, "Comrade, you say." The eagle laughed softly. "You continue to sleep inside at night, and then draw out the evil spirits." Ah, the young man hurriedly shook his head. Joking, this is an evil spirit. He did not dare to go in. Crying face, "Comrades, I do not dare to go in to sleep. You go in to directly eliminate it. Not just good? Why do I still have to go in?" Laughing pride literature. The eagle explained, "Because it is not yet time. Have to go in after 12 o'clock. And you have been sucked by the female ghost Yang Qi. Body in deficiency. The three of us Yang Qi is too large. If you go in, the female ghost will also hide, so we can only let you lure it out. But please don't worry. We guarantee that your life will not be in danger." Upon hearing this, the live viewers were delighted. A female ghost? Sucking in yang energy? From where? TSK, 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 you guys, is it sucked from there? Hiss, there's a bit of truth upstairs, but what's it like? You guys are so slutty, but ditto on asking what it feels like. Hey, don't get the topic skewed. It's an evil spirit, not a good one. Che, don't you want to try what it feels like? Horizontal tablet or inscribed board. The old cat looked at the pop-up screen and lost his smile and shook his head and said, "Don't think wrong. The female ghost sucks the yang qi is sucked from the mouth. And you don't want to do it recklessly. Sucking away the yang qi is not a good thing. It will make you lose your kidneys. And if you suck too much, you will become a skeleton. And your life will be in danger." But his words did not frighten these spectators in the least, and they were excited to try to find a female ghost as well. Of course, such perverted thoughts are only thought by a few, and most are still terrified. However, not everyone is a undead knight. Ahem. Back on topic. It was only after some consolation from the eagle that the young man agreed to go in and lure the female ghost out. It was still early and the crowd was ready to find a place to wait first. The eagle turned to look at so many people gathered around and frowned. So many people gathered together. Not to mention the danger. The yang qi permeated by the crowd. It is likely that the evil spirit will be scared away. The old cat saw this and said, "Don't worry. Someone will get rid of these people in a moment." Grace. Not a moment later, Lin Zhang arrived with a group of police officers, saluted and said, "Hello, please be weird, right?" The old cat nodded, pointing, "Will those people dispersed away, such as still refused, will be brought back? I would like to see the relationship behind them, big or small over the Bazaar Bureau." Lin Zhang immediately understood the general situation when he heard the words, and turned around and said seriously, "Drive those people away. Establish a cordon, and if anyone doesn't listen, directly take them away." More than 20 police officers, with serious faces, then used a human wall to disperse these people. Unsurprisingly, some of these people don't listen to directions at all, yelling and screaming, "Calls say whoever's behind me," but the officers don't care, whoever you are behind it, and they can't beat the Bureau of Trickery. They just arrest people. There was some confusion in the live streaming pop-ups at the sight of the scene, not understanding what was happening. What's going on? What's going on here? Let me explain. I am a resident here, as the warriors want to destroy the evil spirits. As a precautionary measure to avoid the evil spirits from harming other people, let them leave this villa far away. But they don't listen. They have to see what the evil spirits look like, and also ordered the warriors to protect them. Or else beware of the warriors, the skin is not guaranteed. Crap Nima. Are these people brain dead? Isn't this obstruction of justice? Damn it. And protect them. These rich people are just high-minded and look down on everyone. Humph. They should just let the evil spirits appear in their homes, so that they can experience the horrors of the evil spirits, and watch the evil spirits. They really have nothing to eat and nothing to do. These people still claim to have backgrounds. I'd like to see if their backgrounds can move the creepy bureau. Don't make a fuss. No relationship will do. A friend of mine received a message in the police station. As long as the creepy bureau is out to deal with weird incidents, no matter who it is,
They have to make way and serve the creepy bureau.
And I heard that the army can be mobilized as well. So much power? Looks like these people are dead. A few moments later, outside the creepy house, the onlookers dissipated and the officers took about a dozen people away.
Sitting in police cars, there have been angry phone calls, but then their backgrounds hung up without the slightest hesitation once they heard it was the Bureau of Trickery.
All think these people are crazy, even dare to provoke the bizarre bureau. Want to die cannot bring their own The farce is over. The young man enthusiastically took the three warriors to his friend's villa and hosted them for dinner. Although the eagle wanted to refuse, but could not resist him so enthusiastic, had to agree with him. The old cat also interacted with the audience while explaining to them how to save themselves if they encountered something spooky. Before coming, Lin Zixuan had also given all of them homework on how to fight the monsters the warriors encountered. The 500 people were also the best of the best, and after saying it only once, they had it firmly in their minds. The time soon came to more than 12 o'clock. The young man drank some wine to strengthen his courage, and also went into his villa to sleep. By this point, the three eagles were getting ready as well. Cow tears taken out. Okay. The three of them took the cow tears and dropped them on their eyes. And after a moment of refreshing coolness, the three of them opened their eyes again. At this time, in their eyes, the unseen Inchi surfaced in front of them, and the temperature dropped drastically. Taking out the blood-stained greatswords behind his back, the three greatswords seemed to flash a red light on this big night. With the large knife in their hands, the three of them immediately felt the coldness around them quickly return to normal, and the Inchi slowly dispersed like a mouse bumping into its nemesis. The three were amazed. All three were on their first encounter with evil spirits and their first bizarre mission. But the three are the king of soldiers. Extremely calm inside, although surprised, but in that big heart, or quickly returned to normal. The old cat, on the other hand, was fiddling with a tablet, and in the young man's room, a monitor had been placed, so that as soon as the female ghost appeared on the screen, the three would rush in without hesitation. Live in the air. Cow's tears? Why are they in your eyes? Curious. Can the great sword in their hands really destroy evil spirits? I'm guessing that the cow's tears, most likely, allowed the warriors to see the evil spirits. Otherwise, why would they be dripping in their eyes? We all know that evil spirits are hard to find without exposing them ourselves, so the Bureau of Weirdness must have a way to make the warriors see them. Upstairs truth. I think you make a good point, but the fact that cow tears can see evil spirits is something I didn't expect. But what about the big knife? Looking at the blade, it's red and black and red and black. Is there something else that's different? These big knife I look a little familiar. I seem to have seen where. I want to think about it right. If I'm not wrong, these big knives should be the year of the big knife team, due to kill the enemy, the blade stained with enemy blood. Over time, these big knives have become red and black. My grandfather has a handle. No wonder so familiar. I see, but I still don't understand why the swords of the Great Sword Squad can be used to destroy evil spirits. You ask me? I know it's just another guru. Cut. Stop chatting. There's something on the monitor. Multitude. When people heard that, they all of a sudden looked at it with their eyes, wanting to see how it looked with the evil spirit over in the East War Zone. Was it just as scary? The three eagles also noticed the change that appeared on the monitor. Among the young men, a shadow slowly appeared. And surprisingly, the shadow was not horrifyingly long. A white and gray dress, slender figure and a pair of beautiful legs. When the face turned, it is even more surprising. Small face, although pale, but added some sick beauty, proper beauty and with such an evil spirit, the live pop-up screen exploded. Crap. Such a beautiful woman is an evil spirit. I take back what I said this afternoon. I'd love to meet one of those. My God, such a beautiful evil spirit, lying on the bed with me to sleep, sucking young chi. I would also be willing to Ahem. I wonder if it's realistic. Same question. Ha, man, that's disgusting. To have a mind for monsters. Laughing literature. The three eagles looked at each other in dismay. In the past, those monsters were all incomparably scary and intimidating to look at, and now it was really rare to encounter this kind of good-looking one. But an evil spirit is an evil spirit, and if it continues to stay, it will only maim the living. The three rushed into the villa in a flash, straight into the young man's room. The rat bellowed, "Demon, gird your loins." At once the young man awoke with a start. The female ghost was also confused. These three people could see her? But then, the baleful aura that permeated those three large swords made the female ghost wince. With a hint of weeping, he said, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." At one point, the three froze, looking at the female ghost aggrievedly shrinking in the corner. Her delicate body trembled slightly, looking a little pathetic. Is this really an evil spirit? Why is it different from the script? The three of them thought there would be a big battle, but as it turned out, The female ghost simply surrendered. The young man also saw the female ghost and was immediately frightened. But when he saw the female ghost's face, his eyes showed a hint of surprise and then a little panic. Hurriedly, he came behind the warrior and shouted, "Comrade, destroy her." The live viewers, too, were confused when they saw this female ghost. That's why I feel that the ghost is pathetic. There's a sense that the warriors are the villains. Looks like this female ghost is indeed not dangerous. Warriors come, directly afraid. I'm a bit messed up. I was expecting that it should be a big fight, but I didn't realize that the female ghost was afraid. And the three eagles were also uncertain. It was also the first time they had stumbled upon such a situation, but after years of killing the enemy, it was unlikely that they would easily trust the enemy, not to mention that it was still an evil spirit. The eagle thought for a moment, ignoring the young man's words, and said, "Demon, why are you sucking his yang qi? Don't you know that it will lead to his death?" When the female ghost heard this, she immediately looked at the young man maliciously and said, "If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been able to die." At these words, the eagle frowned, and instantly realized that there was a hidden agenda, and turned his head. "Do you know her?" A trace of panic appeared in the eyes of the young man, and he hurriedly shook his head and said, "I don't know. How could I know?" "Comrade, don't listen to it, it just wants to cheat you." But his look, the eagle is already see clearly. Cold smile. "If not guessed wrong, this person is related to the murder." Turning to the female ghost, he said seriously, "Tell me in detail. You said he killed you. How did he hurt you?" The female ghost cried, "That night, I was walking along the river, which happened to be not very far from the villa neighborhood here, and just as I was about to go home, he appeared. That night, he saw me good looking, and accosted me. I ignored him. Just want to go home quickly, but he kept stopping me, and said what a night to me, how much money. I'm not angry, and directly slapped him, but I regretted it after the punch. He slapped me straight across the face. I passed out, and when I woke up again, I was in this villa, and to my horror, he was doing that kind of thing on me. I struggled desperately and called out loudly, and he was also afraid that it would cause people to come over, so he choked me, and I couldn't breathe, and the more I struggled, the more force he put on me, until I slowly ran out of breath, and when I woke up again, I was like this, so I wanted to take revenge. I want him to die a little bit." The female ghost's agonized yell silenced everyone, including the live viewers. They didn't realize that there was such a hit. Looking at the young face of the female ghost, just about 20, a great youth, I did not expect to. Coldness covered the eagle's eyes and a hint of murderous intent surfaced, but then disappeared. The three gazed at the young man with a cold look on their faces. Was what she said true? Despite the inquiry, the three had believed the words of the female ghost. After all, this inquiry would lead to it. The young man took a few steps back, sweating, and cried out, "She is an evil spirit. How can you listen to it? It is lying to you." In the live broadcast room, the audience looked at him this way. Not a fool knows that this person is lying. Do you believe it? The dog shook his head in disbelief. Alas, a good year, a good youth. This is the age to find a partner. Filial piety, parents, but I did not expect, encountered this kind of thing. God damn it, this man deserves to die. Agreed. I don't think there's any need for the warrior to help him. Just let the ghost girl get her revenge. Right. The crowd was outraged and vocalized the young man, a QJ offender who is disliked and loathed no matter where he is. Not to mention the fact that it also puts people to death and leaves a young girl with nothing to show for it. This is undoubtedly infuriating, enraging, and one can't wait to beat him to death on the spot. The eagle saw that he was still talking hard. Cold snort, turned his head to look at the female ghost, looking at the pained girl, the face between the tenderness of the face, softly said, "Tell me, where is your body? We will do justice for you." The female ghost said with a sobbing voice, "It's in the back garden." Eagle nodded and beckoned a sign. The old cat turned away and went to the back garden. Looking at the beautiful flowers, the tip of his nose twitched slightly and his brow furrowed. Having spent years in the company of the dead, he was very familiar with the smell. Pull out a shovel in a side barn and watch the soil change with a flashlight. After a few moments of searching, he noticed a spot where the soil was a bit different from the rest, and if an ordinary person were to look at it, they would just see no difference. But the old cat, king of the soldiers, observes minutely, and easily finds something different. This soil was turned over not long ago, and while the surface of the other soils was flat and level, this was somewhat raised. The old cat immediately picked up a shovel and dug straight up, and the live viewers watched as the soil thinned out a little bit until a pit surfaced in front of them. After digging nearly half a meter deep, the old cat also found the body of the female ghost, bare, naked. The moment immediately covered the live camera. Give respect to the dead, even though they are dead. After checking the girl's body, There were indeed pinch marks at the neck, and from the level of decomposition, the time of death was around 5 days. Looking at the corpse in front of him, the old cat sighed and pressed to the headset, saying, "Eagle, there is indeed a corpse in the back garden, and there are also strangulation marks on the neck, just like what the female ghost said." The eagle in the room nodded at the words, suppressed his anger, took a deep breath and said, "Contact the police to come over." "Good." The eagle turned his head to look at the young man and said expressionlessly, "You are really a scum. What awaits you next will be the trial of the law." Humph. The young man sat paralyzed on the ground. His face was full of panic. He never thought that the person he killed would turn into an evil spirit to seek revenge on him. While he called the Weirdness Bureau to deal with it, he really threw himself into a trap. If he'd known about the ghost, he wouldn't have bothered to call the creepy bureau. The eagle looked at the female ghost again. This time he didn't know what to do. She was also a victim, and it would be inhumane for him to still destroy. At this moment, Lin Zixuan, who was also watching the live broadcast, saw this dramatic scene, and he didn't want the warriors to destroy the female ghost. Originally, he wanted to transcend to the hell, but since the words of that hanging ghost, he guessed that the reincarnation channel of the hell was probably closed, because he had also tried to summon the Undertaker. But the message came back, unavailable. With all these things, he felt more and more that the hell was really messed up, and if he continued to be superseded, he was probably just suffering. But what about this female ghost in front of me? After thinking for a while, he suddenly remembered something that Ninth Uncle had done, sealing the evil spirits in jars and suppressing them with incense to eliminate the grievances. In addition to that, these evil spirits could eat the incense and keep the spirits from flying away. It seems that this is the only way to go. Let this female ghost stay here for now, and when the time is ripe, then send her into reincarnation. After thinking about it, he turned his head and looked around, and shouted with a frown, "Oriental Schwer, coming. Oriental Cher in her military uniform ran in. Lin Zixuan was dissatisfied. "You as my secretary. You don't stay here on standby. Where did you go?" Dongfang Schwer spat out her tongue and said, "You're fine again." "So of course I went out for a stroll." Lin Zixuan sniffed a moment of helplessness and got up. "Tell someone to find a place to get a sacrificial one, and find a jar for me. Then prepare the helicopter." Dongfang Schwer was instantly curious. "Sacrifice? Jars? Helicopter? What are you going to do?" Lin Zixuan blackened his face and flicked his finger to point at her white forehead, saying, "Too much nonsense. Hurry up and do it." Dongfang Schwer covered her forehead. Her small face was slightly red. No man had ever done this to him. Muttering, "What a straight man, deserves to be single," said quickly left. Lin Zixuan stood frozen in place, gritted his teeth and looked at the departure of the silhouette of the old man. How is the old man straight? "I'm single and eat your rice?" If it wasn't for the fact that she was good looking, I would have wanted to fire her. Shaking his head, he picked up the phone on the table. "Tell Eagle and the others I'm coming over to take care of it." "Good, Chief." The scene shifts back to here at the villa. The chief said he'd come over to take care of the female ghost. Eagle got up and said. Mouse nodded, laughing literature. The female ghost timidly said, "That, what will you do with me?" Mouse sniffed at her and laughed softly. "Don't worry, if we wanted to eliminate you, our director wouldn't have come over." The female ghost breathed a sigh of relief, and her gaze went to the young man who was lying limp on the ground, his eyes covered with resentment. The eagle noticed her gaze and sympathized, and seeing that the old cat was outside, he pulled the mouse outside, dropping a line. "You can teach this person any lesson you want, but remember, you can't kill or maim him, and you can torture the rest as much as you want." The female ghost's eyes were grateful. "Thank you." Eagle waved his hand and left the room with Mouse. The young man came back to his senses, heard their phone calls, and immediately became afraid, crying, "I am wrong. I admit it. You do not leave me." The pale and beautiful little face of the female ghost looked at him maliciously and slowly drifted towards him and said, "Although I can't get you killed, I will make your life worse than death." "Ah, don't come over. Ah, come outside." To the two eagles. Listen to the young man's agonized screams coming from the villa. Mouse hesitated for a moment and said, "Eagle, isn't it a good idea for us to do this?" The eagle's stoic face smiled and said, "No, death is not enough. Whatever. I'm just afraid the ghost girl will kill him." "It won't." Sometime later, Lin Zhang once again brought people here, and it was made clear on the phone. While the coroner went to the back garden to deal with the body, Lin Zhang smiled slightly and said, "That young man's name is Zhang Tianwu. His father is the richest man here, and he has made a lot of trouble before, but by relying on his father, one by one, he was able to smooth things out." The eagle sniffed coldly and said, "The richest man? Humph. I'd like to see how this richest man will set things right this time." At this time, several police officers escorted Zhang Tianwu out, and a foul odor filled the air.
which made the police officers escorting him disgusted.
And Zhang Tianwu's state is very poor. Between his face and eyes are full of fear. His mouth keeps saying, "Don't come over. Don't come over." Laughing pride literature.
Lin Zhang was puzzled. What happened to him? The eagle smiled without saying a word. Lin Zhang shook his head and didn't want to ask too much,
saying, "Then we will escort Zhang Tianwu back. I guess soon. We will have to try him." The eagle nodded and said, "Come back to us if you have any problems." Good. Lin Zhang came and went quickly.
The three eagles were suddenly the only ones left on this side of the villa. The old cat also turned the live feed back on.
In the pop-up. "What's wrong? What's wrong? Why did you turn it off before you saw anything? It's weird if you don't turn it off. It's the body of a female ghost and it's not even wearing clothes. So how can I show it to you guys? Oh, it's true that you can't watch it. By the way, where's the scumbag? Taken by the police. How do you know? Nonsense. How can I live here and not know? Although I can't see it up close, I can still watch it from afar again. 3 police cars are coming over. Who else but to arrest this scum? Hopefully, he will be sentenced to death." Agreed. After the 3 eagles waited outside for a while, the sky rumbled. As he looked, he saw the helicopter slowly stop in mid-air, and a figure descended from the sky at a visual height of 10 meters. The scene shocked all the viewers. Who's this guy? Who is this guy? 10 meters high. He just jumped and nothing happened. Where did he come from? Ha, if it isn't the master. It's still true. That's no wonder. As long as it's a master. No matter what bizarre things are normal in a master. Is this the master you were talking about? So young, though. So handsome. Hey, unbridled. The maestro is mine. Fart. Mine. Mine.
Lin Zixuan slowly came to the 3 eagles.
The 3 eagles saluted. "Chief." Lin Zixuan nodded and laughed. "How was it? How did it feel to deal with evil spirits for the first time?"
The mouse immediately said helplessly, "Originally we thought we were going to have a big battle, but I didn't know that the female ghost directly conceded defeat, and also pulled out a murder case."
Lin Zixuan lost his smile and said, "Well, a low-level female ghost is just a low-level female ghost. With the 3 of you's yang qi, plus the knives in your hands, the low-level little ghosts will have to avoid you when they see you. Take me to find that female ghost." "Good, chief." Several people returned to the room again, only to see the female ghost crouching in the corner crying softly.
The eagle was about to speak when Lin Zixuan raised his hand to stop him, stepped forward to the female ghost, reached out and smiled slightly.
"Get up. I'm here to take you away." The female ghost looked at him dumbfounded and said, "Where to? Where can I go in this state?"
Lin Zixuan continued laughing. "Take you home.
Don't you want to see your parents again?"
The female ghost froze at her words and revealed a pained expression and said,
"My parents don't know about my death yet, and I don't want them to know. If you don't know it now, you'll have to know it in the future. It's better to have a long pain than a short one, and it's better to see them in order to make them die."
Lin Zixuan reached out and helped her up.
After hearing this,
the female ghost struggled in her mind for a while before nodding and saying,
"I understand. After meeting my parents, sir, what are you going to do with me?"
Lin Zixuan gently straightened her hair, patted her little head and laughed. "In the future for a long time, you will stay in the Trickster Bureau. When the time is ripe, I will send you to reincarnation, to be reincarnated as a human being."
The female ghost, on the other hand, didn't expect him to be so intimate.
A hint of redness surfaced on her pale little face, and the large palm on her head was very warm, making her heart feel at ease.
Slightly lowering his head, he said, "I know. Thank you. You're welcome. What's your name?" "Fifi Lu." "Very nice name."
And it was a scene that made the hearts of those watching the broadcast soften.
"Master is so gentle. Handsome and capable and so gentle. I love it so much." Upstairs is whining again. "Roll. I declare it. The master is mine." Rolling. What a piece of shit. All dare to chase the master. The master is mine. Mine. The gang is scrambling again.
Lin Zixuan took out the black jar and started casting spells.
Black sky above. Black ground below. No light in the black sky. No door in the black ground. Negroes have no growth. So that the gods do not know, and the devils do not see. The 13 layers of demons are collected from above, and the 18 layers of hell are collected from below. Collect the evil and the evil retreat. Collect the ghosts and the ghosts die. I am under the urgent order of the Supreme Lord. Collect. The mouth of the jar flashed with golden light for a split second, and Lu Fei's body twisted and was instantly sucked inside the jar.
Lin Zixuan put the lid back on and laughed. "From now on,
you'll live inside, and when you return to the Trickster Bureau, you'll come out and move around again." The black canister quivered as if to say, "I know." Seeing this scene, the audience was amazed. This is the first time to see this kind of magical means. Is a little curious. So small jar, how to hold a ghost. Wasn't it hard for a ghost to shrink inside? No one had an answer for them though. After doing these things, Lin Zixuan hugged the jar and laughed. Alright, the weird incident here is solved. You guys go back too and make a report to me. Yes, Director. Lin Zixuan took a flying step with the canister in his arms and returned to the helicopter, which flew towards the Trickster Bureau. The three eagles also began to pack. The old cat smiled at the screen and said, Friends, this bizarre incident is perfectly solved. 1 o'clock. You also take an early rest. The next time the broadcast, it may be us and other companions. Goodbye everyone. It went straight off the air after that. And although it's off the air, and the pop-ups are still coming in sheepishly, I can't sleep. I want to keep reading. If you can't sleep, go find a female ghost to keep you company. Get lost. I want to live a few more years. I can't find such a low danger and still beautiful female ghost. Bunch of perverts. We were also finally relieved to have the Trickster Bureau around. Yeah. I wonder when the creepy bureau is going to tackle Sealed Door Village. Sealed Door Village? I think I've heard of it. It seems like that village can't even be found on the map. It's eerie and extremely scary. Some people went over there to investigate. They all disappeared. No, one escaped and came back, but went crazy. Hiss, so scary? Don't worry. With the master, it's sure to be resolved. Also right. Inside the Bureau of Weirdness, the warriors had organized a room in which a table was set up in the middle of the wall, with tribute and incense. Lin Zixuan took the jar and put it on the table, opened the lid and smiled softly. From now on, you'll stay here, except for not being able to get out of this air raid shelter. You can move around freely in other places. The black jar trembled a little, a white light flashed, and Lu Fei appeared in front of her eyes, her face grateful. Many thanks. I do not know what I meet with my parents? Lin Zixuan thought for a moment and said, There's no rush. I'll ask someone to contact your parents and pick them up and bring them here, but you can only see them once, and you can't see them again after one time, or else they'll leave your parents hanging. Lu Fei lost her head for a moment, but it was true. It was supposed to break their minds. I understand. Well, feel free to wander. Lin Zixuan walked out of the room and returned to his office. Lu Fei, on the other hand, curiously walked out of the room and looked at the warriors coming and going, so she casually strolled around as well. But the passing warriors, seeing his pale face and floating walk, froze. Even the work at hand stopped. The entire aisle was quiet, and all eyes were on her. When Lu Fei saw so many people's eyes on her, she was puzzled. What's wrong with you guys? Ahem. While the warriors returned to their senses, one warrior boldly approached with a smile on his face and said, Miss, what are you? How come you're in the creepy bureau? Lu Fei cocked her head and said, I'm not a human. I'm a ghost. Hearing her words, everyone couldn't help but laugh, only thinking she was joking. The warrior laughed. Don't joke about it, miss. How could there be a ghost in the creepy bureau? Unbelievable? Thinking it over, Lu Fei stretched out her pale hands and eased them over towards the warrior's face, until they passed through the head and, at this scene, everyone was stunned and their eyes widened. The warrior gulped as he looked at the near arm and took a few steps back one after another. Then everyone shouted in unison, Crap Nima, there really are ghosts. The voice resounded throughout the creepy bureau. They never expected that a ghost would appear in the grounds of the creepy bureau, which specialized in dealing with weird incidents, and that it would appear in plain sight. It certainly slaps them in the face, and hard. Just as everyone was rushing to get the woo, the time of the wear, Lin Zixuan walked out of the office and angrily yelled, What's all the noise? The crowd fell silent. Commissioner, there's a ghost. Ghost? What ghost? Lin Zixuan didn't react. The crowd immediately pointed at Lu Fei. Lin Zixuan understood and smiled helplessly, explaining, She was brought back by me. By the way, to tell you guys, Lu Fei will stay here for a long time. Okay, it's fine. You guys continue to work. Bang. Lin Zixuan re-entered the office. The people outside, on the other hand, were a little disbelieving that the chief had brought back a female ghost. But is it really not dangerous? But seeing that timid, beautiful Lu Fei, there's a fucking danger. The chief brought it back, so it must not be dangerous, or it would have been wiped out a long time ago. And then the crowd gathered around. A beautiful female ghost who was in no danger, which was certainly exciting. MS. Lu, how did you become a ghost at such a young age? Yes. At the risk of being presumptuous, how many years has Miss Lu been dead? Will you get lost? Is that how you talk? Oh. Sorry. With so many people surrounding her, the huge yang qi that coalesced together made it very difficult for Lu Fei, and her body started to become illusory. This startled the crowd, who rushed into the office. Chief, something happened to that female ghost you brought back. Ha? Lin Zixuan frowned, rushed out. saw the scene in front of him, immediately covered his face up, gasping and laughing. I told you guys the information in vain? You all have a strong yang qi. Lu Feifei is just a low-level brat. You all get together. Is it to make her soul fly away? Amount of people look at each other, suddenly embarrassed to laugh. The first time to meet. Almost forgot. Get the hell back to copying the creepy handbook. The crowd rushed away and the entire aisle dissipated into thin air. Lin Zixuan shook his head and came in front of Lu Feifei. His right hand pinched a hand trick and tapped it on her forehead. In an instant, golden light flashed and her illusory body began to return to normal. Get together with them less often in the future before you get hurt. Lu Feifei nodded, revealing a smile and said, I know. Go play by yourself. Lin Zixuan turned around and left. When he walked into the office, the heads of the crowd showed. Phew, the chief's gone back. I'm going to go have a chat with Miss Ghost Girl. Fuck off. Why should you? Oh, just because I'm a lieutenant colonel and you're a junior colonel. You have to listen to me. Damn you. You're holding me down with your official position. Are you shameless? Oops. How do you talk to an officer? You're good. You're awesome. Ha. The lieutenant colonel proudly stepped forward with a polite smile and said, Hello Miss Lu. My name is Lin Shu. Lu Feifei blinked her beautiful eyes and said suspiciously, Is there something wrong? The lieutenant colonel coughed and said, Nothing, just want to get to know your beautiful girl. Lu Feifei sniffed and looked him up and down. Hearing this old-fashioned way of picking up, thought of something, slightly stared at her eyes. Incredulous, you want to pick me up? Do you have such big taste? I'm a ghost. Pust. Those who weren't watching from a short distance away went crazy with laughter when they heard this. Ha ha ha, laughed my ass off. Oh, I really didn't expect that our lieutenant colonel has such unique tastes. I admire him. I wonder how the Lord Lieutenant Colonel will soak it up. It seems a bit up in the air to me. And our lieutenant colonel was already red in the face, embarrassed by the jeers of those behind him, and wanted to find a crack in the ground. Hurriedly explained, Don't get me wrong. I just want to get to know you, because it's also the first time I met a ghost, or you're such a good-looking one. Lu Feifei heard immediately some happy. After all, someone praised her good-looking. Sweet smile. Oh, I thought you want to pick me up. No. Lin Shu wiped the sweat on his forehead. If he had the conditions, he still wanted to find someone, and continued, Miss Lu, let us find a place to talk? Lu Feifei nodded. It just so happened that she was also bored. Yeah, where to go? We're going to the restroom. Grace. Then the two left, leaving the confused crowd behind. I know what you're trying to say. Are you trying to say how that beautiful female ghost went with him? Right. I'd like to know too. For some reason, I was a little envious in my mind. Me too. Have my tastes changed? Actually, no. Wherever they'd been before, or here, it was so masculine that not a single female could be seen. And now that a female ghost had appeared and was so good looking, it made these wolves excited. You can't do anything about it, but it's a pleasant thing to chat with a beautiful woman. After all, seeing this man's face every day had gotten tiresome a long time ago. Lin Zixuan, in the office, was organizing the information. What could be left to be solved and what needed to be done by himself. Dongfang Shuer, who was on the side, looked at him and laughed strangely. I didn't expect that you would be so gentle with a female ghost. Lin Bureau's, dead straight man, but not to this lady. This lady is not as good as a female ghost? Laughing pride literature. Lin Zixuan did not lift his head and said, I am the same to anyone, let alone a girl who has been tragically poisoned. Lu Feifei is only 20 years old, so young to become like this. Ask who does not feel heartbroken. Dongfang Shuer smiled even more at her words. She also felt sympathy for Lu Feifei, only that seeing the two of them so intimate, her heart was a bit uncomfortable for some reason. Lin Bureau's, but isn't it a bit bad for you to let her stay here? Lin Zixuan raised his eyes and continued to bury his head in the sand. What's wrong with that? We are the creepy bureau here. We will surely shelter some ghosts that are not harmful to the world in the future. Besides, is it strange for ghosts to appear in the creepy bureau? Sheltering? Dongfang Shuer was puzzled. Why do we have to shelter ghosts? Wouldn't that be troublesome? You don't have to know. Knowing won't do you any good. Lin Zixuan won't tell her about the hell. This kind of thing is too significant. Even he doesn't know if it can be solved. Talking about it will only cause panic. Cheap. Oriental Shuer bulging cheeks are very unhappy. Looked at the watch, and then see him still organizing information. Advised, all 1 o'clock. You still have to get how long? Do not sleep will you? Lin Zixuan paused for a moment at her words. She was a bit sleepy at that, and got up and stretched, saying, it's time to rest. Tomorrow we'll record these into the system, and then we can have them go on weird missions all over the place. Good. Dongfang Shuer looked at him and hesitated for a moment, saying, Do you want to have a late-night snack before resting? But Lin Zixuan did not know what she was thinking and refused. You are stupid, I am not stupid. At this point, the night snacks are long gone. Well, I am leaving. Finished walking out of the office. Dongfang Shuergas stomped his foot, muttered, what well, but also gentle. Gentle is there. Emotional intelligence do not know where to go. Lin Zixuan returned to his room, which was filled with national treasures brought by the museum. Things that he wouldn't use unless he had to, because every time it was used, the power it contained would be consumed, and it was very, very difficult to make up for it. So it could be said to be a disposable magic treasure. Unlike money swords and mahogany swords, these can be used for a long time, and even if they break, there are other money and mahogany made. Looking at the national treasures on the shelves and thinking about the creepy place he was going to, Fengmen Village. In his previous life, Fengmen Village had a spiritual legend, and a lot of movies had been made. What upsets him, though, is that the movie ends up being someone's plot or someone's eerie memories. But whatever it was, monsters were prevalent right now, and Sealed Gate Village was definitely a place of great danger. Just in case, Lin Zixuan took out a Daming Judi's Heavenly Sun Sword from these national treasures, as well as the Daming Jade Seal, which was filled with Imperial and Dragon Aura. Feeling somewhat inadequate again, he took out 50 talismans and began to make the Golden Light Talisman, Fire Talisman, Sword Talisman, and Ghost Repelling Talisman. These talismans, the Celestial Master's Kung Fu, contained many spells and talismans to subdue and eliminate demons. Everything, but he only learned what he could. Drawing talismans, you need to condense your essence and spirit, and finish it in one go, or else it will be a piece of waste paper when you draw it. However, the Celestial Master technique transmitted the memories of making various talismans, and after trying it out, one would be able to skillfully make them. The night was silent. Lin Zixuan just drew until 8 o'clock in the morning. 50 talismans, only 30 were drawn. Lin Zixuan was also exhausted and fell asleep. Outside, the soldiers finished their breakfast and got to work. Dongfang Shuer was puzzled to see that he wasn't in the office, but she had to enter the information, so she didn't go looking for it. And at that moment, a soldier walked into the office, and when he saw that the chief was not there, he was puzzled. Where did the chief go? Oriental Shuer looked up and said back, not here yet. Probably went somewhere. What's the matter? Something's wrong? The warrior nodded. Yesterday Eagle they went to deal with Chaoyang City's weird incident, then pulled out a murder case. That called Zheng Tianwu, originally according to the law, was to be tried, but his father did not know who to find. Want to secretly manipulate, so that the sentence is a little lighter. And then Zheng Tianwu's father, to report that our weird bureau abused their private power and did not protect the victim. Dongfang Shuer was surprised to hear, abuse of private power? Do not protect the victim? This scum really dare to say. Specific with me. He lifted the, what is the specific reason for the report? I will say it. The eagle walked in from the door and gestured for him to go out before saying with a straight face, last night, I saw that he was not happy, so I let that female ghost torture him, which led Zheng Tianwu to report us, and I am willing to bear all the consequences. Dongfang Shuer said with a burst of helplessness, the purpose of the establishment of our bazaar bureau is to protect the victims. If you do this, isn't it just giving people a handle? No wonder that Zheng Tianwu will report it. I think there is another reason, is to want to retaliate against the bazaar bureau, but you don't have to worry. A scum just. Eagle nodded and said, so what do we do? Dongfang Shuer shook her head. How would she know what to do? She wasn't the director and couldn't possibly say what she wanted. I don't know where this dead straight man has gone. It's so annoying to see no sign of him when it matters. After thinking about it, he said, let's wait until the chief comes back. Good. In the afternoon, Lin Zixuan awoke and came to the office with a yawn. When Dongfang Shuer saw him, she immediately narrowed her eyes and said, my big chief, where have you been? Can't it be that you went to find a sister to play with? Lin Zixuan gave him a blank look, sat down on his seat and said, which other girls are here besides you and Lu Fei Fei? If I want to find one, I'll have to go out and find one. Che, who knows if you're out looking? Did I mess with you? No. What's that supposed to mean? Are you kidding me? Congratulations. You got it right. Lin Zixuan lazily ignored her. This woman is probably having her period. Shook his head and said, have you finished what you were told to do? Dongfang Shuer skimmed her mouth and said, I finished it long ago, and there is something else to tell you. Described what happened to Zheng Tianwu. Lin Zixuan laughed coldly after hearing this. Report the bazaar bureau? You still want to operate secretly to make the sentence lighter. It seems that the power behind this richest man is quite big. Even the murder case can be influenced. I'd like to see, big or small, over the bazaar bureau. Call the Chaoyang City prosecutor's office side. How to sentence on how to sentence. If you want to make a ghost, the Bazaar Bureau directly intervened to deal with. What about reporting? Report? Just say I called the shots. Leave this scum alone. What's the use of him reporting? This kind of small things still need to find me. Deal with it yourself. Nothing to do. Go to the last night's Bazaar events all the way through. Send it to the microblogging. Well, you're the chief and you say so. Twitter. The Creepy Bureau account posted a message containing the Zheng Tianwu incident in addition to the creepy incident. This made the concern immediately welled up, and after reading the information posted, he was on fire and furious. What the hell? If this can get away with it, will anyone believe in the law in the future? TSK, 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 this Chaoyang City's richest man is so connected. No matter what his relationship is, according to the law, the minimum sentence is life imprisonment and the maximum sentence is death. I am Chaoyang City people. About Zheng Tianwu made things. I know exactly. What car accident, hit and run, forced to have sex with people and many other things, were his old man to solve, and now this kind of, I guess hanging. Oh, that is they did not meet the Bazaar Bureau. Did not see the Bazaar Bureau of the last sentence. If Chaoyang City is not according to the law to sentence, the Bazaar Bureau will directly intervene. The Bazaar Bureau of the rights of your big and small also understand that the area of a Chaoyang City, the richest man, that is, the richest man in the country is also useless. Indeed, before the Bazaar situation, no relationship was useful, and this Tianwu was definitely dead. What happened in Chaoyang City, under the fermentation of microblogging, instantly circulated everywhere, and the whole country knew about Chaoyang City. They have been transformed into melon masses. Want to see how Chaoyang City will be dealt with, if it is not handled well. Chaoyang City, the top cadres and above are very likely to fall into the net. As for the online hustle and bustle, Lin Zixuan, who was in the Bazaar Bureau at the moment, was too lazy to care, as he still had a whole lot of things to do. Checked out the information of the sealed door village. Now that place is already rumored. Of course, there are still some who do not know how to believe. Go inside to explore the mystery. But the consequences are obvious. One did not come out. Lin Zixuan stroked his chin. He had to solve this sealed door village, or else they would be killed, whether they tried to go there or entered by mistake. Share, go get the 10 captains to come to the conference room. I have something to arrange. Oriental Schwer froze when she heard the words, and her expression was in disbelief, saying, "What did you call me, Schwer?" Lin Zixuan was surprised. What? You don't like it? Well then, Secretary Dongfang, go call someone over. Originally, Dongfang Schwer was secretly happy, but his subsequent words were suddenly speechless. And not to let you do not call. You have to shout as Secretary of the East. Why? Landlord. Fang Schwer glared at him in anger and slammed the door and walked out. Lin Zixuan was puzzled. What's wrong with this woman? Oh yeah, she's got her period. Shaking his head, he headed for the conference room. After waiting for a while, 10 captains came over. Commissioner, can I help you? Lin Zixuan nodded and placed the information on the table for them. This time I'm going to lead people to Fengmen village to solve the weird incident over there. Which one of you will go over with me? After the captains read it, the first captain patted his chest and said, Chief, I'll go with you for good. The second captain supervised him and said, Don't you have a mission? How to go? The brigadier grunted, The mission is a mission. But it's not like all of them are on a mission anymore. Cut. I'll pass. I've been assigned quite a few tasks. I'm okay with it all. Lin Zixuan laughed after hearing this. Let's put it this way. Those who have a mission won't go there, and I can't possibly take many people there. A total of 10 will do. Each of your captains will go there with me, and on top of that, I'll be able to teach you guys how to solve the evil spirits, so you can teach your own team as well. The captains nodded at the words and agreed one after another. After all, learning more would enable them to react faster in case of danger. Okay, you guys go get ready to prepare weapons and equipment to destroy the evil spirits, and then bring some shock bombs and strong flashlights. Yes, we're on our way. Laughing literature. The captains walked out of the conference room. Dongfang Schwer said expectantly, Can you take me one? I also want to go and see it. Lin Zixuan looked at her with a smile on his face and slowly spat out 2 words. No way. Why Dongfang Schwer was very dissatisfied. She also wanted to go and have a look. Staying here was boring. Lin Zixuan said as he put away the information, Because I don't want to bring a drag and have to be distracted to protect you. And you're just a civilian. You go, I here go. Dragons? Dongfang Schwer took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. You wait. There will be a day when you beg me. Lin Zixuan sniffed disdainfully. Begging you? Don't be ridiculous. I'm the director of the Bureau of Eccentricity. I have a lot of power. Would I beg you? I'll beg you. Just do what I have to do. You, Dongfang Schwer angry cannot. Not with just do not bring it. Cannot say it properly. Calming the anger in his heart. He looked at him flatly and said, "Know why you are single?" "A collection of similar things," Zixian casually said, "because I'm too good. They feel unworthy of me. That's why I'm single." Seeing him so self-absorbed, his small hands suddenly clenched up. Dongfang Shuer sneered, "Is it? I don't think so. I think you just can't find a girlfriend. You may still be a virgin now. Saved up so many years of bullets. Have you ever fired once you?" The corners of Lin Zixuan's mouth twitched. This woman's speech was so poisonous, but it was really true that she had hit the nail on the head. 20 years of bullets. Not a single one had been fired. Pure child body. The power of its child urine. The grievous spirits have to run away when they see it. However, in order to maintain the dignity of men, Lin Zixuan is very casual. This you can guess wrong. I played the woman, even I do not know how many it. Seeing that he is still tough, Dongfang Shuer clasped her hands on her chest and continued, "Is that so? So you are still a scum, ah? Playing with women's bodies and feelings. You are really a good man, oh." Lin Zixuan heard that he knew he said the wrong thing, coughed and said, "Nonsense. This is their own leaning over. None of my business. Not to mention me. Is it you are not a virgin?" Dongfang Shuer picked the silky long hair. The dry pretty face is slightly flushed and said, "I am a virgin, what happened? Eat your family rice?" "The men chasing me have at least a reinforced platoon. Che, also strengthen the row. Come on you. No one wants as no one wants. Just like you. Stripped naked on my bed. I do not even care to look at. Laughing pride literature. Bah, think of the beauty of you. I also stripped naked on your bed. I would rather find a beggar than to find you. Single dog. Say it like you're not. I've at least tasted the sweet and sour of love. Have you? You haven't. You. I'll tell my grandpa you bullied me. Yo, if you can't beat me, you call your parents. TSK, TSK, TSK. Who's your grandpa? I'll scare you to death if I tell you. My grandfather is the No. 2 chief. What happened to chief number 2? Hearing this chief, a trace of panic rose in Lin Zixuan's heart. Boy, I didn't expect this woman's grandfather to be the number 2 chief. Got up and pretended to be calm. Humph. If you have the ability to call your grandfather to come little girl. Cut. After saying that, he walked straight out of the conference room, leaving Dongfang Shuer aggrieved. She dialed Dongfang Cheng's phone without hesitation. "Oh, Grandpa, Lin Zixuan bullied me." Sometime later, about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the crowd was ready. 4 military vehicles, 1 for equipment and the rest for people. Fengmen village was nearly 1,000 kilometers from here, and it would be almost tomorrow morning when they reached there. Lin Zixuan took the national treasures with him, the money, sword and all, and put them in the car, and then started off. 1,000 kilometers down the road, the people rested and refreshed themselves so that they could arrive there ready to fight. Inside the creepy bureau, Oriental Shuer was having a big fight with her grandfather. "Grandpa, you don't know. This Lin Zixuan is so bad. He bullies me." "What's wrong with you too? How did he bully you?" "He said I'm a woman nobody wants." "Do you think it's mad? Air is not your vision is too high. Cannot see others?" Dongfang Cheng helplessly said, "Well, good in the Bazaar Bureau to do things. Back to me to talk about him." Dongfang Shuer pouted her delicate lips and said, "Grandpa, can you also let him take me to Fengmen village? I promise not to hold him back. I've practiced the 8 extremes fist." "Fengmen village?" Dongfang Cheng thought about it, and then remembered that place, and said seriously, "No, that place is very dangerous. Lin Zixuan should be going to solve the problem over there. What kind of thing is it for you to follow? And also, didn't I tell you to stop practicing? That boxing will damage you. Do your job well in the bureau." "Well, don't call me if you're not doing anything. I'm very busy. By the way, the person I said I'd introduce to you last time was Lin Zixuan. See how he is? It's a success, and it puts my old man's mind at ease." "What?" Dongfang Shuer sniffed and immediately gasped, "Just his kind of man. I do not see. Come on you. You went to the Bureau of Trickery. Didn't you just want to find him? You think I don't know that? Work hard. After all, a woman chasing a man is a veil. I'll wait for your good news. I'm hanging up." Dongfang Shuer, pretty face slightly red, put down the phone. A burst of sigh. "I am only interested in him, but not like him. Grandpa, you blindly worry about what this is." But what she thought in her heart is not known. A few days of contact. She also think Lin Zixuan is very good. With the previous contact with the man in terms of, Lin Zixuan is very in line with her mind. But when the two get together, they are like cat and mouse, fighting all day long. This made the fighters of the Weirdness Bureau a bit puzzled about these two. Were they in love with each other? Fighting is kissing. Scolding is loving? In the lounge, Lu Fei was chatting and farting with the warriors. "You guys said Secretary East really likes the bureau. Long?" A red second-generation warrior nodded his head and said, "That's certainly true. Dongfang Shuer is in Kyoto. There are a lot of people chasing after her, and she has a very high vision. She is arrogant, confident,
and she is very disdainful of men of her age.
And now, she even came to work for the creepy bureau, or as the secretary of the director. With her character, it is simply impossible. And there is also the fact that, at that time, when the director and I went to the museum to get something, the director directly grabbed it in the open and pushed her with his hands. Lu Fei sniffed curiously. Then in that case, she came here for the sake of the director? There is a high probability. I also understand the Oriental Schwer, the director, so to her. It is reasonable to say that she will not come, to say that did not have an interest in the director. How can come to the Bazaar Bureau? I agree. I know her a little bit, and every time the secretary says something about her, she does not care. If it were anyone else, she would have just walked out of the job long ago. In the afternoon she argued with the director again, as if the director was calling her a spinster that no one wanted. But, is the director that tough? Then I do believe that Dongfang Schwer must be interested in the director. Stop it. Stop it. She's coming over. Who? Lu Fei's afterglow saw a familiar figure and immediately stopped them from continuing. The crowd looked away, instantly changing the topic of conversation and chatting. Dongfang Schwer looked at them in confusion. Puzzled, what are you guys talking about? I heard your lively discussion outside. The crowd of warriors coughed a few times. It's nothing. It's nothing. It's just a conversation. Dongfang Schwer frowned, always feeling that something was wrong, shook her head and said, the tasks are already in the system. Why don't you guys go and do the tasks? Secretary Dongfang, you are not unaware of the fact that there are so many of us here, and the tasks in the system have long been taken over. So if we want to go, we don't have a chance to go. That's fine. You guys keep talking. Bye. Seeing her leave, the crowd started talking about the two of them again. Time passed, and it came to 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Lin Zixuan led the 10 captains to the area of Fengmen village, where the cliffs and roads were all dirt and gravel, making it impossible for vehicles to enter Fengmen village. So park your vehicle outside and take your stuff inside. Lin Zixuan looked ahead, his eyes condensed. The yin qi in front of him was thick, and it was only in the periphery. If it was inside, I'm afraid the yin qi would be even more massive. Under this kind of yin qi, the number of evil spirits within it is unknown. Chief, can we go in now? The first sergeant came by. Lin Zixuan collected his mind, turned around and looked at the crowd who had already brought their things, nodded and said, I've taken a look. It's probably dangerous in there. You guys remember to make sure you don't leave my range. And if there's a situation, notify me immediately. Yes, director. Let's go. The crowd began to enter. Fengmen village, a long time ago, was deserted and belonged to a remote place. The exact address is in the middle of a large mountain and access is very difficult, requiring a climb over the mountain to get in. The 10 captains were all kings of soldiers, and Lin Zixuan was a human teacher, so it was easy to go over the mountains. But strangely enough, once he entered the great mountain, he felt the cold more and more. Although the season has reached winter, the temperature hasn't dropped that fast, and it hadn't been this cold when I was outside. And looking at the chill, I guessed it reached 5 degrees. There was silence all around, only the sound of the wind blowing. On top of that, Lin Zixuan also realized that the trees here were all withered, with no leaves and overgrown with weeds. It seemed a little strange to have a bare patch of trees, and by all accounts, there was no shortage of water. So this shouldn't be happening. Maybe it could be influenced by the yin. The group continued on and came to the bottom of a large mountain, surrounded by cliffs, while a wooden gate appeared in front of them blocking the way, likely the entrance to Sealed Door Village. The crowd didn't care and just pushed the door open and moved on. But something strange happened. Stop! Lin Zixuan raised his hand and shouted, his eyes looking towards the familiar wooden door. Captain surprised, strange, how there is a wooden door, and how a bit familiar. Lin Zixuan looked around and laughed softly. It seems that he has encountered a ghost hitting the wall. Ghostbusters? Yes, it's the illusion made by the evil spirits. Being in a ghostly wall, no matter which direction you go, you're going in circles. Oh, Chief, what are we gonna do? Simple. Lin Zixuan went up to the wooden door here, pinched his hand and said, Pro, soldier, fighter, all, formation, martyr, in front, break the illusion. A palm instantly slapped at the wooden door, and the invisible-like positive chi attacked in one direction. Yikes! A strange cry of pain rang out, followed by dark shadows that floated into view and quickly fled. Lin Zixuan clapped his hands and laughed. Alright, that brat ran away. We can go in. Good chief. After going through the wooden door and walking for a while, the crowd strangely realized that it looked as if someone had been here before. Rows and rows of shoe prints. The marks were fresh, and judging by the time,
It seemed like just the last 2 days or so. The first captain frowned and said, "It seems that there are still some who don't disbelieve and prefer to have to come here to explore." Lin Zixuan laughed and said, "People, they would rather see it with their own eyes than listen to others and wait until there is danger before they regret it." The second captain nodded his head in agreement and said, "The chief is right. These people will really find trouble for our creepy bureau. Judging from these shoe prints, they are also going to Sealed Gate Village." Lin Zixuan shook his head and said helplessly, "Let's go. Go find them. I always feel that something is very wrong here. Save them if you can." "Good." Laughing literature. The group continued on, walking through a clearing to a mountain peak, where the sun was now rising. Warm, but not a trace of warmth could be felt. The temperature is getting colder and colder, and I'm afraid it's coming down to -°C. But the people are extremely fit, plus they're prepared, so it's not much harder. Telescope. Director. Here. Lin Zixuan received. Borrowed binoculars to watch the cliff wall under the depression. Houses all over the nestled there. This is that Fengmen village. Viewed from a distance. This Fengmen village is really strange. The address is actually under the cliff. Not only, but also, Lin Zixuan moved his gaze away and looked towards other places. 3 peaks surrounded the Fengmen village underneath. In addition, above the 3 peaks, there was a temple. Finished zigzag seating. In terms of feng shui, this pattern are often the Jin Demon Bureau. Lin Zixuan's gaze returned to the Fengmen village below. It was too strange. This kind of feng shui, as if it was a formation, as if it was suppressing the demons in the ground. But he couldn't see it. If it was really suppressing some demon, there was no way he wouldn't be able to see it. There are 2 reasons why you can't see it. 1, there are no demons here, but the game is laid out. 2, he was too weak to see through it. But whichever one it is, it's showing that there are horrors hidden everywhere. It seems that one has to go down and investigate. Lin Zixuan looked up at the sun. Bright but not blinding. The power of the Supreme Yang could not enter the sealed door village area. The third captain on the side said, "Chief, is the live broadcast going to be on?" Lin Zixuan sniffed and thought about it, nodding his head. "Dao, open it." Although the other people on a mission also opened a live broadcast, but they are all low-level brats. Cannot let the audience see the horror of the evil spirits, and this sealed door village, enough to let them put away that restless heart, and hit the title. Timid. Heart disease is not allowed to watch. I don't want someone to report that we are Bizarre Bureau to open a live broadcast to kill people. Good chief. The 10th captain took out his device and after operating it for a while, he connected to the national satellite signal, but strangely enough, there was no signal. Smile literature. Chief, it's not connecting to the signal. It's like something's interfering. Oh, after Lin Zixuan checked it out, he understood the problem with the magnetic field here. That is, it was affected by the Yin Qi. Thinking about it put an exorcism spell on the devices. And with that, the signal would go straight to the satellite, unaffected by the Yin Qi of this place. Hey, it's connected. Captain 10 rejoiced, then turned on the live stream. The audience that came in seemed a bit low though. It seems some went to watch other fighters live. Starting another live stream? There's been a lot of live feeds from the Bureau of Weirdness lately, yeah. Where is this place? It looks like a mountain peak somewhere. Ha? No. This seems to be the master's live room. Oh, shit, it's still true. Call someone over. When a master is out, it must be an extremely dangerous place. The audience was thrilled when they noticed Lin Zixuan and rushed to call their friends and family. In an instant, the number of people in the live broadcast room jumped from more than 100,000 to millions or tens of millions. This kind of traffic, even those big anchors do not have. You know, this is a real live person, not a zombie person. Finally, I see the master again. What place is the master going to today? Are you blind? The title says it all. It's in Fengmen Village. Fengmen Village? Crap. The master really went there. Sealed Gate Village is very strange. Some people can get in, some can't, and when they do, there's a big chance they won't be able to get out. I wonder, how many evil spirits will the master encounter? There should be a lot, right? Have you guys ever felt strange? Why is there a signal in the master's live room? You know those people who went over there said that there was no signal at all, only out of the area of the sealed door village. Stupid. What's so strange about having a guru? Oh, that's right, too. Lin Zixuan faced, smiling slightly at the camera. I said, hello everyone, I believe you all know me. I don't need to introduce more. Today, I will bring people to Fengmen Village to solve the weird events here. I would like to remind you all that the weird places released by the Bureau of Weirdness, you must not go there, otherwise it will increase the workload of our Bureau of Weirdness. Well, there's a temple over there, let's go and take a look over there. After saying that, they walked towards the temple, and the 10 captains hurriedly followed. the live camera broadcasting the surroundings from time to time. And for the first time, the audience witnessed the scene inside the sealed gate village. This Fengmen village is really strange enough. Those trees don't have a single leaf. Well, the strangest thing is that while the sun shines brightly in the sky, there is no light on the ground. It's still true. It looks like a cloudy day. It's so weird. Hey, why are there other people in the temple? Aha, 3 men and 2 women. Shit, this is not afraid of death? How dare they come here? Can't you see that the master himself has gone there? Alas, not surprisingly, these people must not believe in evil spirits and are not afraid to die to come to Fengmen village. I finally understood the master's line about not adding to the workload of the creepy bureau. Now the master had to solve the evil spirits and protect them. I really don't want the master to protect them. Agreed. And at this moment, Lin Zixuan also noticed the 3 men and 2 small, handsome men and beautiful women inside the temple, rubbing his forehead. These people really weren't afraid to die. Those people had also noticed so many people in Lin Zixuan, as well as the 10 people behind him, all of them with stout bodies and serious faces, suspicious and curious. Who are you? Lin Zixuan didn't bother to explain and gestured for someone to go over. The first captain stepped forward and said seriously, "The Weirdness Bureau is on duty. This place is extremely dangerous. Everyone leave the sealed gate village area quickly." Creepy bureau? Sui sniffed and thought of something. Surprised. Isn't that the recently established Eerie Bureau? It specializes in dealing with bizarre events from all over the world. Ah, Lin Hai, who was on the side, was surprised. Even the people from the creepy bureau came. Could there really be a creepy incident here? Impossible. How could there be evil spirits in this world? Lina's heavily made-up little face was full of disdain. She didn't believe in evil spirits or the Bureau of Weirdness at all. The companions on the side of the forehead did not say anything, but they also agreed with it. And they also did not believe in this so-called bizarre bureau. These people were really looking for death. They had come here to add to the master's workload, and now they had this face. It's not their fault that the people around me, too, don't believe in the existence of monsters, much less this invisible evil spirit. Those who don't know have no fear. This kind of mentality is quite good, but running here is looking for death. Master, leave them alone. Let them fend for themselves. I reckon by the time the night is over, these guys are going to be pissing their pants. Their words caused the audience to shake their heads. In a place like this, if you don't believe in the Bureau of Trickery, you'll die sooner or later. Lin Zixuan shook his head helplessly after hearing this and said, "When did you guys get here?" Lin Hai hurriedly said, "Yesterday. I rested here last night and prepared to go into Fengmen village today. Don't believe it is? But this is an official person, and it's time to answer." Yesterday? Lin Zixuan frowned and sized up the 5 people. Strange. In a place like this, resting for a night didn't do anything at all. Could it be that? Walk quickly into the temple. Lin Zixuan's face instantly became grave. There was only an offering table in the temple, and a stone statue that was incredibly familiar to him. That's the ancestral divine master, Zhang Daoling. That's the first divine master. It was rumored that Zhang Daoling was so powerful that he could go up to heaven and down to hell, and was the existence of a land god. But why is the stone statue of Zhang Daoling's ancestral heavenly master here? What was even stranger was that Lin Zixuan had searched the entire network, and there was not a single one of those heavenly orthodox immortals or Buddhist bodhisattvas incense places. This world didn't even have Taoism, as if it had been erased by some being. Now that the hell was in chaos, the statue of Zhang Daoling's ancestral heavenly master suddenly appeared here, which caused Lin Zixuan to be filled with doubt and a bit of panic. Looking at the statue of the ancestral heavenly master in front of him, Lin Zixuan remained speechless and silent for a long time. Seeing this, the first captain went up in confusion and said, "Chief, what's the matter?" Lin Zixuan reached out and said, "Bring me 3 pillars of incense." Good. A moment later, the first captain took 3 pillars of incense out of the package and handed them to him. Lin Zixuan touched his finger and a flame rose, burning these 3 pillars of incense, worshipping and inserting them into the incense burner. In the next second, the ancestral heavenly master statue's eyes flashed, the surroundings shifted in an instant, and Lin Zixuan came to a white space in one place. Cultivation so low? A bashful voice resounded in this space. Lin Zixuan hurriedly calmed down. He didn't know what the hell was going on. How in a split second's time, he had arrived here. "You are who you are." "Oh, who am I? Who do you say I am?" A white figure appeared in front of the eyes, holding a duster, a white esoteric Taoist dress, Taoist bones and immortal wind, between the face like a 70-something-year-old. Lin Zixuan stared at this already and broke out. "Zhang Daoling, ancestral heavenly master, you are still alive." Zhang Daoling smiled faintly, and with a flash of his figure, he came to his side, looked him up and down, sighed and shook his head, saying, "Talent top grade,
Cultivation is only at the human master stage. This alas. Lin Zixuan smiled awkwardly and said, Ancestor, I've only just entered cultivation. Talent is innate. There's nothing I can do about it. By the way, Ancestor, are you an immortal now? Say yes and say no. Zhang Daoling answered him in an ambiguous manner, and supervised him and said, Kid, what is the situation outside today? Lin Zixuan quickly said, Ghosts and monsters are prevalent. Monsters have appeared all over the world. The most important thing is that the whole world about ghosts and monsters, all the information disappeared. The Buddhist and Taoist land disappeared. The whole world is just me, a cultivator. Ancestor, what is going on? Zhang Daoling couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. Looking up at the white space, his gaze seemed to penetrate through the past to see something, and muttered, It really did happen after all. Lin Zixuan heard this and immediately said urgently, Ancestor Master, what happened? Is the hell in chaos? Zhang Daoling looked back at him and said seriously, You can't know. Knowing more is not good for you. Remember, never cast spells about hell. Why? Where's the why? Why do you keep dragging me here to play riddles with me? Oh, Zhang Daoling smiled and said, Kid, I believe in you. Now the whole world has changed. Now only you can practice, so forget it. I don't know if you can succeed. The dead horse is a living horse. I can only pin it on you. The corner of Lin Zixuan's mouth twitched. What was this ancestor saying? Why can't I understand a word? What do you mean? Dao, ancestor, can you make it clear? Zhang Daoling shook his head and said, I can't, unless you want to die immediately. I'll tell you. Well, I'm sure you can succeed. Lin Zixuan was helpless for a while, too lazy to ask what was going on, and he had some guesses from his tribe. There must have been a big change in the world a long time ago which caused everything to be erased. One who could achieve such a degree must be a great man of monstrous strength. After thinking about it, he said, Ancestor, since you won't tell me, can you tell me what I should do next? And Zhang Daoling no longer refused, nodded his head and said, The next thing you do is to cultivate well. Hurry to raise your strength up. Now that the aura is starting to recover, you must raise your strength to a celestial master before the aura recovers. Otherwise you won't be able to cope with the crisis. I'll tell you one more thing. In the land of the Kushu, there are countless hidden secret realms. It's a chance for you to raise your strength, and also, to protect the Kushu. As he spoke, Zhang Daoling's body began to be illusory. Seeing this, Lin Zixuan hurriedly asked the next question, saying, Ancestor Master, then what is this place? Is it suppressing something? Zhang Daoling laughed, That's right. A long time ago I suppressed an evil king here. Protect this place. Don't let the evil king escape. Otherwise it will be a hell on earth. The exact address is under the formation. The town I in the... Before he could finish, Zhang Daoling disappeared into photons of light a little bit. Director! Lin Zixuan came back to reality and looked around. When the captain saw him wake up, he quickly said, Chief, what's wrong with you? Lin Zixuan waved his hand and said, It's fine. I got lost in thought. Walking out of the temple, he came to the edge of the cliff and looked at the village of Fengmen in the distance, his heart grumbling immensely. Really? Can't you finish your sentence before you disappear? Where is the eye of the formation? And the one who suppresses is still the evil king. You really look up to me. I'm a district human master. How can I protect this formation? Lin Zixuan rubbed his head. Evil king? That was not in existence to be messed with. Alas, it must be resolved as soon as possible, or if this evil king comes out, it's over. Turning around, he said, You guys, hurry up and leave this place. If you encounter danger, I can't guarantee that I can protect you. The 5 Lin Hai people looked at each other. Lina hummed, We originally came here to explore this sealed gate village. How can we just go back? You don't have to scare us. What danger can there be here? Lin Zixuan frowned. These people really didn't know whether to die or not. Forget it, since they wanted to die, they couldn't stop themselves. Waving his hand, he said, In that case, you guys take care of yourselves. Let's go. With 10 captains in tow, he headed towards the sealed gate village. Nana, why don't we just go? Soho got a little scared too. Lena saw this and comforted. Don't worry, how can there be danger here? He's just lying to us. Yeah, it can't be dangerous. Let's go in. Don't worry, Soho, we'll protect you. The 3 boys rushed to comfort them, a glint in their eyes. These 3 boys, with 2 girls in tow, are not simply exploring, I guess Back to Lin Zixuan's side. At this time, they were heading straight into Fengmen village from the path. The first sergeant at the side said, Chief, do you really not care about them? After all, it's on the air now, and if it's publicized, it could have a bad impact. Lin Zixuan shook his head and said, We've already warned them, but they're bent on having their way. there's nothing I can do about it. And then again, solving the bizarre incident here is very important. And if not handled properly, it will be even more dangerous than the one in the southern battle zone.
The captains of the crowd were stunned at the words. They had known a little bit about the borderland of the southern war zone, although they didn't know exactly what had happened. But by turning on the first level of alert, they understood how terrifying the bizarre events over there were. And now, the sealed gate village would be even more terrifying than that of the southern battle area, which undoubtedly made the captains nervous. The senior captain whispered from the sidelines, "Director, if they are in danger, should we save them then?" Lin Zixuan said expressionlessly, "Which is more important, the lives of 5 people, or thousands or tens of thousands of lives?" The first captain fell silent at his words and looked back at the 5 men who were descending the mountain, knowing in his heart what to do. Those 5. When it's time to give up, it's time to give up. Live in the booth. "What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? What's going on in the Southern Theater?" "Never mind. It might be a confidential document. The master can't say. But I can see that the weird events in Fengmen village are important. These 5 people. What a burden. Tell them to go and not go. This is not a delay, is not. Laughing pride literature. What do you care? How can you stop them if they want to die? The problem is, you have to change the place to find death." Crowds of netizens are angry at these 5 people. "Ben, it's dangerous to come here. And when you're in danger, the master has to divide his efforts to protect it. It's like 5 dragons." Everyone also hoped that the master would leave them alone, even if they were in danger, and that solving the bizarre incident was most important. And after Lin Zixuan's group had walked for a while, they finally arrived at Fengmen village, and at a glance, the weeds were overgrown and the houses were in shambles. It was extremely quiet, so quiet that it was a bit eerie, and there wasn't even a hint of a living thing except for the lot of them. In a barren place like this, without a single human being, it was logical that bugs and these creatures should be very abundant. But here's the weird thing, you can't see a single bug, either on the floor or in the house. Lin Zixuan looked at the sky. There was still a long time until dark. It was still relatively safe now. When it was night, the yin qi would increase violently, and the ghosts and monsters would appear with it. But even in the daytime, these ghosts and goblins are hiding somewhere, waiting for their prey to take the bait. The great sword, the talisman, the cow's tears, and my weapon. Good chief. The 10 captains put down their packages and took out a piece of equipment, which the rest of the captains collected and dropped cow tears in their eyes. Lin Zixuan took over his weapons, carrying the money sword and the 100 years peachwood sword behind his back, the heavenly sun sword worn on his waist, and the jade seal in his arms. With that look, it really looks like a swordsman. After the preparations, Lin Zixuan thought about it. A group of 10 captains follow me, looking for all the strange things, such as what is painted on the ground, or anything that looks strange to tell me. If you encounter an evil spirit, immediately release the signal flare, regardless of whether the evil spirit is weak or strong. Not allowed to try to be strong. Departure. The crowd grabbed their gear and headed in their respective directions. Lin Zixuan watched them leave one by one. To be honest, he really didn't want to split up in this kind of dangerous place, but this was the only way to find the formation faster. Shaking his head, he said, "Come on, let's look around too." Taking the 10 captains with him, he searched from room to room. Although Fengmen village was not big, there was still a few hundred houses covering a large area, and trying to find the eye of the formation was not something that could be found in a short period of time. Lin Zixuan pushed open the door to a room and frowned. A strong and unpleasant smell of decay permeated inside. After cruising around, there was nothing more than some broken furniture. "Chief, look at that thing." Captain 10 reaches out and points to a corner. Lin Zixuan sniffed his gaze and stared. It was a the coffin, covered with a yellow amulet, though it had lost its color with the passage of time. However, he could feel that the yellow talisman had a trace of mana in it. Stepping forward, he reached up and touched the black coffin. The cold, piercing temperature coming from his hand. It seems to be sealing something, a coffin if you will. Could it be a zombie? Looking at the yellow talisman, Lin Zixuan took out a jute pen and a new talisman and quickly drew on it. What he was going to draw was an evil suppressing talisman, specifically for sealing evil spirits or zombies. The yellow talisman on the black coffin will probably lose its effect after a while. Nowadays, he didn't have time to destroy what was inside, so he could only suppress it first and deal with the eyes of the formation before dealing with this coffin. A few moments later, an evil suppressing talisman was drawn, and it was affixed to it. The black coffin shuddered for a split second, as if what was inside was angry. After all, the old yellow talisman was about to lose its effect, and it was about to break out of the coffin. But now, a new evil suppressing talisman was put on it, which caused it to never come out again. Lin Zixuan said in a cold voice, stay well inside.
Trying to come out. That's impossible. After doing so, he walked out of the house, and the other captains looked around warily, and with the drops of cow's tears, the netherworld could be seen, entered one room to check it out, but found nothing and encountered no danger. It seems that during the day, the ghosts and goblins here don't want to come out and are resting somewhere in hiding. The 3 men and 2 women, also from another direction, entered Fengmen village, and the quiet surroundings made them feel a hint of fear. That didn't stop them from continuing their adventure though, and unlike the warriors, they walked into the room with big grins to check it out, laughing literature, until he walked into the room where Lin Zixuan had sealed the coffin. I'll go. Why is there a coffin in this room? Lin Hai's 5 people also noticed the coffin. Chen Hu went up to look at it and said, I do not know, but how to stick a yellow talisman. Meng Hao sat on the coffin without a care in the world and casually said, screw the yellow talisman or not. You guys, will there be treasures inside this coffin? Li Na gave him a blank look and said, it's only strange that there are treasures. I guess it's corpses. So ho, what do you think? Sui shook his head and said, Meng Hao, you'd better come down. This is a coffin. If there's a corpse inside, it's a great disrespect to people. Oh well. Meng Hao scratched his head and laughed, but when he came down, he ripped off the yellow talisman. You don't feel anything unusual? The surrounding area was peaceful and quiet, no different from a deserted village, and it was hard to imagine that it was dangerous. Didn't the master say? It's daytime now, and the real danger is expected to arise at night. I'm going to walk less at night. I'm really afraid of walking down the street and having a figment appear out of nowhere. SSSH, don't scare me. I don't dare to go out at night when you say that. Che, talk as if you're safe if you don't go out. Maybe the evil spirits show up at your house. Fuck off. Evil spirits are the ones who show up at your house. The live stream was hotly discussing Sealed Door Village, and Lin Zixuan searched several houses in a row, but he didn't find any other anomalies. Even the shadow of the formation eye couldn't be seen at all. It made him wonder where the hell these evil spirits were hiding. They shouldn't be able to touch any of them? Looks like we'll have to take another look at it tonight. Lin Zixuan also stopped searching and prepared to find a place to establish a safe area. Otherwise he would have to run around at night. Just about ready to go find a suitable place to set up a safe area. Bang! Ah! The fall of something heavy rang out violently, followed by the woman's shriek. Lin Zixuan's face turned blue, judging from the direction of the voice. It was the place where he had sealed that black coffin. On top of that, there was a woman's voice, so that meant that it was those 5 people. Damn! They're not gonna rip off the yellow talisman, are they? The more he thought about it, the more likely it was, and he greeted the 10 captains to follow him in a hurry. A quick run back outside the house with the black coffin, and the 5 men were running out in a panic. Seeing Lin Zixuan, immediately those 5 people were ecstatic and shouted, help us, there's a monster. Before he could finish, a green figure, in a flash, jumped out violently from the house. Lin Zixuan's gaze condensed. It was actually a green stiff. No wonder he was sealed inside the coffin. Send up a flare and call everyone over. Yes, director. Before the 10 captains could say anything, they had already taken out their flares and shot them into the sky, instantly sending fireworks in all directions. Roar! Green stiff hissed and jumped towards those 5 people. Very fast, jumping at least 4 or 5 stories high. Damn it! Looking for trouble. Lin Zixuan took out his mahogany sword enchanted. Urgent! There was a flash of yellow light in 3. The talisman flew out in a flash, turning into a blazing fireball towards the green stiff. Bang bang bang! Under a bombardment, the green stiffs retreated back one after another, only to see their bodies scorched and blackened. But not much damage was done. But those 5 people also escaped, or else they would have been corpseified if they came a little later. However, this also caused the green stiff to become even angrier, shifting his target and jumping towards Lin Zixuan. Back up! Dye the ink thread with black dog blood. Lin Zixuan finished his quick order and rushed forward with his peachwood sword in hand. The 10 captains hastened to do the same. Lin Zixuan performed the light body spell. The pace is light to avoid the claws of the green stiff. The green stiff can be different from the white stiff. The deep green nails are full of corpse poison. Once caught, if not dealt with in a hurry, it will become a zombie. Bear! After dodging one of the green stiff's attacks, the 2 magic weapons in hand instantly gave the green stiff a crosscut. White smoke rose from the green stiff's body and he hissed in pain. At this moment, it realized that the person in front of it was exactly the same as the one who had sealed itself, and that those 2 swords were extremely harmful to it, plus sealing for many years. Although at the Sealing Gate village this Inchi rich place, but the sealing place picked extremely well. Inchi can not cohesion too much to that. Laughing pride literature. Plus the roof was even broken through a hole, gathering sunlight on the coffin, and it had long been weakened by the accumulation of days and months. It mentally retreated,
wanting to wait until it had recovered itself to find trouble with this Taoist priest.
And at this moment, Lin Zixuan was surrounded by talismans, light added to his body, and when a talisman bombarded over, he chopped once more.
Make the green stiff is very annoying.
How to catch cannot catch, passive beating, incomparable difficult. Under a fight, it was clear which was stronger or weaker, but Lin Zixuan also took advantage. Otherwise the green stiff in its heyday would not be easy to deal with. In the live broadcast room, the netizens are overjoyed to watch.
Comparable to Hollywood blockbusters.
No, more exciting than Hollywood. After all, this is real, not special effects. Master, these two swords are so handsome to play with. This monster is a zombie, right? How come it's different from the previous one? How come the face?
Maybe this zombie was green in life and became like this after death.
You've got a good point there. It's pathetic. Ha ha ha.
And at this moment, the rest of the captains rushed over,
just in time to see the chief fighting the monster. Director,
and the green stiffs saw so many people coming, and each of them had a weapon in their hands that could do damage to them.
Now it can't even leave if it doesn't want to. Instantly breaking away from Lin Zixuan's attack, he fled towards his back with a jump. Lin Zixuan's face changed. It's not good. It's going to escape. Go after it, or it will hide in the dark and be unfavorable to us.
Lin Zixuan took a step and jumped, stepping on the roof to quickly chase after him, exerting the lightness incantation with all his might. His speed was even faster. The 10 captains also rushed over and took a shortcut to surround the green stiff. Only the 5 men were left staring in disbelief. Lin Hai was dumbfounded. There really are monsters here.
Soho's white forehead was covered with fine sweat, clutching Lina's arm in fear. Let's leave here.
I'm afraid there's more than one monster here. At her words, the others nodded their heads.
If it wasn't for the Trickster Bureau, I'm afraid they would have died here. Hurriedly packed up and returned the same way. But to their horror, the road disappeared. There were cliffs all around and no way out, which scared them. What to do? What to do? I told you I didn't want to come over. Whoops, I can't get out. Am I going to die? 5 people hammered the cliff wall. Regret died. Obviously official said here dangerous. They still want to come over. This is self-seeking death. Lin Hai, who was on the side, thought of something and said in surprise, wait, we can't die yet. Have you guys forgotten about the people from the Trickster Bureau? We can go seek their protection. The rest of the people stood up violently at the words, hope in their eyes. Lina hurriedly said, then let's go find them quickly. Soho hesitated and said, but if we don't listen to them, will they still protect us?
Will, Lin Hai firmly said, they are from the Trickster Bureau,
specialized in protecting us. It's okay. Alright, let's hurry over to them, or if another monster appears,
the 5 of us will die in this sealed gate village.
Yeah, go.
The 5 of them retraced their steps back to the sealed gate village and rushed over towards the great commotion.
And at that moment,
Lin Zixuan's crowd had finally surrounded this green stiff.
Looking for an opportunity, Lin Zixuan chopped over with his sword,
and the green stiff inexorably rejoined the ground.
10 captains took out the dyed ink thread. One person took one side and crossed it into a triangle to wrap around the zombie. Lin Zixuan's gaze was tightly fixed,
afraid that the green zombie would jump away without paying attention.
The 10th captain hastily took out the ink thread and pulled out the thread,
which carried a small stone, and threw it,
with slight force, at its captain,
and threw them 2 ink cartridges as well,
which the 2 captains took and did as he had done. In a flash,
a triangle formed in the center of the 3 red lines.
Pull! The 6 captains sniffed and instantly pulled hard,
the center triangle instantly contracting as the red thread wrapped around the green stiff.
There. As soon as they touched,
the green stiff's body crackled like a firecracker, and white smoke filled the air.
Taking damage,
the green stiff struggled violently in pain,
trying to break free from the red thread's entanglement. But Lin Zixuan, who was waiting on the side, would not let it succeed, and under the wave of the peachwood sword, 3 talismans came out in a smooth manner. With a flash of yellow light, the talisman transformed into sword chi,
and the 3 sword chi stabbed violently. The green stiff was unable to avoid it and was stabbed into his body alive.
Roar!
The green stiff hissed in pain,
bursting out of nowhere,
looking around and grabbing the red thread with his hand. But the next moment the golden light lit up and the blazing temperature scorched his hand.
Seeing this, Lin Zixuan understood what it wanted to do and drank. Pull it. It can't be pulled over by it.
The 6 captains sniffed and stomped dead center on the ground,
their bodies leaning back and gripping the red line tightly. Lin Zixuan put away the money sword.
His 2 fingers slowly scratched across the mahogany sword's body,
his face extremely serious.
Heaven and earth have no limits.
Qiankuan borrows the law. Dharma is born from the heart. Tai Heavenly Father. Urgent. The jade seal in his arms was hot for a while, borrowing power from heaven and earth. He didn't have that strength. With the help of the jade seal, ordering the world, or barely, in an instant, an invisible and colorless power instantly descended, and the mahogany sword instantly flashed with golden light. The green stiff saw this and became fearful. The aura coming from the mahogany sword made it feel endlessly threatened. Imperial. Lin Zixuan didn't even give it a single chance. Letting go of the peachwood sword and pointing both fingers at the green stiff, the mahogany sword flashes under the golden light violently disappeared, cut through the air. The speed of the naked eye is not visible like a flash to reach the front of the green stiff, and the body, which was comparable to an alloy, penetrated as if it were a tofu. Into it. The green stiff's body was shaken, and his struggles became weaker and weaker, and the yin qi in his body quickly dissipated into thin air. Lin Zixuan relaxed and waved his hand and said, "Loosen up, and put the ink thread away." Seeing that the zombie really paralyzed, the captains of the crowd were relieved and walked over to put the red thread away. Lin Zixuan stepped forward to check this green stiff. His face was hideous, and he couldn't see a human face, but with the clothes he was wearing, he could vaguely tell that this green stiff seemed to be from the feudal dynasty period, but which dynasty he could not understand, so he had to let someone take a picture and go back to find someone to ask. Then began to explain, "I'll tell you about the level of zombies. Zombies, divided into white stiffs, black stiffs, green stiffs, hairy stiffs, flying stiffs, wandering corpses, etc. Green stiffs are a big threat, with great speed and jumping. To tell you the do's and don'ts, zombies are characterized by fingernails, teeth and eyes. Once you realize it's a zombie, hold your breath and run for help, and that is, if any place, appeared after the death of a person's neck was bitten out of 2 holes. Remember, he has been poisoned by the corpse. Do not hurry to cremation. Will become a zombie. This you must remember. The zombie's nails and teeth contain corpse poison. Must not be caught. If once caught, quickly take the authentic glutinous rice to cover. Corpse poison can be dissipated." The captains nodded and hurriedly made a note to go back and tell their team members as well. Live in the booth. There are so many levels of zombies, it's a real eye-opener. But the third-ranked green stiff, why do I feel so weak? It's a bit not much stronger than that white stiff last time. This green stiff, that must be the master is powerful. There are 10 warriors to assist. A mere green stiff, not worth mentioning. Right on. But this zombie is still poisonous. I was not expecting. If I was caught, I would not become a zombie? Gee, that's scary. The master said that glutinous rice can cure poison, so I'll hurry and get some. All the netizens have gone to the rice store to buy glutinous rice, and for a while the glutinous rice was snapped up, making the owner of the rice store smile and not be able to find his teeth. It can't be helped. It's just that zombies are too scary to be caught. One moment, it will turn into that inhuman ghost-like zombie. Who would want to turn into that thing? Leaving aside for the moment, while Lin Zixuan clamped a talisman with both of his fingers and then threw it onto the green stiff. Instantly flames erupted out, burning the green stiff's body violently. Retrieving his weapon, Lin Zixuan smiled lightly and said, "Well, let's go find a more open place to establish a safe area, and we'll look for it at night. It's broad daylight, and these evil spirits don't appear, so we can only wait for the night to take a look." "Good chief. Chief, let's go outside. It's emptier and farther away." Lin Zixuan shook his head and said, "We can't go outside this safe area. If there's danger, stay inside. The evil spirits won't dare to go in. Besides, we still have to search for the sealed door village. If you establish it outside, I'm afraid that the evil spirits will kill you before you arrive. So I suggest the center of Fengmen village so that you can also reach the safe area when you encounter danger. It's better for the chief to be considerate. So let's head to the center. Let's go." Just as the crowd packed up their things and prepared to head to the center of the sealed gate village. "Hey, wait a minute." The crowd's gazes were met with a frown. Lin Hai 5 people panted and ran to the front, full of smiles and said, "We can't walk out. Can you protect us for a bit?" "Can't get out?" Lin Zixuan frowned and asked, "Did you guys enter that room and rip the yellow talisman off the black coffin?" Manhwa was ashamed. Yes I am." Lin Zixuan was helpless for a while. "It was really them. That is what I used to seal this zombie. You guys served." The 5 lowered their heads in shame. With these words, the netizens exploded. "Crap Nima, what kind of people are these? I would have let you leave, not leave and make trouble. This is purely pure to make trouble. The master are sealed this zombie. Good guy, by these 5 people to unseal, let the zombie ran out. I really do not want to curse. Cursing, straight up cursing. I told you that if these 5 people don't leave, it will definitely affect the master and the others. I'm really convinced that these people still have the face to come back to the master for protection. Just now I should let the zombie bite them to death. Protect? Protect? My ass. Masters don't protect them. Yeah, leave them to their own devices. Lin Zixuan couldn't see the words of the netizens,
but he couldn't just say on the air that he wouldn't save them and leave them to fend for themselves.
Looking at the 5 people in front of him, with that hopeful gaze, his heart was angry, but there was nothing he could do. Nodded, Captain 9, bring it on, keep an eye on them, know what I mean. Understood.
The 10th captain revealed a hint of a smile.
Of course he understood what the director was trying to say,
that he was afraid that these 5 people would run around and affect their work.
Lin Zixuan thought of something and asked, what happened when you guys said you weren't going outside? Lin Hai hurriedly said, we don't know how things, we want to go back the same way, but the way back is gone. It's all cliffs blocking us. Oh, Lin Zixuan thought about it after hearing it.
This is most likely another illusion of a ghost hitting the wall.
It seems that the evil spirits here don't want them to go out. Looking at these 5 people,
a plan came out in his mind and nodded his head.
I know. When we finish this side of things, we will take you guys out. The 5 of you follow him, wherever he goes you go.
Li Na was anxious when she heard this and hurriedly said,
can't you send us out first? Lin Zixuan grunted and said, we didn't let you in the first place. Now we don't have time to send you out. Well, follow you or not. We have work to do. Let's go. Laughing Pride Literature. When he finished, he turned to leave. The 9 captains followed.
The 9 captains looked at them blandly. The 5 would surely follow or they wouldn't survive the night.
Lena burst into anger and complained. What a man! How much time can we waste by sending us out? Lin Hai consoled. Alright, it's our fault after all. Let's just follow it.
The 5 had no choice but to follow.
While Lin Zixuan pondered things, since there was an evil king suppressed here, all the evil spirits here should be following the evil king's orders.
The evil king had been suppressed for so many years and was definitely trying to find a way to escape from here.
But what was the evil king thinking of escaping?
Lin Zixuan searched his mind for a sealing spell formation,
and in no time,
he found one that used feng shui as a sealing spell.
This formation, which is set up with the earth's veins, like the sealed gate village, is a mountain as a formation,
with the sealed gate village as the eye of the formation,
which seals the evil spirits in a space under the ground. The memories, in addition to how to set up such a formation, also recorded how to breaking. First,
destroy the eye of the formation.
Second, destroying the earth's veins. Destroying the earth veins would be impossible, unless the 3 peaks could be destroyed to do so. Then there's only the first one, destroying the eye of the formation. So how would the evil king do it? Lin Zixuan brought himself to the evil king. If he was sealed, how should he destroy the eye of the formation? Fengmen village. Deserted. No sunlight. Strange disappearance of explorers. Ghosts hitting the wall. A trail of clues quickly assembled in the mind's eye. Boom!
A bolt of lightning crossed the mind.
The corners of Lin Zixuan's mouth rose. He finally knew how this evil king could destroy the eye of the formation.
And he also knew how he should go about finding the eye of the formation. I hope that this evil king is still a little bit worse. Otherwise, if the array eye is destroyed and finished,
then there is really no hope.
He doesn't have the strength to set up this kind of feng shui array, not to mention that he also needs a piece of treasure to be the array eye.
Taking a deep breath, everything would wait until night, and the night would be vicious. After a while, the crowd arrived at the center of Fengmen village, where a large withered willow tree with a body that required 3 or 4 people to hold it, but it was bare, not a leaf in sight, and gave off a dead air. And this happens to be an open space. Lin Zixuan looked at the sky and wondered if it would rain here.
With a sweep of his eyes, he selected a modest house just 10 meters away from the big willow tree.
Walking up, the crowd followed. Lin Zixuan pushed open the door to his room. His brows furrowed and he fanned his right hand.
The smell was too strong. The furnishings in the house are also very simple.
Some tables and chairs and benches, covered with a thick layer of ash. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Let's just leave it here. There's no problem at all in accommodating a dozen people. Okay, Chief, what do you need us to do? Later, I'll draw some evil suppressing talismans,
and you'll stick them on the windows,
doors, and roof, inside, not outside, and reinforce the windows and doors. Okay, any more? Lin Zixuan looked at the house and thought about it, and after feeling that there was no missing, he said, no, take the things out I draw the talisman, and then do what you need to do what you need to do.
The 10th captain came forward with the parcel,
wiped the dust off the table, and set the vermilion quill, ink, yellow paper, and inkstone in the parcel on the table one by one. Looking inside the package, Lin Zixuan said, give the 5 of them a golden light talisman each.
There was a slight hint of displeasure among the captain's looks at the words,
and these golden. The light talisman can withstand 2 or 3 attacks from an evil spirit, but only one if it is a spiteful spirit. But here, it was already a means of saving their lives, and the director hadn't drawn many of them, with only about 7 or 8 as spares, in addition to distributing one to each of them. Moreover, these golden light talismans, all drawn by the director with great effort and dedication, were prepared for this operation, and now that 5 of them had been distributed, there were only 2 or 3 left as spares. However, as warriors of the country of Kushu, protecting the people was naturally the first priority, but insubordination like this, not heeding the warnings of the Trickster Bureau, really made it hard for them to be happy about it. Hurry up! What are you waiting for? Lin Zixuan sat on the stool and urged. Oh, Captain 9 helplessly took out 5 golden light talismans, which were folded into triangles and placed in his arms, so that when he encountered danger, he could automatically defend himself. When he came to the door, he heartily handed them the golden light talisman and said, "Here, put it in your arms." Lin Hai 5 people curiously took it, measuring some doubts. What is this thing? 9 Captain's face expressionless said, life preservation. As long as you stay in the house. And this talisman, enough to ensure that you are safe and sound. And, when you go out, return the talisman to us. They didn't think to give it back. Isn't this just a piece of yellow paper? How do you save your life? Captain 9 didn't have that kind of time to explain to them. He had things to do. In the live broadcast room, the netizens were also curious about the golden light talisman. What is the golden light charm? I don't know, but judging by the heartache of the warriors, it should be something important. It should be. Didn't you see Captain 9 said to return it when it goes out? Captain 10, explain this to us. Ask for an explanation and I'll go back. And the 10 Captain is finishing the equipment. See the pop-up screen. Smiled and had to explain to them. Line. I'll give you guys. The golden light talisman is a defense. Life preservation things. If there is a danger, the golden light talisman will automatically appear barrier defense. The degree of defense. You just need to know that the bullets cannot be broken in a short period of time on the line. Crap. So awesome. Cow punching. Even bullets can be blocked. No wonder it's so important. No wonder the warriors are so distressed. It would hurt me too. It's just another life. I want it so bad. Captain 10, ask for me. How much for one? I'll buy one. I'm going to buy one too. I'll take it too. 6 of the captains went out to look for something to reinforce the doors and windows of the room, while the remaining 4 waited for his orders. And for the guarding of the 5 men, Lin Zixuan was fully concentrated on drawing the talisman. Force and spirit condensed in the vermilion brush, a horizontal and a horizontal stroke, drawing arcane runes on the yellow talisman. It took a short time to draw an evil-suppressing talisman, and one could be drawn in 10 minutes or so. However, if you want to suppress this house, you need about dozens of evil-suppressing talismans, and after you finish drawing them, it's almost dusk. After each drawing, the captains took it and stuck it in place. The 5 men on the sidelines, looking on curiously, wanted to go up and see what he was drawing, but he was met with a cold glare. The director needs quiet and must not be disturbed. We'll just look and not talk. No way. Lin Hai, Lina 5 people had to find a corner to rest, but the modern life, just sitting, as if the days are like years, sitting like a needle. Smile literature. It's so boring. I'd better find a movie to watch. Meng Hao took out his cell phone but found that there was no signal at all, and was surprised. Strange. Why is there no signal? The rest of them rushed to check it out and panicked. No one had a signal. That's not right. It was there in the mountains. Why isn't it here? Look guys, those uncle's devices. They seem to have a signal? Soho noticed the 10 captains fiddling with their devices and whispered. Looking at my cell phone and then at the device over there. Could it be high-end to get a signal? That should be it. It's not surprising at all that a big department like the Creepy Bureau has high-end technological equipment. Not to mention that the signals received by the high-end goods must be countless times stronger than these cell phones of theirs. But there's no signal, so I can't play with my cell phone. If you can't play with your cell phone, you have to sit and stare. Then sit and stare and wait for that time to pass by the second. It's hell for lowlifes. And at this time, Chen Hu heatedly laughed. Fortunately, I downloaded the novel, but also can watch offline mode. See tomorrow is no problem. This issue tells us that those of you with computers and cell phones please remember to download standalone games, TV shows, and movies or else you'll just have to experience hell like these 4. Watching him get carried away, the 4 of them glared at him angrily, but Chen Hu grunted lightly and lay on the quilt, looking sideways at his cell phone. Quadruple, math. But nah, face to face, there's nothing to be done. Days is days. Meng Hao was bored and came to the side of the 10th captain, looked at the screen he was fiddling with, took a closer look, and froze. Live broadcast? Captain 10 looked back at him and said, something wrong? Meng Hao returned to his senses and couldn't believe it. There's no signal here. How did you start a live broadcast? Big brother? High-end goods. High-end goods. But open live is not a bit outrageous, ah? The three people who were fuming on the sidelines heard this and followed. Really live picture, ah? Brother, you this equipment, ah? Connected to the satellite? The tent captain grunted lightly. It was indeed advanced equipment, but it was just as useless here. Continuing to look at the screen, he said, our director has his own way. If you guys are fine, go to sleep. And when you wake up, you should almost be able to go back. The five of them were speechless for a while. If only they could fall asleep. But when they thought of the monsters that existed here, they didn't dare to fall asleep at all. I'm afraid that if I fall asleep, I'll really stay asleep. Uncle, I can't sleep. Can you get us a cell phone signal too? Aha! The corner of the tent captain's mouth twitched when he heard this address. He was only 23 today, a sentence that aged him 10 years. Shaking his head, he refused mercilessly. No, this requires the consent of our director and only the director. Oh, four people went back disappointed. Live in the booth. These people don't stay honest. Play with their fucking cell phones. Can't live without them? You can't say that. If it were me, I really can't stay in such a dangerous place without my cell phone. Ask you can bear to sit for an hour without playing with your cell phone? Can't try. Can't try. Unless there's a beautiful woman doing the exercise. Had ha. Upstairs, please do the exercise? Oh, the sport of making clams foam. TSK, TSK, TSK. Hiss, this car is going so fast. I'm getting off. This is not the bus to kindergarten. I can't get off. I've welded the door shut. Driver, now heading to the trail in the forest where there is a creek. It's slippery and sticky, so hold on to your handrails. It's a big drop. Crap, crap, crap. The car's going too fast. Slow down a little bit. The tent captain looked at the pop-up screen for a while speechless. These netizens, really a word to drive. Warned, you settle down. Drive again. I will let people to invite you to drink tea. Drink, loan word. What tea? I'll go too. But, go. And free food, drink and lodging. Ha ha ha. Ahem. The car was so fast, I almost threw up. Puke what? Milk? Top wind ah. 10 Captain I report. This drive up again. Slander, you're slandering. Watch out, I'll sue you. Ha ha ha. Captain 10 shook his head, no longer bothering with the netizens, and continued to organize his equipment. Grab a wireless camera and step outside and install cameras everywhere, centered around the house. These cameras had spells placed on them by Lin Zixuan and would not be affected by the yin qi. When it's nighttime, you can be in the house and watch what's going on around you. And with the passage of time, a talisman of evil is pasted on windows and doors. It was also getting dark. It was only mid-5 now and the sky was already half dark. The temperature dropped straight down, and the overcast wind blew, bringing up fine sand to strike the house with an intimidating ring. Fomen village was shrouded in darkness at the moment, without a single bright light, and the yin qi was suddenly thick. The 5 Lin Hai, who had eaten their dry food, looked outside through the gap in the window, and the pitch blackness frightened them. Smile literature. Director, there's a situation. Lin Zixuan, who was resting, immediately opened his eyes when he heard the sound and took a few steps to the side of Captain 10. The 10th captain pointed to the screen, a piece of the surveillance screen, and said, Director, you see, although it was pitch black outside, the camera had infrared light and could clearly see the house off to the side. And in the image the camera captured, a shadowy figure slowly floated by. More than one. Shadows also appeared one after another in other picture areas. And although it was impossible to see what the shadows looked like, everyone knew that they were all evil spirits. Lin Zixuan's face stared slightly and said, It seems like there are quite a few evil spirits here. Commissioner, do it? Wait a little longer and keep watching to see if there is a pattern to where they go. Good. Lin Zixuan turned his head to look at the 5. Some hesitation in his eyes as he wondered if he should utilize them for a bit. But if we don't do it, we won't be able to find where the evil king's place is. Hesitantly, he pulled the first captain aside and whispered something in his ear. The first captain's eyes widened after hearing this, glanced at the 5 men, and whispered, Chief, this isn't good, is it? If word gets out, I'll take the responsibility. It's dark outside. Yeah, it's eerie and scary, and it's a good thing we're not out there by ourselves. If we were still out there, we'd probably be done for. The 5 sat in the corner muttering. Lin Zixuan stuck his hands in his pockets and looked at the surveillance screen as the evil spirits increased little by little while there wasn't a single sound from outside. From the outside, in the entire Fengmen village, this room was the only one with only bright light. On top of that, these evil spirits seemed to have received some sort of instruction and were walking towards Lin Zixuan's side. Within moments, evil spirits began to rush into the house. Yikes, the door to the room shuddered, and the talisman suddenly lit up. followed by a piercing sound. Instantly everyone was startled and their eyes went to the door of the room. And the 5 Lin Hai people were already cowering in the corner, trembling and not daring to move. What's that? No, I don't know. It should be monsters. Can they really? What else can we do now but trust the Bureau of Tricksters? The second captain watched as talismans lit up everywhere in the room, and ear-piercing, miserable, unearthly, unpleasant sounds rang out. Gruffly, "Secretary, what should we do?" "Dry?" Lin Zixuan took a deep breath and nodded slightly before giving the first captain a look, signaling that he was ready to execute. A hint of intolerance surfaced on the first captain's steely face, but the greater good was at stake and he nodded darkly. "First captain and ninth captain, protect them. Everyone else, kill with me." Lin Zixuan's eyes showed coldness. His 2 swords in hand, he rushed outside first. What surfaced made him suck in a breath of cold air, only to see that the surrounding area was densely packed with evil spirits. Broken hands and feet and heads of what kind of evil spirits there were, making one's scalp numb. He knew that there would be a lot of evil spirits here, but he hadn't thought that there would be this kind of number. But thankfully, most of the evil spirits were low-level brats, and the spiteful ones were nowhere to be seen, so I guess they were hiding in some corner. And as the live camera saw what was going on outside, all the netizens were suddenly scared out of their wits. My goodness, that's too much. It's so scary. You guys, look at these evil spirits. I'm getting goosebumps. Can the master really fix it? How about running away? Hang on, there are too many evil spirits, not to mention the 5 tired ones. There is no escape, only kill. It's horrible. Last time a friend of mine wanted to take me to Fengmen village to play, and he saw this. I got a chill straight up from my feet to the top of my head. Good thing you weren't there. Where's your friend? When they saw I wasn't going to go, they went on their own for about 2 weeks, and until now, I haven't seen any of them. Then it's over. 2 weeks, and it's been eaten without a shred of meat. And this situation, Elder Wang also saw it. His brows frowned. His heart was a little panicked. Can this kid solve it? This is too much, right? Nowadays, if he was there, he could stabilize the situation. And once something happened to him, it would be over. Suzu. Wang Lao took a look, immediately answered respect. The old head? The one who called was none other than Dongfang Chang, who had been paying attention to Lin Zixuan's live broadcasts. After all, anything that could be tackled by Lin Zixuan's team was an extremely dangerous place. But when he saw the danger, Dongfang Chang's ancient mindset was gone. Densely packed with evil spirits, this was no longer a danger. It was a forbidden area. Instantly and immediately call Wang Jian. Jian Wang, you watched that kid's live broadcast, right? Elder Wang gruffly said. I've been watching, and the specifics have been reported over there. How? It's more dangerous than the one in the southern theater. This sentence caused Dongfang Cheng to suck in a breath of cool air, holding the cell phone tightly, but his right hand was slightly trembling, all but representing the uneasiness within his heart. Strong calmly said, what did Lin Zixuan say? Can it be solved? Elder Wang hesitated for a moment and said, he said that he should be able to, that the problem wasn't very big, just that just what? Quickly say, why are you getting inkier and inkier as you get older? Dongfang Chang was so angry that he wanted to lift the table, and at the critical moment, he was still selling secrets. Don't be angry, old chief, I'll tell you, it's just that innocent people may be sacrificed, and that's the only way to be very sure. Innocent people? Dongfang Cheng thought of something and frowned. You mean those 5 people? Yes. His plan was to use these 5 people as bait to find the boss of the evil spirit. Dongfang Cheng listened to the silence. The first law of the state of Kushu is the greatest life, if it is a warrior, after all, is to protect the family and defend the country. The time to sacrifice is still to sacrifice, but to sacrifice innocent people, this is against the law of the state of Kushu. And then there's the fact that the Trickster Bureau was created to protect the people, but now it's surprising that it has to settle for the lives of the people. And my old saw that the old chief didn't say anything. Carefully continued, the old head. He said, he took all the responsibility, and his original words were, what is the choice between 5 lives, and hundreds of thousands of lives? You should know how to choose. Dongfang Cheng sighed and looked at the live feed with complicated eyes. Yes, how can 5 lives be compared to hundreds of thousands of lives? Not to mention the fact that notice has been given that Fengmen village is a place of bizarre events and should not be visited. Now these 5 men went inside and should have been dead. But the Bureau of Trickery passed and they came to life. Eyes tightly closed. He said, who else knows? Wang Lao understood the meaning of the old head and quickly said, the first time the news came over, only I saw it. This plan can't be said with other people. This kid is really bold. Forget it, there are still us old guys, and he is also with the big picture. If these 5 people really die, and things are settled over there. Then destroy the news. Even if it spreads out, I'll cover everything. I gave the order. Wang Lao revealed a hint of a smile at his words. He knew that the old head would say this and said, "Old head, I know what to do. I hope the kid can work it out over there. It's got to work out." With that said, the two hung up. Dongfang Cheng has not yet waited to put down the cell phone. The ringtone rang again. A look at the instantly funny, "This is not Xiaoxue. How to call me in the middle of the night? Grandpa, I watched his live broadcast. Can he come back?" Dongfang Shuer is worried beyond measure. As his secretary, he had naturally been following his live broadcast, and she was flustered to see so many evil spirits. Dongfang Cheng laughed and said, "What? Don't you hate him? Why do you still care about him? Could it be that you like him?" Dongfang Shuer's mature and capable pretty face instantly flushed, red and somewhat adorable. "Grandpa, what are you talking about? I'm his secretary. What's wrong with caring about him? And, I repeat, I don't like him." That voice almost made Dongfang Cheng deaf, rubbed his ears, said, "Don't like it, roar so loud for what? You don't like it, like him much more. You don't want it, then I'll introduce it to your grandpa Wang's granddaughter." Well, Dongfang Shuer heard incredulous shocked, "Grandfather, Xiaoxi just 18 years old adult so what? Back then, your grandmother married me at 16, and then had your father shortly afterward. Although it's different now, but Creek is an adult and doesn't break the law. So what's wrong with that?" Dongfang Cheng was full of concern, but in his heart, he didn't think so. He'd have to see if the girl was really mouthy or if she really didn't like it, but the former was more likely. Dongfang Shuer also said anxiously, "No, Xiaoxi is only 18 years old. This won't work. It's not up to you to decide whether it's okay or not. It's not your turn to decide. When he comes back, I'll arrange for the two of them to meet." "Grandpa, you," Dongfang Cheng casually continued, "well, if it's okay, just hang up. The things over there will be resolved by himself, and will definitely come back safely, which you don't need to worry about." After saying that, he simply hung up the phone. Looking at the cell phone in his hand, Dongfang Cheng laughed softly. Xiao, your grandfather has eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. How can you not see through your little mind? Work hard, or when someone else snatched it away, there is your regret." Back to the village of Fengmen. At this moment, when the evil spirits saw the people come out, the scent of the living caused them to go crazy, and one by one, they rushed up, facing so many evil spirits. Lin Zixuan held his dual swords, talismans surrounding his body, and rushed forward. "Pay attention to safety." Under the flashes of sword light, the money sword swished a few swishes of the sword to decimate the evil spirits directly in front of him. Although he didn't know swordplay, he relied on his own strength, speed, and the money sword and mahogany sword that restrained evil spirits. The low-level brats simply could not carry the second sword, and when the sword was swung, several evil spirits were scattered, and the captains of the crowd took their baneful greatswords and waved them to cut through the air. And in this night, it seemed as if there was a glimmer of red light. Smile literature. With exquisite sword skills, a single slash would not be able to be carried by a low-level brat. Although the number of evil spirits was large, they were also unbeatable. The 8 captains rushed inside the circle of evil spirits and slashed one evil spirit at a time. They themselves were also king of soldiers, with their evasion skill points full, and for a while, none of the evil spirits could attack them. The live feed was also shaky, as netizens watched worriedly. How do I get the feeling that the masters, the more they kill, at least 1,000 evil spirits? With so many evil spirits, it's exhausting for the masters. I hope the masters and the others are okay. It's going to be okay. Maestro, it's bound to go back safe and sound. Although it was easy to watch the captains of the crowd decapitate the evil spirits, most of them could tell that human stamina was limited. With so many evil spirits, consuming them would exhaust them, and that was the worrying point. And naturally Lin Zixuan could see it, but he didn't dare to make a big move. Once the big move was released, most of these evil spirits would definitely have to be destroyed. But the final boss was the evil king, and without mana, it wouldn't be helpful when he got to the sealed space. Now it was crucial to let those 5 people find out where the eye of the formation was, so they could only hope to hurry up. Originally, inside the house, the evil spirits could have been destroyed slowly, but Lin Zixuan wanted to act for everyone to see. True or false, true or false, true is false and false is true. And at that moment the first captain in the room, his eyes glanced at the 5 men and whispered a quick plan beside the 9th captain. Captain 9 looked at him incredulously. The brigadier nodded. Captain 9 sighed in his heart. The greater good was at stake. The greater good was indeed at stake. Looking at the many evil spirits outside, the director was struggling to kill the evil spirits with the rest of his teammates, and he didn't have a moment to hesitate. A slight nod. The first captain came to those 5 people and said seriously, "You 5 follow me," and the 9th captain to rush out. "This place is too dangerous. Need to move the place." "Ha? These?" Lin Hai 5 looked at so many evil spirits outside and hesitated. It was still safe here. If they went out. The first captain saw this and said in a milder tone, "This place is surrounded by evil spirits. It's too dangerous for the few of you to be here. Besides, we will protect you all the time. And now that the evil spirits' attention is on the chief and the others, even if we encounter the evil spirits, we will be able to solve it." Lin Hai's 5 people looked at each other after hearing this. It was indeed this reasoning. This place was only temporarily safe. If those monsters rushed in, it would be over. So it's just as dangerous to stay here. It's still just as dangerous to go outside. And it's better to listen to the captain and move the place. Making up his mind, he said, "Okay, shall we go now?" The first captain revealed a strange smile and nodded, saying, "Go through the back door. You can't go through the front." "Good." 5 people ready to pack. The first captain stopped it. "Don't bring it. Travel light. These things will only be a burden to you." Lin Haven. People are heartbroken to see what they have, but it's important to save their lives. And if these things are gone and bought again, their lives are really gone. Go. The first and 9th captains immediately led them to rush out through the back door, which only had a handful of evil spirits at the moment. Smile literature. The brigadier chopped them off like 3 strikes and followed us. Good. Lin Hai's 5 hurriedly followed. Following closely, the first and 9th captains exchanged secret hand signals as they alerted their surroundings. "How do you draw?" "The director said that these evil spirits won't kill us. They'll take us somewhere and find out where that place is. So it's let the 5 get caught and then follow them up?" "That's right. The chief gave me the invisibility charm. You don't need 5 people to get caught. Just 1. "Oh, how does that lead?" "If the meaning is too obvious, they'll know. There are many ways. You see, those evil spirits have split up to chase us. We deliberately reveal a gap for the evil spirits to catch. Remember, 1 person will do. You protect the others. Understand?" The 2 men finished their exchange, and the evil spirit is also about to arrive at the side. The 2 secretly changed a position. All 5 people's position are exposed to the evil spirit side. The evil spirit, once rushed over, can easily catch one of them. "Watch out." The first captain and the 9th captain rushed forward with wide open arms, cutting off an evil spirit in 2. But there were more than a dozen evil spirits chasing after them, and the evil spirits flanked behind them, rushing straight towards Lin Hai's 5 people. Quickly save us." Seeing the evil spirits coming over, the 5 trembled in fear. "Hurry over." The first captain rushed over, but his speed was somehow slow. Even the 9th captain was the same. The 5 men's legs trembled and they tried to run. But the evil spirits changed their horrifying appearance, their faces grinning fiercely, their eyes streaming blood, their tongues lolling out, and a worm scratching at their faces. With that look, the 5 men barely managed to turn their backs in fear. Hey ho ho ho, an evil spirit unleashed some kind of skill, and the sound was dizzying and unpleasant. It was also at this time that several evil spirits instantly came to the side and lifted Lena up to head in the other direction. When the evil spirits have to take the others away, the first and 9th captains violently erupted with speed, taking a flying step and sweeping their greatswords across the room. The evil spirits directly in front of the 4 were all killed. Seeing that Lena had managed to be captured, the first captain dropped a line and rushed over. "Protect them. I'll go get her." "Good." Captain 9's face was grave as he looked at the 10 other evil spirits and glanced back to see their godless gazes. Understanding that they were unable to come to their senses for a while, "Then we can only destroy these evil spirits first. We can't capture any more people, otherwise the guilt in our hearts will be deeper." "Alas. I apologize for gripping the greatsword tightly." A hint of red light surfaced on the greatsword, and a fury filled the blade. The lanky body with thigh-thick arms snapped into action, and a cracking sound rang out. As soon as the blade went down, the low-level brats couldn't withstand it at all, and their souls directly flew away, while the red light of the greatsword also had an extra hint of red light, and the balefulness increased by a sliver. And at this moment, the first captain, who had used the invisibility talisman early on, followed closely behind the evil spirit. Passing through one house, he kept coming to a spot where the yin-chi was even more dense. A trace of black gas filled the air, and when he fixed his eyes, it was coming out of the well. Laughing pride literature. Outside the well an evil spirit guards it, and there is the presence of a grudge. The surroundings were relatively empty, and the first captain saw it from a distance, and his eyes froze when he saw the disgruntled spirits. Could this be where the chief is looking? It was possible that the well bubbled up the silk of black gas, so that he even felt a sense of fear. His body slightly trembled, as if he saw a terrible creature in his eyes. Somewhat disoriented, the brigadier's tongue clicked and the pain revived him. Scorn in his eyes. As her eyes turned, she saw that Lena was being carried a little closer to the well by the evil spirits. He realized that if he didn't make a move, Lena would be dead. A flare gun was pulled out and fired directly into the sky, followed by a flare. In the next moment, there was a loud noise in the sky, and then an object as if it were the sun helicoptered up into the sky, and a strong light flashed through the village of Fengmen. At this moment, everyone saw the bright flare in the sky. The appearance of the bright light caused the lowly brat to hiss in pain at what had been done to him. The first captain instantly moved, heading straight towards Lena, spanning a dozen meters in a few steps, wielding a large sword to cut down the evil spirits. Then he quickly left with Lena in one hand, and the other side. Lin Zixuan saw the flare in the sky and instantly rejoiced. Shouting, all of them broke out and ran towards the flare position. Second captain. The flare disappeared, and immediately shot another round. At the moment, the evil spirits in front of them were affected by the strong light, and their shadows flickered from time to time. Lin Zixuan directly pierced a few evil spirits with a sword talisman and flew towards that side. The rest of the captains followed suit. The distance wasn't very far, and with the crowd running at breakneck speeds, it took less than a minute to reach the neighborhood. Bang! Another flare goes up. A few moments later, the first and ninth captains ran this way with Lin Hai's 5 men, who the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Zixuan's crowd hid inside a room, with both fingers clenched. A talisman was thrown out, and with a flash of yellow light, it was affixed to the wall. This was the talisman of eliminating breath, which could conceal and eliminate the anger of the people inside the house, not allowing it to diffuse outside. And Lena was so scared at the moment that she trembled and couldn't speak. Hugging Soho tightly, Soho gently patted her back and comforted her. It's okay, it's okay. The rest of them revealed a look of relief after the robbery. The moment Lena was taken, they all panicked for fear that they would be next, but with coming here, they were relieved. Now they just want to get out of here. They are scared every moment. They are close to breaking down inside. And although the crowd of netizens didn't see the whole thing go by, there was a lot of fighting, and everyone's hearts were in their throats. Phew, master, they finally ran out. I was nervous about that scene just now, but fortunately the master and the others managed to break out. I wonder what the master will do next. Keep looking, chanting. The master must have come here to do something. He couldn't have come here for no reason. I hope the guru fixes it quickly. I'm afraid I'll have a heart attack if I keep reading. If you can't take it, leave, or you'll be in bad shape if anything happens to you. I can't stay away. I must see the master safely out. And at this moment, Lin Zixuan was observing the outside from the gap in the window. The flare had lost its light, and Fengmen village was once again shrouded in darkness. Captain, did you find it? The first captain came to his side and pointed in a direction and said, there it is, that wellhead. I looked at it from a distance and I sensed extreme danger. Lin Zixuan's gaze looked at the trace of black gas, and after slightly sensing it, his body instantly shook. Taking a deep breath, his gaze intensified. That's right, that must be the evil king's aura. And that wellhead must be the space where the evil king is sealed. Just how do we get there? Outside that well, there's still resentment. Spirit, this level of evil spirit. There were about 5 or 6 of them. And fortunately, there were no red-clothed evil spirits. If there were, then he wouldn't know what to do. 5 or 6 spirits. Lin Zixuan withdrew his gaze and pondered his countermeasures. Chief, what's wrong? The brigadier saw that he didn't say anything and was puzzled. Lin Zixuan sighed, I'm going to go inside the well. But there are a bit too many resentful spirits, plus there are low-level evil spirits, so it's a bit difficult. The captains were instantly anxious. Director, it's too dangerous. I can feel a big scary monster in that black gas. You can't go down there. Smile literature. Yeah, Chief, why are you going down there? Commissioner, what are you going to do? Let's do it. The creepy bureau can exist without them. The captains, but not without the director. With him, the creepy bureau can exist. Now it's time to go inside an extremely dangerous one, and they won't agree to it. While they knew that the weird place here had to be fixed, if there was a sacrifice to be made, it would be theirs to make. Lin Zixuan shook his head and said, You can't do it. I must go down and solve it. Secretary. Okay, am I the chief or are you the chief? What's with all the talk? Cut the crap and help me figure out how to get down there. The captains looked at each other in dismay, helpless to the point of hopelessness, and could only think about how to get over there. Captain 5 thought for a moment and said, Chief, since you want to go down there, why don't we go back in the morning? All these evil spirits won't show up in the morning either, so we won't have to watch out for evil spirits. Lin Zixuan didn't reply when he heard this. Of course he had thought of this solution. He just wasn't sure if those evil spirits were hiding in various parts of Fengmen village or inside the well. If it's inside the well, then you'll have to deal with all the evil spirits by yourself.
Then it was explained. Captain 5 slapped his forehead and laughed bitterly. Blame me for not thinking of this point. If that's the case, then I've done the director a disservice. Lin Zixuan smiled and said, it's fine. This is also a way. But just in case, let's observe for a night and see where those evil spirits will go. If they go to the well, we'll rethink it. If not, then we'll act during the day. Then let's do as you say, Chief. Well, you guys take shifts to observe. I'll draw some charms and I'll take a break. Thanks for your hard work, Chief. You go ahead. We'll just keep an eye on things here. Good. And outside, those evil spirits seemed to have been stimulated by something and were frantically searching for Lin Zixuan and the others. The night went by with a bang. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the sky was still slightly dark. Normally, the sun would have appeared by now. Lin Zixuan also woke up, went up to the window and said, how is it? What's the situation? Observing from the slit, those evil spirits were few and far between, and there were still so many wandering about. The first captain revealed a hint of a smile and said, Director, good news. Those evil spirits didn't go inside the well, but scattered and left in all directions. Lin Zixuan sighed in relief and sat on the stool and smiled. Then I'm relieved. Take a rest. When it's a little brighter, we'll go over there and take a look. Good. Lin Zixuan looked at the talismans on the table and wondered what dangers he would encounter on this trip down. The eyes went to the 5 men. They were afraid to go to sleep, but as the drowsiness grew, they couldn't take it anymore. So they fell asleep in the early hours of the morning. Lin Zixuan could not help but feel in his heart, or these ordinary people live a little more dashing. The sky collapsed since someone top. Do not have to think about how to solve. And why wouldn't he want to be like that? Dashing around, drinking a little wine, with a little dainty wife sprawled out in his arms. That day, it was wonderful to think about. But no, the world is in crisis, and he's the only one who can fix it. I could have cared less, but I couldn't help but feel a slight twinge of unnaturalness in my heart. LOL. Heaven sends down a great task, but it must first agonize his mind. Lin Zixuan shook his head, no longer thinking about these things. Perhaps by allowing himself to cross over, he was doing these things, and the crowd of netizens held on to the booth all night. One by one, dark circles appeared under their eyes, and some of them could not stay up all night to sleep, and rushed in early in the morning. How's it going? How's it going? Has the master gone down? Not so fast. It's just dawn. Ugh. I really don't know why the master went down there. This looks like a very dangerous one. So sleepy and wanting to go to bed, but afraid I'll miss it. There are reruns. You won't miss it if you watch reruns. Nerve. There's a live stream and not watching the replay. There's something wrong with me, isn't there? Then take your time. Don't die suddenly. Roll. Now at the most critical moment. Everyone is nervously watching. The time came to 9 o'clock in the morning. By now the evil spirits had returned everywhere, and there was no longer a single evil spirits. Lin Zixuan's crowd walked out with confidence and headed straight towards the mouth of that well. After looking around to make sure there was really no danger, he made his way to the well. The mouth of the well was no different from the usual one, but it was engraved with some arcane runes. Lin Zixuan knew that these were formation runes, but they already looked a little blurry, and it was estimated that the day these runes disappeared would be the day the evil king would descend. When he looked into the well, he saw that it was so dark that he could not see to the bottom. Flashlight. Here, Chief. Lin Zixuan took a strong flashlight and shone it down. The walls of the well were visible, but the bottom was still not visible. This is also strange. Usually, the well inside the village is not more than 10 meters. Look at this one in front of me. I guess it's a few dozen meters? It shouldn't. Lin Zixuan pondered for a moment. This should be the effect brought about by the ceiling space. As long as he jumped, he would definitely reach the evil king's ceiling space. Commissioner. What's the word? Commissioner. Do you want to go down there now? Lin Zixuan shook his head and said, I'll observe before going down. Director Lin, didn't we agree to take us out tomorrow morning? Lina, who was on the side, was dissatisfied. She's had enough. She was taken last night and thankfully rescued. It also finally made it to tomorrow. But at a glance, the people from the creepy bureau didn't look like they had moved a bit to send them out. Lin Zixuan smiled at his words and said, sending is definitely sending, but it will have to wait until I'm done settling things. But didn't you say tomorrow? And now it's already tomorrow. Lina hasn't finished. Lin Zixuan interrupted and asked rhetorically, did I say what time tomorrow? Lina wanted to say something else, but didn't know how to retort. After all, she did fail to make a few points. Lina, well, it's safe during the day anyway, so Ho reassured. No longer ignoring her, Lin Zixuan stroked his chin and said, take a rope and a camera. Throw it inside and see what's going on. Good chief. The 10 captains carrying the packages sniffed to find out these things. Since it was dark down there, even with night vision, I couldn't see very well. so I added a strong flashlight strapped on.
Chief, I'm letting go. Oh, Grace. Turn on the switch of the strong flashlight and put it inside the well a little bit.
The crowd gathered around a device and watched the images coming back from the camera.
5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. It was still pitch black all around. All well Bix and nothing else. Is this well that deep?
It's more than 20 meters and it hasn't gone to the bottom yet.
The second captain was surprised. And just in the middle of the moment, the rope suddenly went taut. Captain Five's face changed and said, Chief, there's a situation. It seems like something has caught the camera. Suddenly, Lin Zixuan's eyes stared at the image, only to see that the bottom of the well was an empty place. The area was unknown to be large, and the one grabbing the camera was a spiteful spirit surrounded by several low-level evil spirits. As for the evil spirit, I didn't see where it was. Boom! The rope snapped instantly and Captain Five fell to the ground, and the picture disappeared. Secretary. This. Lin Zixuan nodded and said, it seems that there are still evil spirits down there. The number shouldn't be too many. It's not a big problem. After saying that, he turned around and took out nearly all of the talismans, black dog blood, peachwood swords and money swords from the package. The brigadier saw this and hastened to say, Director, you want to go down now? Right. Lin Zixuan packed up his equipment and then stood by the wellhead, saying, take another rope and tie it to me. I have a rough understanding of the following. I need to hurry down. Otherwise, when it gets dark, I won't be able to do it. The captains looked down at each other. Director, take one of me. We can't say we can beat the grudge, but we can help you clear out the stragglers, and we can make you less expendable. Director, that's right. Commissioner, take us with you. Lin Zixuan frowned, wanting to refuse, but they had a point. There was still a little bit of evil spirit down there. If he consumed too much mana and strength, when he waited for the evil king, he probably wouldn't be able to cope. After thinking about it, he said, okay, Captains 1 through 7 will follow me down. Captains 8, 9 and 10 will stay on the ground, and there is no need for a live broadcast down there. Good chief. The captains of the crowd broke into smiles. Take all the shock bombs, strong flashlights, flares, oh, and sunglasses. I don't want to be blinded. This takes. The 7 captains at once quickly brought their things with them, laden with shock and flare shells. Lin Zixuan's gaze condensed and said, it is dangerous down there. Be mentally prepared. If you die, forget it. You won't die. Set off. With the 3 captains getting the ropes, Lin Zixuan was the first to go down as the pioneer, and the rest followed closely behind. One by one, they climbed down the rope. This is going down? Why don't you show the next one? We want to see it too. What are you looking at? We're definitely not getting the key stuff. For what reason, I'm not sure. It's kind of hard to just watch and wait. I hope the guru and the guys work it out quickly. I always have a bad feeling about it. Blah blah blah. You weren't there. What's your hunch? Smiling literature. Things came down to the wire, and everyone was incredibly nervous about a bad scene. The danger below. No one knew what it was, but from the expression on Lin Zixuan's face, it was even more terrifying than the ground below. The top echelons of the 9 states country were also silently paying attention, but the tightly clenched fists represented the tension within them. The danger level of the sealed gate village was only known to a portion of the top brass, and that knowledge was what made it so tense. Everyone expects sealed gate village to be resolved without incident. The scene shifts. Lin Zixuan went down a little bit vigilantly until his feet stepped on the dirt, representing that he had reached the bottom of the ground. There was an unpleasant odor in the air, kind of like shit and kind of not. If I had to describe it, it was the stench of a mixture of shit and urine plus slop. With this smell, Lin Zixuan's stomach rolled a little, and a trace of difficulty surfaced on his face. I should have worn a gas mask. It stinks to high heaven. Lin Zixuan forced himself to endure the stench, and with a sweep of his gaze, he could sense 1 or 2 resentful spirits and 7 or 8 low-level evil spirits. Crap Nima. What stinks so bad? The captains of the crowd coming down almost vomited as soon as they smelled this stench. In the army, it is not that there is no training in this area, but compared with here, the army those training, simply aroma. Lin Zixuan seriously said, well, bear with it, those evil spirits are coming over. Turn the strong flashlight on. Okay chief. The captains take out their strong flashlights and turn them on. A beam of light violently illuminated the ground, and all of a sudden the ground was also clearly visible. There was trash everywhere, and the area was really big. At a glance, it was estimated to be around a few hundred square meters, but it should be more than that, because he didn't see the evil king. There must be other places here. And with the appearance of the strong light, the grievous spirit and a bunch of low-level evil spirits hissed with difficulty. Up! Lin Zixuan rushed forward with his money sword in hand, and on the way, his 2 fingers crossed the sword, instantly filling it with golden light. The killing spirit helps me to kill ghosts. Urgent. Under the golden light, a fierce aura filled the sword, and the powerful sword blade slashed out in an instant. The resentful spirit affected by the bright light was unable to react in time, and its defenseless and tattered body was chopped by the sword. Ah! A miserable scream resounded throughout the entire underground, and the body that was emanating a grievous aura slowly dissipated. To behead a grievous spirit so easily, apart from being affected by the strong light, there was also the power contained in this money sword. With all the assistance, he was able to easily kill an evil spirit, otherwise it would have been difficult to kill it with the money sword. After all, a spiteful spirit couldn't just stand there stupidly for you to chop. And the 7 captains on one side, naturally, took a few swishes with their machetes and settled it. The first captain, on the other hand, was amazed at how easy it was. Lin Zixuan smiled and said, naturally easy. The strong light also has an effect on the evil spirits. Not to say that there is a great deal of damage. Subject to their actions is also more than enough. So it is. Lin Zixuan gazed around and said, keep going. This place should be big. I hope to hurry up and find that evil king before it gets dark. Otherwise we'll have to go back. The longer we delay, the more unfavorable it will be for us. Okay, Chief, which way are we going? Just walk around. I don't know my way around here. Anyway, I'll search the place for a poo. Oh, the crowd then moved on with their powerful flashlights on. A strong light shone on the road ahead, and with the quiet and solitude all around, the place looked like a cave, because the further you go in, stalactites appear overhead and drops of water fall to the ground. The rocks also came into view a little bit, and the terrain around them became harder and harder to follow. Lin Zixuan was also a bit strange. How did this ancestor seal the evil king in this strange space? What happened here hundreds of years ago? Why did all the villagers of Fengmen village disappear overnight? As Fengmen village is a remote area, the stateside asked the villagers to move out a long time ago. The younger generation had all left, leaving only a few people remaining. There is also the fact that there is very little contact with the outside world, and it is not known when those villagers disappeared. The reason why Sealed Door Village was discovered was that it was still designated as a weird place after someone disappeared here and someone was found to travel to investigate. But they disappeared just the same. The only way to find the answer to this bizarre incident is to find the evil king. Up. After Lin Zixuan and his group had been walking for who knows how long, the first captain noticed the anomaly. The tip of his nose twitched slightly, and he frowned. Chief, there's the smell of blood. Lin Zixuan sniffed as well, but unlike them who trained as they always did, he couldn't smell it, although he did smell a strange odor as well, but he didn't know that it was the smell of blood. Looking around, his eyes suddenly tightened, only to see that there was a black gas filling the air in front of them, and emitting a slight red light. Got it. Lin Zixuan took a deep breath and said gruffly, here it is. Just ahead. The captains gazed over and instantly realized it as well. Commissioner, that's what it feels like. I felt an endless crisis, and my body instinctively was telling me not to go over. Lin Zixuan took a tight grip on the money sword. Why didn't he feel it? The breath of the evil king was scalp-numbing, and his body couldn't help but tremble. The meditation mantra was recited silently, and only then did he relax inwardly. Let's go. Grace. Commissioner, are we going to die? Ha, scared? That's not true. It doesn't matter if we die. But if you, Commissioner, die, it's a big loss. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. We won't die. I haven't found a girlfriend yet. How can we die? The crowd spoke to ease the fear in their hearts, and step by step they approached the place where the red light was emitting. It's not far away. A few dozen meters. Within a few moments, the crowd came to the place of the red light, a fork in the road. The crowd was plastered to the wall, and with one more step to the right, they could see what it was. Lin Zixuan reached out to signal them to be quiet and stuck his head out to look. Seeing only the scene in front of him, his eyes snapped shut. The walls and floors were carved with runes, which were connected to the center, which was an ancient disc, suspended in mid-air, which emitted a silky white light. Underneath the disc was a dark green four-legged tripod, which was filled with a dense black gas. This should be the real eye of the formation. That disc, Lin Zixuan knew at a glance that it was the Bagua mirror, and from the surface, although it was ancient and simple, he could feel that it was a spiritual weapon. These things, however, were not what shocked him, but a pool beyond the center. Lin Zixuan turned back and gasped. Sure enough, this evil king wants to gather in Fury Chi and destroy the sealing power of the Bagua mirror. It is called blood sacrifice. Chief, what's wrong? The first captain on the side saw his look of concern and doubt. Lin Zixuan calmed the hard feelings in his heart and pointed, see, there is no danger, but remember to be psychologically prepared. The captains were curious. To make the chief lose his temper like that, he should have seen an extraordinary scene. Curious one by one walked out, and then one by one was stunned. Scalp a burst of numbness, goosebumps exploded all over the body. A trace of pallor surfaced between the face, eyes wide open. This and this. The scene before them terrified the captains. Just in front of me, the ground was full of corpses and bones, emitting the slightest bit of phosphorescence, both of adults and children. A bone without a trace of meaty foam for some reason. The smell of blood was so strong that it was revolting, and I wanted to vomit but couldn't. The floor and walls were dark red and creepy. On top of that, a large pit in the ground in front of them was dripping with a viscous red liquid and floating ahead, a scene that made one's scalp tingle. This is actually a pool of blood. It was about 5 meters long and 2 meters wide, with an unknown depth, but with so much blood, plus the human bones that littered this floor, it was clear that this was done on purpose. The crowd had never seen such a scene before. It was too shocking. Secretary, what's this? Lin Zixuan shuddered slightly as he took out a cigarette and took a drag. He had only seen all of this in movies. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, a hint of fear rose in his heart. He was just an ordinary person who had just received his power not long ago, and his mental capacity wasn't much better than the captains of the crowd. Lin Zixuan exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said with strong composure, "It seems that my guess is good. The scene in front of you is a blood sacrifice. Killing the living, making a pool of blood and condensing in fury as a means of destroying the seal. Judging from the pool of blood, it is estimated that a few hundred people have been sacrificed in a blood sacrifice." Seeing this scene, and this dancing fury, he also finally understood where this sealed gate village had gone. It turns out that all of them were blood sacrificed by the evil king, and those who ventured in were blood sacrificed away. Hiss! The captains took a step back in unison, their eyes in awe. Lin Zixuan finished the last puff and stepped forward, looking at the 4-legged tripod and then at the 8 trigrams mirror in midair. "You guys back off, don't get close to this place, the Yin fury here is too strong. Once you catch it, your bodies will be harmed." Plural teams. Long sniffed and stepped back farther in unison. "Director?" Lin Zixuan didn't say anything. Instead he pondered on how to destroy this blood sacrifice. The Yin fury here was affecting the Bagua mirror from time to time. If this continued, the Bagua mirror wouldn't be able to hold on for long. And at this time, something suddenly happened to the 4-legged tripod. Taoist priests? What's with the Taoist priests? It shouldn't be. Didn't it disappear a long time ago? A creepy voice suddenly rang out, and a ghostly face was revealed under the black gas filling the 4-legged tripod. Lin Zixuan instantly gazed at him and said, "You are the evil king? Griffin, get out while I am in a good mood." The ghost face was full of contempt. This Taoist priest's strength was too low to enter its eyes. Lin Zixuan said disdainfully on hearing this, "Let me roll? You come out and let me roll." "No, can you come out?" With such provocative words, the ghost's face turned hideous in an instant, and black chi erupted out. "You seek death." Suddenly, the 8 trigrams mirror in midair flashed with white light, and then a white light shot towards the 4-legged tripod. In the next second, the raging black gas instantly shrank into the tripod as if it were a mouse. Lin Zixuan was relieved to see this. Fortunately the formation is still useful. Laughed and said, "Windy continue to wind, by sealing the devil array pressure in the tripod. You wind of fart wind." Laughing pride literature. "You." The evil king gritted his teeth and said, well, when this king breaks the seal, this king will be the first to destroy you." Lin Zixuan dug his nostrils and flicked his booger right onto the 4-legged tripod, and that certainly made the evil king even angrier. Lin Zixuan said seriously, "Evil king, you were sealed here by my first heavenly master Zhang Daoling, now you want to break the seal and harm the earth. Don't even think about it." Upon hearing the name Zhang Daoling, the evil king's anger instantly exploded, but the black aura that permeated the 4-legged tripod didn't dare to flow out. "Don't mention that name to me, sneaking up on me while I'm breaking through. Despicable." Thinking about what happened before, the evil spirit had a hard time. Back when he broke through to evil king, Zhang Daoling suddenly appeared to sneak attack it, although it also succeeded in its breakthrough. Its origin was traumatized and it was still sealed here for hundreds of years. In order to be able to break the seal, you can only wait for someone to come here, then make an evil spirit to control and lure others to come. But what it didn't expect is that this is a remote place, and it's hard for anyone to enter here. Hundreds of years have passed, hundreds of years of waiting. It finally made a blood sacrifice, even if no one came. With this blood pool, it only takes a year. In time, it will be able to break the seal. Lin Zixuan smelled happy. "I did not expect the ancestor also sneak attack said, for evil things like you, as long as you can solve you, sneak attack is also should be. ICN. If you're here to piss me off, you can fuck off." Lin Zixuan fiddled with his money sword and laughed, "Evil king, you want to break the seal and leave. That's impossible. I came here to make your plans fall apart." What? The evil king seems to have heard something funny. Ha ha ha, Griffin. That's a good joke. With your lowly mana you still want to stop me. You're a bit out of your depth. Yes, it is true that my magic power is low, but with this treasure, it is still more than enough to crack the fury of your place. And once the fury of this place disappears, I will see what you will take to break the seal. Lin Zixuan took out the jade seal from his pocket and recited the words. The Emperor Yangla, the son of the great Ming dynasty, is now in danger in the country of Kushu. Please help your descendants in their own strength, and use the power of the jade seal to order the world. Qianquan borrows the law, the power of heaven and earth. Now, the jade seal instantly filled with an incomparably majestic imperial aura, emitting a hint of golden light, and it seemed as if a hint of a dragon could be seen in the golden light. On top of that, a silhouette wearing a gold silk dragon robe surfaced on the jade seal. The figure was incomparably domineering, and a hint of sternness surfaced between his countenance. As soon as the power of the jade seal appeared, the fury in this place actually decreased as if it was invisible. Zhu Di, seeing this shadowy figure, the evil king shrieked in shock and looked at Lin Zixuan incredulously. It's impossible that you can summon Zhu Di. Who the hell are you? You're definitely not as simple as a Taoist priest. And Lin Zixuan was also a bit confused. He just wanted to utilize the power of the jade seal and borrow the power of heaven and earth to suppress the fury here. But Zhu Di's appearance made him overwhelmed. He simply did not know that this jade seal has such a role. The captains in the back were shocked to see Zhu's figure. They couldn't imagine that an emperor who had been dead for hundreds of years had appeared. It's shocking and intriguing. Curious as to how the director summoned Chu. But see how the chief doesn't know either? I don't think so. After all, this came out of the chief's hands, and it should have been summoned by the chief. Yeah, that's it. The director of the Bureau of Cattle Grants. What was in the hearts of the captains of the crowd? Lin Zixuan didn't know, and if he did, he would have laughed bitterly. I really don't know either. Hell, I don't know how Zhu showed up. And with Zhu's appearance, the fury was suppressed. The evil king saw this heartache. These Inchia it is saved for hundreds of years roared, you give me to stop. The four-legged tripod trembled. The 8 trigrams mirror in midair also flashed out a white light. Once the evil king made any movements, it immediately gave another shot of suppression power. The jade seal floated in midair, and Zhu Di slowly turned around. Looking at him with a bland gaze, Lin Zixuan immediately felt an endless majesty. The imperial aura that permeated his heart was submissive. You are the heavenly master of this world? Zhu exuded a hint of a smile and said. Lin Zixuan hurriedly nodded his head and said, yes, but I'm still a human teacher, not quite a celestial teacher. Your Majesty, are you really still alive? Zhu smiled at his words and said with a deep gaze, counting alive. It seems that you still don't know about the aura recovery. Aura revival? Lin Zixuan had already heard these 4 words twice and was puzzled. Your Majesty, what does this aura revival mean? Zhu stood with his hands folded and answered, in the ancient times thousands and thousands of years ago, the human race was born, and one ancestor overcame the thorns and brought the human race to the peak until the period of the 3 emperors and the 5 emperors, when the great catastrophe came, and the extraterrestrial evil devils came down. After the great battle, the countless evil demons were suppressed in hell, suppressed by the power of reincarnation, little by little wearing down their origin until they died completely. But after that great war, the world's aura declined. And when it came to this place, history stopped, and where those ancestors went, we are not sure. And what followed was the history of us emperors. Lin Zixuan was stunned after hearing this. He couldn't imagine that there was such a period of history before Qin Shi Huang, but why was there no trace of it until now? Your Majesty, why is this part of history not available now? Zhu sighed, since the ancestors disappeared, after hundreds of thousands of years, to the period of Qin Shi Huang, we perceive that the evil demons in the hell are stupid. Some powerful evil demons out of the power of reincarnation of the suppression, do not know where to hide. Successive dynasties have been in the hell of the suppression of the evil. The celestial master Zhang Daoling passed down the Taoist lineage. Each generation of celestial masters of the responsibility is to protect the earth. Wait, Lin Zixuan heard that something was wrong and said incredulously, Your Majesty, you said that our state has a history of hundreds of thousands of years, but why is it only 5,000 years old? Each dynasty is only 200 years old? Zhu Di, however, smiled and said, who told you that each dynasty has only 200 years of history? You know, the Qin Shi Huang dynasty is the existence of 10,000 years long. I am the Ming dynasty is not as good as the Qin Shi Huang, but also has a history of thousands of years. What? Lin Zixuan gulped. How is this possible? After such a long history, why is there not a single trace left? It's reasonably impossible not to find it. His mind was full of confusion. He didn't know what the hell was going on.
Shu continued, it is normal that you do not know, because we all erased this history. We perceived that the aura will completely disappear in my place, until a few thousand years later, the aura revived. In order to not let the future generations to find these histories into danger, we do not let you know. Lin Zixuan understood after hearing this, but was still a bit confused and said, Your Majesty, what is happening in hell today? What will happen when the aura revives, and what do I need to do? Shu shook his head and said, the matter of the hell you do not need to know. Your strength is not yet, tell you. You are not capable of solving, or your ancestors have told you. You need to do, is to protect the 9 states, not to be threatened by the evil spirits that have escaped from the hell. The recovery of the spiritual chi, I do not know what will happen. I guess it may be related to the forefathers. Lin Zixuan nodded helplessly, but also finally knew some of the mystery. Anyway, the things in hell have a tall man on top of them. It's better for him, a little human master, not to get involved. Your Majesty, I understand. Then please remove the Yin from this place. This is simple. Zhu Di back to the body. Face serious look at the 4-legged tripod. Cold voice, take the blood of my descendants' blood sacrifice. You deserve to die, but it is a pity that my body is not there. Otherwise today is the day you soul flying away. Pulling out the Heavenly Sun sword at his waist, a clanging sound rang out, and where the sword pointed, the Heavenly Sun sword flashed with golden light in an instant. Roar! The golden dragon surfaced on the body of the sword, its eyes widening angrily. Town! Zhu lightly chopped in the air. The golden dragon roared out and flew around the space. A majestic aura filled the entire underground. Golden light all over. The Yin fury dissipated extremely quickly in a flash. The evil king saw this heart is bleeding. Hundreds of years of planning. Pei, of the East, roaring in agony. Ah, you guys deserve to die. Just wait. I'll get out. Still want to come out. Dream on. In my name, thou shalt suppress this place for all eternity. Zhu said icily. In the next second, the golden light completely lit up the entire underground, and the evil spirits hiding in the shadows were instantly dispersed. Ah, I'm not willing. Outside at the moment. The crowd waited impatiently, wondering what was going on down there. It's been so long. Why isn't there any movement? It's so hard to wait. I wish I could go down and see how it's going. The master isn't in danger, is he? Bah! You crow's mouth don't talk. The master will be fine. Master, you come out quickly. The crowd of netizens waited for a long time with no movement at all, and were worried, fearing that something had really changed down there. Everyone was glued to the screen. Elder Wang, Dongfang Chang, and Dongfang Shuer prayed that nothing would ever go wrong. Smile literature. Even the no. One chief had put off a reception meeting for foreign guests, his hands clenched and his eyes fixed on the screen. Lin, don't get hurt. The 3 captains who were on the scene had been waiting and getting annoyed for a long time, and every now and then they looked at the well. Why isn't the director coming up yet? It's already afternoon. If he doesn't come out, it'll be evening. No, I'll go down and see what's going on. You guys wait here. What can you do down there? Wait here. I'm sure the chief will be fine. Ugh. And at this time, the ground suddenly shook slightly. Captain Ten exclaimed, earthquake? Before the crowd could react, the mouth of the well suddenly filled with golden light. In the next second, the mouth of the well instantly spewed out a pillar of golden light that shot straight up into the sky. With the suddenness of the situation, the crowd froze, looking at the pillar of golden light that shot straight up into the sky without knowing what to do. Is it dangerous? No. That pillar of golden light evokes a feeling of majesty and a bit of warmth. The coldness of the surrounding atmosphere dissipated into thin air. The golden pillar of light seemed to break something. The bright sun in the sky. The sunlight shone again in the sealed door village. The warm like sunshine poured down on the crowd, warming them up nicely. The vibration of the ground began to calm down slowly, and the golden pillar of light lasted for a few minutes before disappearing a little. At this moment, in the eyes of the 3 captains, the surrounding yin chi disappeared. Facing each other, they both affirmed the surprise in each other's eyes. Did the chief succeed? All the netizens also saw the sudden situation and had a mention in their hearts. But the next change in Fengmen village puzzled everyone. Was it a success? I suppose so. After all, it's all sunny, mind you, but there's no sunshine these days, even though there is sun. Moreover, the master also said that the evil spirits are afraid of the sun's rays. Now that the sun appears, how can the evil spirits still have a chance to live? But in the end, we still have to wait for Lin Zixuan to come out to be able to know the final result. Only if he appears to announce, can prove that the weird place of Fengmen village is solved. Everyone waited nervously. After 10 minutes had passed, something tugged at the rope tied to Captain 7. The 7th captain instantly reacted and said in surprise, come over here. The director and the others are coming out.
What? Captains 9 and 10 rushed over at the word and saw that the rope was indeed signaling. Quick pull. The 3 captains pulled hard on the rope, which retracted a little. Seeing that they were struggling a bit, the 3 boys from Linhai also came forward to help. A moment later, the figure of the first captain climbed out of the shaft, then turned and reached out to pull something. Then Lin Zixuan also appeared in sight. Only when his entire body came out, it was directly paralyzed on the ground, his face pale and his eyes tightly closed state. Boom! Whether it was the 3 captains, or the executives and netizens who were following in the screen, there was panic. With this look, it was hard not to imagine that something had probably happened to Lin Zixuan. Grief gripped the hearts of all. Did the master? No! It can't be. How could the master be dead? I don't believe it either. Master Ko was pale, his eyes were closed, and though he did not know if he was still breathing, the master can't be dead. The master must be sleeping. And the captain saw their sadness and wondered, what's the matter with you guys? You look like you're crying. The 3 captains froze at the words. Dumbfounded, the chief is dead. Ah, shouldn't he be sad? The brigadier general laughed in anger. Good guy, said the director is dead before he could see, and was about to say something. Cough. Lin Zixuan helplessly opened his eyes and said with difficulty, I'm not dead yet. And you guys are going around saying I'm dead? Seeing the director suddenly speak, the 3 captains were embarrassed and smiled, saying, that sh. What? We were wrong. We thought you were really hey. Roll. Lin Zixuan cursed and directly fainted. The 10th captain scratched his head and said, what's wrong with the chief? Why did he faint again? The brigadier smiled helplessly, the chief is just overexerted. Nothing serious, just rest for a few days. But unbeknownst to them when they were down there, Lin Zixuan suddenly collapsed on the ground, and they panicked to death. And a dramatic scene, much to everyone's relief. Scared me to death. I thought the master was really dead. Smiling literature. Who said the master is dead? Come out quickly. I don't know. I didn't say it anyway. I don't believe the master is dead. What a heartbreaker. The Grandmaster is out. So the weirdness at Sealed Gate Village is over? That's for sure. Kyoto. No. One head of the simple office wiped the fine sweat on his head and laughed bitterly. This kid. Let us be surprised. Dongfang Chang, who was sitting on the side, shook his head and laughed, but it's finally solved. This operation was really dangerous. No. One chief nodded and thought for a moment. What do you think should be a good reward for him? After all, he solved the Kyushu state crisis twice. Dongfang Cheng thought for a while and said, I don't know the military position he is now a major general, holding more power than the admiral. It doesn't make much difference whether he is promoted or not. The first chief thought again and said, then give him a special hero medal. A special medal for the protection of the country. The rank promotion of lieutenant general. The national notification. How to report you go to do it. Dongfang Chang was shocked for a moment when he heard that. Extraordinary heroic medal. It is hard to take it alive. There is also the Extraordinary Protectorate Medal. This is even harder to get. If the Extraordinary Heroic Medal there is still a possibility to take it alive. And the Special Protectorate Medal can only be taken by the dead. And the National Notification Road. This kind of reward. All gathered in one person. You can imagine the expression of the people of the country. But thinking about the things Lin Zixuan had done, both of which were at the danger level of extinction, it seemed only right to get these. I got it. I'm on it. Anything else to add? And give him my best regards and tell him to be safe. And whatever he wants, the state will do its best to give it to him. Well, no more. Good. Weirdness Bureau. Seeing that Lin Zixuan was fine, the warriors cheered, and Dongfang Shuer sighed in relief. Ranting. Odd, really. Worrying for nothing. Lu Feifei floated in midair and said with a smile, Sister Shui, you care so much about the secretary. Do you like the secretary? Dongfang Shuer instantly exploded at his words and said loudly, No. I don't like him. Instantly everyone's eyes looked over, and their expressions were like smiles. Lu Feifei skimmed her mouth and said, I don't know who looks at the director to die, and then lost his mind and paralyzed, and tears flowed from his eyes. Dongfang Shuer instantly reddened her pretty face, her eyes dodged, and she stammered, I that was. What is that Sister Snow, you do not make excuses. Lu Feifei floated in front of her, her eyes fixed on the road. Snow sister, the director of such an excellent man you do not like. I do not believe that. If not for my death, I would like to chase the director of the director. That day the director of the director touched my head. A good warm feeling. I just hate how I did not meet it earlier. Dongfang Shuer lying on the table, breathless said, well, you do not know him. I still know it. Not let me at all. Just know that I say, do not see me and he has been arguing? Lu Feifei cocked her head in disbelief. There? What are you guys arguing about? But it is not Sister Shui you scolded the secretary dead virgin first? Well, Sister Snow, as long as you are gentle and ladylike, the secretary must like this. Is it? Oriental Schwer curiously said. Every man likes a gentle girl. As long as a girl is gentle, a man definitely can't stand it. In this way, the director will definitely take a break when he comes back, and you invite the director to go shopping. Isn't that a date? I'm not going. If you don't hurry up. Sister Shui, don't regret it if the director is taken care of by anyone. Gee, I know. Wait until he gets back. Back in Fengmen village. At this moment, the crowd also began to pack up their things. The 10th captain was puzzled. What about the evil spirits on the ground after they've been solved down there? The first captain said as he packed up his things. The director said before he passed out that it's all been taken care of. There are no more evil spirits down there or up there, so we can just get out of here and wait for the director to wake up before arranging the next step here. Oh, on one side, the 5 Lin Hai revealed a happy smile. After being scared for so long, they could finally leave this place, and next time they die, they won't come here. After a day's travel, the crowd was finally back at the Bureau of Eccentricity once again, and above the bomb shelter, Elder Wang, Dongfang Chang, and Dongfang Schwer had already waited here early, along with the returning military vehicles. Salute! The 3 men and the crowd of warriors behind them had stood in awe of the heroes who had returned. On the line of life and death, the car door opened and the 10 captains got out, and were caught a bit off guard when they saw the scene in front of them, not to mention the fact that the second chief was here as well, which made them both excited and rushed to return the favor. The old face of Dongfang Cheng smiled as he went forward and waved his hand to indicate that he put it down. Welcome back. You have worked hard. No hard work. It is our duty to defend our country, the captains shouted with loud voices. Dongfang Chun laughed, and with a sweep of his gaze he said suspiciously, "Where is your director?" The first captain reacted and hurriedly called out for help, stretching out the stretcher and then lifting Lin Zixuan, who was still unconscious in the car, onto the stretcher. At that moment, a silhouette crossed the crowd to the stretcher. Dongfang Schwer's delicate little face exuded a worried look as she said, "Isn't he fine? How come he hasn't woken up yet?" The brigadier sniffed back, "Secretary Dongfang. The secretary's body is in great deficit and has fallen into a moderate coma, but there are no other major problems, and he can recover after a day or two of recuperation." Oh, Oriental Schwer was relieved. Seeing this, the corners of Dongfang Cheng's mouth could not help but rise as his eyes glittered with a refined light. "This reaction of yours? I don't believe that you girl would have no feelings at all for this kid in your heart. When will these two get together? Alas, I hope I get to see my great-grandchildren in my lifetime." Lin Zixuan was then carried to the medical room to recuperate and was given grape water to maintain his nutrition. Dongfang Schwer, on the other hand, stood guard at the side, and with a knowing smile, the people exited the room to continue working. The time came a little to 7 o'clock in the evening. By this point, most people have returned home to cook dinner, and this is also the point at which the newscasts start. As the familiar title track plays, a female bearer in her late 30s or so appears on the screen. "Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the newscast." After some opening lines, the female host smiled and said, "Today we're here to report on someone that I'm sure all of you viewers are familiar with, and that's the country's newly formed creepy bureau, the director, Comrade Lin Zixuan." This statement has been followed by, the Weird Bureau's netizens, at home, heard the familiar name and instantly gathered around the TV set. Comrade Lin Zixuan is a strange man. Monsters have appeared all over the world. Even our country of Kushu is no exception. The appearance of monsters, the warriors cannot be eliminated, sacrificed a lot of warriors' precious life, and it is also at this time. Comrade Lin Zixuan immediately told the warriors how to eliminate the monsters. Smile literature. As the hostess spoke, a picture surfaced on the screen. It was Lin Zixuan in his military uniform, a reassuringly confident smile spreading across his face. Viewers watching the newscasts were instantly excited. "It's really the master. Dad, this is the guru I was telling you about." "Oh, so young to be a director? That's for sure. He's still a major general." "Hiss, so powerful?" The female host continued to smile and said, "After that, Comrade Lin Zixuan was ordered to become the director of the Bureau of Weirdness to deal with all the monsters within the country of Kushu. And there is also the fact that, as you viewers may not be aware of, there are 2 times in the monsters dealt with by Comrade Lin Zixuan that can cause the country of Kushu to suffer from a very great danger." "And to what extent is the danger?" "The number of sacrifices will likely reach hundreds of thousands, if not millions of lives." Instantly everyone was shocked that the level of danger was so high. What kind of monster has the master dealt with? Where? Fengmen village? But whichever one it is, everyone knows that the guru can be said to have saved millions of people. Everyone was grateful, and if the guru hadn't shown up, that might have actually happened. And at this time, The hostess looked solemn and said, Comrade Lin Zixuan twice made such a great contribution. The state awarded the Order of the Hero of the Special Order, the Order of the Protector of the State of the Special Order. In addition, the rank of Lin Zixuan elevated to Lieutenant General. Look forward to Comrade Lin Zixuan continue to work hard to live up to expectations. Boom! This heavy news quickly swept across the network. Major videos and software have reported the screen. The whole country knew about Lin Zixuan and instantly became a big celebrity. Countless accounts flooded the Weird Bureau Twitter feed. Crap, 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 crap. Don't crouch. Speak human. But I'd like to say crouch, too. I thought the master was bullshitting enough, but I didn't realize the master had bullshitted his way to the top. Holy cow! The Medal of Heroes Extraordinaire, the Medal of the Protectorate Extraordinaire, 2 medals of supreme honor. The maestro actually got them all. I'm a newcomer. Is the master you're talking about Lin Zixuan from Newsreel? Yes. You can watch the video posted at the Creepy Bureau account. Okay, thanks a lot. As the bewildered newcomers watched the video, they too went undercover. I can't believe I didn't know about such an awesome person until now. The video is finished, except for the one in Sealed Gate Village, which is a bit loud, but how can I not see that it's dangerous enough to kill millions of people? Smile literature. Yes, although the news broadcasts are highly credible, but without specifics, how can people believe it? Are you nuts upstairs? How can the state show us this kind of information? It's top secret. Exactly. Didn't you see how detailed the other videos were? Those 2 major dangers. There must have been some reason why they couldn't be reported, or else they would have caused something. Are you responsible for that? Stop it. He can't be responsible for that. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Don't say it, brothers. I believe it. The crowd was satisfied with this. Dare to question the master. Say you will not die. The maestro is now nationally known, more popular than a big star. Don't compare the stars with our gurus. They don't deserve it yet. It's just that, except for the older actors, the current crop of fresh meat managed to make me quit TV. I wonder if I can meet the master. I want to be his girlfriend. Oh, you don't think so? For a while, Lin Zixuan's name spread to everyone's ears, and under word of mouth, almost all the people in the country of Kushu knew about it. And the story, too, has spread abroad. Kyoto. The first chief looked at the plea coming from the Meter country, hoping that Lin Zixuan would travel to the Meter country to teach them to destroy the monsters. This made the first chief laugh and just tossed it aside and left it alone. He hadn't forgotten about that incident in the southern war zone, deliberately luring an extremely dangerous monster into the territory of the Kushu kingdom and nearly causing serious losses. Now he's shamelessly calling for people from Kushu to go over and help. So it's true that Teppo is just brain dead. It's good that I don't take revenge on you, and I'm helping you. But thinking about the monsters abroad, one chief also wanted to ask him if he could eliminate them. After all, if those monsters suddenly entered the country, it would have caught the warriors off guard. After all, the monsters in Kushu are pretty much clear on what to cope with now, not so much the ones abroad. Guess it's better to wait for him to wake up and ask. A day or so later, in the medical room, Lin Zixuan, who had been debated by countless people outside, awoke. Both eyes snapped open. A flash of essence flashed through the whole person's essence, and before seemed to be much stronger. The corners of Lin Zixuan's mouth rose as he felt the mana filling his body. Peak of Master Teacher, Idiom, Fig. At the peak of one's ability. On that day, after Zhu Di had finished resolving the evil king, he gifted Lin Zixuan the Jade Seal with his power left on it. Just a trace of the Emperor's power allowed him to break through to the peak of Human Master. On top of that, his own talent has been raised to the yellow level, and solving the Sealed Door Village has been quite rewarding. However, remembering the words of Zhu and his ancestor, Lin Zixuan felt an urgency. He had to improve his strength quickly. A mystery lingered in his mind, and he was eager to solve it all, to know the whole story. But the Grandmaster said that the lower the strength, the more you know, then you die faster. Let's just forget about it and do it little by little. Anyway, Shu said it's good to protect the Earth. Take a good rest during this time and try to break through to the Earth Master. When you reach the Earth Master, you will be able to manipulate the power of the Earth, and your means will increase a lot. Lin Zixuan was about to reach out when he bumped into something and looked over with a puzzled gaze. 3,000 green silks scattered casually on the side of the hospital bed. Quiet, lovely pretty face lying on the hospital bed asleep. Beautiful eyelashes fluttering slightly. Delicate lips smashing something from time to time, as if in a dream to eat something delicious. Lin Zixuan froze when he saw this and shook his head with a smile. This Schwer looked quite charming when she was asleep, compared to the way she shouted when she was awake. It was really 2 different looks. I couldn't help but reach over with my right hand, caressing the white and delicate cheek, gently kneading it, and it felt pretty good. At this time,
Dongfang Shuer suddenly opened her eyes, and a trace of stealing joy surfaced in her eyes when her afterglow saw the big warm hand on her face.
Could this guy really be interested in himself?
Lin Zixuan didn't expect her to suddenly open her eyes,
and there was some awkwardness between the atmosphere.
It could be felt that the soft cheeks were rapidly burning.
Dongfang Shuer blushed, slightly shy. Sister Snow, the director is still not awake? Lazy voice sounded. Lu Fei through the wall until the situation in the space room
suddenly froze, staring at that beautiful eyes.
Unbelievable. Ahem. Sorry, wrong room. You guys continue.
Lu Fei, who came back to her senses, shyly ran out. The mind was greatly surprised.
I can't believe that Sister Shui and the director would be together so soon. Sister Snow is really great. She doesn't say a word. If you don't go in, you really don't know. Unfortunately, I can't get the chief in the medical room. Embarrassed,
Lin Zixuan withdrew his fond hand and coughed.
Why did you fall asleep on your back here?
Dongfang Shuer smoothed her long hair,
pretending to be casual. I'm not here to take care of you. Oh. After that, there was a moment of silence, and the two of them didn't know what to say to ease the awkwardness. A moment later, Dongfang Shuer broke the calm. Why did you eat my tofu while I was sleeping? This remark made him not know how to reply. Scratched his head and said, that I just touched you to make you wake up. Absolutely did not eat your tofu. Yeah, that's it. Otherwise, if it gets out, people will say it's a pervert.
But Dongfang Shuer does not believe his words,
which is touching. This is clearly touching, but also pinch, when she is a stupid white sweet so good to fool people. But she didn't want to break him down, or else a different person would have sent a pink punch through. It's just as well that you're awake. No. One chief asked me to ask you if you know how to deal with those monsters abroad. Saying so, he picked up a tablet at the side and operated it, showing him some of the monsters abroad. Lin Zixuan took it curiously. After such a long time, the foreign monsters, he only recognized 1096. The others he hadn't seen. Casually, he turned it over, his eyes glaring slightly. Werewolves, vampires, the disgruntled spirits of Western horror movies, and so on. Lin Zixuan smiled and said, compared to our side, the monsters over there are much better to deal with. Dongfang Shuer sniffed and became interested. Curious, tell me, how to destroy it.
Lin Zixuan sat up and enlarged the picture of the werewolf and said,
this wolf-headed monster has a physique, speed, recovery,
and strength of about 10 times that of an ordinary human.
But it's very easy to deal with,
and a team of soldiers will be able to take care of a werewolf.
Dongfang Shuer was even more puzzled and said, if that's the case, but why do they say they can't be killed? These werewolves have a very strong recovery ability, and they are just as fine as a barrage of bullets. Oh. Lin Zixuan laughed and said, ordinary bullets certainly cannot cause much damage. Have to have a secret bullet to be able to do. Laughing pride literature. What bullet? Secret.
Dongfang Shuer looked at him with a mischievous face and got up,
ready to leave. Lin Zixuan was puzzled. Where are you going?
I'll tell them that your chief is playing tricks on people while they're sleeping.
Hooligans. When Lin Zixuan heard that, he quickly got up and pulled her small hand, compensating for the smile. Don't you say this? How can I do this, director?
Dongfang Shuer looked at the hand that was grasping her and didn't reach out, shrugged her shoulders and said,
then tell me how to destroy the werewolves? Lin Zixuan had no choice but to say, it's very simple. Just make the bullets into silver bullets. Silver bullets? Bullets made of silver?
Dongfang Shuer was a little disbelieving when she got the answer she wanted.
Lin Zixuan nodded and said, that's right, bullets made of silver. No matter if it's a werewolf or a vampire, as long as it's a weapon made of real silver, it's very powerful against these monsters.
Oh, so
Dongfang Shuer also did not ask. Remembered what? Pretty face surfaced a trace of shyness said, today you accompany me to go shopping for a while. I buy some things. Shopping? Lin Zixuan shook his head and refused. No. A lot of work to do. Do not want to go. Laughing pride literature. He didn't want to go shopping with a woman,
and he had done so with his ex-girlfriend in his previous life.
Then the pain came. Shopping from the first floor of the mall all the way to the 5th floor, and then going to other malls after that. This isn't shopping. This is killing him. And Dongfang Shuer is not happy to hear. Work every day. Do not know to take a break. If you lie down, the Bazaar Bureau can still exist? Road, go or not? Do not go, I will tell others you molested me. You. When Lin Zixuan saw her threatening herself again, he was angry and laughed, and helplessly said, no. Why are you looking for me? You find someone else. You don't lack a man like me.
Dongfang Shuer softly grunted, yes, you are not the only man,
but I can't see it. So you've got your eye on me? Grace. Lin Zixuan unbelievably looked at her, gulped, boy, this girl is even in the crush on me. Said, when did you look at me? Also right, I'm so good. Girls must like me.
Oriental swear the more you listen to feel wrong.
Reacted to the red face, I said to see you. Not like you ah. Lin Zixuan skimmed his mouth and said, hard mouth. Look at me. Means like me. Like it. Boldly say it ah. And then I will ruthlessly reject you.
When Dongfang Shuer heard the last sentence, her eyes were filled with disbelief.
Were these the words a human being should say? What a fucking dog. No.
The dog felt insulted.
Dongfang Shuer took a deep breath.
A hint of anger surfacing in her beautiful eyes.
No anger. No anger. One step back and the sky is the limit. Shinobu got angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. Hey, what are you looking for? Get a knife and stab you.
The two who had organized their grooming walked out of the medical room.
And Dongfang Shuer was cold and upset. Lin Zixuan, who was on the side, rubbed his waist. This bitch really didn't know what was important and hit so hard. Shaking his head helplessly, he had to accompany her to go shopping. Director, surprised to see him walk out. The soldiers who were working saluted. Lin Zixuan nodded with a smile and said, continue working. Commissioner, what's the next step for Fengmen Village? Oh, listed as off limits. Got it. A moment later, Lin Zixuan and Dongfang Shuer walked out of the air defense shelter. It is close to the city. After all, the purpose of the air raid shelters is so that the people can get to them quickly when disaster strikes. Getting into a Volkswagen, driven by Lin Zixuan, sitting in the driver's seat, he turned his head and said, where to? Dongfang Shuer at this time the gas also subsided. Casually said, downtown. Shopping mall's concentrated place. Grace started the car, left a trail of exhaust, and disappeared. Liberation Road. People come and go here. Cars come and go. And countless stores and snack bars come into view. With the constant sound of cars and passers-by talking in my ears, the place was buzzing. It's the weekend again. And one girl is dressed up and shopping. Wanting poise but not temperature. At this moment in the season, these little beauties are still wearing little skirts that show off their long legs, plus stockings that add some charm. And the two of them, Lin Zixuan, parked the car and casually strolled around. Dongfang Shuer's eyes were glowing as she looked at the surrounding stores. Looking at that posture, it was impossible to say that it was very likely that she would dish out all of these all stores. Lin Zixuan, on the other hand, was bored with his hands in his coat pockets. To be honest, he didn't really like to come out. He liked a quiet, serene environment. For example, in a small garden, a small plate of snacks, a pot of tea, lying on a chaise longue, reading a book with a cozy look, laughing literature. Birds chirped happily, the breeze blew slowly, and the scent of flowers drifted far away with the wind. How cozy that would be. Unfortunately, it's being dragged here by a twat. Annoyingly, Lin Zixuan yawned in boredom. Hurry up, let's go in and take a look. Seeing that he was taking his time, Dongfang Shuer directly pulled him inside a ladies' clothing store. Lin Zixuan's eyes swept. Then with a joyful smile, he went up and over, then sat comfortably on the sofa. This store knows how to put a break for its customers. The couch. While Dongfang Shuer was in the store picking out clothes, a waitress with a good face noticed him, felt some familiarity, took out her cell phone and looked at it, and ran over with joy. Director Lin, it's really you. And, Lin Zixuan turned around and said doubtfully, you know me? The waitress nodded her head and smiled brightly, saying, who doesn't know you? Director Lin. Nowadays, it can be said that the people of the whole country know about it. What? Lin Zixuan was confused. Although it was a live broadcast, it wasn't so exaggerated, right? What happened during the time he was unconscious? Hurriedly pulling out his cell phone, he logged on to Twitter, and all of a sudden a picture full of himself surfaced in front of his eyes. Lin Zixuan also finally finished understanding, revealing a helpless smile. Really? Is it necessary to do so? Just do it casually. Why do you need to make it known to the whole country? It's so annoying. Director Lin, can you give me an autograph? The waitress said expectantly. Lin Zixuan shook his head and laughed. No need. I'm not a star. Signing autographs or anything. It's too strange. Laughing pride literature. Oh, the waitress is obviously a little disappointed. A turn of the eye said, that Lin director. Do not sign can be. We take a picture how? Okay. Seeing that the girl was so enthusiastic, Lin Zixuan couldn't refuse anymore. Then the girl stuck right up against him and took out her cell phone to take a few selfies. Thank you, Director Lin. The girl happily bounced back to her post. Lin Zixuan couldn't help but be distressed. Alas, it's not good for people to be famous. When they come out to go shopping, there are girls who come to ask for pictures. Alas, I am really excellent. Just as he was getting carried away with himself, dark shadows enveloped him. Having fun with the sister. Dongfang Shuer's tone seemed to carry a hint of jealousy. He was in the middle of choosing his clothes, and when he saw him and his sister being intimate, He felt a little hard in his heart. Lin Zixuan gave her a disdainful look and said, "What for? You can't see me again. People like me. Looking for me to ask for a photo is not it should be? Besides, people are still my fans. How can I refuse the passion of fans?" Dongfang Shuer smiled and immediately clenched her pink fists. Her heart was furious. This bastard. One sentence or two sentences are less than a little angry with her. "Go back and I'll clean you up." Threatening a sentence. Dongfang Shuer took the clothes and walked into the fitting room. Lin Zixuan smiled contemptuously. "Pack me? Who else is there to clean up?" "Not necessarily. Tough-talking girl. I'll see how long you're going to be tough." And that girl got the picture and showed it off directly to the group. Work groups. "You guys, look who's here. Store manager, Xiaoye, still playing with the cell phone at work." Or blatantly, "The fine is 50. Trenchcoat, ha ha ha, you're so unlucky." Koyuki. Shopkeeper, trenchcoat you too. Trenchcoat, "I'm on vacation." Got a problem with that? Store manager, "Fuck off." Trenchcoat, "Huh, how come I feel like I've seen that man beside you somewhere?" Koyuki. Think for a moment. Trenchcoat, "Crap, if it isn't Director Lin of the Creepy Bureau. Why are you with Director Lin?" Xiaoyu, he. Director Lin came to our store to buy clothes. Store manager, "What?" No sooner said than done. "I'm going over there now." Trenchcoat, "I'm going over there too." Xiaoyu smiled smugly. Looking at the handsome Director Lin on the sofa, she couldn't help but look a little mesmerized. There was also some doubt in his mind. Who was that woman? Why is she with Director Lin? But it's so pretty. Just like an actress. Is it Director Lin's girlfriend? Damn. Big news. Luna instantly stole a photo, ready to post it on Twitter. And Dongfang Shuer had also put on her new clothes. A white dress, coupled with that slim figure. It was as dazzling as a top model. How's it going? Looking at the Dongfang Shuer in front of him, Lin Zixuan was secretly amazed. This girl changed out of her work clothes. I didn't expect to look so good. But think of this girl's hard mouth. Coughing, quite good looking. But this skin, after all, is other men enjoy. I can only look at it. Good or bad for me does not seem to be important. Dongfang Shuer froze at the words. Her pretty face instantly reddened and she said angrily, "What are you talking about? Can you be more serious? Also, what do you mean by other men enjoying it?" Lin Zixuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "The meaning is very clear. My beautiful secretary in the future to marry another man and have children. And then do not be my secretary. I must be very sad. The corners of Dongfang Shuer's mouth twitched up, and she slapped her forehead and said helplessly, "Can you not think so far ahead? Don't worry. I will still be your secretary for a few more years and 10 years. Oh, Lin Zixuan shook his head a little disappointed and said, "I thought you would say for life." In an instant, the atmosphere became a bit strange, and Dongfang Shuer's heartbeat accelerated slightly. What does he mean by that? Is he implying something about me? Is he really getting the hang of it? After Dongfang Shuer was silent for a moment, she tried to say, "A lifetime is too far, and if you bully me again, I can't stand you." The corner of Lin Zixuan's mouth rose and said, "I didn't bully you. A lifetime will pass in the blink of an eye." Dongfang Shuer frowned. What the hell does this asshole mean? Letting people guess again. A lifetime goes by in the blink of an eye. What does that mean? What the hell? There was a frenzy in his mind. She can't stand it. She wants a showdown. It's too annoying. Lin Zixuan. Director Lin. You're really here. Before she could speak, a woman ran in excitedly. Lin Zixuan was puzzled. You are? The woman calmed her excitement and said, "Hello Director Lin. I am the store manager of this store. It is an honor to meet you." Oh, no need to be so polite. I'm just here to buy clothes. Clothes? Take whatever you like. Mr. Lin. This won't work. The money still has to be paid. No. Consider it a gift from me to you, Director Lin. Then under Lin Zixuan's tough attitude, this store manager finally had to just give a discount. Sending the enthusiastic store manager away, Lin Zixuan turned his head and said, "Right. Are you going to say something?" Dongfang Shuer returned to her senses and hastily shook her head. The sudden interruption caused the courage she had raised to directly disappear. Lin Zixuan also did not bother to study it. Got up and stretched and said, "Just this one? Buy the bill and go." Looking at his back, Dongfang Shuer raised her small fists and gesticulated, her cheeks bulging with resentment. Then with the store manager and the waiter warmly cheering them on, Lin Zixuan and Dongfang Shuer walked out of the store. Since he knew that he had become a public figure, Lin Zixuan bought a mask to wear. He didn't want to be surrounded by a bunch of fans like those stars. Then casually strolled around the other stores. But Dongfang Shuer was a bit distracted somehow. Seeing that she had no desire to shop anymore, she had to bring her to the milk tea store and rest up. Ordered 2 cups to sit outside. Dongfang Shuer didn't say anything, and Lin Zixuan was swiping his cell phone. following the live broadcast of the warriors. See if they're in any danger or what they don't understand so you can point them in the right direction. But luckily, it all worked out without a hitch. After swiping my phone and thinking about when I'm going to go next to the solving weird places, that hospital's creepy place was still pressed and waiting for him to deal with it. The corpse disappeared into thin air. In this case, there was either an evil master or an evil spirit that wanted to use the corpse for what it wanted. Evil master's words should be a bit impossible. After all, he's the only cultivator. It shouldn't be possible for another one to appear, right? Smile literature. But who knows? Maybe it did show up. Rereading the information about the hospital's creepy place, he decided to wait until he broke through the geomancer before going over there to fix it. Anyway, all the personnel over there have already been evacuated, and there's no impact on the outside world, so there's no need to worry. However, there was one thing he was curious about. Ever since he had utilized the Jade Seal in Fengmen Village to summon the great Ming Emperor Zhu Di, what about the other Jade Seals? Will there be Qin Shi Huang, Han Wu Di, or Tang Taizong? After thinking about it, he still didn't want to try it because summoning it would be a waste of imperial power for nothing. Didn't you see that at the place where the evil king was sealed in Fengmen Village, Shu took care of it straight away? So wait until you encounter something you can't solve on your own later. Then summon the emperor out to help solve it. Looking at it this way, you instantly have a couple more big kills of your own. The mood was instantly pleasant. A beautiful sip of milk tea. And the opposite side of the Oriental Schwer, see him crossing his legs and playing with his cell phone. Also do not take care of themselves. Beeping his mouth is very unhappy. Lin Zixuan's afterglow saw her expression and looked up and smiled. What's wrong, Schwer? Why do you look unhappy? Humph. Dongfang Schwer skimmed her head with her milk tea. Lin Zixuan didn't care, and casually said, Schwer, chatting idly. Chatting about what? Dongfang Schwer gave him a look. Nothing, just let you think of a way. A friend of mine. There is a girl like him, but just do not say. Silent unrequited love. Schwer, you say that the girl is not stupid. Like to say it, you think the girl should do? Lin Zixuan looked at her with a deep smile. Oriental Schwer smiled and thought, I think it. That girl should tell your friend of that directly, or lose it will be too late to regret. Yes, Lin Zixuan said as if he had a point, even you know this. Some people are as stupid as a pig. Dongfang Schwer was stunned and instantly reacted. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at him. The son of a bitch set me up. Seeing his thoughtful gaze, suddenly slapped the table and got angry. What do you mean? Lin Zixuan innocently said, what's wrong with me? I didn't say you owe. Or is it that? Did you get it right? To your head. Dongfang Schwer got annoyed, but on second thought, she was really right. No, she couldn't stand being talked to like that. With his eyes fixed on him, he said, Lin Zixuan, Suzu. This time, Dongfang Schwer was furious. Every time she wanted to talk about the team, someone interrupted. She felt that God was targeting her. Lin Zixuan looked at the cell phone to connect and smiled. Ah, no. To Chief, how come you have time to call me? Ha ha ha, it's just to see if you're awake. What are you doing now? Lin Zixuan supervised a glance at her and said, in the middle of a date with your granddaughter. Dongfang Chang's eyes widened. What did this kid say? Dating Snowy? When did you get together? Why didn't Yuki tell me? Nice guy. Full of old me. While Dongfang Schwer was filled with incredulity, he couldn't believe that this asshole had told his grandfather so. She was a little messed up right now. She didn't know what the hell the asshole meant. That Lin, give your cell phone to Snow for a second. I'll have a word with her. Okay. Lin Zixuan handed his cell phone over with a smile and said, here, your grandfather is looking for you. Dongfang Schwer glared at him and picked up her cell phone with a smile. Grandpa, what's the matter? Dongfang Chun calmly said, Xiaoxua, you are full of me so deep. 1 second told me that you don't like Lin Boy. The next second went to go on a date with him. If I know it later, do I even have a great-grandson? Dongfang Schwer hurriedly explained, grandfather is not what you think. I really did not date him. He lied to you. You do not believe him. Oh, yeah, so where are you now? What are you doing there? Shopping for clothes on Jiefan Road. Snow, I'm old, but not senile. You and Lin Boy go shopping for clothes, and you say it's not a date. Who do you think will believe you? This grandpa of mine really isn't like that. Well, if you're together, you're together. What's there to hide? Oh yeah, work hard at night. You know, grandpa. Okay, I'll leave you two alone on your date. Hang up. Dongfang Schwer looked at her cell phone helplessly. It's over. This time even jumping into the Yellow River can't be washed away. Glaring angrily, Lin Zixuan, what do you mean? You better give me a reasonable explanation. Lin Zixuan like a person like nothing, drinking milk tea and laughed, you called me to shopping, is not disguised as a date. Well, I did not say a word of falsehood. You're full of shit, this is just simple shopping. Not a date, Dongfang Shuer hastily retorted as if she was being dismantled. Oh, you know it in your own heart. Lin Zixuan was also too lazy to expose her. Dongfang Shuer bit her lips, her gaze as if she had made some decision, and said, okay, I admit, I like you okay. Saying these words, her pretty face burned and her heart beat rapidly. Lin Zixuan froze at his words. He didn't expect that this girl would say that, but he also took it as she was joking. He waved his hand and said, well, are you still going to shop somewhere? Go back if you're not shopping. Dongfang Shuer was stunned. Had she not said it clearly? Why didn't this guy react at all? Or did he think he was joking? Quite possibly. Thinking of this, angry and clenched his teeth, said, what do you mean? Change the topic is not? Smile literature. Lin Zixuan was slightly helpless, thought about coming up to her, lowered his body, his fingers gently picked up her white chin, and looked straight into her eyes. Then what do you want me to say? Do you want me to say that I like you too? Near the face in front of her eyes. This flirtatious action. Dongfang Shuer inwardly strangely did not feel nausea, but some shyness and overwhelmed. Eyes averting his gaze, she whispered, you can say whatever you want. There was some secret anticipation and fear that he would suddenly actually say that. But Lin Zixuan's reply wasn't what she thought. Instead his right hand turned into a palm and cupped her pretty face. I'm not going to tell you. 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 Then he got up, put his hands in his coat pockets, yawned and said, are you done drinking? Let's go. Anger rose in Dongfang Shuer's heart, running away after molesting this young lady. Asshole, asshole, asshole. Straight away, she got up, grabbed her bag, and viciously stomped on him to leave. Hiss, Lin Zixuan's face paled in pain. The small high heel stepped directly. Fucking pain. Seeing her leave, he shook his head and muttered to himself, what's so great about liking me? Stepping into dangerous territory every day, not knowing where he'll die one day. After saying that, he left the milk tea store as well. Dongfang Shuer was also angry that she didn't want to shop anymore and went straight back to the car. Lin Zixuan didn't comfort him and drove straight back. The car was incredibly quiet on the way. No one talking until we got back to the Bureau of Eccentricity. Oriental Cher slammed the door and got out of the car. Straight into the bomb shelter. Cold-faced. The warriors who made them want to greet each other didn't dare to go up and touch their luck. What's wrong with Secretary Dongfang? Why do you feel so angry? It's a bit like that. Didn't she go out with the chief? Didn't she have a good time? Who knows? Maybe they had another fight. Stop it. The chief is here. As they were discussing, Lin Zixuan's figure appeared, and everyone shut up. Back in the office, he saw her absence and didn't care, sitting in his seat and looking over the information on the weird places that had recently been reported. Most of them are minor issues that are written in a few swishes of a pen and thrown to the other side. Worked for a while and found an odd piece of information. General Mountain, where there is a village called Fusho Village, numbering about 500 people. Not exactly poor, but not long ago, a mudslide suddenly occurred on the mountain, burying Fusho Village. Rescue departments quickly mobilized and went to Fusho Village, but the shock was that Fusho Village was unharmed, not buried by the mudslide at all, and the people inside were as good as nothing, and it immediately occurred to them that there was a high probability that some bizarre event had occurred, and reported it to the Bureau of Weirdness. After reading the information, Lin Zixuan stroked his chin. It was indeed impossible to be unharmed when a mudslide occurred. Put down the information and turn on your computer to search the terrain around Fukushima Village. Only a small village was seen under the surrounding mountains, high up in the mountains. It did feel strange to see that if a mudslide occurred in such a place, it would definitely bury the village. But nothing happened at all, which is really weird. Lin Zixuan frowned and searched for other information on Fusho Village. But from the information, this place was just like any other place. Nothing weird had ever happened here, and there hadn't been any missing persons. If that's the case, why was there a mudslide and nothing happened at all? Strange. So strange. Bang! Heavy slamming of the door. Lin Zixuan looked up, only to see Dongfang Shuer, expressionless, sitting back in her seat. Ignoring her, he continued to search for information on Shobin Hill. Only information on the terrain though. Lin Zixuan tapped his fingers on the desktop. It was too counterintuitive. Once a weird place appeared, there should be dead people and missing people. But Fusho Village was the opposite. There was a weird place, but nothing happened. Looks like we'll have to head over there and investigate to find out what's going on. Turning his head, he said, Shuer, go and call the 10th captain and the 1st captain to cross the... Come on. Dongfang Shuer coldly glanced at him without saying anything and directly went out the door. A few moments later, the 1st and 9th captains came over. Commissioner, what can I do for you? Lin Zixuan nodded and smiled. Prepare something for work. let's go to the weird place. Then wait for me at the helicopter. The brigadier sniffed squarely and said, okay, Chief. This is going. Captain Tan was curious, Chief, where are we going? Is it dangerous? If it's dangerous, we'll bring more stuff.
And Lin Zixuan thought about it and moved his fingers in quick succession, deducing the operation and realizing that there was actually no danger at all.
Wrong deduction? No. If there is danger over there, beyond one's own strength, there will be two possibilities. Laughing literature. One that can't be extrapolated to.
One that is extremely dangerous. But the bizarre events in Fusho village were incredibly safe, which really confused him. No need to bring more than one. Just take whatever you want. In the end, he trusted the results of the deduction.
Okay, Chief, we'll get ready. The 1st and 10th captains left the office. Lin Zixuan got up and turned to his back.
One piece of national treasure was placed on the shelf, and thought about taking the jade seal of Tangtaizone, and a famous painting. Then came his own weapons, the money sword and the mahogany sword.
Whatever the hell is going on over there, it's better to be on the safe side. Cher, I'm outta here. I've got the spooky missions set up. The stack on the right. HM. Lin Zixuan saw that she was still angry. Forget it, it would be fine in a few days, and walked out of the office. Seeing him leave,
Dongfang Shuer exuded a resigned look and picked up her cell phone.
Grandpa, he's bullying me again. Will you two stop it? Oh, Grandpa, you don't love me anymore. Okay. Tell me. What did he do to you?
I got up the courage to say I like you in front of him, but he didn't care at all and he was mad at me.
Whoops. What?
This Kyoto's Dongfang Chang saw my hint of anger up.
This brat, my granddaughter like you.
You do not give a reply, still gasser.
But is Yuki so courageous? Confessing straight away. TSK, it really has my style. Yuki, I know. I'll teach him a lesson for you. Aha! Oriental Cher hung up the phone and looked at his position. Humph. I'll let you piss me off. My grandpa is the No. 2 head of the department, and you have to listen to my grandpa even though you're the director of the Bureau of Trickery. Thinking about what happened in the afternoon, Dongfang Shuer lay down on the table in aggravation. Stinking asshole, is it so hard to say you like me? I'll never ignore you again. At this moment,
Lin Zixuan was already on a helicopter heading to Fusho village.
Fusho village is in the mountains of another province. Unlike Fengmen village there,
which is a tourist mecca with beautiful mountains and a beautiful environment.
Due to the distance,
the helicopters may not have enough fuel and will need to be refueled at a military area.
On the helicopter,
Lin Zixuan was in the middle of resting his eyes with his headphones closed, suddenly feeling a vibration in his pocket. He opened his eyes and took out his cell phone to see that it was the second chief calling.
Connect the headset to turn it on. What can I do for you, Mr. Number 2? Why did you make my granddaughter cry again? Didn't I tell you to let her be? Dongfang Cheng's serious voice came out. Lin Zixuan instantly understood. That girl is looking for her parents again. Smiled and said, oops. No. 2 head. How dare I mess with her? Ah, she is behind you. Say, why do you have no attitude at all when Snowy likes you? Is my granddaughter not good enough for you? Why does she tell you everything? Cut the crap and tell me why you don't like Yuki.
That, as a soldier, we should guard the land and defend the country, and put aside the love of men and women first.
Speak human. Do you think I don't know you? Lin Zixuan was helpless for a while and sighed. Okay, to tell you the truth, I don't want your granddaughter to be widowed. Dongfang Cheng sniffed and fell silent. Chief number 2, as you know, whether it's that monster over in the southern war zone, or the evil king in Sealed Gate Village, my life hangs in the balance, with my head strapped to my waist, and I could be dead every minute of every day.
Although I solved them safely these 2 times.
Can you, guarantee that the next time will be safe? No. To Chief, these monsters are too dangerous. So dangerous that I may not be able to solve them, but I still have to consider the lives of millions of people behind me, and if I don't solve them, the consequences will be unimaginable. Smile literature.
Lin Zixuan said bitterly as he smoked a cigarette. He was under too much pressure, carrying the lives of countless people on his shoulders. Everyone was waiting for him to solve the monster. He's just a small-time citizen who would rather live the life he used to live, struggling to make ends meet with odd jobs. How much better that hard life was compared to the life we have now, with no pressure to do anything but try to earn some money in order to feed. Everyone was pinning their hopes on him, and it was weighing him down a bit. Heroes. It's a very loud and beautiful name, but behind the hero is a back full of scars. A trace of fatigue surfaced in the depths of Lin Zixuan's eyes, and he continued. No. 2 head. What about Shuer? Mature and beautiful, lively and lovely. As a man, how can I not like it? But my mind was full of information about the creepy land.
Every single one of the people were waiting for me to save them, and as the head of the creepy bureau, I went to places where normal people couldn't go. And if I did start with share, what if I didn't have it? So, no. Beginning, so that there is no end, and not beginning, is the greatest protection for share? No. To Chief, after so many days as the chief, I realized that I'm really tired and I'm really afraid of when I'll die. There was a hint of trembling, a hint of fear in his voice. All of the words in his heart spit out. Dongfang Chang listened to the old eyes with tears, showing a trace of heartache. Yeah, he forgot that the kid was a young 20-something. It was only under the critical order that he sat down as the director of the Bureau of Eccentricity, and Dongfang Chang, who was in a high position, naturally understood this pressure. Not to mention, the pressure the Trickster Bureau resisted was several dozens of times greater than his. Those his age are the best age to eat, drink, and find a girlfriend to fall in love with. But now for the sake of the Kushu state, he resists the responsibility and the pressure to become a soldier. Alas, the quiet room resounded with a helpless sigh, saying, Lin boy, hard work. Lin Zixuan on the helicopter had already recovered, as if the loss of temper he had just experienced had never happened before, and at this moment, he was fighting for his life. The voice laughed like a flat voice. No. Head. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. I understand. After a few words, Dongfang Chang stood in awe. What a good young man. This is the fortune of the country of Kushu. Commissioner Lin, on behalf of the Kushu state, I'd like to say thank you. You're welcome, Mr. Number 2. I'll leave you to your work. Good. Hanging up the phone, Dongfang Chang's gaze could not help but see the photos on the wall, sighed and muttered to himself, Xiao Shui, maybe you really are not suitable. Shaking his head, he dialed her number. Instantaneous seconds picked up and came the sound of a triumphant voice. Grandpa, did you teach him a lesson? Humph, let him bully me. Dongfang Chang was silent for a while and said, Xiao Shui, Grandpa will introduce you to someone else. He bullies you every day anyway. Grandpa will find you one who is good to you. In the office, Dongfang Shui's face stiffened when she heard this. What's going on? Didn't she go to teach him a lesson? How come he even introduced other people to himself in return? After a pause, he said, Grandpa, what do you mean by this? I'm telling you, I can't see anyone else. Let's say it plainly. I've got my eye on him. Dongfang Chang burst of bitter laughter said, Small Snow you see you confessed to him, and people do not reply to you. Why do you need it? With your beauty, what men cannot find it right? Dongfang Shui frowned and said, Grandpa, why are you so strange? What did you say before that you forgot? It was you who told me to pursue him. Okay, how come I'm still wrong? Dongfang Chang was embarrassed. Did Lin Zixuan say something to you? Make you speak for him like that? Dongfang Shui reacted with a bad tone. This Dongfang Chang also do not know whether to say. After all, he said well, never started, never ended. Okay, Grandpa, you're bullying me with him. I'll go to Grandma. Toot, toot, toot. Dongfang Chang was a bit helpless. Forget it, let it be. Find a time to let Xiao Shui transfer away from there. Maybe in time, Yuki would forget about him too. Time passed little by little, and after 2 days had passed, Lin Zixuan arrived outside of Fusho village. This place has already been on alert for a long time, and all the roads leading to Fusho village have been closed, not allowing anyone to enter or leave. And since the helicopter was then parked on the side of the highway, Lin Zixuan and the three of them got off the plane. Good day, Chief. A platoon leader came forward and saluted. Lin Zixuan nodded and looked around, saying, Did anyone inside ever come out? The platoon leader shook his head and said, No. No one has come out since the alert began. There were people who tried to go in, but we blocked them. Who wants to go in? Loved ones. Got it. Lin Zixuan went up and looked straight in the direction of Fusho village. Strangely enough, it was a force shaped like Yin Chi that was shrouding that side, but he couldn't feel any bit of grimness. It seems a little warm. That's weird. Director Lam, Director Lin, comrade, this place is on alert. No one can go in. There was a commotion, and Lin Zixuan looked back to see a young man shouting excitedly and anxiously for himself. Let him come over. Yes, Chief, go over there. Thank you. The young man ran all the way to the front and said excitedly, Director Lin, I know you. You came here. Did something happen here? Lin Zixuan smiled slightly and said, Something did happen here. What's wrong? The young man was instantly more agitated when he heard it, and his expression was incomparably tense and anxious, saying, No, I want to go back to see how my grandmother is doing. He understood that as long as the place where Director Lin went, it was a very dangerous place, but it was also the place where his grandmother lived, and he was a little afraid that something had happened to her to ask him to go. And Lin Zixuan also saw it and stopped him. Well, if you want to go in, You go in with us. It just so happens that you are also familiar with this place, so you will show us the way.
The young man hurriedly nodded his head when he heard this, and he was much more at ease with Director Lin,
saying, Director Lin, do you think that my grandmother will be alright?
Lin Zixuan faced the mountain with a deep gaze,
shook his head and said, I'm not sure.
I also feel that this place is very strange.
All I can say is, prepare yourself mentally.
The young man looked a little pained. He understood that his grandmother may have met an untimely end, but he still had hope. Hope that his grandmother is not matter.
Let's go. We're in. Captain 10, turn the broadcast on. Good chief.
P.S. Thank you for your support.
The author kneels and begs you to take pity on him. Ask for a reward. Ask for your support. With the reward, the author has more motivation to add more. Kneeling. As the live stream opened, netizens following this rune ran in. Is it open again so soon? I thought the maestro was taking some time off. The maestro is so dedicated. Looks like another dangerous place.
That's for sure. I was afraid it was me here as soon as the guru opened his live room. The image shows a beautiful landscape with flowers, trees and flowers blooming in the surrounding places. What a beautiful place. How can such a beautiful place look like a dangerous place?
No.
Haven't you heard the saying that often the more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it is? Like a beautiful woman who also harbors dangerous fangs.
Upstairs is incisive. Zhang Wuji's mother has said that you can't trust a beautiful woman. Did women mess with you? Let you talk about women like that. Can you show up without them? Yoo-hoo. Birth warning. The boxer is coming. One punch of mom and dad.
The world collapsed in one punch.
A punch of cosmic destruction. In the comment area,
the great emperors and fighters fought violently.
A battle in which the sun and moon did not shine.
The laws of the great Tao emerged,
and space trembled. The battle between the great emperor and the boxer. Lin Zixuan hadn't seen it, and even if he had,
he would have just resigned himself to it.
He was a tiny human teacher,
not qualified to fight alongside the great emperors. Looking at his surroundings, it was beautiful, but it also puzzled him that he still couldn't feel a trace of something weird when he entered this big mountain.
Anniversary, how far is it?
Anniversary was the young man's name, and when he heard the voice, he hurriedly replied,
Director Lin, it's not far, it's just ahead. Grace. After walking for a while, the crowd finally saw the face of Fusho village. In an instant, Lin Zixuan's eyes snapped shut and his expression quietly changed somewhat, rubbing his eyes as if in disbelief.
The scene in front of him made him somewhat unable to believe his eyes.
Heavenly eyes, open,
with no distractions in mind.
The index finger of the right hand is pressed between the eyebrows. A glimmer of gold surfaced in his eyes. Look again. Lin Zixuan frowned. What the hell was going on? To say it's weird is weird, but it doesn't fit the style of an evil spirit? Eyes slightly closed, closing the eyes of heaven. Just go inside and see for yourself. Smile literature.
Anniversary looked at the unharmed village with relief. He heard about the mudslide in the village and came back without stopping, now seeing no mudslides at all.
And finally, relaxed.
But the thought that Director Lin was also here quickly raised his heart again.
The brigadier was a bit surprised and said, how strange. Isn't this place said to have been buried by a mudslide? How come it looks like nothing happened at all? Lin Zixuan, a hint of a smile appeared on his face, said, this is the purpose of our visit.
The information section side will not investigate wrongly.
Said that there is a mudslide. There must be. As for why it is fine, we will go in to investigate and we will know.
Oh, the 1st and 10th captains put a drop of cow's tears on it. Bull's tears cannot make them see through, only the eyes of heaven are open to see through to the essence. The group came to the entrance of the village and walked in without hesitation.
A bungalow, or a small 2- or 3-story building comes to mind, and the concrete road is smooth to walk on.
You can tell that the standard of living here is very high.
There are even small 2- or 3-story buildings,
in addition to a small car. Compared to other villages, Blessed Village can be said to be at the forefront. Near noon, the villagers also made lunch. The silk-white smoke rose to the sky. The smell of food came to the nose. Anniversary led them to his grandmother's house. Grandma! Before he could wait for the door, Anniversary ran inside the house with a loud cry. Let's go in too. Lin Zixuan followed and walked inside the house. A grandmother surfaced, looking nearly 90 or so, but rosy-cheeked and spry.
Grandma, this is Director Lin, Lieutenant General Lin. You often watch TV. You also watched the news 2 days ago, right? Anniversary introduced.
The old grandmother heard some disbelief.
Trembling with delight, Lin Zhonggong? Boy, Lieutenant General Lin actually came to my place. Xianyan, quickly bring a stool over. Okay. Anniversary immediately went over to get it. Lin Zixuan smiled and said, the old man does not have to be polite. Sit anywhere.
The grandmother shook her head. In this small place,
A big official appeared here. Can't just deal with it on the line. As we were talking, Anniversary came over with a plastic stool. Director Lin, the two captains please sit down. Good. The old granny then said, Xiao Nian, go kill a chicken and cook something. I don't know that Lin Zhong will come over. Otherwise I would have done it earlier. Good grandma. Lin Zixuan helplessly laughed. There's no need for the old man to be polite. But the grandmother was firm, yes. Lin Zixuan had no choice but to let her be. The old grandmother sat aside and said with some doubt, Lieutenant General Lin. Lit. Smile and proud of literature, idiom, arrogance of the literary world. I don't know if you've come to Fukushima village for something? Lin Zixuan nodded and thought for a moment. It's a bit of a thing. I want to ask the old man. Does anything strange appear here? Strange things? The grandmother thought for a moment, a hint of difficulty surfacing deep in her eyes, and shook her head. No, not at all. A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Zixuan's gaze. Has the memory disappeared? Look at this old man. It seems like he's hiding something. Casual. Oh, on the other hand, just came here to take a look. The scenery here is very nice. Old man, can you tell me why this mountain is called General Mountain? The grandmother couldn't help but fall into her memories as she sniffed and narrated. A long time ago, when this mountain didn't have a name, when it was also in the middle of the war years, when the island nations were running amok in our Kushu, slaughtering Kushuites at will. In those days, everyone in Kushu was a soldier. Everyone fought to drive the devils out of Kushu, and the origin of the General's Hill began at that time, when a band of about 200 crippled soldiers came from the village of Blessing, each of whom was slightly or seriously wounded. And these 200 men, an army led by Marshal Wang, fled to Fusho village, badly wounded from fighting the devils. We rushed to treat them. For us, as long as they were Marshal Wang's soldiers, we would do our best to help. But then came the accident. Tears flowed from the old grandmother's eyes, as well as an overwhelming hatred. And she continued, a group of ghosts suddenly appeared outside of Fusho village, as if they were searching for something. We immediately understood that these devils must be looking for these wounded soldiers, and we hastened to take them to hide in the back of the mountain. And, having done that, we started dealing with the ghosts, and sure enough we were right. The ghosts did come for the soldiers. The ghosts say the soldiers are hiding here and ask us to hand them over. But how can that be? We hate the ghosts with a passion. How can we possibly hand the soldiers over? The ghosts then killed the soldiers, forcing them to ask where they were. If they didn't talk for a minute, they would kill one. If they didn't talk for 10 minutes, they would kill 10. But we also do not say. Even if all the people of Fusho village die will not say. Those of us who die, we die. We die worthwhile. The lives of the whole village, in exchange for 200 soldiers who can continue to fight with the ghosts. It is worth it. P.S. Oh, so few people rewarded the author. Aggrieved to add one more. Hope you all support a wave. The grandmother's voice was ringing, and her words were heartwarming and awe-inspiring. In those war years, such a spirit was what created the spirit of Kushu to never lose. No matter how powerful and ruthless the island nation is, the people of Kushu will never be afraid. Grandma said it well. Grandma's words made me want to go back and dismantle those devils as well. In those days, people had faith, and no matter who came, we fought them off. I have a feeling it's not that simple. If all of them were dead, Grandma wouldn't be here. Looks like something else came up. The netizens listened to the feverish and lively discussion, and the grandmother said with some slight pain in her expression, just when we were ready to die, the 200 warriors who were supposed to be in the back of the mountain came back. Directly raised their guns and shot at the ghosts. The ghosts panicked for a while and then began to counterattack. 200 soldiers began to fall back and lure the ghosts away from them. The ghosts began to chase the soldiers, all the way out of our sight. The firing grew farther and farther away, and continued until nightfall when it ceased, and we searched in the darkness until we saw on the hills, covered with corpses, and blood staining the earth. That's when we realized that these 200 soldiers, to protect us, lured away the devils and they sacrificed their lives. The grandmother finished the history as well, whimpering and crying. In her opinion, these soldiers didn't have to do this for them. Stay alive so you can avenge them by killing more ghosts later. They don't deserve soldiers. But they hadn't thought about the fact that the soldiers led by Marshal Wang were born to protect the common people. The soldiers had only one thought, to protect the people and not let them die for them, or else you don't deserve to wear the uniform. The crowd of netizens listened with reddened eyes and clenched fists, as if they had seen that scene back then. Soldiers were wounded and did not hesitate to come back and fight again, continuing into battle for the sake of the people until the last drop of blood was shed. Oh, it's so windy today that my eyes are watering. I don't dare to listen to these things. Every time I hear them, I remember the hatred of those days. We must never forget the evil deeds of the island countries back then. We can never forgive the island for our forefathers. Let's build the street. Help the people to see what kind of face they had for agreeing to build this bullshit-style street on this red stain land. It's God's business to forgive them. We're only responsible for sending them to God. The three of them, Lin Zixuan, also stood in awe. Every ancestor was worthy of being remembered by their descendants. Let them know in heaven that their descendants have not forgotten them. Taking out a tissue from his pocket, he handed it over and comforted, "Old man, the existence of the warriors of the Kushu state is to protect the common people. So how can we let the common people protect the warriors?" Granny took the paper towel and wiped it, sighed and said, "The soldiers. Why not also the people to be out of order?" "Sorry. It's okay. It's okay. Go on, old man." "Well, after the ghosts left, we buried these warriors on this mountain. And since the blood of the warriors stained the earth red, we named this mountain General Mountain, representing that these warriors were all generals." Lin Zixuan nodded as he listened, which made him understand the origin of General Mountain. So in that case, could that be the reason why it's a spooky place? Somebody. Before he could think much about it, there was a rush from outside. The three of them, Lin Zixuan, instantly rushed out, only to see the scene in front of them that caused their faces to turn white. A middle-aged man on the ground struggled in pain, his body somehow floating in muddy water. A lot of muddy water came out of his mouth, nose, eyes and ears, and he looked extremely horrible. The others watched in horror. Muddy water ran all over the road. "Go on, dispel it." "Yes, Director." The first and ninth captains came forward and pulled out their papers. "Everybody back off. We're from the Bureau of Weirdness. We're taking over from here." The villagers froze for a moment before being pleasantly surprised, and it looked like they knew about the Trickster Bureau as well. "Comrade, what's going on here?" Yeah. Old King was walking nicely, and then suddenly he fell to the ground and became like this. "It's horrible." The brigadier said seriously, "We still have to investigate the specifics, but you have to leave here to avoid any danger." Okay. This is leaving. Come on. I don't want to be like this. Go. For a moment, the scene was instantly empty. Lin Zixuan went forward to check. At this moment the middle-aged man had stopped struggling. His expression was full of astonishment. Fear, covered in mud and water as it dried. The breath of life was gone. After observing for a while, he looked back at the villagers who were peeping, and there was no lack of children in these villagers, as old as 6 or 7 years old, as young as 3 or 4 years old. Lin Zixuan couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. His guess was right. This middle-aged man should have died a long time ago. Looking up at the sky, the strange force in the air had begun to destabilize. "Director, did you find anything?" Captain 9 wondered from the sidelines. Alas, Lin Zixuan just sighed, did not explain too much, said, "Later to take you guys to sea. Find someone to deal with this, forget it. Deal with it or not, it is alright." These words puzzled the two captains, wondering what he meant by them. Not only were they puzzled, but even the netizens were confused. What does this mean? Master? Can't the master finish his sentence? What a rush. That's horrible. Turned right into a mudblood. What the hell happened here? Is it another danger level for a sealed door village? I don't think so, right? The Grandmaster only brought the first captain and the 10th captain. If it was really dangerous, he shouldn't have brought only this many people. Keep reading. Anyway, the guru said we'll find out what's going on later. It's nighttime again. Geez, watching the masters live at night is so scary that I'm a little afraid to watch for fear of an evil spirit appearing face down on camera. Yeah, the other fighters live. There are evil spirits and zombies, but none of them are as scary as the master here. I was scared to death that night in Sealed Gate Village. So many evil spirits. Lin Zixuan returned to the old grandmother's house, sat aside, lit up a cigarette, calmly said, "Old man, you should also know it. No need to lie to me. My eyes have long seen through here. The 10 captains are outside, and his team can't hear the crowd of netizens." The grandmother smiled a bitter smile at the words and turned her head to look at the anniversary of the busy work she was doing. "General Lin, you really are a man of great skill. You can't hide anything." Lin Zixuan smiled and said, "Can you tell me what happened that day? Then I'll tell General Lin about it." Laughing Pride Literature. P.S. Thank you for the reward. So that the author can eat noodles at night plus a King of Kings. And then this again. An additional chapter. Once again. Cheeky knees begging for rewards. In a few words, the grandmother finished the whole thing. According to what happened a few days ago, that day there was a sudden downpour of rain, causing a once-in-a-century mudslide, and everyone was unable to escape and was buried. But for some reason, when everyone woke up, nothing had happened and the mudslide never happened. More importantly, many people don't remember the incident at night and everyone goes about their day as usual. Maybe it's because the grandmother is in her 90s. Or maybe something that she remembers this. Lin Zixuan also sighed after hearing this and said, "Old man, perhaps you also have to." The last sentence was left unsaid, but the old grandmother incomparably understand. The old face showed a relieved smile and said, "After living for so long, I'm also tired of living. Xianyan is my grandson. His father and mother passed away due to an accident in the early years. Old age, white hair. Xianyan also has his own life. I hope that he will not be too sad." Lin Zixuan fell silent. He didn't know how to comfort. Perhaps it was relief, as the grandmother had said. Turning his head to look out, he wondered what he was thinking about. Politely declining the grandmother's hospitality, he took the anniversary and wandered around the village. "Mr. Lin, aren't you hungry? I cook quickly." Anniversary wondered. "Not hungry. Work is important." Lin Zixuan smiled lightly. "Commissioner Lin, is Fukushima village really alright?" Anniversary is still a bit worried. Lin Zixuan raised his head and looked at the sky for a while and said, "Everything. Wait until the night and you'll know. After it gets dark, you'll take me up to General Mountain. Do you know the location where those 200 soldiers are buried?" Anniversary a little curious about what he went to the General Mountain, but still nodded, "No. When I was a child my grandmother often took me to worship, especially in the winter time. It is very warm there." Warm? It seems that the answer is getting closer and closer to what he guessed. Lin Zixuan smiled and stopped talking. Follow the anniversary and continue to hang around to see if there's anything out of the ordinary anywhere. But nothing. A little bit of time passed and the sky slowly darkened. The bright moon, pouring a silvery white light, and the starlight filling the darkened sky shone brightly. As night fell, the sound of frogs chirping around the village was a little annoying, and at this point, Lin Zixuan followed the anniversary. Go up the hill and shine a flashlight around. In the mountains, some poisonous snakes and venomous creatures will come out to look for prey, and without taking some measures, it is very likely that you will be walking and suddenly feel a pain in your feet. Then congratulations. Start praying that the bite is non-toxic or start calling the crematorium. Although there is a small clinic in the village, but running back, I guess I would have died from the poison. So in the outside adventure, you must know some drugs. In this dense mountain, some precious medicinal herbs are available, depending on whether you know how to recognize. Lin Zixuan drew 4 insect-repellent talismans and carried them in his arms, which would emit an aura that was repulsive to all poisonous creatures, so that no poisonous snakes would bite. There is a man-made road leading to the cemetery. Not exactly a concrete road, just grass pulled out and dirt flattened. The path was built by the villagers to honor the soldiers, and the further up the mountain he went, Lin Zixuan felt that the source of that power was getting closer. And in the live broadcast room, the crowd of netizens had hunkered down under the covers to watch, revealing a pair of eyes looking at the screen. "It's so dark. Are we almost there?" My heart was beating fast, so nervous about what would happen next. An evil spirit may appear to pounce on the camera. Crap, then I have to hold on to my cell phone. It's expensive, and if I break it, it's going to hurt like hell. Don't be afraid. Sister, come under my covers. I'll protect you. Smile literature. Is that protection? I'm embarrassed to expose you. The hearts of the crowd lifted as they got closer. A few moments later, the 4 of them finally arrived at the cemetery, but the scene in front of them made everyone's eyes widen. A group of 200 men armed with lances and dressed in tattered gray and blue uniforms stood on each graveyard. Their bodies were illusory from time to time, and if they weren't illusory, they were very much like a person. But the way they looked at the moment, it wasn't hard to guess that they were evil spirits. But they looked so familiar, so intimate. Tattered uniforms, thin bodies, obsolete weapons, and on every face, unparalleled determination. This is, could it be? The first captain gulped and looked in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the 200 evil spirits in front of him were the warriors of that year. Not to mention them, even the internet was shocked. Did I read that right? Me. Are the eyes really not broken? If you're not broken, then neither am I. How did these evil, no, warriors from back in the day, end up here? These 200 warriors, they should all be the warriors that Granny and the others buried. But how did they become like this? The master seems to have guessed it, or he wouldn't have come here at night. And will the master destroy them? With this question, all the netizens were quiet at once, and it was logical that all the evil spirits would be disappeared. But it is certainly difficult and heartbreaking to see 200 people in front of you, saying they are going to disappear. It won't. Have you guys forgotten about that female ghost last time? The master didn't even disappear and took it straight back. Right, how could I have forgotten? The master surely won't eliminate it. You guys are thinking good thoughts, but there's a prerequisite, and that's that these soldiers won't attack the masters, which means they'd have to still be sane. It's true, if it's unhinged and attacks at will, then it has to be destroyed no matter what. But then again, This group of soldiers is really hard to kill to eliminate. It is important to realize that these soldiers, all of them, were sacrificed to protect their families and their grandmothers. In other words, they're all heroes. Who would be able to do that to a hero who defended his country? But if we don't do it, if the soldiers really become evil spirits, won't that be a threat to other people's lives? At the moment, everyone wished that all of the soldiers still had spirit, so that the master wouldn't destroy them. And in the middle of the scene, the anniversary froze, and he could see that these soldiers were the warriors of the day. Now in this state, he should have been afraid of the evil spirits he encountered, but there was no fear at all within him, because in life they were sacrificed to protect their descendants. How could they possibly harm them after death? Lin Zixuan lit another cigarette, a hint of anger floating in his eyes. Looking at the soldiers in front of him, he understood why Fusho village was hit by a mudslide and why nothing happened at all. Because they were utilizing their soul power to bring the area back to its original state. But it was temporary. But the consequence is the exhaustion of soul power and the dissipation of the soul. Lin Zixuan viciously threw his cigarette on the ground and roared angrily. They died a long time ago. If you guys do this, your souls will be scattered. They died a long time ago. You'll all be soul-crushingly dead if you do this. The voice was incredibly angry and loud, and it traveled out far and wide, the echoes drifting through the mountains, and everyone was shocked by his roar, and their eyes couldn't help but look at him. Smile literature. The 200 soldiers also turned their heads to look at him, and then a company commander stepped forward and said solemnly, "Comrade, please don't disturb us." Lin Zixuan said as if his eyes were red, you can't hold on for long. They're already dead. No matter what you do, you can't change the fact that they're already dead, and everything you're doing is nothing more than an illusion. At this moment, the power in the air began to tremble, just one step away from collapsing, and with that, the bodies of those soldiers became more and more illusory. The company commander showed a hint of a smile and said, "No, but it is our responsibility to protect the people, to see the country of Kushu so prosperous. We are already satisfied," proving that our efforts back then were not in vain. His body also became more and more illusory. And in the village of Fukushima, the collapse of power causes the original scene to begin to fade back in. One by one, mud and water appeared on various parts of the villagers' bodies, and the sound of panic filled the air over the village of Fusho. A little bit of the mudslide surfaced, all the way almost to the grandmother's side. The old grandmother showed a smile, looked at General Mountain, and said to herself, "Xianyan, Grandma is gone. Don't be too sad. I'm going to look for your mom and dad." After saying that, mud and water came out from his whole body. General Hill. 200 soldiers are about to have their souls broken. Lin Zixuan looked at their impending souls and was inwardly incredibly sad. Past life or not, they were all exactly the same. If you want your soul to fly away, ask me first. Lin Zixuan took out a talisman and took out a vermilion brush to make a quick stroke. A rich golden light bubbled up with each stroke, but his life breath was weakening as well. With the wood and liver as the meridian, with the heart of fire as the source, with the earth and spleen as gods, with the gold lungs as the fix, rooted in water and kidneys, into the 5 organs to the soul. The brush fell and the talisman was completed, and the entire talisman was filled with golden light. Lin Zixuan pinched the talisman. His hands quickly formed the seal of gold, wood, water, fire and earth, and the incantation was slowly uttered. His face grew pale, and wisps of gray hair appeared in his dark hair. In order to bring back the souls of these 200 soldiers, he wasted his life to draw a talisman that could stabilize the souls that were about to be dispersed. Talisman. Name, Soul Healing Charm. Originally, the Soul Healing Talisman didn't need to consume his lifespan, but now that it was 200 soldiers, his mana couldn't support it at all, and the only way to draw was to consume his lifespan. As the incantation seal was finished, Lin Zixuan's pale face smiled and shot the soul-curing talisman out instantly, stopping the lord above the heads of the 200 soldiers. Urgent. A flash of golden light instantly swept out. Dark forests, dark mountains, golden light shining like the sun. Everyone was enveloped in a golden light, and the camera was covered by the golden light, so the netizens could no longer see the scene. Crap, what's going on here? I don't know. This golden light is so blinding. I'm going blind. Master, you compensate me. Stop it. The master is supposed to be doing something. The master seems to be saying that these 200 warriors are about to be soul-crushing. Spiritually disintegrated? What do you mean? If I understand correctly, it's dying again. So in that case, the master is saving 200 soldiers? It should be. Can't be wrong. Didn't see the master shouting that sentence. How dominant. Wanna be soulful? Asked no. Maestro Cowboy. The internet instantly spread the word about the live broadcast, instantly shocking countless people. Even the top brass received the news and paid immense attention to it. turning on the live feeds and waiting for the next images to appear. On General Hill, the golden light came and went quickly, and soon the great mountain was shrouded in night again. The line of sight returned, and at once everyone saw that the 200 soldiers were no longer illusory. Without looking closely, they're as flesh and blood as normal humans. Eyes shifted, only to see Lin Zixuan's change, causing everyone's mouths to open wide.
A small portion of his hair had turned white, and his face was so pale without a trace of redness between them that a body that had been dead for 7 days was not so white.
Lin Zixuan was incredibly weak,
his feet trembling and gasping for air, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
It worked. The company commander looked at his body, then at his companion, then at him, and understood. Respect came to his stoic face, and reaching up, he raised his hand to his temple position and called out, "All hands, salute!" Instantly, the 200 soldiers saluted in unison, their eyes showing gratitude. Without him, all of them would be spiritually dead, and he had paid such a great price for them. The dead, that they didn't know how to repay him properly. Lin Zixuan took a deep breath and from the back of they take out the famous painting of a lifelike landscape. The effect of this painting is to be able to take evil spirits inside and manipulate the power of the famous painting to refine them.
Of course, taking this painting out was naturally not refining them,
but rather taking them inside and bringing them back. Don't resist. I'll take you back. This is not the place for you anymore.
The voice was breathless and weak.
200 warriors shouted in unison. Lin Zixuan lifted his last ounce of mana and urged the famous painting. Collect the heavens above and the earth below. Collecting people, ghosts, demons and devils. Rush to collect.
The famous painting instantly floated into a vortex, and white light filled the air,
illuminating one of the soldiers. In the next second,
a soldier was sucked into the famous painting,
and the graveyard was instantly empty.
Put! Lin Zixuan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The situation of exhausting his strength and forcibly activating the famous painting had caused him to suffer some internal injuries.
Director, seeing this,
the 1st and 9th captains were shocked and rushed forward to support them.
Lin Zixuan waved his hand to indicate that he was fine,
and with a burst of helpless laughter,
he said,
"I didn't expect that I had just recuperated and was injured again." His smile was incredibly hard,
incredibly weak and shaky.
He shook his head and gently patted his anniversary's shoulder and said,
"Prepare yourself mentally." Anniversary was full of doubts. Back in the village, "You will understand. Don't be too sad. Your grandmother went to find your parents." Lin Zixuan couldn't stand anymore and sat down against a big tree. Anniversary sniffed and his heart became uneasy, and in the underworld,
he felt as if he had lost something in his heart.
Not speaking, he ran madly back inside the village.
The scene that followed made him cry out in agony.
"Chief, are you all right?" The first captain was worried on the sidelines. Lin Zixuan laughed and said, "What can I have done?
Am I not still alive in front of your eyes? But the director of your hair captain do not believe that he has nothing at all.
Gray hair like this, in addition to entering old age, will only appear. A young man how can appear so many gray hair? I'm tired. I don't have the strength to walk.
Call the helicopter over."
Lin Zixuan didn't explain and directly ordered,
"Secretary,
execute the command. P.S. Thank you for your support.
Guys, read it and remember to give the author a small positive feedback. Love you, oh Cirque, Sup3 wink with a frown Cirque, see.
What's wrong with the master? Why are you hurt again?"
The Grandmaster looks like he's even more injured than he was at the Sealed Gate village.
"You guys, look at the master's gray hair. My God, what has the master done?" The master looked so weak, breathless and frighteningly pale. "Don't let anything happen. I'm worried about the master. Don't talk like that, will you?"
Seeing that the 200 soldiers were safe and sound,
everyone was happy,
but Lin Zixuan's situation was instantly worrying.
Truly he was too scary with this look, as if he was going to go up to the sky in the next second. If they knew that, people would rather he didn't do it. After all, it's for the best that he's okay. But Lin Zixuan didn't think so. He did this to these warriors because of his family. His great-grandfather and grandfather were both soldiers back in the day, and when it came to the peace era, his dad was a narcotics officer and his mom was the head of the information section inside the police force. Born in a military family, patriotic feelings more than the average person. When I was a child, my grandfather even told the story of the year every day. Deeply influenced,
he enrolled in the police academy when he grew up and was assigned to a police force specializing in investigating crimes upon graduation.
Because of an accident, he was killed in the line of duty and traveled to this world, which is exactly the same as his previous life. That was why, without hesitation,
he had accepted the letter of appointment from the director of the Bureau of Trickery. But the pressure involved was something he hadn't thought about. He had only been a minor police officer before, and now he was carrying so much pressure that he simply couldn't handle it. But there is no one to share the burden for him,
so he can only continue to bear it. Hugh recovered a trace of qi. Lin Zixuan smoked a cigarette. Said, "We'll live off it. It is already finished. The next is to let the rescue department people come over to clean up Fusho village can be." "Okay, chief." The 10th captain shut down the live feed straight away, while the 1st captain contacted the rescue services now. A few moments later, the three of them were smoking cigarettes and looking at the stars. Lin Zixuan looked at the gorgeous starry sky and said flatly, "Sometimes, I really want to live a normal life like an ordinary person." The 1st and 9th captains looked at him suspiciously at his words. "Commissioner, what's wrong?" "Yeah, there's just the three of us here. Anything you say, we won't pass it on." Lin Zixuan smiled and said, "At my age, I am a high-ranking lieutenant general and the director of the Bureau of Trickery. I'm a very powerful man with a great deal of power and a great deal of splendor. Are you envious of me?" The 1st and 9th captains looked at each other and shook their heads one after another. "No, we know how much pressure the secretary is carrying. No one can be this director. Only you can be the director. The hard work of which the brothers have seen." Lin Zixuan shook his head slightly, his face as flat as water, and stopped speaking. After a moment of silence, the sound of helicopters rang out, violent winds blowing below. Seeing this, the 1st officer took out his flashlight and waved it around to signal the helicopter. The helicopter received a signal to stop over their heads, and with all the trees below, they couldn't land, so they had to drop the rope ladder down. Lin Zixuan said, "Go up. I don't have the strength to climb. Just pull me up later." Okay then." The two captains climbed down the rope ladder to the inside of the helicopter. Seeing them go up, Lin Zixuan wrapped the rope ladder around himself. "Pull it." The two of them pulled Lin Zixuan up at once. Lin Zixuan was already drowsy at this point. "I'm going to sleep. Call me when you get there." "Director, you sleep in peace, Grace." And this night, everyone was unsettled. Although the live broadcast was turned off, the crowd of netizens made a video of all the things that happened on General Mountain and sent it out. For a while everyone was happy because the warriors of the day were now able to return to the eyes of the world. You know, when you remember your forefathers, you can only go to the Martyrs Cemetery to remember them. But now, surprisingly, there are live ones that don't count. But no matter what, you can now see your forefathers in person. And it was a matter that the top brass met up overnight to discuss the 200 pioneers. In the Kyoto conference room, one head on the 1st place smiled. From the War of Resistance to now, more than 70 years have passed. To the peace era, every year we are holding activities to honor the martyrs. But now, the ancestors appear in front of the eyes. This is a happy thing. You say, what should be arranged for the best? The commander-in-chief of the military region, Wan Lao, laughed. It is natural to have a sensational welcoming ceremony, and then to arrange a conversation program, so that the martyrs will talk about the war back then, and then let the martyrs stroll around the great mountains and rivers of the country of Kushu. This is good. Agreed. The others agreed. Only Dongfang Chang didn't say anything, not knowing what he was thinking about. No. One chief looked over and said, "No." Two, what about you? What about this arrangement? Dongfang Chang came back to his senses and after hesitating for a while said, "Good is good, but it is better to wait for what Lin Bureaus say. After all, he brought them back. We just arranged them. It may not be in line with his arrangement either." The 1st chief nodded at his words and said, "Indeed. Then let's wait to see how Lin Bureaus will arrange it. In that case, Wang Jian's arrangement will also be prepared, and may also be used at that time." "Good. Then it's settled." Meeting adjourned. Many people walked out of the conference room one after another. In the conference room, one chief and Dongfang Chang were still sitting. One chief was a bit curious. "What's wrong with you? It feels like you're a bit distracted." Dongfang Chang sighed. "I was thinking about Director Lin. Every time he led the team out, I would always watch his live broadcast. Maybe you didn't see it. No. 1. Director Lin paid the price to save these 200 martyrs. Almost half of his hair is white. One chief couldn't help but have a serious look on his face as he said, "What's going on? Is there anything wrong with him? Should we call Elder Wu over?" Elder Wu was a national physician with extremely advanced medical skills in Kyoto, and ordinary people could not be invited. Dongfang Chang shook his head and said, "It seems to be fine, but the specific situation, he does not say. No one knows." 2 days ago, he told me what was in his heart. He was under a lot of pressure, too many things to consider, very tired. One chief fell silent at his words. This position, how much pressure is there? How can he not know? Let a young man take up the position. It is indeed too reluctant. Laughing pride literature. But there's nothing we can do about it. He's the only one who can be the director of bureau, and no one else can do it. Shaking his head, he said, "It's bitter. I'll find some time to go over and comfort him. Grace, by the way, I heard you made Yuki his secretary. You're not trying to set the two of them up, are you? I used to want to, but now I don't. In a couple days, I'll transfer Snow back to the museum. Why? He said. How could he dare to talk about men and women when he was in a dangerous place? Maybe one day he wouldn't be there. And without a beginning. It never ended for Yuki. It was ugh. He'd really thought about it a lot, and hoped that Yuki would forget about it. Maybe. P.S. Thank you for your support. I hope you will be high. Give a 5-star praise. Every additional point. The author to add a chapter. To reach 9 points, plus 5 more. In the Bureau of Weirdness. Dongfang Shuer, who should have been following his live broadcast, was angry and didn't want to watch. Sorting through the quests he'd gotten. Typing one into the Trickster Bureau system. Then one copy of the warrior's completed missions is written and kept in the archives. And one is entered into the system. That was how the day went. Pretty much everything within the creepy bureau was organized by her. And one, who just shrugged it off and went out on a mission. Dongfang Shuer grumbled while organizing. Stinking bastard. Without me. Tired of you bastard. Day weather me. Annoying. After organizing the information, Xin Shang took a look at his live room, but then forced himself not to look at it. Come straight to the national treasures and wipe each one. Gently. Clean. Suzu. Dongfang Shuer puzzled out of the cell phone. A look at the moment lightly hummed to connect. What? After Dongfang Chang hesitated for a moment, he firmly said, pack up your things and return to work at the museum in a couple of days. Dongfang Shuer was stunned at the words. Back to the museum? Strongly laughed. Grandpa. You're kidding, right? Why would you transfer me back to the museum? Wasn't it Lin Zixuan who called? Did not wait for her to be sad. Dongfang Chung faintly said, no, not he called, but I arranged it myself. In the future, you will continue to work in the museum, the Bazaar Bureau your work. I will find someone to go over. Give me a reason. Dongfang Shuer calmly said at this moment, but inwardly, she was forcibly holding back her anger. I am the No. 2 chief and have the right to change people. Dongfang Cheng didn't want to say that, and it was hard for him. Ha! Dongfang Shuer lost her smile when she heard this and said, you have the power. But everything in the Weirdness Bureau has to go through the Lin Bureau. Grandpa, your hand cannot reach here yet, and also, unless it is he who tells me to go, I will definitely not go. Dongfang Chang was helpless for a while. It was indeed the case that unless it was something major, the Trickster Bureau could not meddle too much in this kind of small matters. Yuki, go back. It's not for you. Dongfang Shuer frowned and said, Grandpa, why are you so abnormal these days? It was you who told me to come and like him, and it was you who told me to come here. But now you've taken back all your words. What do you mean by that? In the past, you used to say one thing and now you are hesitant. Are you hiding something from me? Dongfang Cheng doesn't know what to say. Thinking about it, you can be there if you want to, but you have to promise me something. What is it? No more heat with him. Keep your distance. Stay a coworker, and I'll let you keep working there. Dongfang Shuer was a bit unable to believe her ears. Why did she have to talk herself out of being with him? Could it be that I can't even like someone with great difficulty? Inside, she was filled with aggression and hard feelings, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but show the slightest hint of crystalline tears. I don't agree until you give me a reason. Listening to the low sobs coming from over there, Dongfang Chang's heart ached. If he had known this, he would not have let her go to the Trickster Bureau. Shook his head inside. Xiaoshui, listen to Grandpa. Grandpa is good for you. Change someone else. I don't want it. I want him. Snow. I don't care. Listen, do you want to be widowed if he dies? Dongfang Cheng suddenly roared in anger. Dongfang Shuer was stunned by these words. What does that mean? What do you mean he's dead and I'm a widow? She couldn't understand her grandfather's words. Now that he was fine, why did he have to die? Dongfang Cheng sighed. Now he could only tell her. Hiding it from her. She would not listen to himself. Snowy, let me tell you plainly. Being in the creepy bureau, you should know how horrible and terrifying the incidents handled by the bureau are. Even though Lin Boy explained the shortcomings of the monsters and the ways to deal with them, there are still people dying every day. But compared to the bizarre events that Lin Zixuan personally handled, the other fighters handled, it was a heaven and a earth. And in the top secret documents, Lin Zixuan had solved a total of 2 crises, the highest level of danger. Let me explain it to you this way. The other warriors are the lifeguards in the swimming pool, while Lin, the kid, is the lifeguard in the deep sea, which danger you know very well. If your preference was for a lifeguard in a swimming pool, I'd be okay with that, but you can't think about a swimming pool in the deep end. Lin Boy is walking on a tightrope right now, and he could be sacrificed every step of the way. So, I don't approve of you being with him. Dongfang Shuer fell silent after hearing this.
And for the first time, she knew about his current situation. Did he mean it? It was the kind of thing she didn't trust her grandfather to say, and she knew him. Oh, Dongfang-chan laughed, really still cannot hide this girl. Head. Smart as a whip. What were his exact words? There is no beginning. There is no end. There is no beginning. There is no end. Dongfang Shuer laughed and wanted to be angry, and after she laughed, she sighed again, with a hint of defiance in her eyes. No beginning. No end. Shit. Xiao Shui, seeing her quiet down, Dongfang Chang asked suspiciously, wondering what this girl would think. Oriental Shuer said in an undeniable manner, I don't care if there is no end. I just want to start. I just know that there is no beginning. It is the end for me. Dongfang Chang covered his face and became helpless. He knew that how could this girl give up? If she gave up so easily, her surname would not be Dongfang. Similar to her father. Decided things. Never give up. This kind of character is good. But put in this kind. Really headache. You damned girl. Have you forgotten everything I just said? Also, you've only known each other for 10 days or so. You've got a fucking crush. Oriental Shuer heard a ton of rice retorted. How not like? Anyway, I feel he is quite interesting. Laughing pride literature. Do you want me to call your dad? Dongfang Shuer sniffing cringed up, but thought about his own not in Kyoto. Afraid of a hair humming, he is in I also say so. Oh, here, talk to your own daughter. I won't. Okay, Dad. Another man's voice rang out on the phone. The corners of Dongfang Shuer's mouth twitched. It couldn't be? It can't be such a coincidence, right? Just when she was hopeful that it wasn't. A thick, serious voice rang out. Yuki, you don't even listen to your grandpa anymore, do you? Dongfang Shuer gulped and was on the verge of crying between looks. Why was he there too? Dad, you're here too. I've only got one thing for you. Go back to work at the museum. I'm not going. I'll just be right here. Yes, maintain a collegial relationship with Lam. I don't want it. Grace. Oh, you bully me too. I'll go to Mom. Give me a reason to stay with him. As expected of a father and daughter, they say exactly the same thing. The two then made some sort of pact, and Oriental Cherub continued to stay at creepy work. P.S. Thank you for your support. I hope you will be high. Give a 5-star praise. Every additional point. The author to add a chapter. To reach 9 points, plus 5 more. 2 days later, a helicopter landed at the landing strip above the Bureau of Weirdness. Chief, we're here. The captain called out to Lin Zixuan, but Lin Zixuan's eyes were tightly closed. His face was still as pale without a trace of redness between them, and the small amount of white hair was unbearable. A minute later, the 10th captain frowned, reached out and placed his hand on Lin Zixuan's pulse, then looked at the breath, and instantly his face changed. Not good. The chief's breath is so weak it's almost invisible. What? On the spur of the moment, the first captain immediately picked up Lin Zixuan on his back and quickly ran into the shenanigans. Within the spooky, seeing the brigadier in a hurry, carrying the chief on his back, he instantly and immediately knew something was wrong. Flocked to the medical room. Lin Zixuan was lying on the hospital bed as the 3 medics gruesomely looked over it. The captain anxiously said, Director Zhang, what's wrong with the director? Director Zhang observed after some instruments all on the use. After 10 minutes, the expression was incredibly grave, and he got up and said, last time, the director was just physically exhausted, and there was no problem. But now, the director's body deficit is very serious, and the various organs and cells are seriously aging. That is to say, the director, who was originally 23 years old, is now functioning the same way as a person in his 30s, which is too strange. What do you mean? The first sergeant was a little confused. How to say? Nowadays, there is no lack of people with a lot of human potential outbreaks, such as the incident of lifting a car with both hands to save a child, which is the human body burst out of the potential. And what is the reason for that? That's because the adrenaline spikes extremely fast. The body is in a highly hyperactive state. The body's strength, reaction speed increased dramatically, but after the adrenaline, the consequences brought about by the very serious, drastically reduce the body's function. That is to say, a person who could have lived 80 years, but whose burst of potential resulted in a life of only about 70 or 60 years. And the chief is the reason for this. If I'm not wrong, the chief has at least 10 years less life force. After Director Zhang finished his speech, everyone was shocked. 10 years less life force. Doesn't this mean that the director will live 10 years less? That's a serious price to pay, isn't it? The brigadier hurriedly said, can that be treated? Director Zhang shook his head and said, the current medical level can't treat it. The director's body isn't quite the same as an ordinary person. An ordinary person erupts into a potential. After the energy, in addition to less vitality, the body will not be able to do heavy work in the future. However, the director's body is deficient in nutrients.
And after replenishing it, it can be restored to the same as a normal person.
Not the same as having 10 years less vitality.
The gazes of all these people looked towards Lin Zixuan on the hospital bed,
and their hearts ached inwardly. They didn't know why the chief had to do this. Why he had to fight for his life and save the 200 ancestors who were about to have their souls scattered.
It's too big a price to pay. And while 200 pioneers are important too,
the safety of the chief is the top priority in this situation.
The director is still around.
So the number of people and warriors that will be sacrificed at the hands of monsters within Kushu will be greatly reduced.
But if something happens to the chief, there will be no backbone.
And those extremely dangerous places will be tackled by the fighters.
And there will be no telling how many will be sacrificed. A last sighs resounded in the medical room.
Perhaps this was the charm of the chief. To do this for the sake of the country, for the sake of the soldiers who died in battle back then,
was undoubtedly admirable and honorable. Director Zhang collected his mind, waved his hand and said, dispersed. So many people here. The air is not good. Let the director rest well. It is estimated that it will take 3 to 5 days to wake up.
The captain thought of something, facing all the people seriously said, the director of the injury, not allowed to spread the word.
No, it knows. Do not know cannot know. Understand? Understand. Scatter. The medical room was instantly empty,
leaving only Director Zhang and 2 nurses, ready to administer his nutritional fluids.
And in the aisles, everyone went back to their posts. Some asked what had happened, and those who knew, just said they kept it secret. On hearing that, those who don't know understand that they can't talk about it. They can't go prying. All at once everyone worked as usual. At this time, Dongfang Shuer came out of the archive room, happened to meet the captain, greeted, Captain, the task is completed?
The first captain sniffed and turned his head to look, then laughed, finished, just came back.
Oh, Dongfang Shuer nodded and casually said, where is Bureau Lin? Why don't we see him?
The captain's face remained unchanged and said, the director will be back later.
He's out doing other work.
Good. Dongfang Shuer didn't notice anything wrong and turned around to go back to her office.
The first captain couldn't help but show a hint of apology and embarrassment as he remembered the relationship between the two. A little bit of time passed, and the top management was waiting for Lin Zixuan's arrangement, but for several days in a row,
there was no information at all, and their hearts were puzzled. It wasn't until the call was made to the creepy bureau that the first officer answered and told him everything that was going on. The senior management instantly changed their faces. So what the hell? They immediately dispatched Elder Wu to the Eerie bureau. And Dongfang Shuer was puzzled when she didn't see him for several days in a row. With his character, he couldn't have left this place behind for so long, and if he was going to carry out some kind of mission, he would have recorded it. He couldn't have disappeared for so long for no reason.
Right, Captain? Where exactly did Bureau Lin go? Dongfang Shuer summoned the first captain, wanting to ask him properly. The brigadier hesitated. Anyway, it will be good in a while. The chiefs are coming over to visit. There's no way she won't know about it. So she had to say, Secretary Dongfang, then I won't hide it from you. The chief is in the medical room.
Dongfang Shuer instantly widened her eyes.
Again in the medical room. The last time he came back it was the medical room. And now it's the medical room again. So there can only be one result. He's injured again. Why didn't you tell me?
The voice was vaguely angry. The brigadier lowered his head and didn't say another word.
Humph.
Dongfang Shuer no longer cared about him and flew straight to the medical room.
For a moment, Push opened the door to the medical room. Inside, Director Zhang heard the commotion and frowned, turned around and froze. Secretary Dongfang, why are you here?
Dongfang Shuer was angry. He was injured.
Why didn't you tell me? Don't I, the secretary, deserve to know?
Director Zhang smiled awkwardly. Dongfang Shuer came to the side of the hospital bed.
At a glance,
she saw the striking white hair. Her heart trembled.
Her eyes looked. What's wrong with him? How did he become like this?
The body lost 10 years of life force as a result of the potential outbreak, but it is now unharmed and will soon awaken.
What?
Dongfang Shuer lost her color and looked at him incredulously,
saying, lost 10 years of life force and you're telling me that there's no serious harm? Director Zhang did not know what to say. According to the situation, in addition to the vitality, indeed now there is no big problem. Secretary Dongfang,
the secretary needs to rest. Please don't make too much noise yet. The secretary needs to rest for a longer period of time.
Dongfang Shuer glared at him angrily. Her gaze redirected to Lin Zixuan and said, you go out.
I'll stay with him for a while.
Good. Director Zhang looked at the hanging bottle and then walked out. Sitting on the stool, looking at the pale and redless face,
Dongfang Shuer was a little heartbroken.
Why do you have to fight for your life every time? Don't you know that this bizarre bureau can't leave you alone?
The voice was tinged with anger and helplessness.
Anger that he did it. Helplessness that he had to do it.
Dongfang Shuer looked at him a little dazed up. muttering to herself, came here to work.
Found that you are indeed a very interesting person. Simply a workaholic. Pull you to go shopping to let you rest. Have to gas me back to work. You really don't want to die.
More people will die if you're gone.
Don't you know that if you're so smart? I know. You don't want to hold me back. But I'll wait for you. Wait for you to wipe out all the monsters and bring peace back to the world. And at that time, we'll be together. Okay? In the medical room, Dongfang Shuer talked for a long
time until she got tired of talking and fell asleep on the side of the bed.
As for Lin Zixuan on the hospital bed,
the corners of his mouth rose slightly.
Not knowing whether he was awake or not,
the medical room went quiet.
Time came to tomorrow morning. Early,
Lin Zixuan woke up and looked at Dongfang Shuer, who was lying on the side of the bed just like last time. There was some complexity in his gaze. It seemed that he had heard every word of last night's words. With a sigh in his heart, he said, "Of course I know you want me to rest, but time does not allow me to rest. I'm just a tiny human master peak, and my talent is low. And the merit of the merit system. There's always a premonition that condensing the golden wheel of merit will get me a not-so-small opportunity. So I can't use it either. Everything has to be worked out with your own hands. How can you tackle those dangerous places without fighting for your life?
Every single one of them is waiting for me. They're all waiting for me to save them. Time is of the essence." Lin Zixuan looked at her and his gaze softened. "If there really is that day, I will be with you. Still,
I hope you won't wait for me and go find a man who can give you happiness.
Maybe I'm just a lone wolf king." Collecting his mind, Lin Zixuan began to think about what the ancestor master had said,
which was that the land of the 9 states contained many opportunities.
He didn't know what kind of chance it was, but it should be able to improve his strength right away. But these chances, where will it be? Kunlun Mountain? Tarzan?
These places, all of which have a great mythological history, may indeed contain opportunities. It seemed like a walk up the road was in order, and now he was so low that he might not be able to tackle the next weird place on his own.
Only by improving your strength can you more easily deal with those demons and monsters. Hopefully, this trip will strengthen you a little bit more. After thinking about it, his eyes closed and he manipulated his mana to condition his body, a slight warmth filling his body. As the sky grew brighter, Oriental Shuer woke up from her sleep and opened her hazy eyes, rubbing and yawning. When she looked at him, she saw that he was still awake and couldn't help but sigh. Awake? Lin Zixuan suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Crap!" Dongfang Shuer was shocked by this sound and burst out. Seeing his smiling but not laughing look, she gasped, Woke up, can you not be so sudden? Scared me to death." Lin Zixuan laughed, sat up and stretched, saying, "Why did you fall asleep on my back again? It's not like there's no bed for you." Dongfang Shuer skimmed her lips and said, "What do you care? I can sleep wherever I want." "Fine. I don't care where you sleep. Where are you going? PP, will you go with me? Get out of here. TSK. After peeing a shot, Lin Zixuan came back comfortably. Seeing her still sitting, he was puzzled. "You have nothing to do? Why don't you go and give me the latest reported information?" The workaholic Eastern cherub muttered and then left. Lin Zixuan took away the famous painting next to the bed and came to the sacrificial room, and immediately saw Lu Feifei floating around on the tablet. So uncomfortable. "Fifi, why don't you go out to play?" The midair Lu Feifei sniffed back in surprise and dropped down from midair, saying daintily, "Director, why are you here?" Lin Zixuan laughed. "Let's see how you're doing. How have you been lately?" Lu Feifei's small face is full of boredom. "Too boring. They are working, and I am embarrassed to disturb them." The director. "You give me a computer chant?" Those little eyes, with unbridled anticipation. Lin Zixuan sniffed and skimmed his mouth. "Playing the computer. I really do not know to row to your teammates. Do you know that the opposite side is a female ghost?" But still promised, "Okay, I'll let someone arrange it later. Don't play here. I'll find a place for you to play." "Yeah, the director is the best." Lu Feifei hugged him with joy. Cold and icy, but in good shape. Lin Zixuan pulled away from her and observed the room, which was a bit small in size, so he could only remove a wall. "Director, what are you doing?" Lu Feifei said curiously from the side. "You will know in a moment." Lin Zixuan walked out of the room and found the first captain and said, "Arrange for a few people to take 3 or 4 rooms, I think, and smash the walls open. Organize them, and then set up the same offering table as Feifei's, and then call the 10 captains to come to the office to find me." The first captain nodded and thought of something and said, "Chief, the chiefs are expected to be here today." Lin Zixuan was puzzled. "What chief?" "Smile Literature. Number 1 and number 2 are here." "Gee, them big chiefs. What are they doing here?" "Look at you, Commissioner." "Look at me? Something's wrong." "All right, get to work." When Lin Zixuan returned to his office,
Dongfang Shuer had already placed the information on the table. The 10 captains came in on their hind legs as soon as they got in on their front legs.
Commissioner, what's the matter? Lin Zixuan nodded. Have you dealt with the Tomb of the Ancestors on General Mountain?
Dealt with. The department specializing in this matter is sending the bones of the forefathers to the Martyrs Cemetery. The 10th captain finished his speech and said curiously, Director, what are you going to arrange for the 200 forefathers? Lin Zixuan thought for a moment and said, arrange it here first, and I'll think about how to follow up.
Oh, is there anything else the commissioner wants?
Go get a computer for Fei Fei and find a quiet place for her to play.
By the way, it seems that the No. 1 and No. 2 chiefs are coming. Get ready to greet them. What? The first chief is coming? I'll get right on it. 10 captains hurriedly ran out. To No. Ordinary soldiers, there is a possibility that all their lives cannot see the No. 1 head of a side, and now suddenly come here. No one is not excited. Dongfang Shuer on one side was puzzled. How come the No. 1 chief wants to come here? It's really rare. Lin Zixuan, organizing the bizarre tasks, casually said, probably idle, right? So much work to do, and we'll have to receive them in a while. Annoying. Dongfang Shuer sniffed. The corner of her mouth twitched. Other people want to see the number 1 side is difficult to die. To your mouth. But not as important as work. Big brother. You're awesome. The wall is not even convinced to convince you. Outside the bomb shelter, the sky roared. 2 AC-313 helicopters slowly landed from the sky. The cabin opened, and the first and second chiefs walked in front of them, followed by Wang Jian, the commander-in-chief of the military region, Jiang Dawei, the commander-in-chief of the navy, and Xiao Shan, the commander-in-chief of the army. In addition to this, there are also a number of large and small officials. The headquarters of the, standing here, casually stomping his foot, enough to let the country of the 9 states to shake. Lin Zixuan couldn't help but be surprised that such a luxurious lineup had gathered here. Are these people crazy? If something happens, the country of Kushu will be in chaos. Waved his hand and said, guard the surrounding, with the air raid shelter as the center, within a radius of 1 kilometer. No strangers are allowed to approach. If there is any resistance, deal with it on your own. I don't want these leaders to have an accident in my place. Yes, Chief. The first sergeant backed away silently and went to call someone. A few moments later, these leaders came to heel. Ha ha ha, Chief Lin, this is the first time you and I have met in person, isn't it? The No. 1 chief reached out with a smile on his face. Lin Zixuan reached out and shook hands with the No. 1 head, smiled and said, yes, but I didn't expect that you all came. I'm really afraid that something will happen and I'll be poked and prodded. Ha ha ha, there is still a time when you, Director Lin, are afraid. Dongfang Chun laughed out loud. Everyone come in. We'll talk in the conference room. Lin Zixuan smiled helplessly. What is there to talk about? We came to see the martyrs. Wang Jian smiled slightly. Then it wasn't wrong. It was really this matter. Lin Zixuan nodded and said, let's go then. I'll take you all there. Go, go, go. I can't wait. I wonder if there are any of my comrades. Just think about it. It's impossible. General Hill there? I've learned about it. Nearly 60 years ago. Not long after the war broke out. LOL, I hope. I kinda miss my old war buddy. The crowd chatted as they walked into the bomb shelter. Lin Zixuan led them to the treated room, empty and clean. In front of it was a very large offering table, and the tributes were set up, just waiting to tally the plaques made by the pioneers. The crowd was puzzled by this. Where are the martyrs? Lin Zixuan took out the famous painting and laughed. Don't be in a hurry. Let them come out now. Recite the incantation. Out. The famous painting opens up. Swirls come out, and white light comes out. A rich white light flickered in front of his body, and a martyr emerged before his eyes. The familiar costumes and figures brought tears to the eyes of the leaders present. After so many years, I didn't think I'd ever see the soldiers of the day again. Undoubtedly thrilled. Everyone, salute. No. 1 chief shouted with a serious face. In an instant, everyone faced them in unison and saluted them, honoring them for their country, honoring them for their country, honoring them for all that they had done. Without them, the martyrs who sacrificed their lives for their country in a righteous manner, there would be no thriving Kyushu state today. And when they saw that everyone was saluting them, they were a little constrained and returned the salute. Rite of passage. Lin Zixuan introduced. Everyone, these are the great leaders of the country of Kyushu. The No. 1 and No. 2 chiefs, the navy and army commanders-in-chief. The martyrs were surprised at hearing this, and hastily saluted again, saying, good day, leader. The first saw this, quickly signaling them to put down their hands, and said, leader, not leader. In front of you, we cannot call what leader. Without you, perhaps we cannot stand here today. On the side, Lin Zixuan stepped out of the room for a smoke, leaving them to have a good chat on their own. A few moments later, Wang Jian came out. Lin Zixuan laughed. Elder Wang, not chatting? Wang Jian shook his head and said, I just came to see if there were any of my comrades, but there weren't, and then came out to see you. Look at me, what's there to see? Lin Zixuan laughed and pulled out a cigarette and handed it over. Wang Jian took it, lit it up and took a drag, looked at his white hair. His eyes showed heartache, said, You this hair? Lin Zixuan laughed indifferently, It's fine. A little bit of life force is just a little bit of life force. It will recover. Don't worry. Seeing him say this, I don't know if it's true or not, but I can only believe him. Wang Jian smiled faintly and said, How's it going with Xiao Shui? Listening to the old chief. You seem to have some problems, right? Lin Zixuan said flatly, We are not suitable at this stage. Let her work well here. Maybe when the world is back to its original state, we might be together. The world is back to its original state? Wang Jian helplessly shook his head. Wait until then. I do not know how long it will take. Change the topic of emotion, counting almost a month, right? At that time we were looking for ways to deal with zombies, and then you appeared. Lin Zixuan nodded his head and smiled lightly. Yes, if I show up any later, maybe those few soldiers will have to be sacrificed. Yes, thanks to you. The state of Kushu has you. We old guys. The pressure is instantly gone. I'm flattered. But you guys are comfortable and the pressure is all on me. Of course we know this. And we understand that it's hard for you. And it's not something that anyone can carry off with so much pressure. But look at you. It should have carried the day. Oh, Lin Zixuan didn't want to explain. Could he say he wanted to give up ever? But give up on who? Giving up. Could he watch so many people die before his eyes? Can't. So, even if you can't carry it, you have to grit your teeth and keep carrying it. After standing for some time, the leaders walked out one after another. One chief patted his shoulder and comforted, I know you work hard, but nay, the country is in trouble, so I can only pin it on you. Hard work. Lin Zixuan shook his head slightly and said, It's fine. The country is in trouble. As a person from the Kushu, I should take responsibility. Good. Worthy of being a man of Kushu. Army Commander-in-Chief Xiao Shan's eyes were filled with admiration. Director Lin, please. Hard work. Other leaders also offered their condolences. After some pleasantries, the crowd was ready to leave as well. Director Lin, how do you want to arrange these martyrs? Before walking away, Chief No. One asked. Lin Zixuan shook his head and said, Haven't thought about it yet. Why? Do you have an arrangement? No. One chief? No. One chief nodded, I want to take these martyrs around the country of Kushu. By the way, there's a question I'm puzzled about. Why do these martyrs exist to this day? Lin Zixuan thought about it. It was indeed a bit strange. It had been almost 70 years. So how could it have been there forever? Could it be the fate of the country? These martyrs were all Kushu state warriors, protected by the state's fortune, and would not turn into evil spirits. Yet the reason for hell, the inability to reincarnate, can only exist to this day? It could only be for this reason, or he couldn't think of any other. Explained, it should be the influence of the national fortune. The martyrs are military souls, protected by the national fortune, and will not become evil spirits to harm others. And then when the village of Fusho has been worshipping the power of incense and fire under the power to exist to date. No. One head seems to understand. Anyway, what he said is what it is. Some expectant, what about the other martyrs? Will exist until now? Lin Zixuan scratched his head and said, No. One head. I'm not sure about this, but it's possible. I'll send someone to investigate the places covered by the battlefield back then. That's good. We can't let the martyrs be alone out there. Understand. Well, I'm leaving. You do a good job. And just be careful. Don't expend any more life force. I just want you to be good. Understand? Yes. Smile literature. P.S. Thank you for your support. I hope you will be high. Give a 5-star praise. Every additional point. The author to add a chapter. To reach 9 points. Plus 5 more. The leaders. Come fast. Go fast. After all, they are all the top pillar of the country of Kushu. Every day is very busy. Can find time to come here. Has been very good. Work was also resumed within the Bureau of Weirdness, and the descent of the leaders served only as a ripple. Inside the office, before Lin Zixuan could get busy, a warrior knocked on the door and walked in. Commissioner, the martyrs want to see you. Lin Zixuan raised an eyebrow and got up somewhat puzzled. Looking for me? What could there be to find me for? Forget it. Just go over there and you'll understand. Straight to the sacrificial room. Once inside, the company commander walked over and saluted. Director Lin. Lin Zixuan returned the salute and smiled. I don't know if there's anything you're looking for me for? The company commander nodded. It's like this.
I heard that Director Lin here is specialized in dealing with the monsters that have appeared all over the country of Kushu.
I request Director Lin to bring us along, so that we can continue to fight for the country of Kushu. Lin Zixuan was surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect it to be this kind of thing, but shook his head and said, "This is afraid not. The predecessors were born to die for the country of the 9 states, and now they can come back. They should enjoy today's peaceful era and enjoy today's beautiful life. The monsters matter. By our younger generation will be able to do. We can't let the predecessors pay again." But the company commander firmly shook his head and said, "In life, he was a soldier of the Kushu state, and in death, he is still a soldier of the Kushu state. And now that the country is in trouble, how can we dare to enjoy it? And please hope that Director Lin will agree. Please also ask Director Lin to promise." The warrior in the back shouted with determination in his eyes. Lin Zixuan hesitated. It is not really good to do so. After all, the world is what they have fought down. How can they still want to let them continue to pay? It is not good. Seeing that he was still hesitating, the company commander continued, "Director Lin, don't underestimate us. When we were at General Mountain, we had also encountered evil spirits before, but they were all shot by us. With us around, we can eliminate the evil spirits faster and give the people a safe place." Lin Zixuan was naturally clear and aware of their strength. Their guns at the moment had turned into medieval weapons, plus there was also the protection of the national fortune. They could be said to be each and every one of them at the level of a grudge. To be honest, he did feel a bit moved by such a powerful fighting force, which would help the Trickster Bureau immensely. But then again, bothering the seniors again, isn't that what makes fighters pretty useless these days? It was undoubtedly humiliating to have to trouble the old-timers when the country was in danger. He can't make a decision on this matter. Lin Zixuan said helplessly, "I'll ask the top for a bit. I'll get back to you in a while." The company commander also showed a smile and said, "Please tell the top to rest. We want to wait until the country is more peaceful. It's an honor to defend the motherland again." Understand that Lin Zixuan turned away, the corners of his eyes reddening a bit. These old-timers, who were always looking out for the Kushu state, heard that there were still monsters in the Kushu state now, and immediately requested to go to war and offer their part. It is truly admirable. Returning to the office, he directly dialed Dongfang Cheng's phone. "I just left and you're calling me? There's been a snag." "What is it?" "Those seniors want to go to war again and join the Trickster Bureau to destroy the evil spirits." "Ah, alas, I knew it. And how could they possibly want to rest? The warriors of that year, each and every one of them had their heads filled with the state of Kushu, and now that they are dying in battle, they are still thinking of the state of Kushu." "I know. I will get back to you this afternoon." "Good." Lin Zixuan sighed as he sat in his chair, and with the old-timer's firm thoughts, he ended up agreeing. Then it was time to think about how to arrange themselves. This team of 200 warriors, with extremely strong fighting strength, was more advantageous than the other warriors, and the old-timers were better able to deal with the evil spirits. Flipping out the drawer with that information about the hospital's creepy place, he deduced it, the place of extreme evil. 4 words, Lin Zixuan naturally did not dare to go, and now with these 200 people seniors, to have some confidence. But once the seniors die again, it's a soul that can't be reincarnated, so he didn't dare to bring it with him. He could only wait until he had improved his strength before tackling this place. "What's wrong?" Seeing him sighing, Dongfang Shuer on the side was puzzled. Those 200 martyrs wanted to join the creepy bureau to destroy the evil spirits. Lin Zixuan rubbed his head with a headache. This Oriental Shuer did not expect these martyrs to want to continue to fight. Underneath the admiration, it hurt a little bit. It was supposed to let them enjoy themselves, and now they had to fight, which was a real pain in the ass. So do we really need to get the martyrs on board? I don't know. I'll wait for the announcement from the top, but I think so. The rate was agreed. After all, it was the request of the martyrs. Okay. Lin Zixuan opened his computer and searched for information on the Kunlun Mountains, and sure enough, there was no mythological history at all. In the mythological records, the Kunlun Mountains are inhabited by a fairy, Shi Wangmu, with a human head and a leopard body, served by 2 green birds, is a Taoist god, and is in charge of male and female cultivation of immortality and ascension to the throne, together with Dongwang Gong. In addition, it is rumored that the Kunlun Mountains contain many immortal birds, as well as many treasures and immortal medicines. But if it's not true, it's not clear. But in this world, since the ancestors said that there is chance, then the chance should be in these famous mountains. Just travel to find out for yourself and you'll get to the opportunity. Not to mention finding any immortal weapons and immortal pills, as long as the treasure can raise some strength. As he continued to search for other information on the Kunlun Mountains, an article on Death Valley caught his attention. In the Valley of Death, there is no ice all year round, and from time to time lightning falls, The ground is covered with corpses and bones. There are human beings. There are animals. But what is even stranger is that there are also corpses and bones of strange creatures, which are very large. And I don't know what kind of creatures they are. Smile literature. As a result, this part of the Kunlun Mountains was classified as a forbidden area, and no one was allowed to enter. Decades had passed since its discovery, but there were people looking for death trying to go in and explore. It turned out to be unsurprisingly missing. The Kunlun Mountain Death Valley location was immediately sent out to patrol with warriors and establish a defense line. Lin Zixuan's face slightly condensed after reading. It seems that this chance is not so easy to get. The strangest places are often where the odds are hidden. It seemed that it was necessary to enter the Death Valley of the Kunlun Mountains, and it was only here that it was possible to find where the opportunity lay. Make some arrangements. I'm going to the Kunlun Mountains tomorrow. Dongfang Shuer sniffed and said curiously. Are there weird incidents there too? How come I haven't seen any reports? Lin Zixuan smiled and said, nothing to do with the bizarre incident. Going over there to investigate something? Well, go make arrangements. I might be back late. Oh, Dongfang Shuer didn't say much and went straight to make arrangements. Lin Zixuan muttered. I hope I can find it. My current strength is beyond my ability. P.S. Thank you for your support. I hope you will be high. Give a 5-star praise. Every additional point. The author to add a chapter. To reach 9 points. Plus 5 more. In the middle of the afternoon, a call came from Dongfang Cheng with an incredibly serious voice. Commissioner Lam. After discussion, it was finally agreed that the martyr would join the creepy bureau, but on one condition? What conditions? It is imperative that the martyrs are not sacrificed again if they can be saved. I'll try. Lin Zixuan hung up the phone helplessly. He could think that the martyrs must have braved the sacrifices and rushed to the front. That's a tough one. Shaking his head, he walked out of the office and into the ritual room. The martyrs had been waiting for a long time, and the company commander rushed forward in anticipation. How is it, Director Lin? Lin Zixuan smiled slightly and said, welcome to the creepy bureau. You'll be colleagues from now on. The martyrs were instantly happy. Being able to fight for their country again was one of the happiest things they could do. The company commander was all smiles as he said, Chief, I don't know what the mission is. We can get into working order right away. Lin Zixuan laughed bitterly. These martyrs really can't wait. Looking at the 200 people, it was only possible to break up and spread out for now, teaming up with other fighters to teach about the changes in the world, and information about the monsters. He didn't have to do any of this, and came to the door and called out, Captain, come here. Director, I'll be right there. The first captain ran all the way to the front and smiled. Director, what's the matter? Lin Zixuan stepped aside and said, 200 pioneers to join the Eerie Bureau. You will take over the follow-up work. 3 pioneers to follow the 2 warriors on their missions and then familiarize themselves with the work of the Bureau. That's it. I'm leaving. The first captain's eyes widened as he listened and sucked in a breath of cold air. It was unbelievable that the martyrs were going to fight alongside them. The heart was a little excited and a little overwhelmed. Hello, Captain. I'll be troubling you from now on. My name is Lin Wan. The company commander stepped forward and saluted. I don't have to be like this. When the first captain saw the martyr saluting him, he was a bit flattered and looked a bit constrained and said, that company commander Lin. When Lin Wan saw this, he frowned and said seriously, Brigadier General, please treat us as your soldiers and follow the customs of the country. I used to be a company commander, but now many years have passed, and the establishment might as well have disappeared. So now that I've joined the Trickster Bureau, I'm a junior soldier. No matter what glory we get, here, a fresh recruit, and the first sergeant doesn't have to treat us with too much respect. Military group. Lit. Smile and proud of literature, idiom, arrogance of the literary world. The chief couldn't help but show a bitter smile. This can't be if it's a new recruit who transferred over. Under normal circumstances, he would have had a serious face and drilled the recruits properly, but the new recruit in front of him, he wouldn't dare. Who dares to treat this as a new recruit? This is clearly an old-timer with supreme honor. In terms of age, he could be his great-grandfather, but the old-timer in front of him said so. He didn't dare not to do it. We can only pretend to be serious. Well, we'll go count the names and distribute the groups to you, and without any surprise, we'll be able to carry out the mission tonight. Lin Wan nodded with satisfaction and said, Trouble big captain. Brothers, do your work well. Listen to people well. Now is not compared to the previous ones. People know more than us. You have to ask for more advice. The first captain cried and laughed, and I guessed that the brothers on tonight's mission would have to be uncomfortable. Then took the pioneers off to count the names. Everyone was shocked and excited when they heard that the martyrs were going on a mission with them. But wait until the evening to see how hopeless it is. An hour passed, and the 200 martyrs, individually,
teamed up with the other fighters. The sun was also about to go down, and this was the point at which the crowd of warriors were to carry out their mission. The scene shifts to a military vehicle, which is now on its way to the town of Huangshe. The mission showed that every night when it's dark and windy and a girl walks outside, she always feels like there's someone following behind her. But looking back, there was nothing, not even in the open, to see that the town constable had also stood firm during the night, and had been unable to find any stalker, either. It was not until a weeping girl came to the door, and the constable asked privately, that he learned, having been fucked by the Baldo the girl. It was described as a cold, invisible man, pressed up against himself to do that sort of thing. The incident was then classified as a bizarre incident and reported to the Bureau of Creepiness, waiting for a specialized person to investigate. And that's where the two fighters headed to deal with the bizarre incident. It's not far, 2 hours away. On the way, the three pioneers looked out of the car window curiously. The bright streetlights, the beautiful little cars, the beautiful pavement, all of which made them marvel. This is the current state of Kushu. Oh, yeah, it's so beautiful. You guys, it's such a smooth road. The little car drives on it without a single bump. Look at that light. It's so bright. It's so much better now than it was in our day, when there were very few roads, let alone cars. Yes, now there's endless food. No more starvation. The country of Kushu now. It's too good. Woohoo. What are you crying about? I'm crying that our efforts have not been in vain. It's a pity that those brothers didn't see the present Kushu state. Only those 200 of us saw it. I wish they could have seen it with their own eyes too. Driver's seat, co-pilot, two warriors listening to their conversation, could not help but feel a sourness in their hearts, and tears filled their eyes. The martyrs suffered too much. In those days, it was all about faith. And this image happens in every military vehicle that is on a mission. Each of the martyrs was so happy that tears fell as they smiled and laughed. Although they couldn't see all the changes in the country of Kushu, the changes in their eyes now were enough for them to guess. Nowadays, the country of Kushu has become very powerful, and is no longer the sickly dragon that was a cat or dog that could be bullied. Now that the sick dragon had fully recovered its peak, it was once again soaring in the sky. After an interlude, the military vehicle traveled for 2 hours to the town of Huangshe. First came to the police station to find out the details of the situation before arranging follow-up, and the town police station received the news and waited a long time early. The director saluted and said, "Good head. Finally look forward to your coming. Since the occurrence of bizarre events, the people have been nervous, and do not dare to come out at night. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that." Bo Xing nodded and said, "It's 8 o'clock. Tell us where that evil spirit usually appears, so we can make arrangements immediately." The director also did not nonsense said, "That evil spirit, usually 10 o'clock appeared. The target of the attack are girls, and the place of infestation is Tongtian Street and Winter Street. Specializing in attacking girls? What an interesting evil spirit." Bo Xing thought for a moment and said, "Do you have any female police officers here? We want to use this to draw out that evil spirit to appear. Don't worry, we will protect it. P.S. Thank you for your support. I hope you will be high. Give a 5-star praise. Every additional point, the author to add a chapter, to reach 9 points, plus 5 more." The director understood at once, looked back at the police officers. His eyes lit up, and beckoned, "Here, Xiaoli, you cooperate with the chief." A small beautiful police officer with a good face value, at that moment, shrunk in fear and weakly said, "Director, can we change one? After all, it was an evil spirit that everyone was afraid of, let alone one that specialized in attacking girls." The director comfortingly smiled, "Xiaoli, you are not unaware that this evil spirit likes to attack beautiful girls the most, and you are suitable, so it can only be entrusted to you. Do not worry, the chief will protect you." That's fine. Seeing that only she was suitable, Ray could only agree helplessly. After the personnel arrangement, Bo Xing nodded and said, "That's fine. You go back and change your clothes and set off with us." Okay. Ray walked back to the office. The two boxing men began to get their tools ready. A mahogany sword and a fury machete, in addition to a strong flashlight and shock bombs, against low-level brats. These are sufficient. Then the live stream was turned on and countless netizens flooded in. I wonder what evil spirit was destroyed tonight. Read on to find out. I don't even watch the TV show anymore when I watch a live stream of the fighters every day. How can a TV show compare to this? It's weak. Okay. One is special effects and the other is real live. There's no comparison. The number of people was not very large. Only tens of thousands of people. Compared to Lin Zixuan's live broadcast, the netizens watching were few and far between. But after all, it's not the same. The fighters are eliminating low-level brats, and they don't feel the excitement. And in Lin Zixuan's live room,
It was every second of it was heart-stopping. Not wanting to see it, but wanting to see it. After a while, Xiaoli changed into a dress. The charm added a few more points. Maybe in this town, the most beautiful is her. When he got on the military vehicle and opened the door, he saw the 3 martyrs in the back, and then his little hand covered his mouth, and his little face was full of disbelief. The pioneers in the backseat were puzzled when they saw her like this. What's wrong with the little girl? It's not like we're scaring her, is it? I don't think so. After all, we don't look as scary as those evil spirits. Noticing the situation behind him, Bo Xing turned around and smiled. Seeing the martyrs, do you feel scared too? Xiaoli sniffed and hastily shook her head and said, No. I was so excited that I didn't expect to see the martyrs with my own eyes. Ha ha ha, come on up. Ooh. And the camera caught the martyrs in the act, and the netizens were thrilled. Borin took this opportunity to introduce to the netizens. Said, to tell you a good thing, General Hill's 200 martyrs all joined the Bureau of Bazaar. From now on, the martyrs will also carry out bizarre tasks. Maybe you encountered bizarre events. It is possible that the martyrs went over to help you. Oh. Boom. These words immediately exploded like a pot. Netizens have unbelievable up. Oh, my god, did I hear right? The martyrs have joined the Bureau of Weirdness? This is unbelievable. I would have thought that the martyrs would have gone to enjoy their blessings, but I didn't realize that they would be joining the Bureau of Trickery. But could the martyrs deal with the evil spirits? I'm not questioning it, just curious. It should work, right? Otherwise the masters wouldn't be able to just let the martyrs go on weird missions. In the face of this problem, Borin laughed. Everyone rest assured. I think we all know the grievous spirits. And the martyrs? Is the strength of this level more powerful than us? How can not deal with the evil spirits? Later we'll let you see how the martyrs to solve the evil spirits. The strength of a grudge? Crap. So powerful? I'm relieved then. Curious how the martyrs would have dealt with it. What do you think? Could it be with a gun? It's the one next to the martyr. No way. With that 38 lids, it can destroy evil spirits? Ergo it always felt likely. Don't guess. Just read on. Boxing drive to Tontine Street. At the moment, the streets are sparsely populated, so it seems that they are really scared. But some think this evil spirit only attacks pretty girls, not men. By the internet cafes, barbecue stalls and night food stalls are hot with people eating, and these are not afraid of evil spirits. Parking and pulling over. The group decided to eat before going to the evil spirits since it was 2 hours before 10 o'clock. Eating is the biggest thing in the world. Finding a barbecue stand and sitting down. Even the pioneers were curious to sit down and try what it tasted like. Seeing this, Ray was extremely curious as to how the martyrs, who were no longer human, would eat. What would you like to eat? A middle-aged boss left with a smile on his face. Coming over. His eyes swept. His heart was a little strange. How come these 3 people were wearing the clothes of the warriors back then? Could it be remembrance? But he couldn't say what others wore. Have some oysters, pancetta, and beef. Boxing ordered a ton of food. Okay, hold on, please. And it made netizens curious. So much food that 6 of them would be fine to eat. Do the 3 martyrs have to eat too? But how can they eat like this? It is really puzzling. But when the owner set the barbecue on the table, Boring took out 9 sticks of incense and lit them. 3 of each were inserted on 3 plates of barbecue, then placed in front of the 3 martyrs, and the silky white smoke rose into the air. Smile literature. The 3 pioneers couldn't wait to inhale, and the food essence was quickly absorbed. Those 9 sticks of incense, rapidly consumed. Upon closer inspection, 3 plates of grilled food instantly began to char. Wow, this is too good to eat. Yes, it's the first time I've had it. Save some for me, you guys. The 3 martyrs, with their mesmerized expressions, seemed to be chewing on something in their mouths. Ray's mouth dropped open in shock. Even the netizens were shocked. They just couldn't figure out how the martyrs actually ate. Is it possible to insert incense and eat it? Borin also explained for them. There is no need to be surprised. This is the way the spirit body eats. As long as the incense is inserted, the incense will carry the essence of the food to be absorbed by the spirit body. Although it is strange, but it does work like this. Since he was bringing the martyrs out, Lin Zixuan asked them to bring incense and accompany the martyrs to stroll around and eat some delicious food. After all, the martyrs used to starve, and now it's time to enjoy the blessings. And after listening to Borin's explanation, the netizens caught on. That's bizarre. First time I've heard that evil spirits can eat. Look at the martyrs devour the look. Can think of the year? How many soldiers are hungry to fight? Aha, now the martyrs can be fed and fed. Seeing that he was almost done eating, Borin smiled and said, Senior, are you full? Should I order some more? Hey, call for more then. Okay, boss, 3 more lamb. Alright, P.S. Thank you for your support. I hope you will be high. Give a 5-star praise. Every additional point. The author to add a chapter. To reach 9 points. Plus 5 more. On Boren's side, no one noticed the oddities and were drinking and yelling. The boss thought it was strange too, but the non-stop orders didn't make him think much about it, and he went back to work. After eating for quite a while, and having had enough wine and food, the time was just approaching 9 o'clock. With nothing to do, the crowd could only stroll down the street and introduce the surrounding buildings to the martyrs. The pioneers marveled at the fact that there was really peace now, with so many modes of entertainment. As we walked and chatted, we came to a small park before we knew it and sat on a resting chair. Ray, on the other hand, looked for a topic to chat with the martyrs. Seniors, tell us about the past. Anyway, it's still early. Previously talking about this topic, the martyrs cannot help but fall into memory. In the past, it was really very hard. We are also considered the same village to join the army. Originally, we do not want to join the army, because of the fear of death. Ha ha ha, yes, it's the fear of dying that keeps you from joining the military. Ray was curious, then why did you join the army later? The 3 martyrs immediately showed incomparable hatred on their faces in unison, and that hatred made the air turn a little cold, and the crowd couldn't help but shiver. On that day, the devils swept through, massacring and plundering everywhere, killing and looting everything in sight, and our village was also swept by the devils. Another martyr took over. On that day, fire burned our village, black smoke rose to the sky, screams were everywhere, corpses lay everywhere, blood stained the whole village. Then, the last martyr's face was flat, but one could vaguely tell that the eyes were filled with incomparable rage, like a volcano about to erupt. On that day, only the 3 of us in the village survived. Looking at the village, which was burned to the ground by the fire, we made up our minds at the same time to enlist in the army to kill the devils and avenge the death of our village. The last 2 words, revenge, carried an incomparable murderous aura, and the cold, bone-piercing aura affected the surroundings. The 3 martyrs then said in unison, kill all the devils and fight for a peaceful era for the generations to come. After listening, Bo Ren and Xiaoli's breathing was a little heavy as they listened to the stories of the martyrs and saw the sweep in action. Seeing the ghosts wantonly killing the people of Kushu, the screams of the people, it was as if they had heard the, my child, oh, my God, the ghosts you killed, you shall not die, you'll get what's coming to you, you will. Why, what did we do wrong? Mother, what's wrong with you? Get up. Hoo. The hatred of the country and the family filled his heart in an instant, and his fists could not help but clench, his blood boiling. Even the netizens who were watching, a flame rushed to the top of their heads, itching to go back to that time and split the ghosts into 5 pieces. Hate it. Those assholes from the island, to this day, refuse to admit the faults they committed back then. What's even more abhorrent is that the invasion of Kushu, which is not in their history textbooks, was intentional. Rice at that time to release the nuclear bomb so fast to do it. Let the big bear dry his damn volcano. The island is directly finished. Let's forget about it and throw it into the volcano. That's going to be a hazard to our coastal cities as well. Then that should have thrown more. What's 2 throws? Bo Ren took a deep breath, calmed his inner emotions, smiled and said, Senior, it is all right. We not only drove away the ghosts, but also let the country of Kushu to stand at the top of the world again. No one dares to bully us anymore. The 3 pioneers calmed down and nodded with a smile. Grace, a little sad between the moment, Boren takes out his phone and searches for a funny movie for the martyrs to watch. Unsurprisingly, the novelty of the contraption. The pioneers looked and laughed, and a scene of the pioneers joining the Bazaar Bureau was featured on their respective live streams. Laughing literature. It caused quite a commotion. The appearance of the pioneers was already shocking, but then joining the Trickster Bureau to continue the fight was undoubtedly even more shocking. Isn't it good to enjoy happiness? Why do you have to continue to engage in frontline combat? But it's also admirable. The scene returned to Boren's side, and by now, the time had come to 10 o'clock. It's time to destroy that evil spirit. The crowd began to move, coming first to Tontine Street, which was even less crowded at this point. Xiaoli, what about you? Just wander around on this street. If you feel anything unusual, tell us through the headset. We will protect you in the shadows. Bo Ren handed her a headset. Ray was also a little nervous at the moment, and put her headphones back on, nodding her head and saying, okay, I know what to do. Action. Xiaoli took a deep breath and began to walk around casually on this Tongtian street. The surrounding stores have closed early, closed and very cold. Only the bright light of the street lamps dispersed some of the darkness and gave a sense of security. The 2 Boren also dripped on the tears of the bull, and the 3 martyrs, not far away, followed in the dark. The breeze blew through the tissue paper on the ground, and there was not a single person left on the street. Only Ray was walking alone. In order to be able to draw out the evil spirit, he deliberately walked into the alley, and after not noticing that something was wrong, he walked out and continued to wander around. I do not know how long I walked. Shaoli also had a little tired. Pressed the headset, whispered, "Chief, I cannot walk." Boxing thought for a moment and said, "I'll tell you what. Just find a random place on the street to sit and rest." "Good." Shaoli swept her gaze and came to sit on a stool placed outside a store, her small hands kneading her sore feet. After just continuing to wait for a while, the two men in the shadows discussed it. "It's 10:30 and the evil spirit still hasn't come out. Could it have gone to another street? It's possible, but let's wait a little longer. We'll go over there at 11 o'clock. And at that moment, Shaoli, who was resting, the woman's sixth sense, made her feel something, a feeling that someone was staring at them. Heart tightening, he turned his head and looked in all directions, noticing no one. So could it be an evil spirit? Unable to be sure, Ray decided to take a walk to see if the feeling staring back at her would persist. Get up and face forward. After walking for a while, Ray realized that the feeling was really still there. Dark pressed his headset and whispered, "Chief, it's appearing. I feel eyes on me." Bo Xing and Bo Ren, who were in the dark, were immediately energized. "You keep moving. We're looking for where the evil spirit is." "Good." Boxing 5, with night vision binoculars, watched Shaoli in all directions, until the martyrs suddenly spoke out, "Up there. It's on the roof of the little girl's building." Instantly, his eyes looked over, only to see that on the roof of the building, there was a blurry figure up there, surrounded by a grayish-white unseen chi. "That's right, it's the evil spirit. What's the solution? Let's see. If I rush out suddenly, this evil spirit will definitely run away. It has to be killed in one blow. P.S. Thank you for your support. I hope you will be high. Give a 5-star praise. Every additional point, the author to add a chapter, to reach 9 points, plus 5 more. Senior, how far can you shoot with this gun? How's the accuracy?" Bo Ren's eyes lit up when he saw Forefather's gun on the side. Foreman patted his chest and said confidently, "No bullet within 200 meters. The maximum distance of 600 meters. This distance I cannot guarantee." Bo Xing eyeballed it. 100 meters or so, laughed, "Senior, that evil spirit you can be a shot of soul? Can be. The martyrs discussed themselves for a while and then continued, "If we come, we decided that 3 of us will shoot together, so that we can also avoid the possibility that one of us may not hit. It's okay, so let's have the seniors." "Good." The 3 martyrs stepped forward and raised their 38 large caps, their eyes showing murderous intent. The long gun, with a faint red glow, and a rich fury crept out. The muzzle of the gun was pointed at the target on the roof of the building, and with a concentrated look, he took a slightly deeper breath. "It's ready. Is it shot? Open." Bang bang bang. The pioneers didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. In this quiet street, suddenly 3 loud shots rang out. In these days of universal gun bans in Kushu, the sound of a gunshot is either a police officer or a drug offender. The people inside their homes, hearing the sound of gunfire, were so frightened that they hastened to close the doors of their houses tightly. There was certainly no shortage of people watching to see what was going on through the windows, and the 3 bullets condensed from the power rushed towards the evil spirits in a flash. The evil spirit on the roof of the building heard the voice and looked at it suspiciously. But then, an extremely dangerous feeling came. With his heart broken with fear, he wanted to leave this place, but it was already too late. Put! 3 bullets penetrated the body. The evil spirit's body shook, and he looked down in horror, looking at the 3 extra bullets in his chest, and his eyes fell from the roof of the building with great reluctance. The evil spirit's body changed and began to be illusory, as if it was going to disappear in the next second. "Walk, Bo Ren." Bo Xing and the 3 martyrs rushed over in an instant. Sensing movement, Ray turned around and looked up suspiciously, only to see a blurry figure at her feet. He was panicked and subconsciously took a few steps back. "It's okay, half dead." Bo Xing came to the front to check up. "Can see, this evil spirit body in chi quickly dissipate." In chi dissipation finished. That means it is about to soul fly away. Looking at the few people in front of him, the evil spirit said with difficulty, "There's no need to. Why don't you just come up and kill me?" "I didn't kill anyone." Bo Ren coldly said, "You are not killing, but you are more disgusting than killing. You are ruining people's girls." Cough. The evil spirit was weak. Shaoli looked at this evil spirit from the side, and immediately felt some familiarity. Exclaimed, "I know who it is. It is a year ago QJ criminal, because it is too bad. The number of crimes and punishment, sentenced it to death." Laughing pride literature. Bo Xing sniffed and glared at it and said, "Even after death, you are not at peace. What a bastard. You are sentenced to death in life, and after death, we sentence your soul to be scattered."
drawing the Fury greatsword behind his back. Under the flashing light of the blade, the sharp edge slashed down. Boom! A knife cut straight through the evil spirit's neck, and under the two cuts, the force then traveled to the ground. Then in everyone's eyes, this evil spirit that had done so much evil flew into oblivion and completely disappeared from this world altogether, never having the chance to reincarnate as an adult again. Hugh Boxing retrieved the big knife, got up and smiled lightly. Trouble you, Xiao Li. You can go back and tell your director that the evil spirits have been eliminated. Xiao Li nodded, and her small face smiled slightly. Okay, hard work, chiefs. You're welcome. It should be done. Goodbye, chief. Bye. Looking at Xiao Li's leaving silhouette, Bo Xing touched his brother Bo Ren and said, "What do you think of this girl? Does she suit you?" Bo Ren sniffed and said in a hurry, "What are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense." Oh, Bo Xing laughed and said, "I nonsense what? This is not to find you an object." Bo Ren gave him a blank look and thought for a moment, borrowing the chief's words. "We are in a department of immense importance, and we have to be ready to sacrifice at any time. You're almost out of the army, and you had to come to the Bureau of Weirdness with my selection. Come on, what can I do when I get out of the army? It's only on the front line that I can find meaning in my existence. Whatever. Anyway, don't forget our agreement. Whoever dies, the living carry the dead one home and retire to the Bo family." Got it. Got it. We're not gonna die. As the two walked and chatted, the three pioneers following behind them looked at each other, making eye contact as if they had made some kind of decision. Get back on the military vehicle and drive back to the creepy bureau. Inside the Bureau of Weirdness, Lin Zixuan watched the various live broadcasts as the martyrs cooperated with the fighters on their missions. Couldn't help but nod. Just need to work together a few more times to familiarize myself with it, and then I'll be able to go on a solo mission. Looking at the time, it's time to practice. Hopefully I can break through to Earthmaster tonight. Schwerer, take an early rest. After saying that, he returned to his room. Dongfang Schwerer glanced at him, shook her head, and looked at the computer, displaying information about Kunlun Mountain. It seemed she also wanted to know what he wanted to do in Kunlun. In the room, Lin Zixuan sat cross-legged, his eyes closed tightly as he absorbed the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth. Each day, the richness of the spiritual power of the heavens and earth increased by a sliver, and there was still some time before the day of the outbreak. Spiritual energy was introduced into the body in a silky manner, attempting to break through the Earth Master's barrier, striking through it little by little. However, there was only the last membrane left. How could it not be rushed through? The spiritual energy was transformed into a poisonous dragon drill. It just couldn't be rushed through. It's like you're given hope, but you just don't have that ability to break through that barrier membrane. It's like a golden mushroom that can't pry open a clam. It distracted him a bit. It had been midnight, and Lin Zixuan had yet to rush to the Earth Division. Sigh. It seems like you just need the pressure to push yourself a little bit. He was helpless when his cell phone rang on the side. Who called me in the middle of the night? Lin Zixuan took a look at the cell phone and instantly connected. What's wrong with the second head? Not sleeping in the middle of the night. I still have to sleep. The voice that came out was the incomparably serious and grave voice of Dongfang Chang. Something's wrong. Lin Zixuan instantly became serious when he heard this. To be able to make the second head personally say something, then it meant that this was not a simple matter. You said. Dongfang Cheng said, the island country's suddenly evil spirit outbreak. Death and injury. It is estimated that the death of tens of thousands. Lin Zixuan was relieved to hear that he thought it was something. Not to mention tens of thousands. The island sank deserved it. Casual, no. Too chief. You care about the safety of the island country. Why? How many people they die? None of our business. Rest assured. The evil spirits cannot come to our country of Kushu. Dongfang Chung helplessly said, how many of them died? I definitely don't care. What I care about is our Kushu people. In the island country, we still have a few thousand Kushu people over there. I can't watch them die in the island country as well, right? P.S. Thank you for your support. I hope you will be high. Give a 5-star praise. Every additional point. The author to add a chapter. To reach 9 points, plus 5 more. Lin Zixuan also straightened up when he heard that. Forgetting that point, there were indeed still people from Kushu over there. Chief too. So you're ready to head to the island for rescue? Dongfang Cheng said seriously, yes. You will be appointed as the chief commander of this operation. There is no time to lose. We will act tomorrow. There will be a helicopter coming to pick you up tomorrow. Get ready. So fast? Lin Zixuan was a bit surprised, but time indeed waited for no one. One step later and someone would be sacrificed. I know. I'll get ready now. The lives of thousands of people in Kushu are in your hands. We'll wait for your triumph in Kushu. Hanging up the phone, Lin Zixuan sat for a while, made up his mind, and secretly said, System, how much merit do I have now? Sealed Gate Village Incident. The Master reseals the Evil King and Green Stiff, indirectly saving hundreds of thousands of people and gaining 100,000 merits. General Hill Incident. The Master spared no expense in consuming his life to save 200 military souls that were about to be dispersed from their souls, gaining 10,000 merits, plus 5,000 merits for the evil spirits you killed. Master. Weird Bureau Warrior. Because of the Master you instructed, the warrior beheaded the evil spirit. Master, you correspondingly get half of the merit. Now statistics. A total of 2,000 merit. Master, you now have 117,000 merits. Lin Zixuan was surprised. A lack of attention and he had gained so much merit? But let's not think about that for now. And asked, System, how much merit is needed to raise to Earth Master? Master, your cultivation has reached the peak of Human Master. Just one step away from a breakthrough. Only 500 merits are needed to break through the barriers of Master you. But the system still wants to persuade. Directly elevated. It was at this time. How could he still have time to break through the last step and hurriedly upgrade to an Earthmaster in order to deal with the next rescue operation? If the merit is gone, you can continue to kill evil spirits to obtain it. But if the human life is gone, then it's really gone. He can still tell the difference between the lesser and the greater. Yes, and the system said no more. A flash of golden light once again diffused from his forehead, gradually enveloping his entire body. And Lin Zixuan instantly felt that a force had come to the barrier. The impenetrable barrier, as if it were tofu, was broken through by the power of the system in an instant. Instantly, Lin Zixuan felt the power of an Earth Master. Unlike a human master, let's just say the power and speed tripled. Beyond that, he's able to mobilize the power of the Earth. Standing on it, the power of the Earth will then source itself back. This was several times more powerful than when he was still a human teacher. As an example, you want to release some powerful spells, but you don't have enough mana to do so. But with the power of the Earth it was different. Mana plus the power of the Earth coalesced together, and it was possible to unleash powerful spells. Sure, there's definitely going to be casting time, but the pros outweigh the cons, and that's simply not a problem. The golden light shattered, revealing Lin Zixuan's body, clenching his fists, a smile spreading across his face, reaching out with one hand. A strange power filled the air. Smiling literature. Poof! The floor in the room instantly trembled as 3 ground thorns violently broke through the ground. The earth thorns were permeated with the power of the earth, which could also be a threat to evil spirits. After experiencing the power of the Earth Master for a while, Lin Zixuan pressed the earth spike down, walk out of the room, go to the office, and press a button, emergency assembly. In an instant, ear-piercing alarms rang out from all over the creepy bureau. After Lin Zixuan greeted a warrior and told everyone to come and gather outside the air raid shelter. Then he went straight to the outside of the shelter and waited. The sound of the alarm caused all the warriors to stare in disbelief, because it meant that something big was happening. Those who were resting, those who were working, quickly ran out of the shelter. Time is exactly 1 minute. Looking at all the members of the creepy bureau in front of him, Lin Zixuan nodded and said seriously, I won't say any more nonsense. Time is of the essence. The second head of the bureau just called me. The island country suddenly evil spirit outbreak. Of course, we are also very happy not. Let this island country arrogant. Retribution. Right. Ha ha ha. The crowd of warriors were very happy to hear that. After all, every Kushuite felt happy to see the island country fall into bad luck. But the fighters also understood that if this was the case, the chief wouldn't have suddenly asked them to assemble urgently. Lin Zixuan continued, how many people died on the island? It's none of our business, but our compatriots in the country of Kushu. There are still a few thousand on the island. And this is the reason for the emergency assembly. Now I'm arranging that 400 members within the Trickster Bureau will travel with me to the island to bring back our compatriots. The crowd of warriors roared loudly. Lin Zixuan nodded and continued. I've been appointed as the commander-in-chief of this rescue operation. A helicopter will come to pick us up tomorrow. And you guys, grab your equipment for dealing with evil spirits. Take a little more with you. Fully armed. And now I order you, no deaths on the island. Come back to me. One or the other. Scatter. As soon as the words fell, everyone quickly ran back inside the air raid shelter, quickly arming their entire bodies and waiting for the helicopter to pick them up. How did something so big happen all of a sudden? Dongfang Shuer walked over. Lin Zixuan smiled and said, I also want to know. It seems that I have to come back to the Kunlun Mountains in order to go there, and this place will be left to you, and the remaining 100 members will be enough to solve the bizarre places in the country. Dongfang Shuer nodded, her eyes showing concern, and said, then you pay attention to safety. Don't be like last time again. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. Death. I will die in the country of Kushu. I don't want to die in another country.
Bah, talk about dead or not. Let's go. I have to get ready too. Grace. Back in his office, Lin Zixuan looked at the national treasures on the shelves and thought about them. Remove a bronze bell. Shake the bell.
The ringing carries extreme damage. Take away the jade seal and sword of Emperor Tang Taizong.
That's enough. If there's an accident, Tang Taizong and the jade seal will be enough to solve everything. Last but not least, the money sword and the long sought-after lightning strike wood. After determining his equipment, Lin Zixuan returned to his room and put on his lieutenant general's uniform. Tidy up your grooming and put on your military hat. Instantly a temperament of an iron-blooded soldier quietly radiated out. The upright body, handsome face, and serious demeanor exuded a majestic aura. Walking out of the room, the warriors couldn't help but gasp in shock at the sight of him in this state. Speaking of which, the chief hasn't worn it much except for when it was photoshopped. Now that he had seen the director in his lieutenant general's uniform with his own eyes, he couldn't help but gulp. In addition to being handsome, there was also a bit of a superior temperament, and the aura was so strong that all the warriors didn't dare to speak at this time. What? Are you dazzled by my handsomeness? Lin Zixuan made a joke, and suddenly his aura was gone. The crowd of warriors breathed a sigh of relief. The director is certainly handsome. If I were a girl, I'd be courting the chief. Come on, you're like that. If you become a girl, you'll know how ugly you are. Lin Zixuan waved his hand and said, well, hurry up and pack up. I guess the helicopter is already on its way here. P.S. Thank you for your support. I hope you will be high. Give a 5-star praise. Every additional point. The author to add a chapter. To reach 9 points. Plus 5 more. 5 o'clock in the morning. 400 heavily armed members of the Trickster Bureau stood outside the bomb shelter. Each man carried a sword and knife on his back, was loaded with shock bombs, and had a gourd of black dog's blood hanging from his waist, and inside his pockets were ink threads. As for child's urine, that stuff only works if you've just peed on it. Just splash the evil spirits while you're at it. And in front, Lin Zixuan waited for the helicopter to come over in full military uniform. Laughing pride literature. 2 swords hung at his waist, one ornate and honorable, the other wooden and ancient. 5:30 in the morning. Far up in the sky, 5 helicopter transports slowly flew in, so large that one would have no problem carrying 100 people. Moments later, 5 helicopter transports landed and the rear hatch opened. A warrior came down, jogged to the front, and saluted. Lieutenant General Lin, we've been ordered to pick you up and take you to the naval port. Good work. Lin Zixuan returned a salute before turning around and saying, all of you, board the plane. 400 people split into 5 groups and trotted over to board the plane. A few minutes later, all 400 people were on board, leaving him alone. Let's go. I'll leave this place to you. Lin Zixuan patted her little head and walked straight to the helicopter transporter. Pay attention to safety. Dongfang Shui's pretty face was filled with worry. Lin Zixuan waved his hand without looking back, as if to say more. I know. 5 helicopter transports, propellers slowly turning up, lifted off the ground a little. Oriental Share just watched the helicopter transporter fly farther and farther away until it could no longer be seen. The scene shifts to this side of the island's harbor. The place was packed with people, and panic and horror pervaded these people. There was Rice, there was Bear, and there were the Kushu people, all gathered here at the moment. Behind the ambassadors of each country stood the people of their country, erecting the flags, each under his or her own country's flag. And under the Kushu flag, the ambassador stares out to sea, wishing the country would come faster. At the back of the room were fellow Kushuites, each of their faces covered with a look of horror, looking terrified. It was horrible. I almost died. I just stayed in the hotel, and there were screams coming from outside, and then I went out and looked outside, and it scared me straight to death, and there were bodies lying on the ground, with their chests empty, and if I hadn't been so resourceful, I might have died too. Whoops, if I had known I wouldn't have come here. The country what? When are you coming to pick us up? Soon. Very soon. The country won't give up on us. Hurry up. Those evil spirits will be here soon. I don't want to die in a foreign land. Every fellow Kushu resident is incredibly eager to see the country come and get them. It was really too dangerous here, and every second of waiting was torture. And outside the harbor, it was utter chaos. The presence of evil spirits could be seen everywhere. The streets were covered with corpses, and blood stained the streets red. The shrieks and screams went on and on. These evil spirits were horribly long, either with faces full of holes or pale, with blood oozing from their eyes, noses, mouths, and ears. Even more horrifying was the bug-covered face, chewing on the bugs every now and then, which made your stomach churn. White and gray souls are predominant, and grudges are a bit scarce. However, it was strange that the low-level white and gray souls were able to cause substantial damage to living beings. It seems that the evil spirits of the island are a bit different from those of Kushu. Smiling literature. And at this moment, the island capital was also in a mess. No one could solve these evil spirits at all. Or rather, there was no way to do so. But naturally, a state apparatus would not be so stupid that an evil spirit's shortcomings could not be found. That's shock bombs and bright lights, which are fine against white and gray souls, but a little less so for grumbling spirits. But it's better than nothing. Finding a solution. The island also acted immediately. A bunch of people with strong flashlights are just shining a light on the evil spirits. For a while, the evil spirits screamed miserably and dodged the bright light. If you want to destroy the gray and white souls, you have to keep shining on them for a while. But the evil spirits weren't stupid. They couldn't just stand still for them to shine their death. Solely, these low-level evil spirits all hid. Only the evil spirits of the level of the grievous spirit, although they were also affected, but in a fit of rage, they still killed all of these people. Now these spiteful spirits, sensing that there were many people gathered over the harbor, were preparing to go over and kill them all. And one thing is strange. Why do these evil spirits like to kill living things so much? They kill on sight and without mercy, and their methods are extremely cruel and unpleasant. But that's not the main thing right now. It's what to do about the people in the harbor. Will we wait to die, or will the National Rescue Army arrive in time? Back here at the Kushu State Naval Harbor, one ship, the huge aircraft carrier, floated in front of his eyes, and standing in front of it, he was as small as a mole cricket. And this is the carrier developed by the Kushu State itself. Name, Kunlun. The Kunlun was extremely large, several hundred meters in length, and was loaded with new types of weapons and missiles. And at this moment, Lin Zixuan arrived with 400 warriors, ready to carry this carrier to the island. And Naval Commander Zhang Dawei, who had been waiting for a long time, came to the front and saluted. Admiral Lin, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Zixuan returned the salute and smiled. How's it going? Can we get going? Zhang Dawei nodded and said, it's all ready. When you guys arrive, you can set sail. Alright, time waits for no one. Let's set off. Lin Zixuan waved his hand and signaled the warriors behind him to board the carrier. Without further ado, Zhang Dawei paged the captain above to prepare for departure. Zhang Wei, get ready to set sail. At the time the fighters boarded the ship, Zhang Dawei said seriously, this operation will be under the full command of General Lin. I hope that General Lin can bring back all of our compatriots overseas. And I also hope that you, General Lin, will be safe and sound. Lin Zixuan said with a straight face, please don't worry. I will bring back every single one of them. Zhang Dawei nodded, looked around, stepped forward, whispered in his ear, the above said, everything is your priority. If you really cannot save, immediately return to, not allowed to pay the price of damage to the body to save. Remember the saying, as long as you're alive, you can save more people. A few words were enough to prove the importance of Lin Zixuan at this moment. Once something happened to him, it would be the greatest loss for the country of Kushu. It also represented that the Kushu state valued him immensely, and that he, alone, was comparable to 4 military districts. And after hearing this, Lin Zixuan's face remained unchanged and said, everything is in the interest of the greater good. I am clear on this point. There is no need to worry about it from above. I know what to do, and I will do my best to bring back my compatriots. Zhang Dawei looked satisfied. He was afraid that this kid was emotional and had to be saved. Now it seems that it was overthinking from above. This kid is very thoughtful. Alright, go on up. I'll see you when you get back. Don't worry, be back soon. P.S. Thank you for your support. I hope you will be high. Give a 5-star praise. Every additional point, the author to add a chapter. To reach 9 points, plus 5 more. The blue sea was boundless, the waves undulating. In this vast ocean, a behemoth, traveling on the surface of the sea, was like a monstrous beast. And this monstrous beast is none other than the Kunlun aircraft carrier. After Lin Zixuan and the 400 warriors boarded the ship, they quickly set sail and headed towards the island. The distance from the naval port to the island was only 700 kilometers, but the carrier's speed was only 30 knots, and it was long past afternoon when it reached the island. But without an aircraft carrier, thousands of people could not be taken away, not to mention the need to beware of the dangers that arose in the waters. On the Quinlan, looking at the sky about to slightly lighten, Lin Zixuan pondered, at this rate of passing, it was estimated that not many of these thousands of people would be left. Captain Chang, how long will it take to reach the island? Zhang Wei, who was beside him, sniffed and calculated in his mind, and said, 7 hours, that is, arriving at 12 or 1 o'clock at noon. Lin Zixuan frowned. It was too slow. His eyes looked towards the fighters on the deck and a plan came to mind. Let the fighter send me there. I'll go there first to stabilize the situation. Otherwise I'm afraid that by the time we get there, I'm afraid that we'll be pretty much dead already. Ha, Zhang Wei was a bit confused. A fighter jet to give away? How can I give it away? The fighters were indeed fast, and at full speed. In less than 10 minutes, they could indeed reach the island. But a fighter is a fighter. It's for sky combat, for sending people over, and he couldn't figure out how he was going to do it. Hesitating for a moment, he said, Lieutenant General Lin, the fighter jets are indeed very fast, but without a place to land, they won't be able to send you, Lieutenant General Lin, to the island. Lin Zixuan smiled and shook his head. You don't need to think much about this. I have my own way. Just reach the island port. Execute the command. Zhang Wei helplessly agreed. There was no way. The commander-in-chief was him, and all orders had to be obeyed. This was followed by a call for the pilot to come over. Take Lin Zhonggong to the island and do whatever Lin Zhonggong says on the way. The pilot froze. Flying a fighter jet to the island? Was this a bombing run? After 10 minutes, though, it dawned on him. Lin Zixuan and the pilot arrived at a fighter jet. Perfect lines. Silver gray metallic. A driver for two. Worth having. The pilot gets in the cockpit and checks the equipment. Lin Zixuan, on the other hand, instructed Zhang Wei, I'll wait for you guys over there first, and I'll stick around until 12 o'clock as well, so I hope you guys can do it again as soon as possible. Zhang Wei saluted. I know about LT. Jen, Lin, Grace. Lin Zixuan boarded the back seat of the fighter jet. The pilot also finished his inspection, closed the cabin and started the engines. The fighter jet slowly traveled to the runway. Crews rushed to clear the runway and direct the fighters to prepare for takeoff. After takeoff preparations are complete, the pilot instantly increased his horsepower. On the runway, the fighters were getting faster and faster and faster, and there were even air currents on their tails. Boom! A sonic boom boomed out. The fighter jet was out of sight in a flash. Above the sky, fighter jets flew at breakneck speeds, roaring loudly. The co-pilot Lin Zixuan felt a hint of difficulty. After all, it was the first time he had ever sat in a fighter jet. Feeling the incomparable speed. This is something an ordinary person would either vomit or faint to death. Lieutenant General Lin, you said you're going to the island's harbor, but there's no place I can land there? The pilot said as he maneuvered the fighter. There's no need to land. When you're almost at the harbor, you slow down and then I'll eject the passenger seat and drop it. Lin Zixuan took a deep breath and said, What? The pilot looked back at him in shock at his words. This emergency ejection thing, is that how it works? But it's possible to use it that way. With a parachute. Catapult high into the air, open the parachute, and land on the ground. This method, however, must be used only after the pilot has been trained many times, otherwise it is prone to danger. The pilot somewhat admired him for coming up with this way to land on the island and nodded his head. Okay, Lieutenant General Lin. In a few minutes we'll be in the island's waters and then I'll start slowing down. Lieutenant General Lin, you be ready. Good. Lin Zixuan couldn't help but feel a little trembling in his heart as he looked at the altitude of several thousand meters from the ground. Landing at high altitude. It was the first time he had ever done that, and he hoped he wouldn't fall out of shape. A few minutes later, Lieutenant General Lim, get ready. We have the island harbor in sight. Come on. At this moment in the harbor of the island, it is now in danger. The evil spirits have broken through the defenses and entered the harbor. Tens of thousands of people were, at once, in danger. Under the Kushu flag, the ambassador blushed hard at the sea and looked back at his compatriots. Why haven't they come yet? The evil spirits will be coming this way soon. In a few minutes, the evil spirits will kill them. And that's when a scream came. Ah, help me. They're coming. Don't come over. It's over. It's over. I can't take it anymore. Bang. Evil spirits. I'm coming. At the back of the crowd, a terrifying evil spirit, grinning hideously, its ghostly claws covered in blood. The illusory figure, flickering in the light, appeared now and then before various beings. Cruelly, the ghostly claws reached out and plunged into the living being's chest, and even more frightening, the ghost claw came out of the chest with an extra bright red heart, still beating, a drop of blood dripping down to the ground. Then it was horrified, and put the blood-filled heart into his mouth and kept chewing on it. The inhuman ghostly face exuded an intoxicated look, as if it had eaten an unbelievably delicious food. The scene looked numbing and shuddering. In addition to the evil spirits that ate hearts, there were also evil spirits that gnawed on heads, lifted the sky's spirit cover, and sucked the brains. This place was already like hell, and every living being couldn't help but be stunned when they saw the cruelty of the evil spirits. Some even pissed themselves in fear, and some even had a seizure. Countless people have given up hope. At sea level, there was not a single sign of his own country's rescue army, so no one would come to their rescue, and they could only be like chickens in a chicken farm.
letting the evil spirits pick and choose what to eat. Bang! Bang! There was a burst of gunfire, and it was some people from other countries who couldn't handle the pressure and completely broke down and committed suicide. They would rather commit suicide than wait for the evil spirits to come and end their lives themselves.
At least you won't die with the pain. Under the Kushu flag, the ambassador was paralyzed with despair, and his compatriots lost their voices. I'll die in Kushu too, woohoo! It's over. Even if the country comes, it's already too late. I just hope I can bring my body back to my country. I don't want to be buried in the island. Interge, boo-hoo. Everyone had despaired and watched as the evil spirits were about to come to heal, just as everyone closed their eyes and waited to die. How dare you! You dare to hurt my Kushu people! A familiar roar in the language of the Kushu resounded. Hearing this sound, everyone's eyes snapped open. Only a flash of golden light in the sky landed at great speed. Boom! A figure violently landed on the ground and stood in front of them, stopping the countless evil spirits in front of them. And seeing this familiar uniform, all the people of Kushu burst into tears, and endless hope filled their eyes. The state has finally come to their rescue. P.S. Thank you for your support. I hope you will be high. Give a 5-star praise. Every additional point, the author to add a chapter, to reach 9 points, plus 5 more. Slightly brightening the sky, the fighter slowed down and descended to an altitude of a few hundred meters. At this point the distance to the island's harbor was approaching. Lieutenant General Lin, that'll do, the pilot shouted. Lin Zixuan's eyes condensed and he pressed a button next to him, and suddenly the overhead cabin slammed open. Instantly, Lin Zixuan was catapulted into the air. Cold, gusty winds, and weightlessness enveloped his entire body. Lin Zixuan quickly mobilized his body into a swooping position and went down towards the island port at extreme speed. The violent gusts of wind blowing in his face made his expression uncontrollable. The gusts of wind irritated his eyes so much that he couldn't open them, and he reached up and pulled out his special sunglasses and put them on. His military cap in one hand, his hair bouncing in the wind. With one hand, he made a seal and recited an incantation. The body has a golden light that covers my body. See no evil, hear no evil. It encompasses heaven and earth and nourishes the herd. By holding it 10,000 times, the body has a bright light. Servants of the 3 worlds, welcomed by the 5 emperors. All the gods are in pilgrimage, and they serve the thunder. Ghosts and demons lose their courage, and spirits and monsters lose their forms. Inside, there are thunderbolts, and the god of thunder is anonymous. The cave wisdom is intertwined and the 5 airs are in full bloom. The golden light appeared quickly, covering and protecting the real person. Urgent. In an instant, golden light filled the surface of his body, and in the sky, he shimmered incomparably. Light body incantation. A breeze lifted his body, slowing down his landing by a few points. Otherwise, if it goes on like this, it's going to be mush. When about to arrive at the harbor, notice the Kushu compatriots under the Kushu flag. At this point the evil spirits are closing in on their compatriots. At once, he roared. How dare you! You dare to hurt my people of the 9 states. With only a few dozen meters left, the breeze holding him up disappeared and his speed accelerated violently. Adjusting his stance, he transformed into a golden light and landed violently in front of his fellow countrymen in Kushu, stopping the countless evil spirits in front of him. Jumping down heavily, even though protected by the golden light curse, his feet were still a little bit tingly and sore. And the compatriots of Kushu in the back, looking at the familiar uniforms, the despair in their eyes instantly dispersed and was replaced by endless hope. They've finally waited for the state to come to their rescue. And the evil spirit couldn't help but freeze when he saw the sudden appearance. Did this human just fall out of the sky? So awesome looking. But the evil spirits didn't care, continuing to brutalize the surrounding beings while some of them closed in on him. Lin Zixuan snorted coldly and drew his lightning strike wooden sword. 3 talismans were clipped from his arms. Urgent. Swinging the lightning strike wooden sword, 3 talismans were instantly affixed to the sword. The talisman was instantly filled with arcing white light, which, upon closer inspection, was lightning. Go! Lin Zixuan swept his sword horizontally and 3 streaks of lightning swept away. The speed was so fast that it was only in the blink of an eye. The 3 evil spirits didn't react and were instantly struck by the lightning. Bang! 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 It was too late to let out a scream, instantly exploding into a trail of smoke, completely scattering the soul. For a while, the other evil spirits immediately cowered, somewhat not daring to come forward. That sudden appearance of thunderlight gave them a powerful sense of crisis, and as long as they touched it, they were guaranteed to be instantly disintegrated. And the fellow Kushuites immediately stared in disbelief when they saw this. To destroy the 3 evil spirits with such ease was just too powerful. The ambassador of Kushu came back to his senses and passed through the crowd, excitedly coming to the side and said, "Finally! We were all ready to wait for death just now. Lin Zixuan smiled, put his general hat back on, and said, "Hello, Director of the Bureau of Eccentricity? Lin Zixuan, in charge of the overall command of this rescue operation. Fortunate to be just in time." The ambassador of Kushu became even more excited at his words, and with no more fear of evil spirits in his heart, he said, "Director Lin, I didn't expect it to be you personally. That's great." Although in the island country, but he has also been concerned about the situation in the country of Kushu, but also clear that the country of Kushu formed a bizarre bureau. The director is a young man, set up time and time again a great success, and now it is even the position of lieutenant general. Want to do not know is difficult. Now that he had come here in person, there was no way that these evil spirits, then, could harm his compatriots in Kushu. Lin Zixuan smiled lightly and said, "Don't worry, since I'm here, it's absolutely impossible for the evil spirits to harm you anymore." Aha! The ambassador of Kushu gazed at the empty sea and couldn't help but wonder, "Director Lin, are you the only one who came?" Lin Zixuan shook his head and said, "That's definitely not the case. The country dispatched aircraft carriers and warships and is heading this way, but the earliest it can be is noon. And since I thought that you guys might not be able to hold out until noon, I came alone in a fighter jet to protect you first." The Kushu ambassador understood at once that the rescue fleet was still behind, and that Director Lin himself had come here first. But indeed, if Director Lin didn't come over first, then they wouldn't last until noon. Director Lin is very considerate. Thoughtful. Thanks a lot. You're welcome. You comfort them until noon, when they can go home, and then stay put. Understand. The Kushu ambassador faced everyone and shouted with a happy smile, "Everyone, Director Lin of the Trickster Bureau has come to our rescue. We don't have to worry about the threat of evil spirits anymore, and the national fleet is on its way, but it will be noon at the earliest, so I hope that you all won't move around. Director Lin will protect us." After a few words, all the fellow Kushuites looked different, shocked, surprised, puzzled and curious. "I'll go, Director Lin is here." "Great, then I'm relieved. Aha, it's only noon. With Director Lin around, it's no problem for a day." Excuse me, who is Director Lin? You don't think so? You don't even know Director Lin? It can be said that the whole country knows Director Lin. That's right. News broadcasts often report on Director Lin's deeds. I think he stayed in the island country or assimilated. The Kushu country do not pay attention to the news at all. Otherwise how do not know? Even the phone are pushing the news. Well, now we just have to wait until noon, and then we can go home. Well, when I go home, I'll never go abroad again. It's too scary. It's safer at home. Yeah, I'm such a fool for coming here. How safe it is at home. And the creepy bureau dealing with evil spirits every day. It's a mess out there. You're right. A nest of gold is better than your own nest of grass. Smiles filled the faces of the crowd, chatting easily and treating the evil spirits as nothing. It all came down to the man who stood in front of them and held the danger at bay. The upright body, as wide as Tarzan, is incredibly safe. Lin Zixuan swung his lightning strike wooden sword, cutting deep grooves in the ground as his handsome face looked at the evil spirits in front of him in a cold manner. "Anyone who crosses this line, kill." The aura is all over the place, a dominating phrase. In an instant, countless evil spirits subconsciously took a few steps back, deeply afraid that it was just as he said. "Anyone who crosses this line, kill." The Kushu compatriots behind them all froze up at the sound, their eyes showing adoration. What a dominant man, worthy of being the director of the Bureau of Trickery. P.S. Thank you for your support. I hope you will be high. Give a 5-star praise. Every additional point, the author to add a chapter, to reach 9 points, plus 5 more. The many evil spirits looked at each other in dismay, but still decided not to provoke the man in front of them. Have drifted to people in other countries. Killing blossomed again. Blood splattered in mid-air. For a time, all of our fellow citizens under the flag of Kushu became the last safe zone. TSK, 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 TSK. What a horrible death. I want to puke. That heart goes right in your mouth and you chew on it. It's so exciting. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. Can't stand it. Isn't it kind of bad that they're getting brutalized while we watch? Oh, yeah, so what you're saying is, less popcorn Coke. I thought you were going to say save them too. Save them? Don't be ridiculous. Director Lin is alone. He can just protect us. They're not from Kushu, so what's the point of saving them? No. The crowd chatted and farted, talking over the foreigners being slaughtered, though the scene was a bit disgusting and bloody, but there was no shortage of bold people watching. If it weren't for the potentially bad repercussions, it would be tempting to point out evil spirits to kill that and that. Who let these countries of people in the past so beat up the Kushu, if not when the Kushu fight 17.5 halls won, there is not now the Kushu thriving times. There is no shortage of good people, but they are in the minority. And those foreigners who are being massacred notice that nothing is happening at all over here under the Kushu flag. Smiling literature. It also noticed the scene where Lin Zixuan threatened the evil spirit hegemony from the sky. There was a flurry of people running this way for help, but Lin Zixuan said with faint ruthlessness, "Stop them." Here on the island. There are also guard fighters specializing in protecting the embassy. A small number of 24 or so, more than 20 soldiers, armed with guns, came forward and solemnly shouted, "Go back." This instantly caused these foreigners to explode with accusations. "You can't do this. Isn't Kushu a humanitarian country? What you're doing is against humanitarianism. Yes, you have the power and you should protect us. Please, let us in." The warriors sniffed and a hint of intolerance surfaced in their hearts. Indeed, for humanitarian reasons, it is not possible to see death. There was a flurry of turning back to him, but Lin Zixuan was still expressionless, without a trace of intolerance, and calmly said, "Don't want the evil spirits to find no one to kill, and then their collective anger, endless attacks on us. You just let them in." I said, "Stop them. I'm the commander-in-chief of this operation." The warriors immediately figured this out. If all of them were really protected, then the evil spirits would not be able to find anyone to kill, and it was really likely that they would come to attack regardless. Even if Chief Lin is there, how much can so many people protect? So, they must be stopped. Bang! The warrior discharged his gun in the air and warned, "Go back. If you want to be saved, call your country to save you. There is nothing we can do." No! These foreigners immediately became even more desperate. The feeling that someone could have saved them but didn't. The feeling of giving hope back to despair. Looking at these people, Lin Zixuan's gaze was deep. "It's not even close, and it's going to happen soon," called the Kushu ambassador and whispered something in his ear. The Kushu ambassador blushed at this and nodded, backing away to whisper a message to his compatriots. And this time, a fluent Kushu language caught his attention. "My grandfather once saved 200,000 of you Kushu people. Please sir, for the sake of my grandfather, save me too." At these words, Lin Zixuan was instantly unsettled. Having once saved 200,000 people in Kushu, could it be the old man? If it really is the descendant of the old man, then it is definitely imperative to save it. I just don't know if this person is a descendant of the old man, or it is possible that he is saying this on purpose so that he will save them as well. After thinking about it, he greeted the warrior and called the man over. Within a few moments, a middle-aged man with a western face walked over. Lin Zixuan stared at him and said, "What's your name?" "Brang Rabe." The middle-aged man said his name with some slight excitement. Brang Rabe. Lin Zixuan nodded. The last name is right, and from the man's eyes, there is no indication that it is a lie. Brown Rabe pleaded, "Sir, please help me. For the sake of my grandfather who helped you in the 9 states, please take us, even if not me, please take my wife and children." Lin Zixuan smiled at his words and reached out to pat his shoulder, saying, "The great kindness of the old master. We in Kushu will never forget it. Since you are a descendant of the old master, it's only right to protect you all. Bring your wife and children and come in." Thank you so much." Brown Rabe was so pleasantly surprised that he rushed back, grabbed his wife and children, and walked into the Kushu safety zone to the envious eyes of all. "We're going in too. If you don't protect us, we'll all die together. If you don't save us, we won't make it easy for you." In the face of these threatening words, Lin Zixuan smiled contemptuously. Human nature is like this. Can't see people good. If you can't get it, you die with them. "Director Lin, are you ready to withdraw now?" Ambassador Kushu walked over and whispered. Lin Zixuan nodded. His eyes swept over and said, "Let's go." All of them go inside the house. The warrior and I will break off. By the way, that foreigner is the descendant of the old master. Remember to protect it. Which old man? The one who once saved 200,000 people in Kushu. Grace, I didn't realize there were descendants of the old man here. I see. Go on. Get organized. Don't run. The Kushu ambassador then shouted, "Go!" After shouting towards a plant, the fellow Kushuites who received the news, gazed at the Kushu ambassador and followed him step by step. Smiling literature. Lin Zixuan held his sword in both hands, his face slightly frozen as he kept an eye on the movements of the evil spirits. And those foreigners, seeing that all the Kushu people had left, hurriedly tried to follow suit. Bang bang bang, more than 20 fighters swept towards their feet. No one is allowed to come over, with a wolf in front and a tiger behind. It's a dead end any way you go. Shasta. These foreigners went crazy. You guys are so cruel. In that case, you guys don't want to be good either. Thousands of people instantly impacted. Lin Zixuan spat out 2 words. Shooting. These. Shoot me. I take responsibility. B. No longer hesitating, the 24 or so fighters also raised their guns and pulled the triggers of death. Bang! 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 Bang!
Fierce tongues of fire erupted from more than 20 guns.
Countless bullets poured out. The
foreigners charging forward were instantly shot several times and looked down in disbelief. Blood oozed from one of the gun holes. The eyes collapsed in resignation.
In just half a minute, hundreds of people lay on the ground. No more. P.S. Thank you for your support. I hope you will be high. Give a 5-star praise. Every additional point. The author to add a chapter. To reach 9 points. Plus 5 more. Hundreds of people were shot and killed. And it shook them up. So they didn't dare to come forward again.
They would have been gambling that the people of Kushu would not dare to shoot.
And once they did, internationally,
the finger would be pointed at the country of Kushu.
But alas, they gambled wrong. If another person had come, perhaps they wouldn't have dared to give this order. After all, it was too cruel. But the one who came was Lin Zixuan, who acted decisively, who had everything in mind, who dared to stand in the way. Either he eats a gun or he moves his sword himself. Laughing literature. The end result is still the same death. Go! Lin Zixuan called out, backing up step by step, looking at the team every now and then to see if any evil spirits were approaching.
More than 24 soldiers held their guns up and stepped back, wary of the foreigners following them. And the foreigners were probably scared, or thought Kushu wouldn't save them, have retreated and left the harbor. I guess they want to find a place where there are no evil spirits and then continue to wait for the state to send someone over to pick them up. And at this moment the several thousand fellow Kushuites have arrived at a factory building, which is so large that it is still possible to accommodate several thousand people. Go, 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 go.
The ambassador of Kushu commanded the crowd to go in.
Lin Zixuan observed the inside of the plant.
It was empty and looked like a warehouse. His eyes turned outside, only to see the evil spirits approaching. The sky is also getting brighter, except for the grudge spirits. If a low-level brat dares to be exposed to the sun, within a minute or less, his soul will immediately be dispersed. By morning, it was safe. Still, he had thought of one thing wrong. This was an island, not Kushu. A few moments later, all of the thousands of fellow Kushuites entered the plant, immediately closing half the doors behind them. That said, it seems like it's the same for evil spirits, closed or not. Standing in the doorway, Lin Zixuan thought for a moment, took out 10 exorcism talismans, handed them to the warriors and said, "This talisman you 10 people each one, in the various corners of the compatriots. Take this talisman to be vigilant against the evil spirits approaching. Once there is an evil spirit, you take it out. The evil spirits will not dare to come near you." Good. The fighters took it and then went to execute it. At this time, the Kushu ambassador came over and looked at the horrible evil spirits outside. He couldn't help but worry. Director Lin, with so many evil spirits, can you? Lin Zixuan looked towards the sky. The sun was rising a little bit, and smiled faintly. Don't worry, with me here, you guys will be fine. Kushu ambassadors, smelling relieved and reassured. He stepped aside to rest. I'm really a little tired after a night of being scared. Lin Zixuan just stared at the sun rising a little bit, the silk sunlight scattering on the harbor. The corners of his mouth turned up. It was safe now. But a strange scene appeared. Those evil spirits still didn't go to avoid the sun, but instead became more cheerful, and continued toward the plant. Lin Zixuan froze and looked at the sun. Could it be that the power of the Supreme Sun at this point was not enough to produce a threat? You don't think so? Anymore? These evil spirits should react a bit, right? This is the power of the sun. Are you guys running around so happily in the sunlight that you don't put the sun in your eyes? Lin Zixuan rubbed his head, having a bit of a headache at this strange scene. This shouldn't be. In Kushu, low-level brats wouldn't dare to be so arrogant under the sun. Even at this point, the sun isn't very strong, but it's not something you'd dare show. And why is this island's evil spirit so strange? And so on. Lin Zixuan's eyes glared slightly. The evil spirits of the island nation. Eyes snapped to the island flag in the harbor. The flag. It reminded him, and he finally understood why these evil spirits weren't afraid of the sun. But isn't that explanation a bit off the mark? But it seems like that's the reason, right? Lin Zixuan's eyes flickered as he looked at the evil spirits outside and took out a stack of talismans from his arms. Taking a deep breath, he said, "The situation has changed. Be on your guard." When the warriors heard this, they immediately went on guard. Looking around from time to time, Lin Zixuan looked at the talismans in his hand, attack and defense. But there are a little too many evil spirits out there. By myself alone, I guess I might not be able to cope with it. No matter so much. Stick it out till 12 and you'll be victorious. Looking at my watch, it was almost 7 o'clock. 5 hours to 12. 5 hours. Lin Zixuan gritted his teeth and dropped a sentence and walked out. Don't come out. The crowd watched him walk out with some confusion and curiosity. Coming outside, Lin Zixuan held a talisman in one hand and a lightning strike wooden sword in the other, muttering, "We'll see how it goes, and if it doesn't work, we'll try the invocation spell." The invocation mantra, as the name suggests, invites God to come on board. To be clear, it is to invite the power of God to come down and ennoble oneself, causing one's strength to skyrocket. But the spell is too mysterious and complicated to know. The Tao can work or not, and the invocation spell has to do with luck. If you are lucky and cast the spell once, the power will descend to add to it. No luck, not even a hair. That's why the invocation spell is a last resort. Lin Zixuan couldn't help but sigh a little. The evil spirits of this island were just troublesome. Collecting his mind, he saw that countless evil spirits were approaching a little bit. Immediately firsthand, 10 talismans were scattered in mid-air. Lin Zixuan stepped on the 7 star steps, and his lightning strike wooden sword swept through the talismans in mid-air. Sword talisman, thunder talisman, haste is the order of the day. The 10 talismans instantly lit up, and 5 streaks of lightning and 5 streaks of sword light violently surfaced. Go! The power of the 10 talismans slashed through the air and attacked in an instant. The evil spirits see this and know that they must not touch it, or else their souls will be scattered. Just about to duck. I'll give you another shock bomb to taste. After releasing the power of the talisman, Lin Zixuan immediately took out a shock bomb and threw it over. He knew that these evil spirits already knew that his methods were extraordinary, and when they saw his movements, they were ready to start dodging. But Ginger was still old and hot, and Lin Zixuan passed over with a shock bomb. The violent flash of light, and the loud noise, instantly caused the evil spirit's body to be affected and held. The power of the 10 talismans, combined with the shock bombs down, directly hit 10 evil spirits. The moment it hits, the soul is directly dispersed, while the evil spirits are still recovering from the effects of the shock bombs. For thunder talismans were affixed to the sword. The 2 fingers crossed the sword, and where they crossed, a dense light of thunder light filled the area. Attach another speed talisman to your body to increase your speed by a few points. Do these quickly. Lin Zixuan raised his sword and moved his feet, taking a 10-meter step to the evil spirit. Without hesitation, he swung his lightning-striking wooden sword. The evil spirit was simply unable to withstand the thunderous light that filled the air. Put! In a matter of seconds, Lin Zixuan had killed 3 evil spirits. The evil spirits had turned into smoke and dispersed. Lin Zixuan didn't waste any time. He quickly swung the lightning strike wooden sword. There wasn't a bit of swordplay. This was simple stabbing, chopping and picking, but with such a simple action. Every time the sword slashed through the body of an evil spirit, one of the evil spirit's souls flew away. After the effects of the shock bomb's influence wore off, Lin Zixuan had already killed more than 20 evil spirits in a row. Backed away quickly. The evil spirits looked around, a bit confused. What just happened? How come it feels like there are less ghosts? An illusion? The evil spirits were puzzled as they watched their companions fall short. Roro exclusion Yohada. A strange string of voices rang out. It was an evil spirit seemed to be speaking some kind of language. Hello, Morpholine? Ah, hello there. Oh, eheyaha, oxytetracycline. Yeehaw. Lin Zixuan was a bit confused. What were these evil spirits saying? How can I not understand them? And the evil spirits, having finished their exchange, looked as if they had grown angry and rushed forward in a flurry. In terms of numbers, there were about 300 evil spirits gathered here, and the Yin-Chi was incredibly dense. In addition to the low-level brats, there are also levels of grudges in there in addition to the low-level brats. Seeing this, Lin Zixuan's face became even more grave, and he pulled out the bronze bell from his pocket and chanted, "Shake the bell, Tinker Bell." Strange bells with vast power, illusory and ethereal, but as if they existed, as if they were substantial. The bells swept out from the chimes. Ah, the evil spirits that rushed over, as if they had received some kind of blow. Each of them held their heads and cried out miserably. The low-level brats' bodies were also illusory from time to time at the moment, and the ringing of the bell's suppressive power was something they couldn't be able to withstand. And Lin Zixuan also knew that the bell could only serve to subdue them, and if he wanted to completely eliminate them, he would have to perform a killing move. A quick thought, the bells floated in mid-air, shaking every now and then to make a ringing sound. Drink! Lin Zixuan raised both of his fingers. The Heavenly Sun sword at his waist trembled violently. The next moment, it was instantly sheathed. The Heavenly Sun sword exuded a silky, Honorable golden light. Lin Zixuan pinch out the Taoist seal.
The expression between the bland like red, I am the descendants of the 9 states. Looking at the great Tang Tianzili Shimen.
Help me to kill the demons.
The heavenly sun soared in midair violently trembled, emitting a sharp edge under the golden light.
Heaven and earth are limitless. Zhenkuan borrows the law. Lin Zixuan made several seals in a second.
His eyes condensed, and his 2 hands unfolded. The sun and the moon shine together. The golden light of the heaven's sun sword flashed, splitting into several swords in an instant, and the swords pointed at the evil spirits. Lin Zixuan came out with a serious expression and an aggressive air. Heaven and earth have no limits.
Zhenkuan borrows the law. The sword returns to the infinite, and all swords return to the emperor. Hundreds of heaven's sun swords flew in the sky in an instant. Countless sharp swords flew and rolled in a stormy fashion. Overwhelmingly powerful and a marvelous sight. Go! Lin Zixuan's 2 fingers fiercely pointed ahead at the evil spirit. In an instant, countless heaven's sun swords, vaguely transformed into a golden dragon, roared and charged straight ahead. The many evil spirits were under the control of the bell and were unable to react for a while. In a matter of seconds, the golden dragon weaved its way through the pile of evil spirits. Wherever they passed, countless evil spirits turned into smoke and disappeared. Fig, be frightened stiff. A minute later, all of the hundreds of evil spirits in front of them were scattered. The golden dragon dissolved into golden light and dissipated into the air. Lin Zixuan took a deep breath and caught the heavenly sun sword and bronze bell that fell in midair. The mana in his body was quite depleted, but it was still fine. With a single strike, hundreds of evil spirits were decimated. It's temporarily safe now. Lin Zixuan looked ahead where there was no longer a single evil spirit. I wonder if there will be more evil spirits coming from behind? There should still be more. The anger here is so thick, it's impossible for the evil spirits not to sense it. Glancing at the sun, he shook his head and said, the evil spirits of this island are just terrifying. They can appear even during the day. Turned and walked inside the plant. Let's hope the warship arrives soon. He is not at all interested in staying on this island. There was a vague feeling in the back of his mind that the island, something terrible might appear. And on top of the tallest building in the harbor stood a woman of stunning beauty, dressed in a white noble kimono. Absolutely beautiful face, warm and moist like jade, a pair of beautiful eyes with a hint of coquettishness and charm. But what was even more terrifying was that the woman was surrounded by a terrifying aura, with a silky, dancing chi in her body, which would be a monstrous wave once it erupted. In today's era, there are still such powerful men. It's really interesting. The delicate woman slightly opened her delicate red lips. Her voice was gentle and a bit coquettish. Afterwards, the delicate body turned around and disappeared into thin air. Who is such a mysterious woman? Why did she appear here? And why does it carry a horrible shadowy aura? And everything Lin Zixuan did was seen by the monitors. The scene reached the Prime Minister's office directly to the Emperor. The Emperor looked at Lin Zixuan's battle image on the tablet and was ecstatic, saying, quickly go and ask him to help us destroy the evil spirits. The following ministers looked at each other in dismay. Minister Taizhang stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, this person is from the Kushu Kingdom. The Emperor was a bit puzzled at that. What happened to the Kushu Kingdom? Taichung University, Hsinchu, Taiwan. The minister was helpless for a while. This emperor was really a bit stupid. If it wasn't for their family, this emperor would still be his turn. Your Majesty, our island nation has been at odds with Kushu for generations, and with the events of that year, it's probably unlikely that we'll be able to help. The emperor also remembered at this time, and his expression became gloomy, but somehow he said confidently, Isn't Kushu a humanitarian country? Under humanitarianism, they can't possibly refuse to help at all, right? The Minister of Imperial Government's heart stirred at his words, but then he thought about it and sighed in his heart. That's too much to hope for, and it's going to cost a fortune to invite. Shaking his head slightly, he said, Your Majesty, I will try to contact the side of the Kushu Kingdom, but I reckon that we might have to pay a price to do so. The price? The Emperor thought about it and said indifferently, It's fine. As long as we can solve this crisis, we can pay any price. This speech, the Minister of Imperial Government died of speechlessness when he heard it, and really did not know how expensive it was. Alas, there's nothing you can do when you meet such a Mikado. But yes, as long as this crisis can be resolved, the price is more or less paid. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the State of Kushu. In the minister's office, the minister was in the middle of his work when suddenly the phone on his desk rang. Pick it up casually and say, Hello? Minister. Minister Taizo of Shima called. Aha, did it say anything? It seems like we're being asked for help, but I'm guessing it's a matter that needs to be decided by the first chiefs. I know. Organize the information and send it to me. Good. A few moments later, the fax machine started up at this point.
The minister took out an A4 sheet of paper from the fax machine and couldn't help the corners of his mouth turning up as he read what was on it, then operated the computer and transmitted the information to the No. 1 chief's side. And at this point in time, the office of the first chief. Chief, here's a message from the foreign ministry. It's important. The secretary walked in and placed the document on the table. The No. 1 chief sniffed, then took a quick look at it, and then laughed out loud. This island country. Really forget it. Lazy to talk about this bunch of ghosts. Go and call other people to come to the conference room. Smile literature. Okay, on my way. P.S. Thank you for your support. I hope you will be high. Give a 5-star praise. Every additional point. The author to add a chapter. To reach 9 points. Plus 5 more. Conference room. The top brass assembled and were puzzled by the call for a meeting by the first chief. Is it about the island thing? But didn't we already send Director Lin there and have stabilized the situation? Just wait for the warships to arrive and you can pick up all your countrymen. Ahem. The first chief waved his hand. The secretary understood and took the papers in her hands, handed one to each person, and then exited the conference room. The executives looked curiously, and then laughed at the literature. Ha ha ha, it's so funny that this island would even try to ask for our help. It's good enough not to get them in trouble. And you want to help them? Dream on them. Let them go to their rice dads. How can a dad not help when his son is getting beaten up? Come on. Their rice daddies have their own problems, so how can they have the energy to help? The top brass were dismissive of the island's request. This is the kind of island nation that will bite back even after helping him. After listening to their respective comments, the first chief picked up a controller on the side and turned on the screen. They also sent a video at the end, which you can see. Just a scene on the screen where the Kushu warriors are brutally killing foreigners. At once, the faces of the top brass changed. What's the matter with Director Lin? This video is a big deal. Once it gets out, the country of Kushu is at the tip of the storm. Internationally, the first head smiled and said, I think Lin Director did a good job. Do not have to rush to ask why. See this video. I asked him, and know the specific reasons. You look at the back of the information. The executives were puzzled and turned the document over, reading it and giving him a blank look. Things don't finish. Really, this is a matter that Director Lam has considered very well. It's thoughtful, but it's a pain in the ass back there. Trouble? What trouble? Just muddle through. I told you not to come over. They're the ones who want to get shot. Director Lin is really something. It's true that he was right to let him sit in this position. It's this kind of person who acts decisively and kills with determination that is needed. Indeed, if it were anyone else in this situation, I guess they might have hesitated. No. One head continued, well, this matter cannot be hidden. Let the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to prepare for it is good. And now we talk about whether to help the island country. Mass audience of senior executives stampeded. Time to think about it. To help or not to help. To be honest, a little bit do not want to help. After all, the national hatred is there. But if we don't help, the island might do something like that again. Oriental City pondered for a moment and said, my suggestion is to help. At once all eyes turned to him. The first chief nodded and said, tell me your reasons. Dongfang Cheng smiled lightly. Help can, but not in vain. Have to let them pay the price. Some time ago, Lin Director is not in need of a large number of medicinal herbs. It happens that the island side focus on medicinal herbs. We go directly to the island for it. And it has to be high quality herbs. And on top of that, money, semiconductors, CNC machines, all that kind of stuff, and just Leoneize it. His words caused the crowd to agree. No. One head laughed. No. Two said it is good. But I add 1 point. First of all, let Lin Director to see how the crisis of the island country. Can you help? If it is too dangerous, don't help, so as not to waste our resources and valuable fighters. Smile literature. Dongfang Cheng nodded. I'll call and ask then, so we can reply to the island side. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and pulled it out, then turned it on speakerphone and put it on the table. After a busy tone, Lin Zishuan's voice came through. Chief 2, what's the matter? Dongfang Cheng laughed. The scene where you fought in the harbor of the island was seen by the monitor. I know. What else? There is also the fact that the island wants to seek our help to help them resolve this crisis. You guys promise? No. I'm just asking you. How's the evil spirit crisis on the island? If you were to solve it, would you be able to do it? The evil spirits of an island country, although numerous, were also good to deal with, and with the 400 members that came over, they could still be dealt with. In that case, we'd like you to help the island, and we'll ask the island for something. I don't know what you say. As for Lin Zishuan, who was on the island side, he sniffed and pondered. The chiefs should be trying to make the island spit blood. It would be fine to help the island. After all,
These evil spirits were plentiful but easy to deal with. On the one hand, it would allow the Kushu kingdom to obtain many resources, and on the other hand, he himself would be able to obtain a considerable amount of merit by killing the evil spirits. The reason why, no matter how you look at it, the deal wasn't a bad one, and when the time comes, a little more evil spirits will be left behind to continue to plague the island. Even if they knew there were still evil spirits, they could just fool them by saying they didn't see them when the time came. Back, I can promise, but I don't care if I meet a very dangerous evil spirit. Dongfang Chang laughed. That is natural. You cannot deal with. Why bother why? Anyway, we have helped. Well, arrange it as you will. And when the warships come over and the members are assembled, you tell them to come to me. Okay? Be safe over there. Grace. The phone hangs up. Dongfang Chung laughed. Well, we can prepare to make a list. See what is missing to write up. Direct lion's share of the writing. The crowd laughed out loud at that. We're going to have to kill the island hard this time. What we should want is what we need. Even if we have it, we have to write it in. That's right. After discussing it for a while, one chief sent someone to make a list, and after making it, he let the Ministry of Foreign Affairs send it to the island side, and at the island Prime Minister's office, the Minister of Taijutsu, who was waiting for news from Kyushu, was anxious. The evil spirits are now killing people within the city, and if they don't hurry up and fix it, it's going to be the end of the line. After waiting anxiously for a while, someone came hurrying over, holding a very long piece of paper in his hand. Taizheng, news has come from Kyushu. The Minister of Taizo was delighted at the words and hastened to take a very long sheet of paper. We deeply sympathize with you for what has happened, and as a big country, under humanitarianism, we will help you to solve this crisis. Seeing the beginning, Minister Taisho sighed in relief, but what came next made his hands begin to tremble. Eyes wide, breathing a little sharply, terrified that he'd accidentally turn his back on him. A lion's mouth. A lion's mouth. The Minister of Taizo wailed as he read the whole thing. So much stuff that it made him almost unable to take a breath. Minister Taisho took a deep breath and looked a little angry. This Kyushu country is just looting in the open. So many things, don't even think about it. But when the words were finished, he remembered the situation at home and sighed hopelessly. With difficult steps he went to the emperor and other ministers to discuss the matter. Time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye it was 11 o'clock, and the sun hung hot in the sky. Lin Zishuan resolved the evil spirits that came over with a sword, looked at the hot sun, and loosened his collar. Gazing at the increasing number of evil spirits outside, he couldn't help but sigh. It's really impossible to kill them all. It couldn't be helped. It was too easy to attract evil spirits with such a strong anger. But the warships were almost there, and he didn't have to guard the place anymore. Director Lin, the Kyushu ambassador, walked over and looked at the evil spirits not far away outside, and couldn't help but wonder. Director Lin, why can the evil spirits here move low in the sun? At home, didn't you say that evil spirits can't move low in the sun? Lin Zishuan smiled, reached out and pointed to the island's flag and said, it happens to be boring, so let's talk to you. The sun, when I wanted to be the Sunset Empire, what about our flag? Star, the Kyushu ambassador said, thinking of something, incredulously saying, no way, there is still this reason? Looks like you guessed it. Lin Zishuan explained, not bad, the flag of the island is the sun. So the evil spirits here can move low in the sun, under the influence of the island, whereas our flag is a star. Evil spirits do not dare to move low in the sun and can only appear at night. Except, of course, the powerful ones. The Kyushu ambassador looked a little mixed up. The reason felt a little implausible. But then when you think about it, it makes so much sense. Sun, stars. Seems like rices are also stars, and from what's been reported, are really afraid to go lower in the sun. I didn't realize there was a reason for this. No wonder it was daytime. The sun was so hot, and these evil spirits could still come out. Lin Zishuan laughed lightly and said, who let them get some kind of sun pattern as a national flag? If they didn't get the sun, they would still be safe during the day. Ha ha ha. Self-inflicted. The time flew by in a pleasant chat. In the distance of the sea, the shadow of a warship gradually came into view. The reddish flag fluttered in the wind, and all the compatriots saw the scene. There were tears in their eyes, and at this moment, everyone knew the strength and speed of the motherland. On this day, they knew that their country had become strong. On this day, they learned the speed of the Kyushu state. On this day, they knew that only the motherland could save them when they were in danger outside. Everyone was thrilled. Lin Zishuan smoked a cigarette and laughed. Finally came. Waited for a long time. The Kyushu ambassador looked grateful and said, this time it's thanks to you, Director Lin. If it wasn't for your timely arrival, hey, Lin Zishuan interrupted, still say this. have said, "This is my responsibility." And right
now in the island country compatriots.
now all here? That's when he remembered this.
Coming to think that his compatriots had arrived here.
The ambassador of Kushu shook his head like a sigh and said, "Surely not all in.
There is still a part of the people,
Either killed by the evil spirits, or where to hide." Lin Zixuan had a headache on hearing this.
This was a bigger workload. It seemed that he had to solve the crisis in the island while also looking for where his compatriots were.
Hesitantly, he said, "Fine. I'll ask the chief's site again and see if I can locate it. I'm sorry to trouble Director Lin. Let's not talk about it. Get ready to arrange for someone to come over."
Good. The Kushu ambassador then went to make the arrangements. Lin Zixuan watched as the warship approached the harbor a little bit, and those evil spirits not far away were startled when they saw this behemoth and fled in all directions.
Going home. After saying that, he walked towards the warship. The Kushu ambassador laughed loudly and went home. "Don't run. Don't rush." Boom.
The mood of the crowd was at its peak, and their faces were filled with joy.
They can finally get the hell out of here. Great. It's time to go home. Go back and never come out again. Come back and I'm a dog. Stop talking and hurry up. I can't wait to get back home. Oh. The crowd followed the Kushu ambassador and approached the warship step by step.
By now the warships had reached the harbor,
and a naval soldier, armed with a gun, came down quickly to establish a line of defense.
400 trickster bureau fighters,
ran down one after the other, following the Navy soldiers, wary of the evil spirits' attacks. Director, Chief, Lin Zixuan came to heel and everyone saluted. Lin Zixuan nodded and said, "Prepare to transport your compatriots back to your country. The members of the Trickster Bureau come with me on one side and talk about the new mission. Mass. One side of the human defense line to stop the evil spirits, and the other to protect their compatriots as they boarded the warship."
Looking at the members in front of him, Lin Zixuan stood with his arms folded and said, "Several thousand compatriots. Now they have returned to their country safe and sound. But there is still a part of our compatriots hiding in which corner within the island. When the warships pick up the compatriots here and bring them back to their country, we will be able to carry out our mission." After the crowd heard this, the first captain was puzzled. "Director, with so many of our combatants, it seems like the island won't let us enter inside the city, right?"
Lin Zixuan smiled and said, "Under normal circumstances, indeed, it doesn't work, but now it does.
The island country has broken out in an evil spirit crisis,
requesting the help of our Kushu country." That definitely didn't help.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than someone shouted.
The first captain glared over and the agitated warrior lowered his head. Lin Zixuan didn't care. After all, no one would want to help in regards to the island nation. Continued, "We want to enter the island,
rescue compatriots in hiding,
just also to eliminate the evil spirits. 2 birds with 1 stone. Then by the way to help them. Of course, this favor is certainly not for nothing.
I do not know what more the island wants.
Anyway,
enough to make the island country spit out blood, is it?"
The crowd's faces eased as they listened. If you think about it that way, it's true that your side isn't at a disadvantage. And you'll be rescuing your compatriots anyway, and you'll definitely be destroying the evil spirits on the way as well. This favor is just more destruction of evil spirits, and there are many resources to take, so why not?
Seeing that there was no resistance from the crowd,
Lin Zixuan nodded and said, "Good, check your equipment and be ready to go at any time. Information teams, using satellites to locate fellow soldiers. Scatter.
After the words were said, the warriors began to get ready.
The first captain, on the other hand,
came to his side and looked at the evil spirits that appeared in the distance, then looked at the hot sunlight,
and couldn't help but wonder, "Chief, what's going on here? How can evil spirits still move around in the low sun?" Lin Zixuan casually said, "It's very simple. Places are different. Evil spirits are different. The flag of the island country is the sun.
The flag of our Kushu country is the stars.
So get it?" The corner of eldest captain's mouth twitched.
He was not expecting that there was such an explanation.
"It kinda makes sense though. Forget it. Whatever the chief says. Fellow compatriots, when you are in danger, the Kushu state attaches immense importance to it, and after receiving the news, one head of state immediately dispatched a warship to allow us to pick you up and take you home." Zhang Wei shouted loudly with a loudspeaker, "Long live the 9 states.
When the crowd of compatriots from Kushu heard this, there was a burst of cheering, and they couldn't help but feel incomparably proud in their hearts.
Proud to be born in the country of Kushu. The motherland is immensely strong and prosperous since the beginning of time. Look at the rest of the world. By now,
there's not even a shadow of a rescue warship.
Unlike Kushu, where compatriots overseas are in danger and immediately and without hesitation, warships are dispatched to rescue them. Maybe it's true what a movie says. The Kushu passport can't take you anywhere in the world. but it can take you home anywhere in the world. One by one, our compatriots from Kushu walked into the warships going home, only to return immediately once everyone was aboard. Lieutenant General Lin, are there any next orders? Jiang Wei asked aside. Lin Zixuan looked around and said, all warships return to the sea.
I will leave 50 members behind in case of any mishaps. I and the other members will be searching for survivors on the island. You guys get ready behind you and hand over at any time.
Jiang Wei nodded heavily and said, understood. Go ahead. I'll wait for the islanders to come. Grace, looking at the evil spirit in the shadows not far away, Lin Zixuan carefully observed it. From the looks of these evil spirits, most of them are in the shadows, and only the grudge spirit dares to move around in the sun for a while. According to this phenomenon, it is not that these evil spirits are not afraid of the sun, but that they cannot stay longer for more time. Affected, yes, but it doesn't stop them from coming out of the shadows to kill living beings. That's why the evil spirits of the island country are even more powerful and troublesome than the evil spirits of the Kushu country. During the day they will be somewhat restrained, and once it gets to nighttime, that's when they run amok. And as he was observing, a black pickup truck snapped into view in the middle of the field, with 3 island soldiers standing in the back of the pickup while a bunch of evil spirits chased after it. Lin Zixuan's expression stared as he said, prepare for battle. 400 members neatly drew their greatswords. The dark red blood on the blade looked particularly demonic under the sun's light. And the black pickup truck, crooked and knobbly, was about to come to heel up. Lin Zixuan directly ordered 400 adults. The officers spread forward instantly, in groups of 3 and 3, at a closer look, with distance from the others, all of whom could be assisted instantly. The evil spirits in front of them, on the other hand, numbered around 500, so it was really thanks to them that they had attracted so many evil spirits. Seconds later, the fight was on the line. Brothers, kill, kill. The first captain led the charge, leading the way, leaping forward with his greatsword in hand, which swung and chopped with a hint of red light. As soon as the knife went down, the 5 or 6 evil spirits in front of them instantly went up in smoke. 400 living beings, 400 evil spirits, just touched the surface. The row of evil spirits in front of them instantly disappeared. Everyone brought out their best. Knife masters, the power hegemony unmatched, the one who was as light as a swallow. The evil spirits were defenseless against these skilled warriors. Even if there was still a resentful spirit, it could be in the union of 3 or 5 people, and in the possession of a peace talisman. The spirits were also decimated by the chaotic swords. While the warriors fought the evil spirits, the black pickup truck pulled up to a safe area. From the car came down a middle-aged man in a suit, somewhat fat and blessed, very short in height, about 1 meter 5 or so, with a pinch of hair under the tip of his nose. The small eyes swept their gaze until they saw Lin Zixuan in a military uniform, and with a joyful expression, they trotted over. Hello, you are LT. General Lin, right? Lin Zixuan skimmed him and said faintly, hello, my name is Teru Takara and I am the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Tekashara Teru extended his hand with a smile on his face. Lin Zixuan nodded without reaching out and said, I already know. I will lead people to search for evil spirits in the city and destroy them, while you give us every convenience. Takara Hui withdrew his hand with some embarrassment. Sniffing, he quickly said, no problem. Whatever General Lin Zhongzhong needs, we will fulfill everything. We only hope that General Lin Zhongzhong can all the evil spirits as soon as possible. Good. Lin Zixuan smiled contemptuously in his heart. Destroy all the evil spirits. Think too much you. As Takara Terra watched the Kushu warriors kill the evil spirits with such ease, his eyes couldn't help but show envy. Why don't we have such fighters on the island? If there had been 100 or 200 or so, none of them would be so passive now. This Kushu, why do they come out unscathed in every crisis? Smile literature. Amaterasu Amikami, why don't you protect your people? A moment. After the effort, all the evil spirits were destroyed by the warriors. After a battle, each warrior, with a face that exudes a sense of unfulfillment, feels that it is so fast to kill the end, which has just warmed up. Lin Zixuan stepped forward and said solemnly, gather. The warriors sniffed and their bodies jerked, and 400 of them quickly assembled in front of him. It took half a minute. At ease. Swish. Lin Zixuan nodded and said, not bad. No injuries. The next rescue operation. I hope you pay more attention to safety. A group of 10 people dispersed to look for the positioning of the compatriots of the Kushu, such as encountering too many evil spirits. Act cautiously or call for help and support. Do not try to be a courageous person. Laughing Pride literature.
Lin Zixuan turned his head to look at Takara Hui and calmly said, "We need a large number of vehicles. Food, water and other supplies, and bring me a few helicopters." Takara Hui sniffed without the slightest hesitation and said, "Good. What Lieutenant General Lin needs, we give. I'll contact someone to arrange over. Just the road is a bit dangerous. Can you?" Lin Zixuan instantly understood what he meant and beckoned. "Fifth Captain, bring a few people and follow Minister Takara Hui over to get the stuff." "Yes, you. Come with me." Captain 5 stepped forward and turned around to pick 5 warriors. Tekashara Teru also relaxed at this and thanked Lieutenant General Lin. After that, he walked towards the pickup truck, and Captain V and the 5 warriors followed. Lin Zixuan watched as the black pickup truck gradually disappeared from sight, and turned around. "Brigadier, I'll leave this place to you. I'm going to go inside the city first to look for it." The first captain hesitated at the words. "Chief, won't you take a few people with you?" Lin Zixuan shook his head and said, "No need. You guys take care of yourselves." "Good, Chief." After giving his orders, Lin Zixuan left the place and walked straight out of the harbor and onto the highway. At the moment the highway, a vehicle with black smoke, blocked the highway horizontally and vertically. From time to time, there were 1 or 2 evil spirits. The living beings are nowhere to be found at the moment. Looking at the distant city, Lin Zixuan picked a fairly normal small car, got in and saw that the car keys were still there. That's just in time to drive into town. Starting the car, putting it in gear and stepping on the gas, the cart moved slowly. Lin Zixuan drove while looking out at the scenery. Let's hope for a safe return. Come to the city of the island. What came into view was a mess, with garbage and bodies everywhere, in a miserable state of death. Either his head is open or his chest is hollow. It was quiet all around, only the sound of the breeze sweeping through the paper balls. It looks like it has become an empty city. Lin Zixuan looked at the car's oil. There wasn't much left, and directly abandoned the car. Add whatever gas you want and just change the car. But before switching cars, let's see if there are any fellow Kushuites hiding out here. Taking out his cell phone, he logged into the Kushu system and pulled up the location screen. Only in the city. There were dozens of others, just not sure if any survived. Looking at the locations, there were a few that weren't too far away. Put on your headphones and turn on your navigation. Drawing the domestic pistol at his waist, he experimented as he went. He wanted to see if an open bullet could destroy evil spirits. And these bullets are specially made, all handcrafted, and have exorcism runes engraved on top of them. As for why it can't be machine built, because of hand building, one's own heart and energy will be attached to the bullet. Unlike a machine that is cold, even the pistols are handcrafted and have runes engraved on them. Laughing literature. The whole gun. It's been fired. Now it's just a matter of finding evil spirits to experiment with. A few moments later, Lin Zixuan arrived at a building of about 20 floors, which looked as if it was an apartment building. Walking inside, the air smelled faintly of blood, and the ground had a streak of blood. Lin Zixuan pulled the safety off and took out his cell phone to make a call. The location is located, but on how many floors is unknown, so a call needs to be made to ask where the survivor is. Beep 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 after a busy tone. No one answered. Then there are only 2 explanations. 1. Dead. 2. Hiding somewhere with no cell phone on you. The latter would be a bit of a problem. There are so many floors downstairs and so many rooms. It's a waste of time to look for them one by one. Lin Zixuan noticed a megaphone on the ground and instantly thought of a solution. Picked up the megaphone and fiddled with it. Ahem. It wasn't broken and it still works. Then Lin Zixuan took a megaphone and started looking on the first floor. Hey, I'm from Kushu. Rescue's in. There's no compatriots here. The sound coming out of the loudspeaker was extremely loud, and the sound traveled far and wide, so as long as there were still people on the first floor, then they would definitely be able to hear it. After shouting a few times and seeing that no one replied, Lin Zixuan was about to go to the upper floor. There was a sudden click of the door opening. When Lin Zixuan heard the commotion, he turned around and looked. A silhouette stood at the end of the corridor, with somewhat poor vision to make out its appearance. Lin Zixuan frowned. There was an aura emanating from the figure that didn't resemble a human or a ghost. It was a new aura of power that he was encountering for the first time. Face. At that moment, a scalp-numbing and desolate sound rang out violently. The figure at the end of the corridor also instantly ran over, closer and closer. It was only then that he got a good look at the figure. It was actually a faceless man. There are hands and feet, almost like humans, but the face, there is no face, eyes, nose, mouth, none of it. It is frightening to have such a monster coming at you. Lin Zixuan quickly observed it and realized that it wasn't an evil spirit. There was an entity. The mind couldn't help but recall the information about this monster. Goblin. Legend has it that there is another kind of creature in the world.
called a demon, which is strange and unappealing to the world,
often endangering humans and killing living beings.
It is a dangerous monster.
It can be found both during the day and at night, and the faceless man in front of him is a type of demon.
Faceless man, an extremely dangerous demon with cruel methods.
His favorite way to catch humans is to rip off their entire face skin and mount it on his own faceless face.
Lin Zixuan collected his mind,
and the demon was much better to deal with.
Clang!
The sword of the Son of Heaven was drawn and sharp,
a stare in the eyes. Chop! In a flash, Lin Zixuan's figure flickered and moved. In the next second,
the faceless man who had rushed forward slid his upper body.
Poof! Blood poured out like a faucet.
The faceless man's upper body fell to the ground, and that lower body continued to run until after noticing that his upper body was gone.
Instantly, he fell to the ground as well. Garbage!
Lin Zixuan came behind the faceless man at some point,
closing his sword and leaving in style, leaving a trail of blood, and a body. Next, go to the second level, keep shouting, and when there's no movement, keep going up the stairs. It's only about 20 floors, so it's a tiring climb, all the way to the 15th floor. Anyone? I'm sent by the Kushu Kingdom to rescue you. The 9 states country? A faint sound of surprise came through. Lin Zixuan,
who had sharp ears,
heard the sound and shouted with a megaphone. Where are you now? I will go over to find you. I'm in room 1506. Hearing this, Lin Zixuan looked at the room number and kept walking over. Come to the door of room 1506. Twist off the handle and push it open and observe. It was a mess inside. The floor full of items. Come on out. A few moments later,
the bedroom door was opened and a young girl clad in a silk nightgown stepped out.
Aged around 19 to 21 by the looks of her face, petite in size, with some childishness between her features, and large eyes that showed fear and alarm. Seeing the familiar uniformed man,
the tight rope in the young girl's heart loosened, and tears fell like rain.
Letting out a loud cry and jumping into his arms. Oh, you guys are finally here and I'm so scared. The aggrieved, frightened look is a little painful. Smiling literature.
Lin Zixuan looked a little embarrassed,
not knowing where to put his hands.
The young girl in his main arms,
still in her pajamas, was a little overwhelmed by the softness. Vacuums. See, ahem. Collecting his mind, Lin Zixuan said with a straight face, it's okay, change your clothes and take you home.
The young girl looked up at him with tears in her eyes.
Really take me home?
Lin Zixuan smiled and rubbed her little head and said,
soldiers never cheat the people and never discard them. Oh, young girl assuredly disengaged from his arms, walked to the bedroom door, and then suddenly turned back, with a hint of timidity between the expression, said, you do not leave. Oh,
Lin Zixuan said with a burst of amusement, if you don't hurry up and go change,
the evil spirits will come over.
Yikes! The young girl was instantly startled by his words and opened the door directly to go inside and change.
Looking at the open door of the bedroom, the silhouette came to life.
Lin Zixuan smiled helplessly.
What a nerdy young girl. She didn't know to close the door. This character, easy to be cheated emotionally and money. He came to sit down on a couch, took out his cell phone,
and recorded the survivors here
into the system, so that others would not come here a second time.
Lin Zixuan thought of the demon from not too long ago at this time, and immediately dialed the Brigadier General.
Director?
In my search, I also found another kind of monster,
named demon. There are entities. Take more firearms. Demon has many shapes, different means of attack, such as encountering demon. Remember, do not get close, observe what ability, and then long-range strikes. Demon? I know, Chief. I'll tell them right away.
Well, I've searched for survivors on my side, so you search as soon as possible, and the helicopters are in the sky ready to pick up people to the warships.
Hanging up the phone, Lin Zixuan got up and went to the window, looking at the street below without knowing what he was thinking. And, Lin Zixuan's gaze snapped to a place.
He sensed that there was someone watching him, but when he looked, there was nothing.
The god stared slightly. His senses couldn't be wrong. Someone was definitely watching. Evil spirits? Demon? Or some kind of monster? But whichever one it was
telling him that he had to be careful and more careful in his next move.
Big brother.
The young girl at this time dressed and walked out.
A denim casual dress. Looks more youthful and beautiful.
Lin Zixuan returned to his senses and turned to look and smiled.
Let's go.
The young girl came forward and took his arm,
and her pretty little face said happily, go home. Lin Zixuan looked at the young girl pasted on his body and scratched his head. What are you doing?
He said and tried to put his hand out, which knows that the young girl hugged more tightly,
aggrieved and looked at him and said, I am afraid. Lin Zixuan sniffed, but he had no choice but to do as she wished. He wasn't at a disadvantage anyway. Let's go.
Aha! The two walked out of the room as if they were a couple and into the hallway.
Lin Zixuan asked, Do you know if there are any other fellow Kushuites in this apartment building?
The young girl thought for a moment and said,
It seems that there is another one on this floor, and one on the 20th floor, but if it's still alive or not, I don't know. Which room is this floor in? Room 1515. Well, go over there and take a look. Leading her all the way to the door of her room, the same twisted off the handle and pushed the door open. Only a body was seen lying on the floor, its chest hollowed out, its face terrified as it faced this way.
Ah! The young girl shrieked in fear at this, her little head shrinking into his arm.
Lin Zixuan sighed and said, A way to die in another country. How can you, as a Kyushu native, be willing to? Though you die, your body will be sent back to your home so that you can return to your roots, and your soul. Speaking of this, Lin Zixuan frowned as he realized that the man's soul in front of him seemed to be gone. That's not right. When a person dies, his soul will still remain here, and after 7 days, if there is no hell to guide him, his soul will dissipate between heaven and earth. Was it devoured by an evil spirit? No, no, no. These evil spirits were killing living beings and devouring blood to enhance themselves. Souls should be useless to them. So, where did his soul go? Lin Zixuan's gaze was deep as he continued to read. Your soul, return to the country, and I will cast a spell so that your soul will also return to your hometown. And at that moment, the corpses on the ground, as if they had heard his voice, their terrified faces slowly turned calm, eyes slowly closing, the corners of his mouth rose slightly in a reassuring smile. Lin Zixuan closed the door to the room and led her on up the stairs, taking the elevator directly since it was on the 20th floor. Walking inside the elevator, seeing that she was still in awe, he laughed softly and said, It's okay, it's just dead people. The young girl raised her head slightly, her small face had some hint of gloom, and said, belonging to the same country of Kyushu, in a foreign land, this uncle often helped me. I did not expect to see again. LOL. Lin Zixuan consoled, no one would want something like this to happen, and he probably wants you to come home safely as well. Favor. Seeing that she was still depressed, Lin Zixuan found a topic to talk about. What's your name? Lin Ran. What about sharing my last name? 500 years ago, we might have been in the same family. Bummer. Ren, what are you doing on the island? I'm an international student. Got it. Big brother, do you have a girlfriend? Not yet. What, you want to introduce me? How about I introduce myself to you? Ha ha ha, you girly girl, better study hard. The two of them talked and laughed as they made their way to the 20th floor, the last Kyushu compatriot in 2004. Looking down the quiet corridor, I'm afraid something bad has happened to this fellow Kushuite. Evil spirits kill indiscriminately, and it is not ordinarily difficult to escape the killing of evil spirits. Come to the door of the room. Lin Ran was too scared to look, afraid to see a corpse also lying on the ground. Lin Zixuan pushed away the door, saw something, then closed again. A deep breath was taken and a hint of anger flowed from his eyes. Holding down Lin Ran's small head with his left hand, he pushed the door open again with the gun in his right hand. Bang! Without hesitation, he directly pulled the trigger. In the room, the gnome ghost fell to the ground in response, then flew into oblivion, and off to the side. There was a body with the canopy of its head lifted off. Brain matter flowed in white, blood mixed in with it. It's like tofu brain spilled on the floor. Such a frightening picture. Lin Zixuan's heart sighed more than one step, or a step too late, a step earlier, maybe really saved. The strong odor of blood filled the room in a sickening way. Shaking his head, he reclosed the door. Big brother, what's wrong? Lin Ran was a little puzzled and scared when she heard the gunshot. Lin Zixuan gently patted her head. It's okay, let's leave. In that room Lin Ran thought of something and got a little sad. The people of Kyushu are dead. The two rode the elevator down to the first floor. Lin Ran asked, Big brother, are we going home now? Lin Zixuan looked at her and said, There's no rush. Let's find the others first. If there are more people, I'll call a helicopter to come pick you up. Lin Ran smiled with some joy in her eyes and hugged his arm a few points tighter, saying, Big brother, you have to protect me. Oh. Feeling the softness coming from his arm, plus the girl-like body fragrance, Lin Zixuan's mind inevitably messed up a few points. The body inevitably had some strange movements, and he hastily recited the meditation incantation in his mind before calming down, taking out my cell phone to check the locator system. All the other locations were far away and somewhat scattered. Slid the screen. Suddenly, it was realized that one location had more than a dozen localizations, which were very concentrated. Lin Zixuan decided to take a look there. Eyes swept down the street, laughing literature, then towards a cool motorcycle. The motorcycle is faster and some narrow roads are easy to navigate. Here, put on the helmet. Lin Zixuan handed him the helmet and rode up himself, twisting the key. Boom boom boom. It's good. It works. Come on up. Okay.
Lin Ranran put on her helmet and sat up,
hugging him firmly. Lin Zixuan twisted the throttle. With a roar, the motorcycle speeds away. Under the country lane, a field of golden wheat connected, like a golden sea. The breeze blows, the wheat shakes like waves. They beat each other.
The ears of wheat are full of grains and golden.
When the wind blows, the waves of wheat roll and make people happy. Near 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Zixuan rode his bike to the countryside, and in the positioning system, the dozen or so people were all in one village.
Lin Zixuan felt that these people should all be traveling. Otherwise it would be impossible for so many people to gather together. The journey sped on to a village.
As far as the eye can see, there are traditional wooden houses of the island. On the streets, there were still pedestrians, and it looked as if the evil spirits hadn't jeopardized the place. Or maybe the evil spirits are scarce here. Ride your motorcycle, slow down and look around.
The stores were still open,
and the villagers, judging by their faces, seemed to have some hint of fear. Did something happen here? Pull over, take out your cell phone and check the locator system. Finding out that there's still some distance to go. Looking at my cell phone, and then at the direction of the guide, there appeared to be a snowy mountain. That's weird. Did they run off to the mountains? But let's ask here first. If you find someone's to ask, and you don't know the island language yourself,
then there's someone who comes in handy.
Ren. After calling out a few times,
Lin Ranran woke up from her sleep and rubbed her eyes,
saying, "What's wrong?"
When Lin Zixuan saw her like this,
he was speechless. On the motorcycle you also sleep. Really not afraid to fall off, are you? Do me a favor. I assume you know the island language?
Lin Ranran yawned and nodded her head.
Then of course I definitely will. After all, I've been studying on the island for 3 years. Alright then,
I'll find someone to ask about this place and then you translate for me. Lin Zixuan pulled her out of the car and found a random villager.
Smile literature. Hello, is there a Kushu man passing through here?
The villagers were flabbergasted.
Lin Ranran translated, empty you 7 wow. After the translation, the villagers understood and said, empty your 7 wow.
Lin Ranran said, big brother. He said that there were indeed people from Kushu who had been here.
Well, ask again if there are any evil spirits here. Jabbering and grumbling. Jabbering and grumbling.
He said there were, but not many, and they were all in the forest.
Okay, that'll do. Arigato.
More than one Tacitus Maceticus.
After some thanks, the villagers left. Lin Ranran was curious, big brother, where are you going to find them? Lin Zixuan pointed, Snow Mountain. I'm going to go over there and see if those people are still alive. Snow Mountain?
Lin Ranran looked at the white peaks and said,
shall we go over there now? Lin Zixuan looked at her and said,
you go buy a down jacket first, or I'm afraid you'll freeze to death up there.
Bah, I'm not going to freeze to death.
Lin Ranran let out a light hum and walked towards a clothing store with a light pace.
When he stepped out again,
he had a thick white down jacket in his hand.
Seeing him in a thin uniform, I couldn't help but wonder, big brother, aren't you going to buy one? Lin Zixuan shook his head.
With his current physical quality of an Earth Master,
he could resist the general cold. I don't need to. Get in the car and hurry over there to check it out, or you'll be late. Okay.
The two mounted the motorcycle again and headed for the snowy mountains. It was getting dark and the sun was going down a little bit.
The air was a little less warm and a little more cold.
Lin Ranran coldly put on a down jacket and hugged tightly to the big furnace like Lin Zixuan.
Night falls and evil spirits come out.
The motorcycle came to the foot of the mountain,
where it was white with snowflakes, which fell on the leaves of the trees, and in front of it,
a spectacular snow-capped mountain,
at an unknown elevation, but high that is.
Looking at the snowy mountains in front of him,
Lin Zixuan looked at the positioning system. Those people, indeed, were up there. Big brother, it's so cold. Coming here, the temperature dropped, and Lin Ranran shivered with cold. Holding him close, the only way to feel warmth was in his arms.
Looking at the young girl who rubbed hard into the arms,
joked, you so close to me. Don't you know that men and women are not kissed? After your boyfriend knows it will not beat you.
Lin Ranran sniffed or continued to rub and said indifferently,
I don't care. Beside big brother, I feel so warm and comfortable. Lin Zixuan shook his head and smiled helplessly. Put the motorcycle away and take her up the hill. Snowflakes follow.
The wind fluttered in his face,
and the faint moonlight, illuminating this snowy mountain. Each footstep revealed deep footprints. Lin Zixuan looked at this snowy mountain and wondered where these people were hiding. Looks like a bit too much work to just look around.
More and more snowflakes were falling from the sky, and it had reached a point where it was impossible to see the road.
If the wind gets any stronger, it'll turn into a blizzard.
The snow on the ground was getting thicker and harder to walk on the further up the mountain you went.
Lin Ranran was already on his back, or else with her small physique, She wouldn't be able to walk at all in a place like this. Big brother, look, is there someone in front?
Lin Ranran suddenly said at this time.
Lin Zishuan sniffed and gazed over, only to see that there was indeed a white silhouette. Except that why are you wearing so little clothing in these snowy mountains?
Without waiting for him to think more,
the white figure gradually walked over.
It was a young woman with white skin,
a light gentle smile,
and long snow-white hair draped over her shoulders.
Empty U7 while the woman laughed slightly, her voice sweet. Lin Zishuan sniffed and turned around. What did she say? Lin Ranran said. She said, why are you guys here? It's going to be a blizzard soon, and she knows a cave and invited us to go there. Lin Zishuan frowned and looked the woman up and down. For no reason at all. How could a woman appear in this snowy mountain? Judging from the woman's aura, there was no evil aura. It was an ethereal aura. Is it human? It's so weird.
He was not going to believe that this woman would help them for no reason.
There must be some kind of scheme. Snowy mountain, snowy mountain. A lightning bolt crossed his mind.
Lin Zishuan's eyes stared slightly. If it was according to the legend, this woman would indeed appear to help people who were lost in the snowy mountains.
Of course, help is help, but the cost can be extremely high.
This woman should have captured all those people.
So now it was just a matter of following her over to that cave. Tell her we're willing to go over there. Oh, good gibberish.
The woman's smile grew even wider as she spoke and then turned to walk away.
What did she say? Let's follow her. Laughing literature. Grace. Lin Zishuan followed the woman step by step with her back. Follow the woman all the way to the halfway point. Upon closer inspection,
there was indeed a cave that looked to be a naturally occurring cave.
Walking into the cave, it was slightly warmer all around. Lin Zishuan put her down and looked around at the cave. It didn't look any different from a normal cave. It was just that inside the cave, it was impossible to see the end of the cave at a glance, and it was unknown what was in the deepest part of the cave. And the woman turned around and glanced at Lin Ranran,
with some deep meaning in her gaze.
Jabber. Lin Ranran sniffed and immediately translated, Big brother. She said, where did you come from? Lin Zishuan casually said, you can talk to him yourself. Oh. Lin Ranran then chatted with the woman. Lin Zishuan, on the other hand, looked around for his fellow Kushuites, supervised a glance at the woman who was chatting, and walked his feet a little bit towards the depths of the cave. And at that moment, a white shadow flickered, and the woman arrived in front of her in an instant's effort. The soft and pretty face was cold at the moment. Jabber. She said she couldn't go in. Seeing this, Lin Zishuan didn't want to talk any more nonsense.
His right hand had been placed on the handle of his sword and said,
Snow Maiden, release those dozen or so people, or don't blame me for not being polite.
The woman in front of her was the legendary Snow Maiden.
According to legend, Yukino no Makoto is a subordinate of the god of the mountain,
and is the demon in charge of the snow that falls in winter on the island. Juvenile snow maidens are harmless to humans. Adult snow maidens will freeze their favorite human males forever and bring them back to the caves where they live to set them up for viewing.
The Yuki-ana, aka Yukiheim,
who specializes in creating ice and snow,
is a traditional Japanese demon known to women and children, dwells deep in the mountains, much like a human,
has a stunningly beautiful appearance, and often draws men entering the snowy mountains to kiss him where no one else is,
and while kissing,
freezes him completely and takes his soul to eat.
Facing this kind of demon, Lin Zishuan would not fight if he could.
Lin Ranran froze when she heard his words, and looking at the two people whose atmosphere was tense up,
she instantly understood something, gulped and translated to the snow lady, Karagu-kure.
The snow maiden was furious at her words.
Karaku, big brother.
She said she found this and it belongs to her.
Lin Zishuan's eyes were cold.
The heavenly sun sword slowly came out of its sheath, and the sword pointed at the snow maiden,
saying, this is my Kushu people. You want to devour it. Souls for you to cultivate.
Then please arrest your islanders.
Kiriko Lin Ranran continued to translate.
The snow maiden frowned and looked at her,
then back at him, her eyes slightly closed as if she was doing something. Human, you are strong. A fluent Kushu language came out of the snow woman's mouth. Lin Zishuan was surprised for a moment, but he thought it was normal. It couldn't be easier for a powerful demon like this to understand another language, and it saves translations coming and going with a lot of hassle. Coughing. Snow lady, these are my people, please also bother to release them.
The snow woman's eyes flashed with essence,
as if she was thinking about something, slowly said, you are very strong. Fighting with you, I have to pay a price. Letting them go is fine, but I want you to promise me one thing. What is it? Lin Zishuan vaguely felt that this matter might not be ordinary.
The snow woman stepped forward and looked at Lin Zishuan's handsome face and said in a shocking way, you are very good looking and a cultivator.
It suits me, so my request is to be your wife.
Lin Zishuan and Lin Ranran were stunned when they heard the last sentence.
Be to be my, big brother's, wife. Lin Zishuan gulped,
and instantly thought of the Snow Maiden legend, and a story. Legend has it that the Snow Maiden came down the mountain and met a handsome man, and the next day she came to the door in the guise of a downtrodden woman, and then married the man and had children.
Does this snow woman want to? Lin Zixuan tried, taking the liberty of asking.
I heard that a Snow Maiden married a woodcutter.
Is that true?
Snow Maiden looked at him in surprise and said,
How do you know that? That's been a long time, but it's dead. Lin Zixuan fell silent. No wonder. The Snow Maiden did pick men, and if she looked at them, she would not hesitate to marry the lucky man. Just how did you come across this version of Snow Maiden? Change the other version and it's a straight-up fight.
He wanted to make a perfunctory promise to save his fellow countrymen in Kushu first, but then he thought of another thing about the Snow Maiden.
Once you promise the Snow Maiden, if you break it, it will make the Snow Maiden furious and hunt you down without stopping.
Lin Zixuan was a bit distressed for a while. He didn't want to fight with the Snow Maiden, the adult Snow Maiden.
A handful of ice elemental power. That played with 6. What are you hesitating about?
The Snow Maiden suddenly stared at him closely at that moment and asked.
At that, Lin Zixuan scratched his head. The Snow Maiden was indeed beautiful, but if he had the conditions, he still wanted to find someone.
Can you change the request?
Change one?
The Snow Woman frowned slightly,
a little puzzled. You are a really interesting person. In the past, every man who met us would not be able to wait to say yes, and you even refused. This is something I did not expect. After thinking about it, I said, that's all I'm asking for. I can't change it.
Lin Zixuan was helpless to the extreme and said,
Can you tell me why you have to find someone to marry?
The Snow Maiden said,
I've been here for 100 years. It's boring. I don't want to stay here anymore.
And every Snow Maiden
went to mate with a human. I want to find a human to mate with too. Hearing this reason, Lin Zixuan said expectantly, Then why don't I help you find someone else? I promise to find one that's even better looking than me.
But the Snow Woman shook her head and said, Don't. The human they are looking for will die after 100 years.
And you are a cultivator,
with a long lifespan and good looks, and you won't die after 100 years.
So I want you.
Lin Zixuan was speechless, not knowing how to reply to her.
Promise to take fellow Kushuans with ease. No deal. Either fight and pay a price to take away your fellow Kushuites, but either way, it doesn't really fit. Looking at the beautiful and moving Snow Maiden, a plan came to Lin Zixuan's mind.
This Snow Woman was very strong, although she didn't know exactly, but the level of the red-clothed evil spirit was definitely there.
If he took away this Snow Woman,
then the Trickster Bureau would add a great general, and it would also make things a lot easier for him.
Maybe taken away. And that request. Lin Zixuan's eyes closed, and after opening them again, he took a deep breath and said, Okay, I promise you, for the sake of the Kushu kingdom,
I can only sacrifice my body first. The Snow Maiden immediately smiled at her words, her cold demeanor dissipating into thin air, her voice softening as she said,
Then in the future, please take care of me.
Lin Ranran on the side looked stunned. How did Big Brother agree with her?
So do I have no chance? Lin Zixuan nodded stiffly. Anyway, it was just a promise,
but when to marry was his call.
Anyway, she didn't say she'd marry now,
so your own body will not be sacrificed yet.
Lin Zixuan sighed in his heart and said, Then you can release those now, right?
The Snow Maiden nodded and turned towards the depths of the cave. Lin Ranran leaned over and tugged on his clothes and said,
Big Brother, are you really going to marry her? She's not human, right? Indeed not human. Lin Zixuan explained, she is in nature,
by the ice and snow cohesion and transformed into a snow woman,
known as the Ice Elves,
the nature of the cold,
virtuous. As for marrying her,
Lin Zixuan looked at the depths of the cave and whispered in her ear, I was just lying to her.
The Ice Elf is powerful. If he serves the country of the 9 states, it will add a great general. After hearing this,
Lin Ranran looked at him incredulously and said,
Big Brother, so you want to be a scum and cheat people's feelings? Lin Zixuan was not happy to hear this,
snapping his fingers and waving her forehead,
saying, How do you talk? How am I a scum? You may not know. The Snow Maiden's promise can't be broken. Once broken, I'll be hunted down by her.
Lin Ranran rubbed her forehead, skimmed her mouth and said, Then you still promise her?
Big Brother, aren't you very powerful? Don't you just snatch it directly? Lin Zixuan gave her a blank look and said, What do you know? You don't know how powerful she is.
Shay, I think you are just looking at people's beauty.
Big Brother, don't you talk nonsense.
Shut your mouth when you get back home or I'll give you a silver bracelet plus a house and 3 meals a day.
You're scaring me? I don't believe it. Well, you can try. You'll see if I'm bluffing. HM.
The two were chatting when the Snow Lady returned.
Lin Zixuan glared at her and said, Shut up.
Humph. Lin Ranran skimmed her head with her hands on her chest,
smiling literature. Ahem.
Lin Zixuan looked behind the Snow Lady,
only to see more than a dozen people trembling over, teeth chattering, a frozen look. From the looks of it, it does look like the Kushu people. The snow woman came to the front, the beautiful eyes of a trace of tenderness, said, "People I brought you, you better not lie to me. You know us snow woman, that also know the consequences of breaking promises." The last sentence was vaguely tinged with a hint of murder. Lin Zixuan's heart trembled, forced to smile and said, I know. How could I lie to you? That's good. Lin Zixuan took a deep breath and went up to his fellow Kushu countrymen and smiled. Everyone, I was sent by the Kushu country to save you. Tomorrow morning, you will be able to reach the warship and then prepare to return to your country. It was then that a dozen people noticed him. After freezing for a moment at the sight of the familiar uniform, tears have filled their eyes, and excitement has flowed out of their expressions. Oh, my God, I can finally go home. Oh, I was waiting to die when I was caught here, and I didn't think the country would come to our rescue. Thank you so much. Any later and we'd be dead. Lin Zixuan nodded and smiled. You guys came to Snow Mountain. Is your vehicle here too? It's there, right at the bottom of the hill. That's good. Get ready and we'll leave. There's nothing more we can do to prepare. We just want to hurry home now. Grace. Lin Zixuan turned around, came in front of the snow girl and said, You're sure you want to come with me? I'll say it first. Soon. I'm going to leave the island. The snow maiden smiled slightly and said, Wherever you go, while I'm there. Lin Zixuan nodded at his words, his heart a little happy and a little complicated. Happy that the Bureau of Spooky has an additional general, while complexity has a relationship with this general. Ugh, it's going to be an uproar when we get back. Let's go. Grace. Lin Zixuan looked at those people and shouted, Let's go. We'll go back inside the village first, and the helicopter will come over to pick you up in the morning. But those people didn't dare to go forward at the moment, their gazes looking at the snow maiden in awe. Chief, she's the one who brought us here. Yeah, and froze us. Almost hiccuped. Chief, we don't dare go over there. Lin Zixuan smiled helplessly and said, Don't worry, she won't hurt you guys anymore. I've already subdued her. When he finished speaking, he couldn't help but glance at her, and was relieved to see that she didn't react in any way. For real? The fellow ninjas saw the snow woman just standing there and not making any movements. It looked as if it was real. There was a moment of relief. The chief is amazing. Such a scary woman to take in. I wonder what the chief will do to her. Gee, it's so pretty. Will the chief pack it into bed? Don't talk nonsense. Is the chief that kind of a man? With each sentence, Lin Zixuan's face darkened. Can't you guys talk less? Are you looking for death? Or do you want me to die? Laughing pride literature. Cut the crap and get going. Good chief. More than a dozen people had walked out of the cave, only that it was a blizzard outside, and they couldn't even see the road. Turning back, he said doubtfully, Chief, we can't go. It's a blizzard. Seeing this, Lin Zixuan looked at her and said, Stop the snow, or we won't be able to get out. Grace. The snow maiden walked straight out of the cave, and her fellow Kushuite stepped out of the way. The snow maiden stood in the wind and snow with a flourish of her small hand. A flash of icy blue light flickered across the petite body. Then, an unseen wave swept away. In a flash, the wind and snow came to a violent halt. The countless snowflakes all fell to the ground after a few seconds, and no more snowflakes fell from the sky. Such a shocking scene caused everyone to be shocked, and a trace of awe couldn't help but emerge when they looked at the snow maiden. With a wave of his hand, he was able to cause the weather to change. What a terrifying ability. But Lin Zixuan, it was only under her home turf that she could exert incomparable power. And that, he didn't want to fight the snow woman. Fighting on someone's home turf is a death wish. He waved his hand and said, Go find your vehicles and go back to the village. Oh good. More than a dozen people came back to their senses and went down the mountain. Their footsteps were urgent. It seemed that they couldn't wait. Let's go too. Lin Zixuan walked out of the cave, and Lin Ranran hurriedly followed. And after the snow maiden looked at the cave and waved her small hand, she followed. The cave behind them shook, and the thick snow buried it instantly, with no more sign of the cave. It was so white that it was hard to believe that there had ever been a cave inhabited by a snow woman. And from now on, there will be no more snow maidens on this snowy mountain. This mountain, too, will become an ordinary mountain due to the departure of the snow maiden. At the foot of the mountain, Lin Zixuan returned to the motorcycle side, and on the other road, 3 cars were traveling over to this side. Lin Zixuan looked at the motorcycle and then at the 2 of them and said, This can't be sat on either. Lin Ranran did not care about it and said, Squeezing can also sit. I sit in the front, she sits in the back. After that, he sat up. Lin Zixuan scratched his head, so he also went along with her and followed and sat up. Then perhaps Lin Ranran felt uncomfortable like this and got out of the car and changed her position to sit on it.
This time his face was turned toward his arms, and his expression was comfortable. Seeing this, the Snow Maiden tilted her head and said, "She is also your wife?" Lin Zixuan sniffed and quickly said, "No, she was saved by me on the road. You come up too." The Osoyuki girl was a little strange and a little familiar as she sat up, and those 3 cars also came to the front. Looking from the window, only to see the chief in front of the backer seated in a large and small beauty, there was a look of envy. "I'd like to be treated like that too." "Yes, you can. You take the woman with the snow-white hair first, and then you can have that treatment. Then forget it." "Chief, can we go now?" Lin Zixuan waved his hand to signal that they were ready. Looking back at the snow woman, she said, "You sit tight." After that, twisting the throttle, the motorcycle headed back with a roar. The 3 cars followed quickly behind as well. Road. The Snow Maiden couldn't help but look at the flickering landscape with joy in her eyes. After 100 years in the snowy mountains, she had long wanted to come out, only that when she thought about the snowy women of the past, she was a little too scared to come out. Now that she had met a cultivator and followed him, she felt much more at ease with herself. Still, there was some fear in her mind that the man in front of her would cheat her out of her feelings. The motorcycle sped along and the group returned to the village after reaching just after 7 p.m. All 3 cars stopped at the same time and a man at the head of the group got down. Coming to the front, he smiled and said, "Chief, thank you so much. There is a store for soaking in a hot spring here. As a token of appreciation, we would like to treat the chief to a dip." Lin Zixuan heard that there was no big problem, nodded and said, "Okay, just make the arrangements. And at night you guys don't run around, lest there is an attack by evil spirits and I can't rescue them." "Yes, yes, yes, we won't run around." The man in the lead nodded his head in a hurry. Smile literature. At this juncture, how could they still run around unless they didn't want to die? Take us there. This way, Chief." Together, the group walked toward a spa store, and when they entered, they felt the warm, watery breath. The man in charge and the boss positioned the sun to go. Lin Ranran on the side quietly said, "Big brother, I heard that there are some hot spring stores that can mix male and female baths." When Lin Zixuan heard this, he immediately fantasized in his mind. Inside the spa, both men and women, the women bare their skin. Hiss. So exciting and heartwarming. Lin Zixuan forced back the excitement in his heart and said calmly, "How can there be such in this small village?" But Lin Ranran shook her head and said, "There is that sign says mixed gender bathing room." Lin Zixuan's eyes instantly lit up. There were indeed many signs on the walls, but he couldn't read it. But this girl shouldn't lie to him. So there really is a mixed gender bath. Lin Ranran's big beautiful eyes blinked, revealing a strange smile and said, "Big brother, do you want to try this mixed gender bath?" "Ahem." Lin Zixuan sniffed and said with a straight face, "You girl, what's in your head all day? Quickly get lost and go to the hot springs." Being educated, Lin Ranran's little face was very unhappy, skimming her mouth and said, "The mouth is so, but the heart does not know what to think. Hey, you girl." Going low, Lin Ranran instantly ran inside the women's room, and turned back to spit out her tongue mischievously. Lin Zixuan shook his head helplessly, looked back at the Snow Maiden, and said, "Aren't you going to go wash up?" The Snow Woman looked at him strangely and said, "Don't you know I'm an ice elf? Have you ever seen an ice elf in a hot spring?" Lin Zixuan was silent. He had just remembered that Snow Maiden didn't like hot water. "So you're going to wait here until I'm done washing?" "Why am I waiting here stupidly for you?" "You're not waiting here. Where do you want to go?" "I'll go in with you and just watch you from the sidelines." "Why are you looking at me? Afraid you'll run away?" Lin Zixuan was helpless. "Right here." Where could he run to? "You won't be shy," the Snow Woman said with a wry smile at that moment. At once the words irritated him. Lin Zixuan reddened and said, "Nonsense. I'll be shy? Fart. Don't you want to see it?" "See it," said, took the sign and walked into the men's single room. Without the slightest hesitation, the Snow Woman went in. "Get in there." Then Lin Zixuan lost his bet, and he bet that the Snow Maiden couldn't pass the heart. That off is afraid to go in. But he never thought that the Snow Woman stayed in the snow mountain although there are 100 years. See a lot. But the heart is still like a blank sheet of paper. Not at all clear about men and women. And then there's Lin Zixuan stripped down to just his pants and soaked in the water. The Snow Woman sat and watched him, just staring at him without feeling bad about it. The temperature of the water was very good, and it was very comfortable to soak in it. But a gaze was looking at him like that. Not to mention that it was still a beautiful woman, which made Lin Zixuan a bit uncomfortable. Embarrassed, he decided to find a topic to talk about. "What's your name?" The Snow Maiden sniffed and shook her head. "I was born without a name, and those who address me are called Snow Maiden." "Oh," interjection indicating that one has just learned STH. Lin Zixuan thought for a moment and said, "Why don't I give you a name?" The Snow Maiden was puzzled,
Take a name? What name?
And you'll be called Lin Bingxue.
Lin Bingxue? It kinda fits me.
I'll be called Lin Bingxue then.
Lin Bingxue agreed to the name. After taking the name, the two were speechless for a while, wide-eyed.
Lin Zixuan also soaked uncomfortably.
Feeling a little thirsty, looked at her and said, "Can you get me some water?" "Good." Lin Bingxue directly got up and walked out of the room without any hesitation at all.
Very much following his words,
Lin Zixuan stroked his chin.
with such a capable snow maiden,
his future days could be easier. Some dangerous places, take her with you and safety is very much assured. Get up and walk out of the spa and get dressed.
Telling her to get water was just a way to save her the embarrassment of not wanting to get dressed in front of her.
Getting dressed.
He walked out of the room just in time to run into her, bringing over the teapot with her.
When Lin Bingxue saw him come out, she couldn't help but wonder, "Why did you come out?" "No more bubbles." Lin Zixuan took a towel and wiped his hair, smiled lightly and said, "Just in time for you to serve it. Let's go upstairs and drink tea." "Good." Lin Bingxue followed him. This spa store, which is also a hotel, is just the place to rest for the night. When he came to the room he had booked, he took off his shoes and stepped onto the tatami mat, and casually sat down at the tea table. Lin Bingxue brought the teapot on the tea table, placed a teacup on his side, and picked up the teapot to pour. A beautiful woman's service. Lin Zixuan's heart was soothed, and he took a beautiful sip of tea. Sipping his tea, Lin Zixuan took out his cell phone and dialed the brigadier's number. "Chief, what's going on?" In addition to the voice of the first sergeant, there was a shout. "Ask how your operation is going." "It's not too bad. From the reports coming in from the groups, nearly 100 have been rescued, and since it's more dangerous at night, we're placing the survivors in a safe area and escorting them to the warship in the morning." "Well, that's good. Any casualties?" "Not yet, except for the evil spirits that are a bit of a pain in the ass. Those demons, taking out heavy firepower, can easily be eliminated." "That's good, but don't take it lightly. Finish rescuing people early, and I'll take you guys to do something big." "Big deal? What's the big deal?" "Yasukuni toilet. Get it? Hiss, you're so tough. Chief, I love it. Go, I don't fuck around." "And when I heard I was going to the island,
I took all those martyrs with me,
too, in order to, well, do this thing." "Secretary, stop it. I know. I can't wait.
I'll immediately tell my brothers to hurry up.
Send a helicopter over to my side in the morning. I've got a dozen people here." Hang up, playing with his cell phone. The corners of Lin Zixuan's mouth rose. "When you come to the island, how can you not do this thing? It's what every Kushu person wants to do."
Instead of recognizing and repenting for the heinous crimes committed back then, war criminals are still being enshrined there.
On every holiday, or when the emperor is crowned,
the abominable war criminals are worshipped.
Even if you sneak around, you're still open and letting the media broadcast the scene. This is a slap in the face to every Kushu person.
The war criminals of the Yasukuni Shrine toilet committed heinous crimes in Kushu,
and their hands were stained with the blood of hundreds of thousands of Kushu people at least.
Lin Zixuan smiled coldly. "Didn't you guys say that this is a grudge from the previous generation?
Well, then,
the former martyrs have returned, with all the fury they can muster.
War criminals, wait for it, want to be offered up in peace. Don't even think about it. What's wrong with you? You look like you're angry." Lin Bingxue asked suspiciously when she saw his gloomy face. Lin Zixuan collected his mind and smiled, saying, "It's nothing, just thought of something." "Oh." Lin Bingxue didn't pursue the matter and continued to pour in tea. It was quiet for a while. The door to the room was pulled open and Lin Ranran came in. "There you are. I've been looking for you." Lin Zixuan supervised her and said, "Why are you running here if you don't go to bed?" Lin Ranran gave him a blank look and said, "It's only 8 o'clock now. Sleep so fast to do. I usually to 1.2 o'clock to sleep." Laughing pride literature. "Stay up late and watch out for sudden death." "Bah, crow's feet. Ha, no sudden death. Watch out for a face full of pimples. You're overthinking it. This girl is naturally beautiful and has a good physique. That doesn't exist." Lin Zixuan shook his head and said, "Tomorrow you can return to your country." "So fast?" Lin Ranran instantly became a bit reluctant to leave and said, "Can I not leave? I want to follow you on your adventure." "No." Lin Zixuan sipped a mouthful of tea and said, "What is the risk of exploring a small childless family? Back to the country. Do not come here."
Being ruthlessly rejected, Lin Ranran was lost beyond words,
and when she went back,
she wouldn't be able to hug her big brother and smell that good smell.
Seeing her in this state, Lin Zixuan beckoned her over.
Lin Ranran beamed and sat over. Lin Zixuan rubbed her little head and said in a serious tone, "Girl,
go to school in the country properly. Don't go out to study. The country is guarded by the Weirdness Bureau. It won't allow you people to be in danger. Don't think too much. and go home tomorrow in high spirits.
Oh,
I know.
Lin Ranran nodded heavily, then said with a hopeful look, "Big brother.
Then can I join the Trickster Bureau in the future? Join the Creepy Bureau? Ha ha ha, girl, you really dare to think." Lin Zixuan wanted to say it was impossible,
but then he thought it would blow up in his face. "But if you're willing to study hard and enroll in a military academy,
there's a chance you can join."
Really? Really? Then you're saying that Kushu people don't lie to Kushu people? Lin Zixuan reached out and kneaded her little face and said, "Do not lie to you. Just get into the military academy is really difficult.
So, if you get into the military academy, enlisted in the army for 2 years like this, I will let you go through the back door." In his heart, he secretly laughed.
The difficulty of the military school was not normal,
not to mention the grueling training after enlistment. This girl would definitely not be able to stand it.
Lin Ranran raised her small fist and said with determination in her eyes,
"I will definitely pass the exam." "Aha, you'll do fine." After some encouragement, Lin Zixuan got up and stood by the window, pulling out his night vision binoculars and observing the all around. As night falls, the only light emanates from every house in the village,
beyond which there is a dangerous darkness.
Looking through the binoculars, an evil spirit, or demon, could be seen. They are approaching the village. It's going to be a sleepless night tonight, and it's expected that a lot of people will die at the hands of evil spirits. Putting away the binoculars, he looked at Snow Lady and said, "Ice Snow, you can sense those evil spirits and demons, right?" Lin Bingxue nodded slightly. "How far?"
"Within 100 meters, and can perceive farther if snow falls."
"No, 100 meters is enough. If any evil spirits come near here, you let me know."
"Good."
Lin Zixuan was relieved and sat down again, continuing to drink his tea and swipe the video with his cell phone. Lin Ranran,
on the other hand, cowered in his arms and played with her cell phone, seeing that she had no regard for her image. After a few words of persuasion and seeing that it was ineffective, he also gave up.
Lin Bingxue gazed curiously at their cell phones, not understanding what they were, and said, "What are you holding in your hands?"
"Oh," Lin Zixuan sniffed and handed her the cell phone and said,
"If you want to play, then here you go. I'll practice for a while," he said, pulling Lin Ranran out. "Stop playing and teach people how to play."
"Oh."
Lin Zixuan came to the side and sat down on his knees, running the Heavenly Master technique and absorbing the aura from heaven and earth. While practicing, he communicated with the system in his mind. "System, what kind of physique can I get in exchange for this amount of merit?" "Master, if you change your physique,
the system recommends the body of the innate."
"Oh, an introduction." Laughing literature. The innate to yang body is a heavenly level physique. The cultivation speed than the master now increase 5 times. In addition, the master has this physique. The body yang will be as hot as the sun.
Each of the master's attacks will be suffused with the power of the supreme yang,
and will be incomparably restraining against things of yin and evil.
The body of the innate supreme yang will cause the master's physical strength to increase dramatically. And another effect is that if you double cultivate with the body of the innate supreme yin, one double cultivation is comparable to the master's cultivation for more than 10 days.
Double study. Lin Zixuan's eyelids fluttered a few times, saying, "What double cultivation? Just doing that kind of thing." "System, then I can't use this last effect right now. Where do I find the innate supreme yin body?" "Master, you've already found it. Otherwise the system wouldn't have recommended this physique to you." "Did you find it? What does that mean? When did I find the innate yin body?" Lin Zixuan was filled with confusion. "System, who are you talking about? Tell me directly. Don't make me guess." "An ice elf coalesced from the ice element between heaven and earth. Ice is yin, and even yin, not to mention an elf incarnated from the ice element, is the best kind of innate to yin body." The corner of Lin Zixuan's mouth twitched. His eyes opened a slit as he looked at Lin Bingxue, and he couldn't help but feel a complexity in his heart. Isn't that a bit of a coincidence? The body of the innate yin, just delivered to the hand? No wonder this system recommended this physique. It always feels like the system is tempting itself. Okay, system, how much merit for this innate supreme yang body? First things first, he's not looking at the end result. Absolutely not. The body of the innate supreme yang requires 100,000 merits to be exchanged. So expensive? Forget it, change it. Being in the process of placing the body of the innate supreme yang for the master. Some changes, please don't worry about it. Master, variations. Before he could follow up, his body changed in an instant. The blood was boiling. The cells were cheering. The warmth, filling every part of the body. It could be felt that the strength and power of the body was slowly increasing. And in the outside world, changes appeared on the surface of Lin Zixuan's body, with threads of golden yellow light flickering everywhere. On top of that, there was a hot aura emanating out, causing the air to distort slightly.
The two people playing with their cell phones on the sidelines immediately sensed the situation and gazed over. Seeing him in this state, Lin Ranran's mouth fell open.
Brother Dada is on fire?
Lin Bingshue's eyes had a flash of essence and shook her head.
No.
His strength was in the midst of rising and his body was undergoing drastic changes. Lin Ranran said blankly, I don't understand, but it looks so powerful.
At the moment the room was getting warmer and hotter. Lin Ranran was sweating hot. Get out. You can't stand it.
Lin Bingshue faintly said. Oh. Lin Ranran couldn't stand it either and ran out of the room at a gallop. On Lin Bingshue's delicate body, ice blue light flickered, transforming into a barrier that enveloped her body.
What a huge power of the Supreme Yang. Did this man get something? Surprisingly,
it has changed so much.
She knows a little bit about the power of the sun. Point, this kind of physique of people. No disease, no disaster. Gifted, is the cultivator, the genius of the genius. Learning the Yang law, with half the effort and a substantial increase in power, was an extremely terrifying physique.
She had thought that this man was just an ordinary cultivator, but she hadn't expected to give her such a big surprise. And the hot aura emanating from Lin Zishuan enveloped the entire hot spring store at the moment, and it continues to spread outward. The hot spring store, now as hot as a big furnace. The customers inside couldn't stand it and ran outside. What's going on here? Why is it so hot all of a sudden? It's too hot. Will it catch fire? I don't see any fire, just a very strong heat. That's really evil. You guys, could it be the work of an evil spirit? At once everyone looked at the one who made that remark like an idiot. Such a hot breath. You're saying the evil spirits did it? Are you nuts? Now who didn't know that evil spirits were afraid of fire? Let alone such massive heat right now. That's it. Such massive heat. Evil spirits wouldn't dare to come close. And just as the crowd was hotly debating, this huge force of heat quickly spread around. Those evil spirits felt this massive force of heat and instantly exploded and fled. It was as if they had encountered some natural enemy with immense fear. By mistake, Lin Zishuan saved this village, and this force of heat, after affecting it for an hour, gradually subsided. The power of the heat receded, but the evening, too, would be unbearably warm. Back in the room, Lin Zishuan had changed a lot at the moment. Those small half of white hair, all of them had become blonde. With the mix of black and blonde hair, it looked kind of cool, but also kind of like a delinquent teenager. On top of that, the body radiates warmth from time to time, which is incredibly comforting. Lin Zishuan slowly opened his eyes. A flash of golden light flashed through his eyes. He took a deep breath and then exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The enhancement was so great that after a slight cultivation, the amount of aura absorbed was 5 times that of the previous one. And the cultivation level was also raised to the middle stage of Earth Master due to the transformation of the physique. However, with the innate Supreme Yang body, one's strength could reach peak Earth Master. Congratulations on your cultivation breakthrough. Lin Bingshue, who had been waiting for a long time, smiled faintly. Lin Zishuan gazed at her and immediately felt a very strong attraction coming from her, as if the cat smelled the catnip unavailable. A strong urge arose in his heart, and a hint of flame flickered in Lin Zishuan's eyes. What's going on here? Why do I actually feel so mesmerized by ice and want to do that kind of thing with her so badly? System, what's going on? Strongly resisting the urge, he hurriedly asked in his mind. Master, the most yang and yin together, since they will attract each other, good as two magnets. Under the influence of magnetic force, they will be close together. And master, your current physique suddenly changed innate to yang body. Naturally not yet familiar, not yet able to skillfully control the body's huge yang qi. Master, you practice, more practice will be good. There is also the fact that dual cultivation can help the master to increase his strength as soon as possible. Honor from within. No need to resist. Lin Zishuan face blackened. What do you mean by honoring from the heart? No need to resist. Let's not talk about not resisting, or wanting to double-cross. Do I just come straight to the person with a line? Ice. Let's double cultivate. And it's very comfortable. Comfortable to the sky kind of thing. Say something like that and he could guarantee that he would be frozen into an ice sculpture. Even if it's forced, you can't beat it. Ugh. Annoying. And at this moment, Lin Bingshue looked at him with a somewhat different, tender gaze. She couldn't help but wonder what was going on in her mind. Why is this man so attractive? Puzzled, he came and sat down beside him, staring into his eyes. As if the sun shines, as hot as the sun. Lin Bingshue felt it was too strange. She was an ice elf. By definition, she didn't like the sun. Why are you obsessed with this little sun at the moment? And when Lin Zishuan saw her leaning over, he couldn't help but feel a shiver in his heart. The attraction was getting stronger. On top of that, the woman's fragrant aroma, her ethereal scent, all but seduced him. The two of them were in tune with each other. Their two pairs of eyes staring straight at each other. A force was tugging at the other side. A little closer to the east, the power of Yang and the power of Yin quietly rose from the two of them, merging and intertwining with each other in midair. When the two were about to touch with each other's bodies, the door to the room was suddenly pulled open. Lin Ranran froze at the sight of the room and was embarrassed. Lin Ranran did not expect to see this kind of thing. Originally to see this hot breath then come back to the room. Smile literature. I didn't expect this scene, but it was a bit embarrassing. You guys go on. Go on. Scramble and close the door and get out of this place. The two men in the room turned back to each other, face to face, just a fraction of a second away from skin to skin. However, because of Lin Ranran's interruption, the power of Yin and Yang mingling in the room suddenly dispersed. The two also recovered their minds. Lin Zixuan looked at her near the millimeter, her clear eyes, her beautiful pretty face, and couldn't help but smile awkwardly and back away. That one's embarrassing. Lin Bingxue tilted her head to look at him, looking rather puzzled, and said, "What's wrong? Why don't you continue?" The feeling just now was very subtle and comfortable, causing my strength to increase a little bit. Lin Zixuan sniffed and fell silent. How can this continue? If it continues, it will become unmanageable. He had just fallen into it inadvertently under the influence, and now that his mind had returned, how could he possibly want to continue? Although dual cultivation could accelerate the speed of cultivation, he couldn't do it if he just went straight to dual cultivation. Then he shook his head and said, "No, not yet. It's not time?" Lin Bingxue was puzzled and asked, "Why not when it's time? And don't you feel that just now, your strength has increased a little bit as well?" "It is elevated, but Lin Zixuan words in the mouth, but cannot come out of the mouth. The main difficult to speak But what? Me? I'm what?" With a series of rhetorical questions, Lin Zixuan then whispered a few words in her ear. But Lin Bingxue was even more puzzled when she heard it and said, "What is taking a stick?" Lin Zixuan instantly blushed and covered her mouth. He didn't expect that she wouldn't understand at all. Inside, a sense of guilt couldn't help but rise. Nothing. Lin Bingxue raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at him strangely, not understanding what was wrong with the man in front of her. A small hand peeled away the hand covering her lips. Ice blue light appeared at that moment, hitting him in a flash. Lin Zixuan immediately felt his movements become sluggish. "What are you doing?" Lin Bingxue didn't say anything, seeking the trace of attraction within her heart to evoke a connection with him. The forces of Supreme Yin and Supreme Yang once again rose from their bodies and intersected in midair. Lin Zixuan's face was flustered, and he was trying to purify his mind. The spell calmed himself, but the next moment, Lin Bingxue hugged him tightly. The hug was like setting gasoline on fire. Lin Zixuan's mind instantly lost its grip. The huge power of the Supreme Yang in his body gushed out, and the golden light was incomparably shimmering. The power of Supreme Yin within Lin Bingxue's body followed suit, its icy blue light similarly flickering incomparably. As the breaths of the two began to slowly merge, the power of Supreme Yang and Yin transformed into a chrysalis and wrapped the two of them. The two forces completely fused together, forming the Supreme Force, the force of Yin and Yang. Although it was faint and invisible, this trace of Yin and Yang power, if turned into an attack, was enough to reach above the celestial master. In the room, the power of Yin and Yang all retracted and coalesced at this time, transforming into a large golden blue egg. On the surface of the large egg, there was an unearthly glow, like a valuable jewel. There were no more two people in the room. All there was a big shiny egg. The night was silent, and a little bit of time passed. In the blink of an eye, it was early morning and the sun was shining. Villagers took their tools and went to work in the fields, and stores opened for business. My fellow Kushuans at the spa were up and dressed as well. Coming outside, the look was unmistakable in anticipation of the sky. Expect helicopters to appear in the sky to come and take them home. After waiting all night, it was finally time to leave the island. Where's the chief? Why haven't I seen him? Maybe the chief is still asleep. Don't disturb. We'll just wait here. Grace. Lin Ranran was outside looking upstairs. Big brother wouldn't have made it to midnight with that snow girl and then stayed asleep until now. Would he? Gee, Big brother is so strong there. And in the middle of the room, the big shiny egg, there was a change. Click. The big egg suddenly cracked at this point. A crack covered the entire large egg. Bang, the big egg cracked open in a flash. Lin Zixuan and Lin Bingxue's figures surfaced. The two hugged tightly, their eyes closed, and the jewel-like eggshells turned into the power of Yin and Yang surging into the two of them, until all the eggshells are gone. And Lin Zixuan awoke. His eyes slightly opened and he felt the delicate body in his arms. Feeling itself. The cultivation level has increased a lot. If we go by the previous cultivation speed, it would take at least a month or so to increase this much cultivation. On top of that, there was a new trace of power in the body. Not knowing what it was,
but it could be felt as immensely powerful. And at this time, Lin Bingxue also woke up and also felt the changes in herself and couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. Detaching herself from his arms, she faintly laughed. I really don't know what you're hesitating about. With the combination of our powers, it's improved so much in one night. Lin Zixuan smiled awkwardly. How could he have known that it was so dual cultivation? If he had known that he could raise his cultivation level just by making the two of them merge their breaths and power, he would have done so a long time ago. Master, this is the breath dual cultivation. The real dual cultivation is the two sides of the body combination. Get the cultivation, then the breath dual cultivation more than a few times more than the master you can try. The system suddenly spoke out at this time. Lin Zixuan heard the words and then understood. The original there is a kind of breath dual cultivation long knowledge. As for the last words of the system, try my ass trying. This is good enough now. No need to try that kind, though it does seem tempting. However, looking at Lin Bingxue, who was pure at heart in front of him, he still resisted this temptation. Coughing, let's go. It's time for us to get out of here. Grace, after combining down last night, Lin Bingxue had a hint of dependence on him at the moment. The constant attraction to her, the feeling of wanting to be by his side all the time rose within her. All of this, Lin Zixuan didn't know. At this moment, he was putting back on his uniform, organizing his grooming, and washing up. Then he walked down the stairs with her. Chief, seeing him walk out, the crowd greeted him. Lin Zixuan nodded and looked at the sky with a frown. That's strange. I thought they told us to send a helicopter early in the morning. Why haven't they done it by now? There is an anomaly. Took out his cell phone and called. After a busy tone, there was no answer. Lin Zixuan's brow furrowed even more with worry. There was no way the first sergeant wouldn't answer his call. Even in the middle of a battle, he would have gotten through first. Looks like something's really wrong. Redial the other number. The second, third, and fourth captains didn't answer. Until Captain 9 got through. The director sounded a little tired. Lin Zixuan quickly said, what's going on? Why is the big captain and a few of them, why can't I get through to them? Chief, something's wrong. We've met the evil ghosts. Evil ghosts? What do you mean? Lin Zixuan somewhat did not understand what he meant. Evil spirits ghosts? Those ghosts that invaded our Kushu back then. They died and became evil spirits in the island. After an explanation, Lin Zixuan understood and wondered. Are these evil spirits ghosts very powerful? Captain 9 sighed. The evil spirits ghosts are not scary. The scary thing is that they have guns just like the martyrs. The director. You say, a knife wielding, can beat a gun wielding? Lin Zixuan was instantly clear on the whole story. The evil spirit ghosts with the medallions were indeed troublesome. A gun can hit a few hundred meters. These evil spirit ghosts let off their guns from a distance. The fighters can't really beat them, but it's also really rare. How come these evil spirits ghosts also attack them islanders? Have you lost your mind? I know. You send a helicopter over to my side now. I'll go over to support you. There are still more than 10 fellow Kushuites here. By the way, I'll also send these people to the warship. Okay, Secretary. I know. I'll make the arrangements now. Hang up. Lin Zixuan sighed as he looked at the sky. It was really an eventful fall. Even the evil spirit ghosts had come out. The gun's in a bit of trouble. Then we can only ask the martyrs to step in. Remove a cylinder from behind your back and take the famous painting from it. Look at the landscape painting on it. Smiled. Pops said, to defeat magic with magic. Now that the evil spirit ghosts have appeared, then it's time for the martyrs to appear as well. It's also time to move on to venting the hate in your heart. Turn around and tell your fellow Kushuites to wait a little longer. The helicopters will be here soon. Smiles of delight flowed from the crowd as they sniffed and packed up their belongings so they were ready to go home at a moment's notice. After waiting for a while, 4 helicopters came towards the sky. The sound of roaring propellers brought up the emotions of the crowd. The closer they got to the place, the more excited the crowd became. Moments later, 4 helicopters landed in the clearing. Lin Zixuan shouted, going home. Boom. Brothers, going home. Everyone couldn't hide their excitement. There was a run to the helicopter. Lin Zixuan rubbed her head and laughed. Well, you should go too. I have an urgent mission to go. Lin Ranran was full of reluctance and flung herself into his arms and said, Big brother, I will look for you at the creepy bureau in the future. Well, learn it well. Bye, big brother. Lin Ranran didn't say any more and ran towards the helicopter. Lin Zixuan smiled and turned his head. We also. Let's go. Lin Bingxue nodded. The two walked towards a helicopter. This helicopter is dedicated to picking them up. Director. The pilot turned around to greet him, and was a little puzzled to see that there was another woman. Lin Zixuan calmly said, let's go. The martyrs can't wait. The pilot froze at the words and thought of something, excitement appearing in his eyes. The martyrs and the ghosts are fighting again. Can't wait. Start the helicopter in a hurry. The helicopter lifted off a little and headed off into the distance. And in a cemetery on the island, there was constant gunfire here, as a squad of evil ghosts, dressed in earth-colored uniforms, raised their guns and kept firing. In the forest, the crowd of captains and warriors dodged bullets with their backs to the trees. Yuck! The captain spat out a mouthful of water, and his expression was incomparably annoyed. Martyr. I didn't expect these ghosts to become evil spirits, and we still can't do anything about them. The second captain sighed and said, if only we had guns that could do damage to evil spirits as well. It's annoying to be so passive and let the ghosts bully us so much. The third captain held a piece of grass in his mouth and said, I heard that the chief was working on this kind of gun. I don't know if he succeeded. I don't know, but it should be soon. Captain 5 glanced at the ghosts in the graveyard with his afterglow and saw that they were coming over a little bit. Prepare for battle. The ghosts are coming. Instantly everyone stood at attention, gripping their greatswords, ready to rush out at any moment. The brigadier shouted solemnly, brothers, nowadays the devils still dare to attack us. When we were soldiers, we all wanted to go back to the old days to destroy the devils, but that's impossible. Now the opportunity has come. It's time to avenge the martyrs, to take out the spirit of the greatsword squad of those days, to go forward, to raise the greatsword and slash at the necks of the devils. In an instant, everyone's blood boiled, their looks were firm, and their eyes showed no fear of sacrifice. It was like seeing the shadows of the martyrs back then. Every shot, every slash, every charging step was so determined, so frantic. It has terrorized countless enemies. Today, young warriors, who have inherited the spirit of the martyrs, inherit the madness of the martyrs. The 10 captains had also opened their live streams early, allowing countless people in Kushu to see the rescue operation, also see the dangerous situation now. I can see the martyrs. It was so heady, I so wanted to be right there, picking up a machete and slashing at the devils. Hateful. Some of the devils have guns, while we only have machetes, or we'd have sent them to their deaths long ago. Alas, our compatriots in Kushu are also dead. Kinda admire them for coming to the graveyard of the ghosts and insulting them, but I didn't realize that all these ghosts had turned into evil spirits and killed all their compatriots. It turned out that there were many fellow Kushuites gathered here, and the fighters sought to locate them and came here. Seeing the corpses on the ground, he was heartbroken and incredibly angry, wanting to find the evil spirits and exterminate them, but I didn't expect to find evil ghosts with guns. Seeing this, they called for support to come over and try to exterminate all these ghosts, but there are too many ghosts. This cemetery, alone, is home to thousands of ghosts, all now evil spirits. The numbers were already high, not to mention the guns. Instantly all the fighters came in full support, also in danger. The viewers on the live feed were also worried. So many ghosts. I'm afraid that where has the master gone? Why hasn't he come over yet? The guru has been contacted, but it takes time to come over. I hope the fighters can hold out until the master comes over. As long as the master comes over, all these ghosts will have to be spiritually dead. Master, hurry up. The battle with the ghosts is on everyone's mind in the country. Those who work, those who cook, even those who stroll down the street, can't help but stop in their tracks, eyes glued to the big screen, or the cell phone in your hand. Everyone's palms were pinched with sweat, and their hearts were incredibly nervous. It's a battle that spans the ages. Ghosts of the past versus young warriors of the present. In the cemetery, the brigadier watched the ghosts approach a little closer and pulled out a photo from his pocket. It was a family photo with his wife and children. Smiled and mumbled, son, your father I am killing ghosts. Enough for your kid to brag at school. Replace it in your arms. With determination in his eyes, he raised the greatsword in his hand and cried out in a solemn manner, brothers, raise your swords. Swish. In an instant, all the warriors raised their greatswords with determined faces, their blades streaming with a silky red light. The brigadier general faced the ghosts' guns, and roared, long live Kushu. All the soldiers faced the ghosts in unison. Their voices were incomparably loud and firm, and they roared, long live Kushu. The voice rose up to the sky and resounded, brothers, charge, kill. An aura of solemnity instantly filled the air. A battle that spans the ages begins. Hundreds of warriors, with greatswords in their hands, faced with the gun-toting ghosts. He rushed forward bravely. Yaki give. Bang bang bang. A burst of gunfire and countless bullets poured out. In an instant, all the Kushu warriors in the front row were shot. But strangely, nothing happened at all. The surface of his body lit up with a faint golden light. It's the golden light charm. The golden light talisman deflected these bullets for them. But the captain knew clearly that these ghosts who had transformed into evil spirits were very strong, and the golden light talisman wouldn't be able to block them many times. It's the last time. Taking a deep breath, The brigadier shouted, "Brothers, charge inside the ghosts for me, so they can't shoot anymore. Brothers in the front row, use your bodies to block the bullets and protect those behind you." The crowd of warriors yelled, and their pace quickened by a few points. The warriors in the front row sniffed, and without a trace of fear in their faces, they continued to charge forward without hesitation. Stay close shoulder to shoulder and form a human wall to protect your brothers behind you. The brothers in the back row, looking at the brothers in front, shed tears as they ran. They didn't want that, and they wanted to be at the front of the line, using their bodies to take bullets for their brothers. Everyone wants to be at the front of the pack. One of the ghost officers was furious at this and said, "Yaki give. Bang, 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 bang." The sound of gunshots rang out again. Click 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 click, once again hit by a bullet. The golden light on the front row of Kushu warriors' body surface instantly shattered. Without the protection of the golden light talisman, the next time it would be to block bullets with his flesh. But the front row fighters, still and unafraid, roared in the face of their guns, "Ah, little devils, come on. If I could beat you guys off then, I can do the same now. Little devil, Grandpa's coming. We, the nation of Kushu, have stood up. Kill. Brothers, we'll fight side by side again in the next life." The front row warriors, roaring and charging, had only one thought in their minds as they faced their former enemies: to avenge the brutal deaths of countless Kushuites at the hands of the devils, to avenge the deaths of millions of people in Kushu, avenge the countless martyrs. Charge forward with a full heart, undaunted by sacrifice, smiling literature, till death do us part. Bang 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 bang. Seeing the golden light that protected them disappear, the ghost officer grinned hideously and went down the order to fire. Stupid Chinamen, how dare they charge without guns? The Kushu girl just now was delicious. When all these Chinamen are killed, just go find those Kushu girls. The front row warriors, without the protection of the golden light talisman, faced the countless bullets that were coming their way. There was a lot of laughing and letting loose. None of them were fearful in the face of death. Die, and die standing up. Die, and die with a smile on your face. The countless bullets were fired into the front row warriors and blood splattered. But they didn't fall. With unshakable will, unshakable faith, they made their knees straighten up again, continuing to charge forward. Even though his injuries slowed him down a few points, he still didn't give up and continued to charge towards the ghosts. "It doesn't hurt. Come again. Brothers in the back row, kill a few more devils for me. Punch it." The brothers in the back row, watching the scene, had tears covering their eyes and clenched their teeth to keep them from flowing. The hand that gripped the greatsword tightened a few points again, breathing heavily. Inside, he was filled with incomparable anger, filled with incomparable killing intent. The first captain's heart was agonized and roared, "You are all good men. Your families, in the future, will also be our families. Ha ha ha. With your words, Captain, we are relieved. Brothers, charge, punch it." The front row warriors, as if returning to their senses, charged faster. When the ghost officer saw this scene, he couldn't help but think back to the old days, when countless Kushu soldiers rushed over, just as unafraid of life and death, just as madly rushing over. It's too much. The ghost officer couldn't help but feel a hint of awe in his eyes, but then he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Yaki give. Yaki give. Bang 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 bang." The sound of gunshots rang out again, and countless death bullets spewed out. The front row fighters continued to charge against the rain of gunfire. Blood stained the entire earth as they charged. It is heartbreaking to see a bloody footprint come to life. In the live broadcast room, countless viewers looked at this scene and their eyes turned red. Each bullet hit the warrior as if it were his own. "It hurts. A lot. Woohoo. I feel like I'm stuck in a rut. Like a stone. Damn brats. Get out, please." Alas, the brats are too many people. And guns. Withdraw not far. Can only backwater. Hold out until the master arrives. At home, countless people wept as they watched. In a neighborhood, a 7-year-old child pointed at the TV set and said with a happy face, Mom, I see Dad." Mom was sobbing and tearing up. And how could she not see her husband in there? The fact that her husband was covered in blood hit her like a bolt from the blue. She knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that her husband, when he came home again, was coming back with the flag. And the poor kid doesn't know this, but is full of naivety that his dad is acting. Unbeknownst to me, they've been separated from each other by a shadow of their former selves. Such a scene appeared inside the families of various warriors. and the families shed tears of heartache. They knew though that their husbands and children had gone to the island on a rescue mission. The mission is also incredibly dangerous and may not be returned. My own husband and children walk the front lines every time as soldiers in the special forces of Kushu. They are also prepared. But the moment the news of the death came, it was still too much to take in. I can't accept that my husband and children are gone. In the Kyoto conference room, the major executives looked at the big screen, and everyone's eyes reddened. These fighters? They are all incredibly valuable fighters of the Kyushu state. Now seeing this scene with their own eyes caused them immense pain. The first chief drew out a tissue and wiped his eyes, saying, "Hasn't Director Lin arrived yet?" Dongfang Chang sighed, "He is rushing over there. I hope the warriors can hold on for a while longer." Damn brats, dead and still not quiet. The warriors are good. The warriors of the nation of Kyushu. Alas, get ready to pick up the fallen warriors. Ugh no. And in the middle of the island's sky, a helicopter was traveling fast. Lin Zixuan looked outside and somehow, his mind was a little restless, feeling as if something had happened. Is something going on over there? With a frown, he said, "Fly faster. As fast as you can." "Yes, Director." There was a hint of urgency in Lin Zixuan's gaze. "You'll have to wait for me, this side of the cemetery." After a few rounds of fire from the evil spirits, the front row of warriors couldn't hold out any longer. "Honey, I'm leaving. Take good care of our kids. Dad. Mom, I'm unfilial. I can't honor you too. Brother, I'm leaving now. You must keep your promise and leave us a descendant in the Bo family." The front row of warriors roared in unison as if they were psychically connected. Long live the 9 states. More than 50 or 60 fighters, in the path of the charge, laid down completely, and they did everything to get the rear platoon of fighters, rushing to the ghosts. The brigadier looked at the ghosts in front of him. His expression was incomparably angry, and roared, "Brothers, kill, kill." More than 200 people rushed into the pile of ghosts in unison. The ghosts on their side were also well trained, and seeing that they had already rushed forward, they got up and sprinted over with their guns. The bayonet on the muzzle was incredibly sharp. "Give me death." The first captain went ahead and slashed diagonally. One of the ghosts was caught off guard and hit by a knife. Black smoke gushing from the slashes on his body, but he was not able to kill himself with a single slash. You know, these ghosts killed countless people in Kyushu, and the evil spirits they transformed into after their deaths are also very powerful. Baka Tooth Road. The ghost who was hit by a knife was furious and raised the bayonet in his hand to stab. The speed was half a time faster than normal. The first captain hastily retracted his sword, the back of his blade acting as a shield against it. Crotch! The force was so strong that the first captain could barely hold the handle of his sword. Gritting his teeth, he power-ups and lifts his bayonet, stabbing the large knife into the ghost. Thick black smoke came out under the flashing red light. The ghost screamed miserably in pain. "Little devils, you are nothing more than that." The captain gripped his sword with both hands and slashed violently at his waist. Strange to find that the blade was instantly more powerful, easily cutting the ghosts off at the waist. The first captain glanced at the blade and saw only a faint dark red glow flickering. After killing this ghost, it felt like something had traveled from the greatsword to his body. Makes you more spiritual and boosts your strength a bit. But it didn't let the thinking go on for long as the rest of the ghosts rushed forward. The brigadier swung his sword and went for it, shouting as he slashed, "Use shock bombs, and all the equipment too." All the fighters put on their helmets and took out their shock bombs and threw them straight out. Boom! A violent strong sound and white light appeared. "Ah, shock bombs!" The affected ghosts screamed, the intense noise preventing them from attacking the fighters. Kill it while it's sick." The large swords wielded by the crowd of warriors slashed violently at the necks of the demons. If one cut doesn't break, you'll get another one. Black dog blood, exorcism charms, ink threads, and other things to deal with evil spirits were used. For a while, the Kyushu warriors had the upper hand. The netizens in the live stream were happy to see this. Good, chop up these brats. If you die and still want to make a mess, then you'll die again. These brats are abominable. Soldiers, cut them down. Don't you see that the fighters are now consuming a little bit of equipment? So many little devils. The fighters certainly can't finish killing. If the equipment is exhausted and the master didn't arrive, the consequences are unimaginable. And with that question, everyone fell silent. Indeed, though the warriors were heavily armed, how much equipment could there be? How much physical strength can there be? If we run out of everything, we're just waiting to die, aren't we? The first captain also knew this, but there was nothing to be done at the moment. All he could do now was wait. Just wait for the chief to come over. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Brothers, hold on to the chief over here." The crowd of warriors began to conserve their strength, using as little equipment as they could, and the ghost officer was annoyed, shouting orders and gibbering about something. And then there's Bang! 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 A burst of gunfire rang out. A portion of the warrior's golden light talisman instantly and automatically deflected the bullets. The brigadier's face turned ugly. He didn't expect that this brat would shoot indiscriminately without line of sight. In this way, not only do the fighters get shot at, but the kiddies get hurt too. This little kid is really tough. Ah, little devil, I'll fight you. A sudden scream came from one of the fighters. Such a voice rang out one by one. The fighters got even more frantic. The first captain gritted his teeth. He could only put up a fight, hoping that the director would hurry up and arrive, or else the whole bunch of them will die at the hands of the brats. Brothers, kill, kill. The battle intensified, and the tragedy was, well, gruesome. Blood splattered in the air, and the earth was covered with the bodies and blood of warriors. A little bit of time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 10 o'clock. Soldier, their equipment had been consumed, and in the cemetery, standing warriors, only 180 remained. Losses numbered more than 100. For those remaining, there was very little stamina left, and exhaustion covered their faces. On top of that, the 180 men were all injured, big and small. Some of them are already unable to stand after taking heavy damage to their legs. The first captain also had some wounds on his body, and was panting, his forehead covered with sweat, but the firm conviction in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest, and he looked at the brats in front of him with murderous vigor. The kiddies across the street, too, are beginning to fear these lunatics and are really just carrying their heads in their pants. The ghost officer's eyes were filled with admiration. How many years have passed, and these Kushuans are still as tenacious and unafraid of death as they were then. One dies, the next follows. Those behind died and the people followed. What a horrible people. However, if you dare to come to the island territory, you can only die. The ghost officer spoke the island language and said. The brigadier turned his head and said, what does it say? 10 captain's face expressionless said, it said that we are really powerful, and we are not afraid of death like the martyrs back then. The great captain thrust his large sword straight into the ground in his hand and said in a cold voice, little brats, the martyrs were able to destroy you back then. Today, we can too. A ghost soldier beside the ghost officer translated. The ghost officer shook his head and said, the 10th captain continued to translate. We only have a few hundred people. How can we possibly destroy them? Ha ha ha. The captain laughed maniacally and contemptuously. How can I destroy you? I tell you, our chief will be here soon. And when our chief arrives, all of you will die. The ghost officer was surprised after hearing the words of the interpreter, but then smiled and said, Private Tachi or more than 1,000 people Gamesu. Translator, I'd like to see what he says. The brigadier was secretly anxious to delay as long as he could now. Captain Tan was about to speak. A familiar voice rang out. Oh, yeah, I'd like to see how you'd like to kill me. In an instant, all the Kushu warriors were violently happy and looked towards the sky. Lit. Smile and proud of literature, idiom, arrogance of the literary world. Director. Director. Looking at the familiar figure, the soldiers burst into tears. They finally waited for the director to come. Lin Zixuan floated down from midair and stood in front of them, his gaze shaking violently. One warrior fell into a pool of blood and lay completely down. The yin and yang never to be seen again. Watching so many brothers go without, Lin Zixuan's eyes reddened, and a tear couldn't help but flow down. There was some heaviness between his breaths, and his hands were clenched into fists. In this battle alone, the Trickster Bureau lost upwards of 100 men. This made his heart incomparably hard, and he didn't know how to face the families of these brothers after the country. Will he be blamed for being so slow to get here and for hurting them? You will. Lin Zixuan looked up at the remaining people. There were wounds of all sizes, and his heart was filled with grief. I'm late. The first captain and the warriors smiled at the words, without a hint of blame in their expressions. Commissioner, not too late, just in time. Lin Zixuan sighed at his words and turned to look at the evil spirit ghost, his heart angry and his eyes flickering with a silky golden light. Lin Bingxue, who was on the side, empathized and clearly felt that a fire was about to erupt inside him. Under the breath dual cultivation, a trace of mind traffic was generated with him, and his incomparable anger. Within her heart, she couldn't help but be angry as well. Lin Zixuan took a deep breath, took out the famous painting, and threw it to the sky. The famous painting pulls away and floats in the air, and a swirl of intense white light appears. A figure flew out of it to land. A total of 200 martyrs reappeared on this disgusting earth. The pioneers came out, looked around, and froze the moment they saw the little kid. Injustice. Both sides saw their former enemies. The familiar clothes, the familiar weapons, unforgettable. The company commander licked his lips and revealed a wry smile and said, I really didn't expect that we would see the former brats again, and they also transformed into evil spirits. The pioneers in the background rubbed their fists and palms together in a furious manner.
even if the opposite side outnumbered them several times over.
But so what? It's not like we haven't fought before and won.
It's their skill to win with less.
And with the district brats, 200 is enough. Commissioner, is it to kill all these devils? That's no problem. Just watch. The martyrs had the look of being ready to fight at a moment's notice.
Lin Zixuan suppressed his anger and said, "Please take a look behind you." The pioneers turned their heads in confusion. Instantly his face clouded over.
The 180 people who were injured,
and the bodies and blood that littered the ground. On the ground lay a number of young fighters who had been on missions with them.
These young warriors, who treated them with respect, took them on excursions and fed them many things they had not eaten before. 1 second he was laughing with them,
and now he was lying on the ground forever. All the martyrs gritted their teeth and their eyes showed anger. They would have preferred it to be them lying on the ground instead of these young warriors. It was painful for each of them to watch their offspring leave them forever.
The company commander's face was horribly gloomy. His gaze snapped to the evil spirit ghosts,
and his voice trembled as he said, "You guys deserve to die.
Chief, fight it. I can't stand it.
I'm going to kill these devils."
Director, every martyr is asking for war. They can't stand it anymore.
Lin Zixuan's trembling right hand gripped the handle of the sword at his waist, and his voice calmly said, "Pack up the remains. Protect the rest of the people.
These ghosts, I will kill them."
The pioneers were in a hurry at the word.
Director, let's do it. Execute the command.
The company commander gritted his teeth and turned around and yelled,
"Didn't you hear me? Execute the order." Alas, the martyrs were so angry that they could only carry out the order. It wasn't that Lin Zixuan didn't want them to come, but the number of ghosts was really too many. The martyrs, as powerful as they were, could not be able to destroy them all, not to mention the sacrifices that will be made. So, a lot has been sacrificed now, and it can't continue to be sacrificed. To let the martyrs out is to gather up the remains and protect the remaining ones.
And then there's the fact that he has to vent his anger. Only by destroying all these ghosts could the anger in his heart be calmed. Lin Zixuan drew his twin swords. The power of the supreme yang diffused around the swords,
and the hot breath burned the air, causing it to distort slightly. Seeing him prepare for battle, Lin Bingshue's delicate body was also suffused with an icy blue light.
"No strikes allowed." Lin Bingshue frowned at his words and looked at him suspiciously. Lin Zixuan said with an expressionless face, "I'll kill them all by myself in order to dispel the anger in my heart."
Lin Bingshue sniffed and silently took a few steps back.
The ghost officer on the other side saw.
The man who suddenly appeared couldn't help but guess. Was this the chief they were talking about? Sure is imposing, but there were so many people, so many guns, that even if the man was very good, he would be shot into a hornet's nest. What is your Kirikuchi? Lin Zixuan couldn't understand, and he didn't want to. He only had one thought, to destroy all the evil spirit ghosts he saw. Kill my trickster bureau and all of you will die.
The ghost officer's brow furrowed at the words of the interpreter,
making it incomprehensible. Now that the gang has backed off, there's only so what's left of the chief. Does this chief want to eliminate thousands of their soldiers all by himself? At this thought, the ghost officer couldn't help but lose his smile. One man against thousands of men. It was ridiculous no matter how you thought about it. Thousands of people exhausted him and wiped out everyone. Do you want to deal with all the staffs in your company by one person and think about your business? Lin Zixuan took a step forward,
his sword dripping with extreme sharpness and stupidity.
With this action, the ghost officer understood,
smiled coldly and waved his hand.
Instantly,
countless ghosts raised their long guns,
their deathly muzzles aimed at Lin Zixuan. The presses give. Bang, 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 bang. Countless bullets spewed out.
The warriors and martyrs of the 9 states sniffed and pinched their hearts.
It's impossible to dodge such densely packed bullets. But Lin Zixuan didn't want to dodge in the slightest and recited the incantation. The golden light appeared quickly, covering and protecting the real person. Urgent. In an instant, the surface of his body instantly filled with golden light enveloping his entire body. Lin Zixuan's eyes stared, his dual swords while open, and he leapt straight up.
My disciples pay homage to the god of prospect, all things are honored by the god of fire,
and the demons and ghosts around them are transformed into dust. In the sky, a brilliant heavenly might emerged, and a flash of golden flame body instantly descended. Lin Zixuan's eyes instantly turned into gold,
and the surface of his body was covered in silk and gold fire. Golden fire covered both swords,
and a blazing fire burned the air. Chop!
The 2 swords violently crossed and chopped out.
2 huge golden and fire sword chi, in an X shape instantly attacked. Looking at the attack that was like a strike from a god, the evil ghosts below panicked. Boom! The golden fire sword chi chopped inside the pile of ghosts, and instantly flames rose to the sky. Ah! Miserable screams continued unceasingly as countless evil spirit ghosts' bodies were covered in flames.
As many as a few hundred ghosts were burned by the flames. The ghosts rushed to avoid the flames,
fearing that it would affect them. In mid-air, Lin Zixuan descended inside the pile of ghosts, both swords slashing in unison. The sword's body was covered in golden fire and sharp. Every time he swung his sword, a ghost's soul was scattered. Under the shelter of the golden light, Lin Zixuan did not defend himself in the slightest, and in the face of the bayonets and bullets of the ghosts, he directly just charged up hard. With 2 swords in his hands, he is unstoppable and unstoppable. There was righteousness in heaven and earth, and the vast sword chi came out. Lin Zixuan once again fiercely crosscut. The white sword chi attacked in all directions, and wherever it passed, black mist emerged, and the evil spirit ghosts were scattered one by one. Mother Earth, lend me your strength and kill the demons. Lin Zixuan's twin swords plunged straight into the ground. In an instant, a wave of fluctuations emerged from the ground and enveloped the area in all directions. The earth shook slightly. A ground thorn instantly reached out from the ground, stabbing the countless evil spirit ghosts through and through. In a few moments, the graveyard became a place of thorns. Fear filled the eyes of the ghost officer as he looked at him brutalizing his own men. Is this really human? This is too strong, isn't it? Watching his people disappear one by one, the ghost officer gritted his teeth and said, "Presses give." It couldn't believe that so many guns, so many people, couldn't kill him. Bang, 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 dang. The densely packed bullet struck Lin Zixuan's torso with a metallic sound. Ripples of golden light barrier gusts surfaced. The impact of the bullets made his pace slightly unsteady. Kill! Lin Zixuan roared. His twin sword's golden flames fiercely flourished, chopping chaotically in the void. Sword chi chopped out one by one like the wind. At this moment, he directly chopped in place, wielding a sword chi in the wash of bullets. The speed of the swing became faster and faster, like a phantom sword dance. He was incomparably frantic in his mind. Either he would be shot through the golden light barrier by a bullet, or his sword chi would cut through all the evil spirits and ghosts. The battle intensified and became more and more frantic. Both Lin Zixuan and the evil spirit ghosts went crazy, sending their own attacks towards their enemies. The competition is who goes down first. With such a scene, the Kushu warriors and martyrs looked dumbfounded. The director, who had always been incredibly calm, did not expect to be so crazy today. Live broadcast. The audience in between also stared in disbelief. What happened to the maestro? This is the first time I've seen the master like this. Usually the master has a gentle and calm demeanor. Perhaps it was the sacrifice of the warriors that caused the master to lose control. The master was angry and sad. It's heartbreaking to see more than 100 fighters gone like that. Damn brats. Countless people looked at Lin Zixuan's appearance and empathized like they were very angry. But still, I hope he calms down. Fighting like this can easily get you hurt. But Lin Zixuan couldn't calm down or be calm. More than 100 people had died, and this was unacceptable to him. The mind blamed itself, hating itself for not hurrying to get there. If it had gotten there sooner, 100 or so brothers wouldn't have died. He still has to take these brothers and go and end the Yasukuni Shrine. Well, they haven't gotten that wish yet. Give me all death. Lin Zixuan's eyes were incomparably red, continuing to swing both swords at extreme speeds, which caused his arms to begin to tingle and ache vaguely. Mana was also rapidly depleting, but he didn't care at all. He only wanted to decimate all the evil spirit demons in front of him. A little bit of time passed. Cracks also appeared in the golden light barrier, which was vaguely about to shatter. The evil spirit ghosts, on the other hand, were already few and far between under the baptism of countless sword chi. This cemetery, destroyed beyond recognition. The earth was covered with a sword mark. Lin Zixuan was panting and sweating like a pig in a poke with his twin swords. The killing intent in his eyes had not diminished at all. Staring intently at the figure of only a dozen evil spirit ghosts left, smiling literature. Lifting his strength, he drew the heavenly sun sword, his arm trembling slightly. At that moment, a slightly buoyant pace and an unsteady frame were about to fall to the ground. A white figure appeared beside him in an instant, and a luxuriant jade hand held him up. Lin Zixuan leaned against her and yelled, "Kill them!" Lin Bingxue nodded slightly, reaching out and opening her hand. White mist swirled, the air was chilly, and then ice appeared out of thin air, instantly and violently shot out. Countless blocks of ice spikes enveloped the few evil spirit ghosts. In a single glance, more than a dozen evil spirit ghosts were instantly pierced through. At this moment, there was no more evil spirit ghost in the field. It's gone. It's all gone to hell. Lin Bingxue faintly said, "Ugh." Lin Zixuan seemed to have calmed down and expressionlessly broke free from her arms. With trembling feet, he turned and walked away. Lin Bingxue wanted to go up and help him walk, but his words made her stop. I'll walk by myself. Lin Zixuan took hard steps towards those dead brothers. Secretary. Commissioner. Are you okay? A few of the first captains were worried. Looking at the rows and rows of brothers lying on the ground, a tear slipped from his eyes to the ground, and Lin Zixuan's mouth trembled slightly as he said, "Are you guys blaming me for arriving so late?" The crowd shook their heads without hesitation at that. The first captain smiled and said, "Director, how can you think like that? Of course the brothers know you. Director, must have rushed here at a much faster speed. If not for you, Director, rushing here, the rest of us would have accompanied the brothers. How can we blame you, Director?" "Yeah, Chief, we haven't had a single thought of blaming you ever." Secretary, don't think too much. It's not your fault. And the crowd's comfort. Lin Zixuan did not have a hint of happiness. Continued, "But I'm blaming myself. If I had come faster, these more than 100 brothers would not have died. It's all my fault. I'm the one who victimized them." Tears covered his eyes, and with an incomparable pain in his expression, Lin Zixuan crouched on the ground and cried out of character. Seeing this, the brigadier hastened to say, "Chief, you..." But before he could finish his sentence, Lin Bingxue interrupted, "Stop it. Let him cry. He'll be fine after that. It's a shame. The first sergeant can't do anything about it." It was painful for all of them to watch the chief cry in pain. More than 100 people had just been taken away from them. You know, those are the brothers they eat with, fight with, and work with. All faces were sad. Straight from the booth. "Seeing the master cry makes me want to cry too. It's so hard to watch. Master, don't cry. Be strong. Cry, cry, cry. It'll be all right afterward. After that, the gentle, calm guru will be back again." Alas, this is a big loss. The ghosts were all wiped out. Everyone was not happy. So many people died. It was too heavy. The sky was darkened with clouds, and the storm came as if weeping for the hero's departure. The dark clouds covered the sky and a light rain fell, washing away the blood from the earth a little. Lin Zixuan got up and looked at the bodies of his brothers. His eyes were red, and under the rain, it was impossible to tell if he was still shedding tears, perhaps mixed with the rain. Facelessly looking at everything in front of him, his heart was exhausted, and he slowly spoke out, "Notify people to come over and send the brothers back to their country for burial." Laughing pride literature. "I know, Chief." The first captain nodded and went to make the arrangements. Lin Zixuan sighed and turned to walk away, pulling out the two twin swords that were stuck on the ground and inserting them back into their scabbards. Looking straight up at the sky, the cold rainwater slapped on his face, muttering, "Performing dangerous missions is going to kill people. It's impossible that they won't die. Lin Zixuan, you should calm down. There's still a lot of work waiting for you." He consoled himself, but his heart was still sad. He still couldn't accept that more than 100 of his brothers were just gone. Be still in the rain, and let the rain wash over you. And the skies turned from light to heavy rain, pouring down so hard that it was impossible to see your surroundings. Seeing this, Lin Bingxue came to his side with an ice umbrella and said, "Don't be sad." Lin Zixuan shook his head and said, "I can't not be sad. You go, I'll be alone." Reaching out, he gently pushed her away as his body was once again washed by the downpour. Seeing him hurt himself so much, a hint of anger surfaced in Lin Bingxue's eyes and her small hand swung violently. Slap! A loud slap sounded. It caused all eyes to look over and work silently again in surprise. Lin Zixuan was slapped dumbfounded and looked at her with puzzled eyes, not understanding why she was hitting herself. Lin Bingxue once again returned to his side, the ice umbrella keeping the heavy rain out. The soft and pretty face with a hint of coldness stared at him closely, and said sentence by sentence, "What can you do by hurting yourself so much? Can you bring your brother back to life? What did you come to this country for? Didn't you want to save your fellow countrymen in Kushu? Are you just going to keep going on like this? Not going to save them?" Lin Zixuan fell silent after hearing this, not knowing what he was thinking in his mind. A minute later, a smile appeared between the corners of his mouth, and determination rose in his gaze. Nodded, "You're right. The dead are dead, and the living must continue to be saved." Looking at him who had recovered, Lin Bingxue revealed a smile. The downpour came and went quickly. Soon, dozens of large vehicles traveled to the area, returning one of the fallen brothers to the worship. Lin Zixuan raised his hand solemnly and said, "All of you, salute." Swish, 180 men, and 200 martyrs had raised their right hands and saluted with solemnity. The crowd lowered their hands as they watched a large vehicle leave until all of the brothers had been sent away. Lin Zixuan faced everyone and said with an expressionless face, "It's hard for all of us with more than 100 people gone, but the rescue work will continue and report on the remaining survivors." The 10th captain stepped forward and said loudly, "A total of 150 rescues. There are still dozens of survivors. The rest of the brothers are going over to rescue them. Good. Lin Zixuan nodded and said, rescue work is almost over. So let's 10 captains. Turn off the live broadcast.
Captain 10 hurriedly closed the live broadcast. He knew that the next words of the chief were not suitable to be broadcasted.
And that made the netizens anxious. Don't. I want to keep looking. Master. What are you doing? You talk about your business. We'll look at ours. Ahem.
I have a feeling the master is getting ready to do something big or he wouldn't have shut down the live feed.
Gee, you're kind of right when you say that. But I want to see the master do great things. Don't be ridiculous. Usually when you have to shut down a live broadcast, it's either not suitable for broadcasting or it's a classified event. Classified event you dare to watch? Then I'm not looking. Back in the graveyard, Lin Zixuan continued, the rescue mission will soon be over, and we will soon be returning to our country. However,
Lin Zixuan's eyes showed murderous intent and said, there is still one thing that has not yet been done.
And that is to end the Yasukuni Divine Toilet.
The island country dares to so recklessly offer war criminals.
Who can endure this? The brothers who are out there to rescue don't go. We will just go. Boom.
Everyone's heart and mind shook at the words.
Ending the Yasukuni Divine Toilet. Damn. My dream is to end this toilet. I didn't realize it was going to happen today. Big time.
But the first captain thought otherwise and frowned, saying, Chief, although we all want to end it, it's not good for us to go and end it so blatantly, is it?
Lin Zixuan naturally knew that the impact was bad and sneered. So what if there are evil spirits inside?
The captain stared, had his eyes. He understood what the chief meant. They came to rescue their compatriots in Kushu, and to destroy the evil spirits of the island in the process. And if this excuse is used to end the Yasukuni Shrine Toilet, then the island will really have to break its teeth and swallow it. And they can't be held accountable because they themselves called us to destroy the evil spirits.
So the presence of evil spirits in the Yasukuni Shrine Toilet is definitely something we need to address.
But it's not Kushu's business if something is destroyed in the process of solving it. And the warriors grinned as they understood the words within.
Lin Zixuan smiled and said, it seems that all of you have understood. Then I won't explain. In these few days, we will act together to eliminate the evil spirits of the island. All of the ones in the city will be eliminated. And inside the deep mountains, leave some evil spirits for them.
The warriors laughed meaningfully.
Got it. We got it, Chief. Aren't we too bad? But I like it. Had ha. The islanders are not angry. Ha ha ha.
The crowd rested anywhere and waited for someone to send a car to pick them up. The company commander listened to what they said about the Yasukuni Divine Toilet,
and each was excited, and asked suspiciously, what is the Yasukuni Divine Toilet? Seeing that the forefather didn't understand, Captain V explained, it's a long story. It's a long story. So let's keep it short.
Oh, it's the place where ghosts are worshipped.
And what's worshipped inside?
Are ghost officers who have stained hundreds of thousands of our Kushu people's blood?
One by one. They're so guilty that every time there's an important holiday in the island country, the top brass of the island country will go to pay their respects.
Which is very disgusting.
What the hell? Does the island country have any more shame? How dare you make offerings to the Oni who invaded our Kushu country? It's obvious that you're provoking us.
When the martyrs heard this, they were furious, and they could not wait to end the Yasukuni Divine Toilet. It was like a hard slap in the face in front of them.
Ha!
The 10th captain saw something at that moment and wondered,
why is there a white fox here?
Where? Captain 9 looked around with interest, but found nothing, and glared, play me.
Nothing ah?
The 10th captain looked at a place, rubbed his eyes,
and said, strange, it's obviously right there, and that fox has many tails. Don't be ridiculous, there are many tails.
You think it's a 9-tailed fox?
Maybe I'm reading it wrong. And deep in the woods, a pure white fox with a strange 9 tails. Looking around,
the petite white fox's white light filled the room, and her embodiment gradually grew larger.
A moment later, the white light dispersed,
and a delicate woman surfaced before her eyes,
and from the looks of it, it was the same woman from the harbor. After disappearing from the harbor, he had been following Lin Zixuan for some unknown purpose. The delicate woman looked into the distance of the woods, where Lin Zixuan was.
The pink tongue licked her rosy lips, and a hint of desire surfaced in her charming eyes.
What a huge young energy. I really want to suck some.
The delicate woman's eyes showed longing as she muttered, the spiritual energy here is too scarce.
Now that the spiritual energy is about to explode over there in the Kushu,
we must go to the Kushu and absorb the first wave of this outbreak of spiritual energy.
However,
the Kushu side had the Trickster Bureau in place, so he was afraid that he would be discovered if he went over there rashly.
Now that this creepy director is here, it might be possible to follow him to Kushu. LOL, Director of Creepy? You don't want to find out my true form.
The delicate woman laughed softly, her delicate body filled with white light and once again transformed into a fox form. the breath retracted back into his body extremely stealthily, and he looked, well, like a plain old munchkin fox. The white fox's figure flickered down and disappeared, and at that moment, a shiny black cat suddenly appeared here, its small yellow-green eyes looking at the faraway place of the white fox. Dead vixen. Want to go to Kushu? You go. Find on what I look at the person. The black cat's mouth is human, and the voice is actually a girl's voice. It turned out that this black cat had also approached Lin Zixuan, the reason being that it saw him as a celestial master. Since ancient times, only a celestial master can destroy evil spirits and demons. As a creature that could ward off evil spirits, the black cat naturally liked to follow the celestial master around, because being around the celestial masters helps them to cultivate. The black cat looked hatefully and said, "Dead vixen, don't try to rob my people. Let's see which of us is one step faster." The little legs leapt lightly into the trees and darted towards the person they were looking at, and at this moment, Lin Zixuan, not knowing that he had been seen by the two spirits, was now sitting in an armored car, heading to various cities to destroy the evil spirits. In order to avoid another accident, it was decided to act together. Car. Lin Zixuan rubbed his delicate pistol. The side of. The fifth captain of the team looked at the chief's pistol and couldn't help but think of something, saying, "Chief, can you destroy evil spirits with this pistol?" Lin Zixuan smiled and said, "Of course I can. Otherwise why would I hold a gun? Show off." Captain 5 became excited at the words and said, "Director, you've researched a gun that can deal with evil spirits?" The warriors in the car looked over expectantly when they heard that. Lin Zixuan nodded. "It's not that complicated." "Study it?" "Of course you can study it." "That's great. With guns that can deal with evil spirits, we can destroy them more easily and safely." "Director, when will you assemble it for us?" Yeah, I can't wait to pick up a gun again." The warrior in the car was excited, having practiced his swordplay every day since joining the Trickster Bureau. It's like going back to the Cold War era, and that's a tough point. But now, it will soon be time to pick up a gun. If I'd had a gun earlier, I'm sure I could have wiped out all those thousands of ghosts in that battle. There is no need for the secretary to come over at all. They can take care of it themselves. Lin Zixuan laughed. "There's no need to rush. After I return to China, I'll have someone build it. But the time will be slow." "Very slow?" "Director, with the technology we have in the Kushu Kingdom, it would only take a day to build the firearms used by the creepy bureau." Captain 5 was puzzled. Lin Zixuan shook his head and said, "What do you know? You think it's still machine-built? Every gun has to be hand-built by an artisan. You can't use a cold machine. Every part has to be hand-built. Even the bullets are the same. A barrel of excellent quality, hand-built by top craftsmen, would take a day, possibly slower. Not to mention, pistols, rifles and sniper rifles. So many weapons, it would take a while to assemble." Captain 5 didn't realize that it had to be hand-built, so no wonder it was so slow. It's true that hand-building can't match the speed of a machine, let alone trying to hand-build a gun that is now high-tech and precise. That would take a long time. The crowd of fighters got a little disappointed. So built, when would it have to be assembled? Regarding the crowd's look, Lin Zixuan comforted with amusement. "Well, not to say that all of them are assembled for everyone, but some of them are still available. As for who will get the first batch of weapons, it's up to your luck." "Luck, Commissioner? What do you mean? You've played rock paper scissors, right? Whoever wins gets it. What a child's play. Then you don't play. Play. How can you not play?" Chatting and farting all the way, forgetting for the moment about the fallen brothers. There were more than 700 cities in the island, and Lin Zixuan and his group were about to go to all of them. Lin Zixuan sat in the car, sensing the surroundings for the presence of evil spirits and demons, got out of the car quickly to fix it if there was one and handled it very quickly. "At this rate, we'll be ready to return in half a month." A few days later, Lin Zixuan stood outside the car smoking a cigarette, waiting for the warriors to return from resolving the evil spirits. Over the past few days, a total of 100 or so cities have been visited. The island cities are so small, I really don't know what the point of having so many of them is. "Are you done yet? A few evil spirits to engage in so slow." Lin Zixuan pressed the headset and urged. He also wanted to hurry to end the Yasukuni divine toilet. All right. The chief will be right with you. Hurry up." "Aha!" Lin Zixuan yawned, and with a casual sweep of his gaze, he instantly spotted a cute black cat walking over. "Hey, black cat, come over here." Somewhat interested, he waved at it. The black cat came to his feet, its small yellow-green eyes looking up at him as if full of wisdom. Lin Zixuan squatted down, reached out and touched the small furry head, felt something and couldn't help but be surprised. "You little cat. I didn't expect to have stepped into cultivation. It seems that under the recovery of spiritual power, many creatures have been affected. He could feel that this black cat contained a hint of spiritual power within its body, which invariably meant that this little thing was already a Xian cat. Looking at the black cat in front of him, Lin Zixuan thought about it. Since ancient times, black cats have warded off evil spirits, suppressed evil spirits, made demons and monsters not dare to come near, and also brought good luck to their owners. Laughing pride literature. This Xian cat. To be honest, Lin Zixuan was a little heartbroken. He couldn't compare to this Xian cat under the aura of sensing evil spirits. Looking around, it should be ownerless. Nodding its little head, he laughed softly and said, "Little cat, want to follow me?" Meow. A soft, light sound rang out, and the black cat rubbed against his small foot, a hint of joy floating in its small eyes. When Lin Zixuan saw the little thing's movements, he understood, hugged the soft little cat, got up and laughed. "In the future, you'll follow me, and you'll be guaranteed a good meal and a good drink." Meow. For the next many days, with the help of the Xian cat, the crowd's speed of clearing the evil spirits accelerated by a few points. After half a month, more than 700 cities were visited, and as many as 3,000 evil spirits were killed. And today, they had completed their mission on the island, and the city was mostly free of evil spirits. With only a little bit left in the deep mountains, everyone is also about to return home. But before they do, there is one more thing to accomplish that all Kushuans want to do. I'm going to the Yasukuni Shrine, 10 o'clock at night. Everyone gathered in a small wooded area outside the Yasukuni Shrine toilet, gazing at the Yasukuni Divine Toilet not far away. Excitement flowed from everyone's eyes. "Commissioner, when do we start?" "Let's wait for now." Lin Zixuan let out a light laugh and fully sensed the situation in the Yasukuni Divine Toilet. Smile literature. It was found to have a strong yin energy and the power of incense. Looking at the situation, it should be the island's long years of offerings, and these ghost officers have become evil spirits with high levels of grievances. These ghost officers are much more powerful than those in the cemetery. One is comparable to 100 ghosts. Meow. The black cat at his feet purred softly, as if to say that there were many dangers inside. Lin Zixuan lightly patted its little head, indicating that he knew. Touching his chin and looking at the Yasukuni Divine Toilet, it is too cheap to exterminate these ghost officers just like this. After thinking about it in his heart, he said, "System, is there anything to torture evil spirits or take in?" "There is. The heavenly devil zither. Suppress all evil spirits within it. Play a tune. It can make the evil spirits within it into a sound attack on the enemy, killing people invisibly. The more evil spirits it takes in, the more powerful the heavenly devil zither will be." Lin Zixuan's heart was good after hearing this. It was too easy to let these war criminals just have their souls scattered. Or in this way, all the ghost officers were suppressed to the heavenly devil's harp to pay for the sins of the Kushu kingdom forever. "System, give it to me." The heavenly demon zither belongs to the level of semi-spiritual weapons, but due to its ability to receive evil spirits to raise its level. Price, 10,000 merits. Is it exchanged? Switch. The heavenly devil piano has coalesced in the system space. The master can take it out at any time. Grace. Lin Zixuan turned his head and said, "Remember, you don't want to kill the war criminals. Just maim them." Why? I heard that the war criminals have become evil spirits and are preparing to hate them, getting killed. But the chief's words were lost on them. "You know those war criminals." But countless people in Kushu gnashed their teeth and wanted to eat them. Lin Zixuan shook his head and explained, "Just getting them killed. Don't you think it's too cheap for them? I'm going to make these war criminals into slaves to be used for the country of Kushu, little by little, to pay back all their sins forever." The crowd's eyes lit up when they heard that it was good. Indeed, it's too cheap to kill. Make slaves for them and make the best use of them. It's better that the chief thought of it. "Commissioner, we know. We promise to maim." "Commissioner, can we start now? It's been a long wait." Lin Zixuan nodded, facing the Yasukuni Divine Toilet, and was about to say something when he noticed a sneaky person going to the door of that Yasukuni Divine Toilet. "Ha, why is there someone else?" The crowd of warriors and martyrs looked over, and indeed there was a man at the door of the Yasukuni Shrine who didn't know what he was doing. But then the sound of the voice in the language of Kushu surprised them. "My name is Lu Hai, grandson of Lu Guashang, commander of the 17th Brigade, the 43rd Army Regiment, the hero of the war in Kushu, and today I've come to this place, the Yasukuni Shrine on the island of Yasukuni. It is the place to worship those war criminals of war crimes, and I declare today that Kushu will win, and the victory will always be ours." And laugh at the literary. The great sword slashed at the heads of the devils to kill them. The young man was taking a selfie of himself with his cell phone, talking and singing a ghost-killing song. The crowd in the grove looked at each other in disbelief. "Kushu people? It should be. Didn't you hear what he said?" Lin Zixuan frowned and said, "Nonsense. Didn't I tell you to save those survivors? Why is there still one?" The captain thought for a moment and said, "Director,
the positioning system can't locate all of them.
if they change their cell phones,
The positioning system won't be able to find them."
Hey chief, look at that kid," the second captain shouted excitedly.
At once all eyes looked away again. Eyes widened. Lu Hai took out something shaped like a flask and lit the ignition and roared, "Go to hell!" Boom! The incendiary bottle fell on the door of the Yasukuni shrine toilet, and instantly a blazing fire rose. After throwing it, he took out 2 more Molotov cocktails from behind his back and continued to throw them. I'll be damned. This kid's got a lot of nerve. Doesn't he, Captain God? The color was full of admiration.
This is just eating his heart out.
If he does this,
he will be caught by the island country if he is not killed by the war criminals inside.
Anyway, this man is a real man, daring to burn down the Yasukuni shrine toilet. I admire that. The warriors were in awe,
single-handedly burning down the Yasukuni divine toilet, which would immediately set him on fire if word got out.
But admiration aside, it's just too risky to play like that. Not good. Lin Zixuan sensed that the Yin-Chi of the Yasukuni divine toilet had rioted, and got up and said, "Quickly go over. The war criminals inside are coming out."
The warriors also instantly got up and rushed out,
and outside the Yasukuni divine toilet, Lu Hai was about to prepare to escape after doing this. Bang!
But at this time, the door of the Yasukuni divine toilet suddenly opened,
and a cold, gloomy wind rushed out.
"Kyushu people, how dare you destroy our land?
You deserve to die." A ghost officer, holding a long sword slashed over. Lu Hai was instantly stunned in place. Unbridled, Lin Zixuan drew his heavenly sun sword. The power of the supreme yang draped around it, and instantly threw it out. And, the ghost officer looked up.
A sword was attacking at great speed, and the power on it caused a hint of scorn to appear in its eyes. Retracting his chop at the bangs, he picked his way upwards in a smooth motion.
Crotch!
The ghost officer picked off the Tenchi sword. Lin Zixuan used this time to come to the front and raised his hand to hold the heavenly sun sword that was falling. They were followed by the warriors and martyrs. The god looked at the ghost officer with a grim smile. The eyes were covered with disinterest.
"Kid, you dare to burn down the Yasukuni shrine. You are great." The second captain patted Lu Hai's shoulder. Lu Hai looked around at the familiar warriors in a daze, came back to his senses, scratched his head and said, "Hey, that I really can't stand to see the island. But chiefs, why are you here?"
The first captain did not change his face and said,
"We patrolled here and came over when we found you here."
"Oh," interjection indicating that one has just learned STH. Lin Zixuan said indifferently, "Take someone to send him out of here.
It's dangerous here."
"Yes, chief." The second captain looked at him and said,
"Let's go. Take you to a safe place and then come back with us."
"Good."
Lu Hai is very happy.
He burned the Yasukuni god toilet, and now there are chiefs to take him away, so that he does not have to escape.
The two left.
All eyes once again looked at the ghost officer. The look of the ghost officer was incredibly familiar to everyone.
Or rather, to countless people in Kyushu. Hands clenched into fists. Lin Zixuan looked at it expressionlessly and said, "You haven't forgotten the massacre back then, have you?"
The ghost officer froze for a moment at his words, and with an intoxicated look on his face,
he said, "Of course I haven't forgotten. My knife stabbed into the bodies of Kyushu's old men, youths, maidens, and children, and the blood splattered out. And it was wonderful.
Oh, and your Kyushu girl's body is also very good.
And up to this point, I still miss it a little bit."
With these words, the crowd instantly gritted their teeth, nakedly lifting Kyushu's grief with no remorse,
killing people for the fun of it. "It's a demon. You devil."
The martyrs couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward to raise their guns to fire. Lin Zixuan raised his hand to stop it,
took a deep breath and stared at it intently.
"You really aren't remorseful at all. It's too cheap to let you just let your soul fall apart."
"To make my soul fall apart? Ha ha ha."
The ghost officer let out a loud laugh and looked at the crowd contemptuously.
"Just you guys? This is the territory of the island. Dare to come to us to make trouble. Become our food. Come out. Someone wants to make our souls fly away." In an instant,
the Yin-Chi of the Yasukuni divine toilet rose up to the sky, and the rich Yin-Chi made the place uncontrollably cold. A figure flew out from the Jingwa divine toilet,
hundreds in total. Each one, in the country of Kyushu,
has committed a crime that is beyond the pale. Each one of them was filled with a dense fury that could only be condensed by killing thousands of people.
The dense fury forced its way in, making the crowd a little uncomfortable. Unbridled, Lin Zixuan's eyes were stern and incomparable, and the power of the supreme yang gushed out from his body. A hot, shimmering, golden scent filled the air, and the cold air immediately heated up. Smiling literature. The power of supreme yang and the power of yin and evil instantly touched. Barely bared,
a gust of white smoke filled the air. It made all the ghost officers not to be afraid. That power of the supreme yang caused them to feel an incomparable danger.
Chinaman, you are very strong. But there are so many of us, trying to defeat us. Delusional, the ghost officers roared in unison. Grievances rose in huge waves, black mist enveloped them, and mournful voices resounded everywhere. Help me, give me a break, let my soul go. I don't want to go on like this. I'm in so much pain. One radical in Chinese characters, Kanshi Radical 1. Faces emerged in the black mist. Faces in agony. Old men, girls, men, children, densely packed in a horrifying manner. When Lin Zixuan saw this, his body shook, and anger surfaced in his expression as he said, "You have gone so far as to detain the souls of my people from the 9 states as your ghost slaves. Ghost slaves, powerful evil spirits who slave numerous little ghosts and use them for themselves or as weapons against their enemies. Ha ha ha, you Chinamen should be our slaves." The ghost officer was unbelievably arrogant. The warriors were furious, but there was nothing they could do. These were the souls of the people of Kushu, and once they were attacked, they would be dispersed. These devils are still as vicious as they were back then, using the bodies of the people to force the Kushu army. Well, Lin Zixuan took a deep breath and calmed his heart, cupping his hands to seal, his eyes slightly closed. Heaven and earth are natural, and the filth is dispersed. In a cave of mystery and emptiness, the world is full of light. A divine incantation for purifying heaven and earth was slowly spoken. In an instant, a force of majesty, solemnity, and righteousness began to permeate the heavens and earth. Illusory yet as if it were substantial, tranquil-like power enveloped the place. The anger in the warriors' hearts was calmed at this moment, and their bodies were immensely relaxed. The 8 mighty gods make me natural. The spiritual treasure is the order of the 9 heavens. Xian Luo Tana, Cave Dipper Tai Xian, to kill the demons and bind the evils, and to help thousands of people. The supreme-like power enveloped the countless suffering souls of Kushu. The miserable screams of pain disappeared little by little, and the souls of the people of the Kushu in the black mist, with faces that were at this moment peaceful and relieved like emerged. Zhongshan Divine Mantra. Yuan Sure Yuan. If you recite it once, it will prolong your life. According to the line of the 5 mountains, the 8 seas know the news. The devil's king binds his head and serves me Xian. The filth dissipates. The Taoist air remains. The turbid gas, sinister gas, and fury that permeated heaven and earth slowly dissipated at this moment, and the air was fresh and incomparable at this moment. The black fog is also slowly dissipating, and countless souls of the people of the Kushu state emerge in white light, floating in front of everyone's eyes. The white light is soft, natural and tranquil. Lin Zixuan snapped his eyes open. A flash of platinum light flickered, and he drank. Haste is the order of the day. Kill the ghosts by the thousands. Ah! In an instant, the white light was instantly overpowering, filling the ghost officer with miserable screams that rang out continuously. What power is this? I'm so hard. My power is fading. This can't be. Chinaman, stop. Lin Zixuan gazed at the souls of the people of Kushu and said faintly, "You are relieved." The souls of the people of Kushu, which were filled with soft white light, were now showing gratitude between their expressions. "Thank you, Chief, for setting us free. Chief, can you send us back to Kushu? We want to return to our roots." Lin Zixuan nodded and said, "Returning to your roots is what every person in Kushu wants. I will send you home." Taking out the famous painting, the vortex took in all the souls of the people of Kushu under the urging. Everything calmed down. The brigadier was puzzled. "Chief, how come there are so many souls of our people in Kushu?" Lin Zixuan's eyes revealed a brilliant light. "Along the way, I realized that the souls of my compatriots from the dead Kushu are all gone. You know, after a person dies, the soul will stay in the body for a period of time before dissipating, but not a single one of them, until now. I didn't realize that it was possible that the island had captured these souls and offered them to these war criminals." The captain was shocked at the words. "How dare this island country?" Lin Zixuan coldly said, "What do they dare not? Bacteria experiments are done. Let alone this. No guess. The island must know that the war criminals of the Yasukuni Divine Toilet have become evil spirits. This island, it's fucking disgusting. Shouldn't have helped them and let the evil spirits destroy them." Lin Zixuan shook his head and said, "All right, help or not, we are also here to destroy the evil spirits and rescue our compatriots in Kushu. Well, these ghosts are affected by my spells, so you guys go over there and get them directly. Remember not to get them killed." All the warriors and martyrs' eyes snapped to those ghost officers. Those with large knives in their hands turned the blade to the back of the knife. Those with long guns in their hands, hold the muzzles. Face down. Punch. Hundreds of people rushed forward wailing, surrounding the hundreds of ghost officers. "I'll shoot you to death. Damn brats bullying us Kushu people. Smash. Smash them hard in the face and underneath. Don't worry, company commander. Hey, get out of the way. I want to fight too. Fuck off. Who told you to run? You're so slow. Don't crowd me. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is a miserable scene. The ones in front are hitting hard and the ones in the back are squeezing in as hard as they can to get a kick out of it as well. The fighters who couldn't squeeze in were furious and pulled out in front of them. Lin Zixuan shook his head and sat aside to rest. The pure heaven and earth divine mantra consumed a bit too much. It also had to degree people and kill ghosts. Not to mention that it couldn't be made dead. It was a bit difficult to operate. P.S. The island plot is over. About to start plot 096. As the crowd rounded up these demonic officers, the fire in the Yasukuni shrine toilet burned louder and louder. Black mist and fire rose up to the sky and could be seen from afar. The islanders on guard in the distance saw this and hurriedly tried to come over, but they were stopped by the warriors on guard. There's a bunch of evil spirits in there that are being dealt with. This caused those defending the Yasukuni shrine toilet to panic. They knew exactly what was inside. It would be great to be wiped out. But no matter what, the fighters simply wouldn't go in, leaving them to watch the Yasukuni shrine toilet burning in flames. Back to the side of the Yasukuni divine toilet. Lin Zixuan looked at the Yasukuni divine toilet has all burned, and then what to put out the fire is too late after. Getting up and craning his neck, he stepped forward and said, "Enough fighting, enough beating, I'm going to put them away." The crowd of warriors dispersed with intent, only to see hundreds of ghost officers were beaten so badly that they could not even see its mom coming. Lin Zixuan reached out with one hand. The air twisted and an ancient zither appeared out of thin air. The ancient zither was dark green in color, with bizarre patterns carved on it, and a glance at it caused one's heart to tremble. Lin Zixuan pinched out his hand seals. His eyes glazed over. Go! The heavenly demon zither instantly flew above the ghost officer, and the body of the zither diffused a hint of darkness and blackness, looking extremely evil. The bottom of the piano was slowly pulled open, and it was pitch black inside, as terrifying as an abyss. Then, a dark hand came out from that abyss and reached out to the ghost officer. Incredibly weak and without an ounce of resistance, they were grabbed into the abyss by the hand of darkness. The process lasted a few minutes before the ghost officer on the ground disappeared. In the next second, the heavenly demon zither instantly trembled. Lin Zixuan unhurriedly made hand seals again, and the bottom of the zither slowly closed. Laughing coldly, he said, "Have a good time experiencing the endless hell inside, until you become mindless ghost slaves for my use." Retrieving the heavenly demon zither and carrying it behind his back, the system space was a figurative place, not a storage space. It made him feel a little sorry for himself. Crowds of warriors and martyrs came forward and looked at the ancient liar behind him. It was a curious moment. "Commissioner, where did you pull out such a big violin?" "Yeah, those devils are locked up in this piano?" "Commissioner, you said that letting them experience the endless hell is." "What do you mean?" Lin Zixuan laughed and said, "How you came out you don't have to care. As for hell, just think about how horrible all the cruel tortures were in ancient times." When the crowd heard this, they shivered. The ancient torture that was horrible. But thinking about the countless types of torture these devils would experience in there was a rush of pleasure in his heart. "Commissioner, what do we do now?" "What for? After we see the Yasukuni shrine burn to ashes, we'll return home." "Gee, Chief, you're bad. Fuck off." "Commissioner, tell us who that woman is." "Yeah, she slapped you in the face last time, and you weren't even mad at her. So you're not on normal terms, are you? Take a wild guess." "I'm guessing it's the chief's woman." +1. Lin Zixuan looked at the idle warriors, supervised a glance at Lin Bingxue, and said, "Chat about your go. Don't involve me." Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed and felt sure they had guessed it. The crowd chatted while looking at the Yasukuni divine toilet in a blazing fire, not to mention the pain in their hearts. A little bit of time passed, and the fire gradually died out, leaving only a pile of blackened ashes, and the crowd left the place. Island ports. The crowd prepares to depart for home. Only, of the 400 who came, only 260 stood and went back, and the remaining 140 completely collapsed. One warrior boarded the battleship. Lin Zixuan looked at the island and shook his head. What a heavy loss. "Chief, it's time to go," the Kushu Marine shouted. "Good." Lin Zixuan was about to board the ship when his afterglow spotted a white figure running over. "It's a pure white fox." Lin Zixuan was surprised for a moment, looked at the fox that came to his feet, squatted down and said, "Strange. Such a pure white fox cannot be seen very often. This is from where to run." The white fox sat on the ground, that cute fox face looking up at him. Lin Zixuan laughed, reached out and rubbed its chin, saying, "Sure enough, under the recovery of aura, all kinds of spirits appear. I didn't expect you to be a spirit fox." Being rubbed on the chin, a hint of shyness flashed in the white fox's eyes before rubbing against the palm of his hand. Lin Zixuan thought about it. The spirit fox is a foreign beast. Leaving it to the island is not good. When he was about to say something, the system in his head spoke. Main. Human. Are you sure you want to take this spirit fox? Lin Zixuan strangely secretly said, what's wrong? Spirit fox is a foreign beast. Ah, cultivate it. It is also a good fighting force. Master, this is not a simple spirit fox, but a great demon that has been able to transform into a human being, and its strength is comparable to that of the evil spirits in black. Just one step away from becoming a demon king. Lin Zixuan's face stiffened at his words, and as he looked at the pampered white fox in front of him, his heart set off huge waves. Great big demon. Holy shit. A big demon right in front of me. He really couldn't believe that this little fox was actually a great demon that could transform into form, but the system's words compelled him to believe. Secretly, he gulped, a little nervous in his mind. He didn't understand how this great demon came to him for what, and with such intimacy. Is there some kind of conspiracy? He wanted to run away, but just like that, he was a bit afraid that this big demon would see it. Master, do you want to take this great demon for your use? A word from the system made him freeze. Taking in a great demon? Does the system want me dead? But if the system dares to say so, there should be some way. A trace of excitement surfaced in his heart. Taking in a great demon and bouncing in the line of life and death was too exciting. Lin Zixuan hurriedly said, tell me, how to take in. Now that this great demon has come to you. Master, it should have some kind of scheme. Master, you exchange merit points for a fraudulent contract, and then you, Master, lie to it and say that it is an equal contract. What is a deed of fraud? The fraudulent contract is used to cheat people, ghosts and demons. The fraudulent contract will be transformed into a contract of equality. Once the person who signed it signs it, the fraudulent contract is immediately converted into a contract of the soul, and God unknowingly takes a trace of the soul to sign it. A soul contract is the highest level of contract. This contract, the person signed will always obey the words of the master, can also be said to become a slave. Lin Zixuan frowned and said, is it that easy? Then wouldn't I be able to just take in any powerful monster with the fraud contract? Not also. Of course, it is impossible to succeed casually. The signing of the contract, the need for the other party's willingness, the mind is defenseless. In order to take the soul of the, and an equality contract is the kind where both parties exist as equals and can walk away at any time. So it's just a matter of taking advantage of that and swindling your way to the other side. Lin Zixuan realized after hearing this. This is the same as scamming money. Let the other party believe you, and then God knows how to cheat the money. But he's a little unsure. It was too mind-blowing to lie to a great demon. But now there was only one thing to try. And if he succeeded, he would have a powerful slave of his own. As the saying goes, the rich and the famous. A fight to turn a bike into a motorcycle. Take a shot at turning a motorcycle into a Ferrari. It's hard to resist such a big temptation. After thinking, Lin Zixuan secretly said, System, give me a fraud contract. Deed of fraud, 10,000 merit. Is it exchanged? It's so expensive. Change. The fraudulent contract has been materialized in the system space. The master can take it at any time. Remind the master again to be sure not to let it notice that something is wrong. And even if it doesn't work out, just leave. Lin Zixuan secretly nodded and took a deep breath, looking towards this terrifying demon. Without changing his face, he laughed, you little fox, do you want to come with me? The white fox nodded. Lin Zixuan pretended to say, that's fine, but I'm going to take you as a spirit pedo. Saying that, he pretended to reach into his arms and take out the system space's fraudulent contract, which looked to be a piece of vellum, plain, with arcane runes written all over it. You see, this is a contract of equality. By signing this contract, we both are equal beings, and you can leave any time you want to in the future. The white fox sniffed, and a glint of light flashed in her gaze as she looked towards this equality contract. It does look like a normal equal contract, the kind you can walk away from at any time. There's nothing to lie about it either. The mind hesitated. This contract of equality was normal and would not bind him. By signing this contract, he himself would be able to follow this man to Kushu. When that time comes, one is a sea of water, and one can leave at any time to find one's own chance. After thinking about it, he nodded, and Lin Zixuan's hanging heart relaxed at the moment, secretly excited in his heart, calmed down a bit inside. Good. We'll be companions from now on. Lin Zixuan began to control the fraudulent contract. A hint of his own breath was introduced into the compact. The white fox closed her eyes and introduced her breath into the compact as well. In an instant, the fraudulent contract filled with a silky light, and the two breaths began to merge in the contract, begin to conclude the connection between one man and one beast. Arctic fox. The beaver sensed the situation and realized that there was really no problem, and sighed in relief as his mind emptied. It was at this moment that a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Lin Zixuan's mouth as he secretly pinched out hand seals. In the fraudulent contract,
A flash of invisible purple light shot into the white fox's mind in an instant. A few seconds later, a trace of psionic energy came out of the white fox's mind and attached itself to the fraudulent contract. As the conclusion of the contract began to be completed a little bit, Lin Zixuan instantly sensed that he could control the life and death of this great demon. The pact ended, and shot out into two halves each inside a man and a beast. Lin Zixuan could no longer hold back his ecstasy at this moment. Ha ha ha. And the white fox noticed something was wrong at this time. A sliver of his soul was missing. The body trembled, and the suppressed terrifying yin qi and demonic power gushed out like a monstrous wave. The air was shaking, and incomparably terrifying power filled the air. Boom! Lin Zixuan was inattentive and was sent flying by this terrifying aura. Humans, how dare you deceive me? The white fox's eyes showed incomparable fury. Its 9 tails waved incessantly behind it, and the ground smashed out a small pit. Coughing, Lin Zixuan got up from the ground and let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, 1,000-year-old fox. Still can't compare to a cunning human. Ah, big demon. Want to go back to the 9 states with me? What are you scheming? The white fox froze at his words and said incredulously, "You know me." Lin Zixuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "How could I not know? As soon as you came over, I knew that you were a big demon. Since you pretended to be a harmless fox, I will use the trick to lure you into my trap." And sure enough, you fell for it and signed a soul contract with me. Ha ha ha. The white fox gritted its teeth. It was truly surprised that it had fallen into a trap and was tricked into signing a soul contract. The soul contract it, but it knows what it is. It's knowing that's why it's so violent. Humans, release the contract, or I will kill you. Kill me? Lin Zixuan scared. Sorry, you can't kill me anymore. If you dare to kill me, I'll make sure you die first. Do you want to try? You. The white fox was furious and understood this thing. His soul was controlled by someone. Once he tried to kill him, one moment and one can die instantly. Taking a deep breath, his eyes locked on him and said, "Human, what would it take for you to break the contract?" Lin Zixuan wanted to say forever, but I was afraid that it wanted to die with it, and thought about it. Serve me for 10 years, and I will let you go free. Impossible. The white fox sniffed and directly refused. Oh, do you have the right to refuse? Lin Zixuan raised his hand playfully, a trace of soul floating in the palm of his hand. You. The white fox instantly deflated. His heart was hard to bear. If he didn't agree, then today would be his end. Now can only agree. 10 years only. One has lived 1,000 years. The district 10 years can wait. The white fox said helplessly. Okay, I promise you. Just 10 years. After 10 years you must let me go. Of course, I'm a man of my word. Lin Zixuan grinned. 10 years? He had already broken through to Heavenly Master long ago. Would he still be afraid of a mere great demon? The white fox sniffed and revealed a look of contempt. But also talk? Just now. How do you not mention it? Looking at the white fox, Lin Zixuan stroked his chin and said, "Come, take human form and I'll take a look." Poof! A cry of disbelief. Under the flashes of white light, the white fox gradually transformed into human form. Honorable kimono on the body, delicate face, snow-white skin, all the time exudes a seductive atmosphere. Lin Zixuan couldn't help but look dumbfounded. This was too beautiful, right? As expected of a fox, it was so damn seductive. Seeing this look in his eyes, she who had taken human form couldn't help but be a little scared. She understood beyond words that she had an extremely strong temptation to men in this form, and he was still under his control, so if he wanted to do something to him, he couldn't really stop himself. "I'm telling you, you'd better not mess up, or we'll die together." This voice, so damn soft and attractive. Lin Zixuan held back the agitation in his heart and recited the pure heart mantra again before calming down, took a deep breath and laughed. "This you don't worry. I'm not so much a man who thinks with his lower body. By the way, what's your name?" "Tamazen." Tamamochi was relieved to hear that, but she was still secretly wary in her heart, afraid that he would lie to her. Tamagotchi. Lin Zixuan frowned as the legend of the name came to mind. Legend has it that during the Shang dynasty in the 9 states, the 9-tailed fox transformed into a stunning beauty and seduced King Zhou of Shang, doing all sorts of bad things. After King Wu of Zhou raised an army to overthrow King Zhou of Shang, the demon fox went to the 3 kingdoms, disguised as Hua Yang Tian, the consort of Prince Zhan of the Mogu Tua kingdom, to confuse the government, and then again to the island. Could it be that this Tamo Qian is the legendary Daji? No, I don't think so. Zhu has said that the great Qin is 10,000 years old, not to mention the Shang dynasty. If she was really Daji, then she had at least lived for tens of thousands of years, 10,000 years of cultivation. How can it only be a great demon? It should be the island's native 9-tailed fox. After all, if the legendary 9-tailed fox, that is the beginning of heaven and earth. The world is a chaos, a rising cloud of yin qi gathered together.
transformed into a demon fox. This kind of existence, how could it only have a great demon cultivation? At least it would be a demon god. Lin Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the delicate, seductive Yuzuokian in front of him. This look back, which man this who can endure, turn back into a fox, and when you go back to Kushu, you're not allowed to take human form. Got it? Got it. Nagging man. A man has to keep his head down. Tamao secretly sighed, out of the blue. Was pitched a hand. Sure enough, what the senior said is true. The man's mouth. There is not a word of truth. Lies, true and false, cannot be distinguished. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. With a flash of white light, Tamamochi transformed into her fox form. Let's go. Lin Zixuan was happy in his heart. He could still have this kind of harvest before leaving the island. The Bureau of Weirdness has added another great general to its roster. Tamo hung her head and followed him. Board the warship. Zhang Wei then commanded all the warships to start leaving the island's harbor and traveling towards the country of Kushu. Deck. A cat and a fox glared at each other. What are you doing here? You vixen? I should be the one to ask you that. Humph. Is that strange? The Xian Cat clan, originally followed the Heavenly Master. Che. Little cultivation. Garbage. You. Lin Zixuan ignored the two of them and instead stood at the edge of the deck, looking at the blue sea and thinking. A little bit of time passed. In the twinkling of an eye, the sun rose in the sky, and the sun shone on the land of Kushu. At the harbor of the Kushu Navy, a Kushu warrior wore a ceremonial uniform as if he was greeting something. At the very front, one of the top executives of the Kushu state had all arrived, with an incomparably serious look on their faces, and the warships came a little nearer to the harbor, and the seashore was quickly disembarked and neatly arranged. A Trickster Bureau warrior then came down, carrying a stretcher. On the stretcher were the fallen Trickster Bureau fighters. When everyone saw this, a trace of sadness could not help but appear in their eyes. Salute, the top brass of the 9 states. And the warriors of the crowd showed their eyes in respect and raised their hands in salute. Witnessed a hero being lifted onto a shuttle bus, ready to go to a place specializing in the bones of warriors. Then proceed to the Martyrs Cemetery and inform the families of their presence. Lin Zixuan came down from the warship with an expressionless face, followed by Lin Bingxue, and a cat and a fox. Director Lin, welcome back. Wang Jian stepped forward with a light smile. Yes, it came back. Lin Zixuan looked at the shuttle bus going away and said, but more than 100 soldiers are also gone forever. Dongfang Cheng patted his shoulder and consoled him. As Kushu warriors, they are also ready to sacrifice at any time. Every one of them is a hero. Smile literature. Favor. Lin Zixuan shook his head and said, I'm going back. There should be a lot of pressure to work over at the creepy bureau. Dongfang Cheng hesitated and said, aren't you going to take a look? Lin Zixuan understood what he was saying and said, no, I don't want to see the way their families are suffering. Ugh. Okay, I'll send a car to take you back. Grace. After chatting for a few moments, Lin Zixuan got on the military vehicle back to the Trickster Bureau. Weirdness Bureau. Back here, Lin Zixuan looked at the empty bureau and returned to his office. The table was covered with papers. Sitting in his seat, a cat and a fox walked around casually. Lin Bingxue, on the other hand, poked around curiously. At this time, Dongfang Shuer walked in, and when she saw him, a hint of happiness flowed from her eyes. You're back. Lin Zixuan looked up at his words and nodded, continuing to check the information. Seeing his appearance, Dongfang Shuer also understood something and did not disturb him. However, when he saw Lin Bingxue, there was a glint in his eyes, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. Then sit back down in your seat and get back to work. Lin Zixuan quickly read through the documents and set aside the mission he had personally gone on. Share. Enter these into the system. Good. Dongfang Shuer walked over, picked up a pile of documents, and returned to her position, entering one task after another into the system. Lin Zixuan continued to look at the dangerous mission. In a newly discovered ancient tomb, after the archaeologists went in to investigate, there came the screams of all the people. Except, there was also a sound similar to the screams of monsters, located in Kushu, South War, in a forest in the borderland of the district. When he saw the 3-word South War Zone, Lin Zixuan's heart trembled. 096, but it was over there. Calling the borderlands in a hurry is all a big deal once it concerns 096. Hello, who is it? I'm Lin Zixuan. Director Lin. Hello. What can I do for you? The monster in custody. What's happening now? Oh, there's nothing wrong with it except for the sad noises every now and then. An ancient tomb has appeared on your side. You know that, right? Know that everyone who went in there is dead. Okay, guard the monster. No one should come near it. For the tomb, I'll go there in a few days. Hang up. Lin Zixuan let out a long sigh of relief. It was good that 096 didn't have any problems. If there was a problem, there was nothing he could do to fix it. Old tomb, archaeology, monster sounds, looks like zombies, not sure what class they are. Just don't show up with any high-level zombies. The creepy hospital side needs to be taken care of in a hurry too. It's too dangerous inside the city. Even if the blockade is in place, it's not a good idea to keep going like this. Looking at the other dangerous missions, they are those of famous mountains, far from the city, so you don't have to be in too much of a hurry. Putting down the documents, Lin Zixuan felt a little sleepy and fell asleep in a daze. The office was quiet, with only the occasional cat purring and fox hooting. Perhaps the two little ones were tired of playing, too, and hunkered down, sleeping on the floor. Lin Bingxue turned around and came to Dongfang Shuer's side, her eyes watching her operate the computer. Perhaps sensing it, Dongfang Shuer looked back and laughed under suspicion. Is there something wrong? Lin Bingxue shook her head and said softly, "It's fine. I'm just curious about what you're doing." Curious? Dongfang Shuer looked at the computer and thought it was a bit strange. What's so curious about a computer? Hasn't she ever played on a computer? Where did you bring this guy? Looking at her, he thought for a moment, at the risk of asking, "Where are you from? What is your relationship with him?" Lin Bingxue directly said, "From Snow Mountain. I am his wife." What? Dongfang Shuer was not calm when she heard this. Just going out for less than a month. She has a wife? Eyes full of disbelief. Ask the dead guy what's going on later. Afternoon. Lin Zixuan slowly woke up and looked down, only to see a blanket draped over his body, with a faint hint of fragrance. The scent is somewhat familiar. Smiling, he folded it aside and walked out of the office. What had been an empty workroom had filled with people. Only upon closer inspection, some familiar faces were no longer there. Some of the workspaces were much emptier. Secretary. Lin Zixuan smiled faintly and said, "Boren, what's the matter?" After a moment's hesitation, Boren handed him a document and said, "Chief, I'm applying for a discharge." And, upon hearing this, Lin Zixuan frowned and didn't pick it up, saying, "Reason? I believe it's impossible for you to be discharged from the army for no reason." Boren's eyes showed a trace of sadness, bowed his head and said, "Director, I joined the Bazaar Bureau with my brother, and also went to the island with you. Director, and my brother died. The two of us had an agreement, no matter who died, we must be discharged from the army, and leave a posterity for our Bo family." Lin Zixuan froze for a moment after hearing this, sighed, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Bo Ren, it's all my fault." "It is not the fault of the director you." Bo Ren raised his head, and his face was incomparably firm, saying, "Become a frontline warrior. We are always ready to sacrifice." Lin Zixuan opened his mouth and smiled again, nodded slightly and looked at him and said, "Where are you going to live after being discharged from the army? You should know that every discharged soldier has long since outgrown the life outside. You have long since gotten used to the life of the barracks." Bo Ren looked a little gloomy, shook his head and said, "I don't know, maybe the top will arrange it." Lin Zixuan stared at him for a while, still did not take the folder, said, "From now on, you retreat from the front line to the back line. Serve as a newcomer training officer. All the tasks without my permission. Not allowed to take the task. The task system will set you as a blacklist." Boren was stunned at his words and hesitated for a moment, saying, "Chief, I'm talking about a discharge." Lin Zixuan said without question, "Where are you going to go when you get discharged from the army?" "Outside. Do you know anyone? Your family died when your brothers and sisters were young. What can you do alone in this fast-paced society? You can only be a soldier. The barracks is your home. The other brothers are your family. Everything you have is in the army, inside the camp. You can't take it with you. You can't throw it away. Don't you dare tell me, do you really want to leave this place? Leave this family? Leave your brothers and sisters?" Bo Ren listened to every word, and a little bit of tears surfaced in his eyes. Everything he had was in the barracks, so how could he possibly leave it? And how could he possibly leave his other brothers and sisters? He also understood that he couldn't do much with what he had when he went out. Is it possible for a special forces soldier to work as a security guard? The other fighters who were working had long since looked over and walked over when they heard the sound. The look of dismay was all over the place. "Yen, stay. Yeah, the chief's right. You're out there all alone. It's lonely. Stay." One brother was persuading. Bo Ren also no longer hesitated, straightened his body, tears filled his eyes, and saluted. "Chief, I'll do as you say." Lin Zixuan nodded gratefully and patted him on the shoulder and said, "Pack up your things, go and serve as a new recruit training officer for the Creepy Bureau, and join me in recruiting people in other military regions in the next 2 days. Go ahead." Lin Zixuan left. The warriors were overjoyed. Each and every one of them did not want their comrades to leave. Even if they are no longer on the front line with them, but in the rear, they can still talk and play together. Lin Zixuan wandered around the bureau until he came to the training room,
where he heard gusts of cracking sounds and the sound of hitting sandbags coming from inside.
Unable to help but be curious, he pushed open the door and stepped inside.
She only saw Dongfang Shuer wearing a refreshing outfit with her long hair tied into a ponytail,
looking very energetic. But what surprised Lin Zixuan was the boxing style she practiced.
Drink! Dongfang Shuer lifted her chi and took a few steps forward at great speed. Her right hand turned into a fist and bent and lifted up, her elbow forward, and her left hand turned into a palm and topped the fist. A couple of steps passed instantly and a sharp fling between the elbows.
Boom! The sandbag instantly trembled, and in the position of the attack, the sandbag broke. Sand clattered down the floor. Lin Zixuan was surprised. He didn't think that this girl was practicing Baji Quan,
and she was also a little accomplished.
Only, brows furrowed.
Baji fist was not a good thing. If one practiced it poorly, one would suffer serious damage to oneself.
Out loud, Shuer, you practiced this. How long has it been?
It was then that Dongfang Shuer noticed him,
revealing a hint of a smile and said, why are you here? I've been practicing this for a few years. A few years. Lin Zixuan sighed. What is not good to practice? You practice Baji Quan.
Dongfang Shuer lightly grunted, because the 8 extreme fist is explosive.
Come and sit down. What? Just let you sit down.
Oh,
laughing literature.
Oriental Shuer sat on the floor and looked at him curiously. Lin Zixuan reached out and grabbed her hand,
kneading the palm and then the shoulder. What are you doing?
Dongfang Shuer's pretty face was slightly red and she struggled slightly.
Don't move.
Lin Zixuan wants to check her whole body to see if the after effects of 8 extreme fist have appeared.
The right hand, on the snowy white skin, kneaded from the hands all the way to the back and then the cervical spine. Dongfang Shuer's pretty face was red.
One hand was touching around her body,
crispy,
comfortable and feeling strange about his actions.
Lin Zixuan withdrew his hand. His face was slightly grave. Sure enough, there were still some after effects.
There was some loss in various parts,
and now it hadn't reacted out okay.
But when the losses in all places explode, then the whole person will not be able to move either.
Stretch your legs. Can you tell me what you want? Why do I get the feeling you're taking advantage of me? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Dongfang Shuer pouted her lips in aggravation,
but still stretched out a pair of beautiful legs.
The long, thin,
snow-white legs are long enough to make a leg lover want to stop. Lin Zixuan continued to inspect her legs, kneading her waist from her toes all the way up.
Dongfang Shuer clenched her teeth, looking as if she was holding back something. Lin Zixuan clapped his hands, squatted down to look at her, and said seriously, no practicing in the future.
Why?
Dongfang Shuer was a bit displeased. Lin Zixuan continued, you don't want to be unable to stand up in the future, paralyzed in bed and unable to move, lying in bed like a dead man. You keep practicing. Is it that serious?
Dongfang Shuer then realized that he could also heal.
Lin Zixuan shrugged his shoulders and said, Chichu, what benefits I have? In the future, rest on time, strenuous movements do not do. I will sit at night, some ointment paste your body. Paste once a day. About 2 or 3 months will be completely good. Well, then, can I just keep practicing? 2 days later, more than 100 fallen soldiers have been buried in the Martyrs Cemetery.
The Tricky Bureau has also started a new draft in the major military regions due to the fact that it is empty of many people.
Lin Zixuan brought Bo Rin to the Eastern War Zone, ready to pick some fighters to replenish.
And Wang Jian also received the news, waiting for a long time.
Saw them arrive, went forward and smiled, waiting for you for a long time.
Lin Zixuan laughed lightly. It's been a long time since I've seen old Wang.
It looks like he's still old and strong. Wang Jian laughed loudly and said, joking, let's go.
All the special forces of the East War Zone are already waiting at the training ground.
Good. Afterward, Wang Jian brought the two of them all the way to a large training ground.
I saw one soldier standing under the hot sun,
not moving, and without looking closely, I thought it was some kind of artwork. At a glance, there were about 1,000 of them,
and the number of special forces in each war zone was about that number.
These men, all of them,
are the kings of the soldiers,
each with their own watchful eye. Wang Jian walked up to the high platform with a serious look and shouted, everyone, I think you've all received the news that the second selection is here.
And those who pass the selection will be admitted to the Weirdness Localization Sect to deal with all the weird events in the country.
The 400 fighters went over, but only 200 or so came back, and more than 100 were sacrificed.
The Trickster Bureau is dangerous and perilous,
and if you don't think you're up to it, you can quit, and I won't blame you. Have you quit?
As the words fell,
Wang Jian stared at everyone. 1 minute, 3 minutes. The result didn't disappoint him. Everyone's gaze was firm as hell and none of them backed down. Smile literature. After all, whoever stood here didn't have some lives in their hands, and who hadn't been on a dangerous mission. And the Trickster Bureau was only a little more dangerous, which wasn't even enough to scare them. They'd seen it on the Island Rescue live broadcast, where the Trickster Bureau fighters had fought tooth and nail. It makes their blood boil and they can't wait to be in the battlefield too. Now that the draft is upon us once again, everyone wants to get into the Bureau of Trickery. Wang Jian, on the high platform, nodded with satisfaction. Living up to Kushu's training, said, "Well, it seems that you are all ready, and now we welcome Director Lin of the Trickster Bureau to speak." Clap. All the warriors applauded enthusiastically, exuding adoration. The director of the Bureau of Eccentricity. That's a hero among heroes, having solved one major crisis after another. He is a well-known icon in Kushu, strong and compassionate. He walks in every forbidden area where humans cannot enter. Even in foreign countries, sky-high prices are offered for invitations to go over and solve bizarre events. No one knows it. No one knows it. Lin Zixuan let out a bitter smile. Really? It was not supposed to be good at addressing everyone. Shook his head and came to the high platform, gazed at all the warriors below, smiled lightly and said, "Everyone knows me. I don't need to introduce myself. I'll just say a few simple words. The Creepy Bureau has been established for quite some time, and you all know a lot about it. Our mission is to eliminate all the evil spirits that harm the people. In the course of carrying out a mission, there is a high probability that the intelligence will be wrong, the evil spirits will be too powerful, and the members carrying out the mission will most likely be sacrificed. So, to join the Trickster Bureau, be prepared to sacrifice at any time. So, tell me, are you ready? Ready to go?" Everyone roared in unison, their voices unmistakable. "Good." Lin Zixuan turned his head and said, "Elder Wang, start." Grace. Elder Wang faced everyone and shouted, "The selection begins." In an instant, all the fighters underneath spread out. The selection is an elimination tournament, with 100 chosen out of 1,000. As is the case in all major war zones, Lin Zixuan and Wang Jian came to the stands. Here are sitting the various positions in the Eastern Theater of Operations. There is also the first contact with Qianlong. Ha ha ha, Director Lin. It's been a long time. It's been a month since we last parted ways, right? Qianlong got up and reached out his hand and smiled. Lin Zixuan shook his hand and laughed. "Yes, I still remember. The first live broadcast I watched was still from your Eastern War Zone." Qianlong couldn't help but lament. "Yes. When the information you gave was passed on, we didn't believe it and thought you were a liar." "Normal. It's me who wouldn't believe it." Lin Zixuan sat down and laughed. "Hello, Director Lin. This is the first time we've seen you." The others greeted each other. Lin Zixuan nodded his head to return the salute to the others, and gazed at the training ground, saying, "Elder Wang, I don't know how you were selected." Wang Jian laughed. "It's very simple. Those who join the Trickster Bureau need to be extremely good in all aspects. Strength, speed, marksmanship, as well as the final grand elimination match. The last selection match will have 500 people going to the deserted island, and the remaining 100 will be the winners." Lin Zixuan froze for a moment at his words. He felt that this audition was a bit familiar, and said, "Old Wang, you might as well have thrown 1,000 people onto a deserted island. It would have saved a bit of time." "That's right. This time, it's going to be more. A total of 300 people." Laughing Pride Literature. "Your method is good. It does save some time." Wang Jian stroked his chin and nodded, saying, "What, are you Weirdness Bureau going to continue expanding?" Lin Zixuan nodded. "Yes. I'm going to divide the Bizarre Bureau into 3 bureaus, into a triangle to land in the land of Kushu. For one thing, more people can also make the fighters safer. And secondly, we can also travel to the Bizarre Land faster." After listening to the reasons, Wang Jian thought about it. Also think it is very good. More people are good. Said, "Can. I will report to the above as soon as possible to choose the address to you." Good. After saying that, Wang Jian got up and shouted with a loudspeaker, "This selection is changed. The number of people increased by 200, and then all of you, get ready to prepare, and go directly to the deserted island to start the selection. Just like the last time, the last 300 people who stood in the safe zone to join the Bizarre Bureau." Boom! All the fighters got excited. 200 places have been added, so that one has a better chance. But going straight to a deserted island competition caught them off guard. Still, everyone secretly clenched their fists and resolved that they must have a spot for themselves in the selection. On the stands, Wang Jian invited, "Director Lin, why don't you come with us to see the fighters compete? Inside, there are a lot of good seeds." Lin Zixuan nodded at his words and laughed. "Naturally, I want to take a look. I'm very interested in this round the island competition." Ha ha ha, promise I won't let Director Lin down. Let's go straight over there before it's too late." "No problem.
Afterwards, Lin Zixuan boarded a helicopter and headed to the deserted island.
And
1,000 fighters, sent by transport helicopter to a deserted island. In the middle of an unknown deserted island, where the jungle is thick and the environment is harsh. In the forest, there are many poisonous things.
Once a bite, such as do not hurry to inject poison, less than half an hour, immediately poisoned death.
Selecting in such a place is something only these special forces would dare to do.
Normal warriors simply don't have that ability.
1,000 warriors, each with an IQ twice as high as normal. Now, these special forces kings, gathered in the deserted island,
are ready to start the grand elimination.
And in an abandoned factory on a deserted island,
the interior is filled with high-tech equipment. Everywhere on the island,
we are covered with surveillance, and every soldier has a GPS on him to monitor the movements of the fighters.
Coming here, Qianlong introduced everything here. Lin Zixuan nodded and thought for a moment. Then how were they eliminated? Qianlong laughed. It's simple. Everyone has a flare gun on them. Whoever's flare gun goes off is eliminated.
Oh, Lin Zixuan gazed at a screen in the center and said, so are they barehanded? Qianlong shook his head and said, that's certainly not the case. Now the helicopter is throwing guns from the air to various locations on the deserted island. Of course, the bullets are training bullets, and there are sensors on their bodies, so how much more or less they will be eliminated if they are hit? Lin Zixuan listened to the face of interest, said, this mode is really interesting. Real-life desert island survival. Pick up all the weapons around you, kill the enemy in sight. Not bad. There is a time limit?
Yes,
3 days. After 3 days, everyone has to head to the center of the deserted island.
The remaining 300 are your people. Director Lin, what about the center position, where there are more than 300 people?
Oh,
we'll let them know. The game isn't over until we kill only 300 people.
TSK, TSK, TSK.
Brutal enough.
The crowd took their seats and watched the various deserted island locations on the big screen,
chatting as they watched.
Lin Zixuan lit a cigarette and then said, start.
I'll leave after a while. Qianlong waved his hand, signaling the warriors to begin, and sniffed in confusion. Leaving so soon? Why don't you sit a little longer?
Lin Zixuan exhaled a mouthful of smoke and shook his head. You're not unaware that the creepy bureau is very busy every day, and the ones that require me to personally solve the weird incidents are several.
An ancient tomb has appeared over in the southern war zone,
possibly a powerful zombie.
Wang Jian, who was on the side, sighed and said,
Lin Bureau has worked hard.
It's a pity that a cultivator like Lin Bureau didn't appear. Otherwise, Lin Bureau could have been easier.
Qianlong also lamented, yes, Lin Bureau is under a lot of pressure.
That is to say, Lin Bureau, can't you teach others and learn your skills? Just wait a little longer. Soon you'll all be able to learn. How could Lin Zixuan not have thought about this?
Of course he wanted to teach others to learn the law of the celestial master. But the problem was that today, the spiritual power of heaven and earth was still too scarce.
And now that he was studying, it was also difficult to sense the spiritual power. And if he couldn't sense it, he wouldn't be able to absorb it.
So we'll just have to wait for the psychic energy to really come back. He had a premonition that the revival of spiritual power would be both good and bad, and he didn't know exactly what would happen.
Right now, in the heavens and earth,
spiritual energy was increasing little by little.
As to when it would explode, it was unknown. And now, since it was impossible to cultivate the celestial master's method, Lin Zixuan was prepared to let the warriors cultivate the qi and blood method, also known as practicing the body, train the skin, flesh, bones, and organs, and then achieve the Hotian and innate realms.
Hotian realm 1 earth master, ascended realm 1 day master,
a body practitioner, with an extremely dense qi and blood. Unusual evil spirits wouldn't dare to get close to them.
However, practicing the body was very hard, and it was very difficult to cultivate successfully if you were not a person of great will.
So at the beginning, Lin Zixuan told the above to prepare a large amount of medicinal herbs already. Body training must be assisted by medicinal herbs, or else the body simply couldn't withstand the pain of body training.
Now that the herbs are ready,
it's time for the practice program to begin. With body practitioners,
it was only when they faced the revival of spiritual energy that they had a stronger force to deal with it.
On top of that, Lin Zixuan also remembered what
one chief had said last time. Find other military souls. Every single one of the military souls is at the level of a grudge.
There were many martyrs who died back then.
And if a military spirit unit was formed,
or a revival,
I'm not afraid of how many evil spirits and zombies come. As for where to look,
no more searching.
Go directly to the Martyrs Cemetery and cast a soul-attracting spell to draw all the military souls over. I just don't know how many military souls will survive on Earth.
According to statistics, a total of 500 people died in that year's war. 10,000 Kushu soldiers.
$10 million if we can bring the soul back.
Lin Zixuan swallowed his saliva.
What the fuck is there to be afraid of?
The 9 states are directly invincible. Lin Bureau, the game has started. What are you thinking about?
Chen Long was a bit puzzled regarding his days.
Lin Zixuan returned to his senses and laughed. Oh, thinking about the mission given to me by No. 1 Chief. Wang Jian remembered something and said, that thing you said about searching for the martyrs? Lin Zixuan nodded and said, I was thinking, there were so many martyrs who died back then, if we got them all back.
Wang Jian and Chen Long's eyes widened upon hearing this, a hint of excitement in their eyes.
Boy, get it all back. That's no joke. That's $35 million. 35 million martyrs. Who the hell would dare mess with Kushu? Chen Long wiped his saliva and said excitedly, Lin Bureau, if so many martyrs have returned, then what evil spirits are we afraid of? But Lin Zixuan shook his head and said, 35 million people. It is probably difficult to return all of them. I don't want much. 1 million people will be fine.
1 million people. Wang Jian and Chen Long looked at each other.
And this dam can also be Wang Jian quickly said, Lin Bureau, when are you going to prepare?
There really are 1 million martyrs. We have to prepare properly.
Lin Zixuan smiled and said, don't be in a hurry.
Wait first. Such a large amount of work. It is not something that can be accomplished in a moment.
And Wang Lao,
in the largest martyrs cemetery,
build a large sacrificial platform. I will use it when the time comes. Aha, I'll let the engineering department know in a minute. Oops, I told you not to rush. Take your time. I've got a lot going on. It's a big deal that so many martyrs are coming back. We'll have to hold a welcoming ceremony and let the people come to see them. And you have to tell me when. Alright. It's set for a month from now. Confirmed? After next month? How about 2 months? Seeing Wang Lao's weird look, Lin Zixuan coughed and said, 1 month. Sure, just 1 month. Instantly,
Wang Jian immediately got up and ran out of the factory.
Lin Zixuan froze and said, what's this about Elder Wang? Chen Long laughed, Lin Bureau, this news is too big. Wang Lao has to go back to Kyoto to report.
Well, Lin Bureau, we continue to watch the fighters compete.
Alright. After a while of work, the fighters competed, and Lin Zixuan was satisfied with what he saw.
Although he would have loved to continue to see the back as well,
time did not allow him to stay longer. Getting up.
I'll leave first. I'm going over to the south battlefield side to settle the weird place. Chen Long sniffed and was not in a good position to continue to stay for a while.
After all, the creepy bureau was indeed very busy, and if they didn't hurry to solve the incident in the creepy land,
they were afraid that they would want many people to die.
Lin Bureau, the helicopter is already outside for good. Hopefully next time, we'll have more time for tea. Definitely. Lin Zixuan laughed and turned around. Bo Ren, just take a look for me here, Bo Ren said with a serious face. Yes, Chief, patting him on the shoulder. Lin Zixuan turned around and walked out of the factory, getting into the helicopter. Go to the Southern Theater. Yes, sir.
The pilot immediately maneuvered the helicopter to a slow start. The helicopter gradually lifted off and flew out of the deserted island,
heading for the Southern War Zone. Helicopter. Lin Zixuan closed his eyes and rested his mind. This time, he went over there without bringing anyone else. Instead, he went over to investigate alone. With his current strength, as long as he wasn't at the Evil King level, if he couldn't beat them, he could still barely manage to escape. And that ancient tomb,
it's always impossible for a zombie of this level to appear.
In his opinion, at the end of the day, it was only a hairy stiff,
and it was impossible for a flying stiff to appear. Flying stiffs are at the level of a stiff king. They go up to the sky and down to the ground, and they also have spells.
That's a scary level to be at.
As for the wandering corpses above it that didn't turn into bones,
that was even more terrifying. This kind of existence, it could already be said to be fully alive. The form was almost identical to that of a human, and the bones within its body were extremely hard, and no weapon could wear out the indestructible bones. This kind of existence, though, only appears in legends. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Zixuan came over to the Southern Warzone side. Welcome Bureau Forest to our place.
Commander Forestry of the Southern Warzone came forward with a big smile.
Lin Zixuan shook his hand and laughed. You're welcome. This time I came over. Apart from settling the site of the ancient tomb, there's also a look at that monster. Forrest nodded and said, that's good.
Bureau Lin is busy with work, so I won't keep Bureau Lin for an extra meal. I'll send someone to send Bureau Lin over.
Thanks a lot. Afterwards,
Lin Zixuan boarded a military vehicle and headed to the borderlands.
It's a long way to go.
It took nearly half an hour to reach a restricted military area. Surrounding it was a clearing and jungle filled with cordons and patrolling fighters.
Parking. The soldiers standing guard at the gate saw a car coming and stepped forward with rifles in hand. Looking alert,
The military vehicle stopped. The warrior came to this side of the car window and saluted. Show your papers. This is a restricted area. Everyone is forbidden to enter without an order from the director of the creepy bureau. I should be able to get in, right? Lin Zixuan stepped out of the car and joked. The warrior sniffed and looked away, froze for a moment, frowned, and thought for a moment. You're Lin Zixuan, the director of the Weirdness Bureau? Lin Zixuan nodded and laughed. Naturally it's me. Who else could it be? The warrior shook his head and said, I have read it on my cell phone, but this is a restricted area. We only look at the documents. You look the same as Secretary Lin, but we are also afraid that you are disguised. Clap. Lin Zixuan applauded and laughed. Very good. This will put my mind at ease. Here are my papers. The warrior took over the view, watching every detail, even going to the room and using the computer to check the number. Laughing literature. When all the checks were done, the warrior handed it back to him with a respectful look and said, Director Lin, your documents. Lin Zixuan retrieved his documents and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Not bad. No matter who comes, they have to be checked carefully. The warrior shouted. Grace. Lin Zixuan walked inside alone, familiarizing himself with the prison that held 096. The place was very well guarded, with a pair of eyes on every corner, not to mention being covered in surveillance. When they saw him coming, the soldiers saluted and said, Director Lin. Lin Zixuan signaled for them to lower their hands and said, You guys just keep patrolling. I'll go down and take a look myself. Lin Zixuan went down the stairs, and what met his eyes was the thick titanium alloy steel plate, so tight that there wasn't a single gap. Lin Zixuan couldn't help but tremble in his heart. This 096 was too scary. I don't know if there were any other monsters on the western side. If any other monsters had appeared. If Peanut Jr. shows up too, it's fucking over. One can only hope it doesn't come to Kushu. Checked around and saw that the prison holding 096 really didn't have a single silk seams, and he was relieved. As long as no one sees 096's face, 096 will have to be kept underground forever. Forever and ever. Lin Zixuan walked out of the prison and came to the top, explaining, Remember, no one can go down there except me. Remember, it's anyone, not even the no. One head. Lin Zixuan walked back over to the military vehicle and looked back before getting inside. Drive. Go over to the tomb. Okay, Commissioner Lam. The military vehicle started slowly and traveled towards the forest. The ancient tomb was in a place in the forest, only to be discovered after a cave-in, and the archaeologists went down and died inside. And as the ancient tomb collapsed, the air around it became abnormally cold. After 10 minutes had passed, Lin Zixuan arrived at the collapsed ancient tomb, a hole in the dark. I don't know how deep it is. There was an unpleasant smell coming from inside, decay, and a faint odor of blood. Looking at the hole, Lin Zixuan's brows furrowed. This Inchi was too terrifyingly thick. Looking up at the surrounding terrain, the ground was high on all sides, the graveyard was in the middle, and the soil was black in color. Crouched down and grabbed a handful of dirt. It was cold and clammy. Another sniff. I didn't realize that this place was still a place to raise corpses. No wonder the Inchi was so dense. Lin Zixuan shook his head and got up. This kind of Inchi, at least it's a green stiff. Looking at the bottomless hole, Lin Zixuan decided that he should go down and investigate. Give me my stuff. The warrior hurriedly pulled one out of the car behind him and ran quickly over to hand it to him. Lin Zixuan took out 2 swords and hung them on his waist, took out a strong flashlight and said, Wait for me outside. Chief Lin, do you want to go down alone? The warrior was a little worried. Lin Zixuan smiled and said, Or what? I'm going to go down and see what's going on. Go tie up the rope and wait for my orders at any time. Without further ado, the warrior took the rope and tied it on the big tree, then threw the rest inside the hole. Lin Zixuan took a deep breath and grabbed the rope and slid down a little. The powerful flashlight turned on and shone around. The bright lights brought the tomb, which had been in darkness, to life. There's not much depth, maybe 7 or 8 meters like that. With his feet touching the ground, Lin Zixuan let go of the rope and surveyed the ancient tomb with his flashlight. It was even more overly cold down there than up there. The light of the lamp made it look like there was a passageway around it. From the passageway, it looked like a man-made construction, with blocks of green stone laid on top and some stone tiger head decorations on the walls. It does look like an ancient tomb. I just don't know what era it's from anymore. He didn't know any of that stuff either, let alone the age-old words. After looking around for a while, Lin Zixuan walked out of the passageway and came to a hall, furnished like an ancient room. There was a 4-legged tripod in the center, surrounded by somewhat simple furnishings, and some places were engraved with words, but he couldn't read it. Seeing that there was nothing else strange, Lin Zixuan continued forward, and the further in you go, the more dense the yin qi becomes. Vaguely, a hint of a dangerous sensation rose in Lin Zixuan's heart. His body instincts were telling him that he couldn't go further in, that it would be dangerous to go any further. Lin Zixuan stopped and looked around. It was incredibly quiet. Nope. The ears twitched slightly. I finally regained the intermittent, slight sound that came from up ahead. The voice was a little hoarse, like a man and like a beast. Lin Zixuan's expression was incredibly grave, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. I've finally recovered. What do you mean? It's impossible for anyone else to come in this tomb, and all those archaeologists are dead. So who else would be talking in this tomb? Is it hard to be an evil spirit? If it's an evil spirit, it's not surprising that it can talk. But what if it's not? Apart from evil spirits, the most likely thing to appear in an ancient tomb is a zombie. But how can a zombie talk? Unless it's a being like a wandering corpse without bones. All the organs of the body are functioning normally and the vocal cords are back to normal before you can speak. But the question is, how can this kind of existence, how can it appear? A drop of sweat fell from Lin Zixuan's forehead. His heart tense. There was some hope in his heart that it could not be this kind of being. But that one sentence, without fail, is likely to be true. It really is a swimming corpse without bones. Looking at the passageway in front of him, it was pitch black and as terrifying as an abyss. And in the abyss lies an incomparably terrifying presence. Lin Zixuan gulped and his legs trembled slightly. He was really scared. Once this kind of existence goes out, it can be even more terrifying than 096. Smile literature. Swimming corpses do not turn into bones, and wherever they pass, death envelopes them, and the living are in ruins, and no one can stop them. All living beings, for 10,000 miles, must live in its fear. Lin Zixuan didn't know what to do anymore. In front of this kind of existence, all plans were as fragile as bubbles. In the face of great strength, any and all conspiracies will be useless. But he couldn't just stand by and watch. Lin Zixuan gritted his teeth. No matter what, this existence must be stopped. From that one sentence just now, this zombie has just recovered. Maybe it's a weak stage, so there's still a chance. Taking a deep breath, he decided to explore the inside first. Removing his backpack, he pulled a remote-controlled mini-scout car out of it. Tie a strong flashlight to it. Manipulate the handle. The scout car started up all of a sudden and went a little bit towards the giant mouth of the abyss. Lin Zixuan nervously looked at the screen on the handle as the scout car passed a little bit. The light from the strong flashlight, illuminating the front. Everything inside. A little bit of it comes to the surface. From the screen, it looks like the main room should be up ahead. A few moments later, a sarcophagus surfaced and the lid had been opened. Lin Zixuan was a bit strange. Where did the zombie go? The sound was coming from here. What was so bright? Just as he was wondering, a hoarse voice snapped out. A dull palm appears in the screen. Then, the entire screen image turned upside down, and the next second later, the screen appeared with the lower half of the zombie's body. The style of clothing and armor looks ancient, but which dynasty is unclear. It also blows and runs on its own. Organ magic? The wandering corpse's disembodied bones puzzled voice rang out. Lin Zixuan's heart instantly lifted. From the skin, it was indeed the characteristics of a zombie. Coupled with the fact that this zombie can talk, it invariably means that this is a wandering corpse without bones. The scent of a living person. In a flash of effort, Lin Zixuan's eyes blinked as a tall and sturdy figure appeared in front of him. Or a Taoist priest. Lin Zixuan's eyes snapped shut and he backed up extremely fast it seemed. A touch of scorn in his eyes. It's too fast. Just now that instant. If this traveling corpse doesn't turn into bones and wants to kill himself. He didn't even react. He looked up and froze at this sight. Ancient armor attached to the stout body. Head wearing a three-pronged bundle of hair purple and gold crown. Body hanging red brocade 100 flowers robe. Body clad in animal face swallowed the head of a chain of armor. Waist Lijia Linglong lion barbaric belt. Although the armor was a bit dull, Lin Zixuan still recognized it at a glance. Lubu. Lin Zixuan was shocked. He couldn't believe that Lubu had appeared in front of his eyes and had turned into a traveling corpse without bones. Oh, you recognize me? A hint of a smile spread across Lubu's somewhat darkened face. Impossible, Lin Zixuan exclaimed. Weren't you already killed by Chow Chow? How could you have turned into a wandering corpse without bones? Chow Chow. Hearing this name, Lubu's eyes showed incomparable killing intent and said, don't say this name in front of me, and it's fortunate that I broke through to the celestial realm, leaving behind a breath and a sliver of my soul, or else I'd really be completely dead. Lin Zixuan gulped. Tian realm. Oh my god. This Lubu is also too terrifying. Cultivation realms are, foundation, Ho Tian, innate, cave, spirit house, return to one, celestial, void. This was the heavenly master technique that recorded the previous cultivation realm.
For example, if he was currently an Earth Master, he was in the Hotian realm. The celestial realm was an existence comparable to that of an immortal, and with a single blow of his hand, the mountains and rivers were shattered and the earth collapsed. The power of the heavens and the earth in the hands of this strong man is to control it at will. I didn't realize that this Lubu used to be in the celestial realm. So how did Cao Cao kill Lubu? Lubu looked at him. His body exuded a force of dominance. A heavy breath filled the air. His voice could not be questioned. Kid, your cultivation is still okay. Do my also mend barely? But I have just recovered. And I have no one. So you will follow me. And then fight a piece of the place to rule. Lin Zishuan frowned. This Lubu is really ambitious. Said, what if I don't agree? Ha ha ha. After Lubu froze for a moment at his words, he let out a loud laugh and shook his head. Kid, you don't have the right to refuse. Either die or live. It's all in your choice. Lin Zishuan fell silent and pulled out a jade seal from his pocket. When Lubu saw this, he couldn't help but let his eyes light up and said, Kid, I didn't think you still have the Imperial Jade Seal. Not bad. Count on you to know what you're doing. Give it to me. Give Nimbi. Hanwu Da Di, please show yourself. A flash of golden light erupted from the Jade Seal in an instant. Lin Zishuan cupped the Jade Seal, looked respectful and recited, Emperor Hanwu Da Di, I am your descendant. Now there is a danger in the 9 states. I hope to ask you to show up. In the next moment, the Jade Seal trembled and floated into midair, a trace of honorable golden light spurting out. In an instant, a majestic aura filled the air, and a forward-looking aura surfaced in an illusory figure. The illusory figure gradually transformed into a solid body, dressed in an incomparably golden dragon robe. The golden dragon on the robe seemed to be a living thing, swimming on the robe. The majestic and incomparable face. His eyes slowly opened, and in his eyes, it was as if there was a sea of stars within, brilliant and arcane. When Lubu saw this, his eyes widened with disbelief and he said, You were able to summon Hanwu Da Di. Lin Zishuan smiled smugly. How's that? Scared, right? Scared? Ha ha ha. Lubu laughed contemptuously and said, A mere doppelganger. I would be afraid? Lu Che looked over and saw Lubu's appearance and frowned. Swimming corpses don't turn into bones? What's going on? Lin Zishuan hurriedly said, Your Majesty, now that this zombie has appeared, the 9 states are in trouble, so please remove it. Your Majesty. He. Lubu sneered. He wanted to see how this doppelganger would get rid of him. Lu Che sighed helplessly at the words and shook his head. Kid, you really will give me a problem. If it is my body, there can still be a battle, but I am a doppelganger, which cannot be eliminated, and how powerful the wandering corpse does not turn into a bone. You should also be clear. What? Lin Zishuan was dumbfounded. Even his biggest card was useless. What else could he do? Should we just stand by and watch this Lubu walk out of the ancient tomb and run amok in the land of the 9 states? Undeterred, he pursued, Your Majesty, is there really no way at all? Once a zombie of this level goes out, Kushu will be jeopardized. Lu Che helplessly shook his head. Now the body is not on Earth. Now can stop this swimming corpse does not turn bone. The Earth, really one are not. Either they were not strong enough, or they were hiding in some secret realm in seclusion. But also as that kid said, really let this traveling corpse not transforming bones out. Then the Kushu is really dangerous. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Lubu with a bemused gaze and said, You, has achieved the swimming corpse does not turn bone, can be said to be back from the dead. I do not know where you are, but if you dare to act recklessly in the land of the 9 states, when I have free time in my own body, I will certainly let you thwart the bones and ashes. But Lubu, who was ambitious and fearless, how could he be threatened by him? Laughed coldly and said, Scare me? I, Lubu, am invincible. I will be afraid even if your main body comes? Ha ha ha. Lu Che's brows were furrowed and a hint of anger flowed from his eyes. Smile literature. No one, yet, had ever dared to be so reckless with him, tightly gripping the Heaven Sun sword. A dense killing intent filled the air. So, you're trying to jeopardize Kushu. When Lubu saw this, he reached out and opened his hand, and a weapon suddenly came instantly. It was the square heavenly painted halberd, his signature weapon, plugged in the ground. The look is very arrogant. Said, You care about me? I want to do what I want to do. Now that heaven and earth have not yet recovered, I am the Lord of the world. I also want to be an emperor. Unbridled, Lu Che pulled out his heavenly sun sword in a flash. The sword was draped with dragon spirit and he looked angrily at Lubu. Pointing his sword at his enemy, Lu Che's expression was covered with coldness and said, In that case, then you will wait for the arrival of my own body. But for now, I will teach you a lesson first. Ha, come on then, Lubu roared with fury, the 2 sharp fangs showing at the corners of his mouth. The momentum rose, and the air, between them, thickened, making it difficult to breathe.
Grayish-white shadowy lightning filled the surroundings, flickering in bursts, like a thunder snake hissing hideously. Luce's dragon face is slightly grave, turned his head and said, "Boy, I cannot help. You hurry up. Let the Kushu good measures alas. Wait for my body to come." He had already thought that it would be a scene of life and death when this traveling corpse with no bones went out, but as one of the emperors of the 9 states, he was also unable to protect his people, which made his heart incomparably guilty, and also the heart is born of boundless anger. Lin Zixuan sniffed and lost his mind, his body trembling slightly. In the back of his mind, a scene of the living came to mind. Blood flowed into rivers, corpses and bones were everywhere, and the country of Kushu was in complete chaos. Such a scene, Lin Zixuan didn't even dare to imagine. He wanted to stop this Lubu from going out, but there's nothing you can do about it. He could only watch this Lubu, who was about to walk out of the ancient tomb and come to the city to wreak havoc. With this kind of existence staying in the country of Kushu, panic was bound to spread. There's got to be a way. There's got to be a way. Lin Zixuan suddenly froze at this time, and a figure appeared in his mind. 096. How about releasing 096 and directing it to attack Lubu? Lin Zixuan's heartbeat accelerated as he hesitated. 096, it's too scary. More scary than this Lubu, who at least has a spirit. This 096 is not even remotely sane, and once the settings are triggered, it will simply go berserk. But nowadays, the only thing that can deal with Lubu is 096. But he was a bit afraid that even if he destroyed Lubu, this 096 would run to other places. Once it runs into the city, everyone will surely subconsciously look it in the face. Lin Zixuan gritted his teeth. Mud, dry up. Your Majesty, I found a way to deal with him. Luce froze for a moment and turned his head. What did you say? You have to know. This is a wandering corpse that doesn't turn into bones. It's hard to deal with. What method have you found? Lubu on the opposite side also heard it, to which he smiled contemptuously and said, "Don't brag. Lubu is invincible. No one is my opponent." Seeing his confident look, Lin Zixuan sneered. "Oh, invincible? After I get the person here, you'll be a younger brother in front of it." Lubu was immediately interested and said, "Is that so? In today's era when heaven and earth have not yet recovered, I would like to see what kind of person is so powerful. Call it here and I will show it what is invincible." Lin Zixuan sighed in relief. He was really afraid that this Lubu wouldn't wait. As long as he fought here, he wouldn't jeopardize the city. "Okay, wait, I'll call it. Don't run away. It will destroy you if it appears." Lubu impatiently said, "Go, go, go, go. I'll be right here waiting for you. It just so happens that I've just recovered and I'm looking for someone to fight with." "Good." Lin Zixuan turned his head and said, "Your Majesty, please watch over him. Never let him go out." Luce looked at this kid strangely. It was hard for him to believe that this kid, could find anyone to destroy this traveling corpse without bones. Seeing that he was so confident, he could only believe it. "I know, go ahead." Lin Zixuan didn't say much more and darted towards the entrance of the cave. Lin Zixuan climbed out of the cave, looking hurried, and as soon as he came out, he hurriedly said, "Go, go, go, take me back over to the forbidden area." When the warrior saw the chief's panicked appearance, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Could there be some horrible monster down there? But there are monsters, so why go back over there? Still, he rushed back to the military vehicle and quickly started the engine. Lin Zixuan quickly got into the car and said as he took out the time, "Drive faster, put the gas pedal to the metal." The warrior was startled. Something big must have happened if he could make the powerful Chief Lin lose his temper like that. Hurriedly put it in gear, and the gas went straight to the floor. There was a roar and exhaust fumes filled the air. The military vehicle traveled away in an instant under a rocking motion. In the car, Lin Zixuan quickly dialed the number of the second chief. Do. Answer it. Hurry up. Lin Zixuan shouted anxiously. Do. After a busy signal, no one connected. Fuck. Lin Zixuan cursed and didn't connect when it mattered. There was no other way but to keep dialing Wang Jian's number. Didn't wait more than a few seconds for it to connect. "What's the matter, Mr. Lam?" Lin Zixuan said seriously. "Wang Lao. Immediately report to the top. Arrange for all the people of all the cities to close their doors and seal off the city." Wang Jian, who was returning to Kyoto, was shocked at the words. Seal off the city? What the hell is going on here? Now that it's getting to the point of sealing off the city. And sealing the city is no joke. Once it's sealed, there could be unrest and panic. Reason. Did you encounter any more powerful monsters? The same as the one in the southern war zone and the sealed gate village? Lin Zixuan sighed. Said, Wang Lao. Put it this way, this is a humanoid nuclear bomb. Once detonated, that is the end of the world. The monster in the southern war zone is indeed terrifying.
but has a weak point, is not enough to be feared. The one in the village of the sealed door, is already sealed up evil king, is also not enough to be feared. But this one is different. He has wisdom and ambition. He wants to rule an area and make himself a king. Elder Wang, do you think that the state of Kushu, will allow a king to be within the territory of Kushu?
Wang Jian was silent after hearing this.
Within the country of Kushu, governed by the law, if there really is such a king wreaking havoc. Smile literature.
The Kushu state has not been able to do anything about it yet, and has been allowed to trample on the law.
Is Kushu still Kushu then?
This does not change like the change of dynasties.
Generation up? Wang Jian shook his head and said, the country of Kushu will never allow such a monster to appear and endanger the people, so why did you seal the city? He still didn't understand. Even if there was such a terrible monster, what did it have to do with sealing the city? Shouldn't the people be evacuated to a safe area?
Lin Zixuan said with a straight face, that's what I'm saying.
There's only one way to deal with this monster nowadays. What way? Unleash the monster in the prison in the southern war zone and lure this monster to deal with the monster in the ancient tomb. Wang Jian frowned and said, monsters against monsters. It's kind of a way, but how do you lead? Lin Zixuan helplessly laughed, you've forgotten. Elder Wang, that monster in the southern battle zone, as long as someone sees its face, it will riot, chasing it to the ends of the earth to kill anyone who sees its face.
And it was only then that Wang Jian remembered,
stroked his chin, and said, so that's how it is. What does that have to do with sealing the city? Lin Zixuan had to explain, although the location was here at the border, far away from the city. If the two monsters fought, once they ran to the city and the people saw the monster's face, the consequences would be unimaginable. After hearing this, Wang Jian became serious and understood why the city had to be sealed. Are you trying to keep all the people in their homes and keep them from going out and moving around? So that once the monsters have come to the city, the people will be in their homes and won't be able to see the faces of the monsters?
That's right. Although the monsters are in the borderlands, measures must be made just in case.
And as you know, Mr. Wang, the city has a lot of foot traffic. I get the reasoning, but the problem is just sealing the city. A lot of people probably don't want to.
Right. There will still be people out there.
And sealing the city isn't a one-time thing, let alone having to all the cities. Elder Wang, it must be immediately. Whatever it takes, get them home immediately.
I'm heading over to the prison where the monsters are being held.
I don't have much time. At least half a day. At most a day. That I know. After hanging up the phone,
I will immediately report on all major platforms,
videos, and websites under the name of the Creepy Bureau,
and you guys will come to work after the tale.
Understand. The phone hung up and Lin Zixuan directly dialed Dongfang Shui's number. It went through quickly. Forest Service? Without further ado, by order of the Director of the Bureau of Eccentricity, LT, General, I issue a report. The word, ordering all within the city, closing all places, everyone back home, or in the house is not allowed to come out, causing all major platforms to broadcast. Just say if you don't want to die, stay inside your home.
Dongfang Shui was shocked to hear that.
From his tone,
she could hear that there would be a great danger coming to the country of Kushu, and he had never been seen to be so out of sorts,
calmly treating whatever scary monsters he encountered. I'm afraid this encounter will be bigger than ever. Taking a deep breath, he said, I understand. I'll go now. Speed. The phone hung up.
Lin Zixuan looked out the window at the jungle and held his cell phone tightly.
4096 to fight Lubu. Then, you need a picture of 096's face. So, he would have to risk it all to get 096's picture down. This process will be extremely dangerous. Once he sees 096's face, he will immediately have to hiccup. Let the others go. But he wasn't too sure. No. He's still afraid. Lin Zixuan thought about it for a while, and immediately came up with a solution. That's the zapper. The control zapper holding the camera to the camera. System, give me a normal paper tie. There's no time to make one now, so I can only take one from the system. Good master.
The paper tie has been stored in system space.
Lin Zixuan's eyes showed determination. I hope I can get through this safely now. Creepy Bureau. Inside the director's office.
Dongfang Shui quickly maneuvered her computer to notify the major platforms in the name of the Weirdness Bureau.
Twitter, right?
Top the front page with messages sent by the Creepy Bureau, and pull all other messages except those sent by the Creepy Bureau.
And you've got 3 minutes. Jitterbug, right?
All the videos are replaced with the ones posted by the Bureau of Weirdness.
3 minutes to complete. Come over for tea if you can't finish. Eastern Cherub got up and pressed the panic button, then came to the door. A minute later, all the fighters came to the aisle. All of you go out, go to all the major cities, Make the police department and armed police cooperate with you. Disperse all the people to their homes. Do not allow anyone to come out. Do not ask the reason. Do as you are told. Time is urgent. Leave now, Dongfang Shuer seriously said. Yes, sir. All the fighters realized something was wrong.
Instantly run out of bomb shelters and into military vehicles and helicopters to get to major cities.
A dark cloud is creeping into the sky. On this day, the country of Kushu was completely shaken. The top executives of all the major platforms were mad, and they didn't dare to ignore the call from the Bureau of Weirdness. Come on. 2 minutes. 2 minutes to pull all videos and articles and replace them with the Bureau of Weirdness story. What? There's a big star to send? Get lost. What's a star? This is a top directive from the Bureau of Weirdness. Oh, my god. I can't believe they're closing the city. Something big is going to happen.
Under the high-speed operation of all platforms.
In just a few minutes, all entertainment videos were all dominated by an article on the homepage, and all the advertising screens in all the cities, all blacked out at this time, and when they lit up again, it was the figure of Dongfang Shuer. Those who could instantly see the advertising screen, their eyes went to it. Hello people of Kushu, I am the Secretary General of the Bureau of Eccentricity, and I am reporting on a matter that is now going to be dangerous in the country of Kushu, so please go back to your homes and don't come out. I know you are all wondering why this is being done, but I can't say much about the specifics of a top secret event, and what I can say is that you must return home. Director Lin of the Creepy Bureau is handling the big event. From now on, all cities are sealed off. If anyone dares to come out, they will either die or be in jail. And, please, trust the Bureau of Paranoia to fix it.
Dongfang Shuer's serious words caused countless people to freeze.
Face down. Is this something big? And the next second, the piercing sound of sirens rang out sheepishly. Countless military vehicles appeared.
The armed police and army soldiers got out of the car in unison.
Everyone, go home. The loud honking of the horn brought everyone back to their senses. That's what convinced me that something really big was going on. What the hell is going on? Chief, no. It's a dangerous monster that has appeared. My god, a big earthquake. I can't believe we're already at the stage of sealing off the city. Can't the guru even be sure it can be fixed? The slightest hint of fear began to creep in, and everyone was scared. Now that it had reached the point of sealing off the city, it invariably meant that a powerful monster was about to appear. Seeing this, the soldier of the Trickster Bureau on the military vehicle shouted, "Please don't worry, everyone. Director Lin has already said that as long as you stay at home and don't go out, you won't receive any danger." Hearing the 3 words Director Lin, countless people relaxed a little in their hearts. In their opinion, the master would not lie to them. Since they say it's safe to go home, it must be safe. Next, plazas, shopping malls, all places with heavy traffic. Countless people have started to make their way home. Don't crowd me, asshole. I'm picking up my son from school. Don't crowd me. Damn. The traffic is jammed. What a way to get back. The weird bureau warrior slapped his forehead, helpless to the core, and continued to shout, "Everyone, don't mess up. Come as usual. Traffic police, go and clear the way." But there were so many people, so much noise, that it was hard to hear the warriors. Bang bang bang. The warrior shot a pike in the air in anger. Instantly, everyone was startled at the sound of gunfire, and their eyes once again looked at the warrior. The soldier stood on the military vehicle and shouted with a loudspeaker, "Listen up. Come home as you normally do. Don't crowd and don't mess up. Whoever squeezes around and blocks the road again, I'll invite you to tea." Traffic police, start directing the road. Cars leave quickly. Others who have to work, go to the office and stay there. No need to go home. There are children in the school. And don't go there, where we'll protect. Now, don't go back if your home is far away. Find a house close by and stay there. And by the way, cover all windows and blast doors for me. We'll go on patrol. Anyone still looking around, after this is over, come and spend time in jail. A word of advice. Director Lin is in the middle of solving a weird incident. You guys don't mess up. If you want to get killed, fine. Jump down from the building. Don't involve others. Alright, let's get started. We'll let you know how long we're going to stay, and we'll send over the food to you. One word and everyone calmed down. No one wanted to die, and the master was taking care of it. Just listen to the guru. Don't make a mess. Don't run around. Stay in the house properly. The crowd then began to follow the directions, and one by one, they walked into neighborhoods and malls close by. The warriors sighed in relief. So many people would have been a real problem if they had gotten into a mess. And in other cities, the people are being organized. Countless streets began to go cold, one by one. As soon as anyone enters inside the house, the main entrance has been sealed and no one is allowed to come out. You can get in but you can't get out. and those at home have seen the reports on the major platforms. Shocked and a little worried.
Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that a powerful monster must have appeared. Where the location was unknown to all, but what was known was that the master was taking care of it. The guru told them to stay in the house, so they stayed in the house.
Tell them to stay put and they don't say anything, just do it. Otherwise you're hurting people and yourself. And with all that's happened, Kyoto is in chaos. In the Kyoto conference room,
the major executives received the news and immediately came here. But the news reached their ears,
and the Trickster Bureau had already set everything in motion. It was only the Trickster Bureau that had the right to do so, or else it would be difficult to issue an order to go down without authorization from the top for such a major matter. No. One head of the serious look, too sudden. Just 10 minutes. The major cities have begun to let the people back home. Lin Bureau how not to notify us first This in the end what happened?
Dongfang Cheng smiled awkwardly and said,
That, Lin Bureaus contacted me, but I was in a meeting and my cell phone was muted. No.
One chief sniffed and looked at him helplessly.
How is it that when it is critical, your cell phone is muted? Wang Jian spoke up at this point. No. 1.
Lin Bureau explained the situation to me, and I agreed with him to do so, and time is indeed running out.
Tell me what's going on. The others looked away. Wang Jian nodded and said, An ancient tomb has appeared over in the southern war zone, and a very terrifying monster has appeared in the tomb, and all of Lin Bureau's means were unable to deal with it. Another one has appeared? No. One chief smiled and frowned. It was really annoying.
How come within the territory of the Kushu state?
How come such horrible monsters keep appearing? Laughing pride literature. Can't we just let these monsters appear on the foreign side? Unfortunately, foreign countries think the same way. Then why did you seal the city? Dongfang Cheng pursued. Wang Jian said, the southern war zone is still holding a monster.
You should also know that Director Lin is ready to release it to deal with the monster in the ancient tomb.
Sealing the city is to avoid the aftermath of the battle to come within the city. The people once they look at the
getting into the face of the monster codenamed 096 will cause a massacre to take place.
Upon hearing this reason, the crowd was stunned. Monsters against monsters. What a thought.
Chief One sighed, it seems that monster from the ancient tomb has become so powerful that even Bureau Lin has to do so.
Dongfang Cheng nodded and said, but there is also a danger.
096 disadvantage is to see its face before launching an attack.
Then, all the photographic equipment should be deactivated.
I suggest that large signal jammers be prepared to quickly block all signals once the 096 goes to whichever city, and wherever the 096 goes, have someone stationed at the monitors there to keep people from seeing the 096 footage.
Wang Jian said, the Weirdness Bureau has already notified. Now the major armed police and military have been stationed in the city, and the Sky Eye system is ready to be shut down at any time.
No. One head shook his head after hearing this, and there was some concern between his expressions,
saying, 096 that monster is too scary, and in today's network era, it's hard to guarantee that no one will say that no one has seen its face. Wang Jian sighed, there's no way around it. There will definitely be dead people. We can only minimize the losses. Let's hope the Forest Service gets it sorted out soon. That said, can this 096 beat that monster from the tomb?
It should be possible. Listening to Lin Bureau's, it seems like the 096 will recover extremely quickly even if it is thrown into space or the sun.
That's sick. It's a good thing there's such a weakness, or the world would be really screwed. Then hurry up and make arrangements. Once the monsters in the tomb are eliminated, quickly find all the camera equipment where 096 has passed through, and quickly imprison 096 back in the prison. Well, keep an eye on the foreign side. Go. Arrange it.
The state machinery began to turn at breakneck speed,
and all the armies and alert forces were on standby. Kyushu warriors, guns in hand, patrolled the streets,
immediately taking away people for education as soon as they realized there were still people out there.
It also prevents some people from taking advantage of the opportunity to steal, focusing on patrolling these stores like jewelry stores. If someone doesn't have enough food around, they can contact the fighters to send it over. Everything is organized, and since they couldn't go out anymore, everyone ran to the Weird Bureau account on Twitter to talk about it. Why doesn't the master come out and say something? It's really worrying. Don't worry, the master is so powerful. He'll be able to fix it. I'm sure it won't be long before we can go back to our normal lives. I'm so bored at home. It's impossible to go out these days. Come on, you're fine at home. I'm at the mall. I don't know how many days I'll be there. Che, so many beautiful women in the mall. You talk to the lady. How good is this treatment? And the company of the lady. This treatment for you. I go home? No, it's still playing games that makes me feel like the time will pass faster. Everyone was a little sighing and wondering how long it would take to get out.
Staying inside the house all the time is fine for those who are at home, but for those who are outside,
it's miserable. Waiting for someone to bring food and not being able to take a shower. It's okay that the North doesn't bathe. They only do it once a month anyway. Don't know why they can stand not showering for a month anyway.
And not in the South.
It's sunny,
so it's hard not to take a shower.
but there's nothing to be done about it. Just have to bear with it. Bear with it for a while and then it'll be over. Borderlands Exclusion Zone. A military vehicle came speeding by, dust flying all the way. Arriving at the door, Lin Zixuan quickly got out of the car. Director Lin, why are you back? The warrior standing guard was curious. Lin Zixuan walked inside and shouted, everyone gather. The warrior sniffed and immediately pressed the rally button. The ear-piercing bell rang through this restricted area. Hearing the voice, all the warriors instantly came to the middle of the playground, each holding a gun with a serious face. Lin Zixuan faced them and said seriously, from now on, everyone leave this place, then open the prison holding 096 for me. Boom! All the warriors were shocked. They knew how terrifying this monster was. But now, Director Lin seems to unleash this monster. It was their job to keep an eye on this monster, but now they were going to let it out. When Lin Zixuan saw that everyone hadn't moved, he frowned and said, what, not carrying out my orders? Report. The head of the restricted area came forward and saluted. Director Lin, our mission is to keep an eye on this monster. We can't afford to take on this responsibility if we're going to release it now. Lin Zixuan sniffed and said in a cold voice, I don't have time to give you too many explanations, and I don't have time to contact the top to give orders, and also, I'm the director of the Weird Bureau, and you can only carry out the orders that are issued. Everyone, start moving. The man in charge gritted his teeth and had no choice but to carry out the order. Everybody, move. Instantly, all the fighters began to prepare to leave. A warrior gets on the hoist and maneuvers it to the top of the dungeon. Laughing literature. Another warrior hooked a hook into a round hole in the ground. Rise. Your eyes are not allowed to look down. Lin Zixuan shouted nervously. The crane starts slowly. A piece of titanium on the ground. Gradually the steel plates were lifted until the sun shone all the way down. Stop. Now everyone get out of here. As far away as possible. Lin Zixuan ordered with his back to the dungeon. A few moments later, all the fighters left the restricted area on military vehicles. Lin Zixuan lit a cigarette, and the hand holding the tip of the cigarette trembled a little. The mind was a million times more nervous. Now comes the final step. To Photoshop 096 face out. Take out the paper tie from the system space. Smile literature. It's small, palm-sized. Lin Zixuan's 2 fingers revealed a silky glow as he drew around the paperman, and then a casual wave of the hand. The paperman burst into great splendor, gradually growing in size and becoming an ordinary human being. Master, the paperman who changed his human form said respectfully. Lin Zixuan pulled out a camera and handed it to him, saying, go down and take a picture of that monster's face. The paperman respectfully took the camera and took a step into the dungeon. Lin Zixuan, on the other hand, ran to the roof of the building, came to the direction of the team behind 096, and watched the movements of the paperman. Coming over to this side of the dungeon, the paperman came down with a camera, except that it was hard to take a picture with 096 hands covering his face, so the paperman tries to break 096 hand and move away a little bit, the camera ready to snap. It was at this moment that paperman saw 096 face. The setting of 096 is triggered. 096 roared, the roar distorting the air. The bizarre face was beyond horrifying, the mouth drawn long and long, shaped like a zero. The long hands were lowered. 096 riot. And at that moment, the paperman instantly picked up the camera and pointed it at 096. The face took a picture. It's a camera that produces photos in a single shot. The paperman was thrown straight to the ground. After that, roar, 096 moved violently, and his large hand swung over in a flash of lightning. The paperman was instantly slapped against the titanium steel plate, his body flattening out. Boom boom boom. 096 continued to attack the paperman, and under the attack of that big hand, the titanium steel plate was smashed like tofu. The paperman also takes a heavy hit and turns back into a paperman. Lin Zixuan, who was on the roof of the building, watched this scene and his heart trembled. The titanium alloy is dry shattered. This 096 is really scary. Fortunately I did not go in person, or you'll be dead yourself. And 096 in the dungeon, after eliminating the paperman, roared a few times and began to gradually regain his composure. Hands recovering his face, the sad voice sounded again. Lin Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the nervous sweat from his forehead. That step finally worked, and the next step was to show the photos to Lupo. In front of such a perverted creature as 096,
What is a traveling corpse without bones? It has to be destroyed by 096 just the same. Both creatures are hard to destroy, so let's see which of these two is harder. Lin Zixuan once again switched to a paper zapper and told the paperman to get the photo. What if the photo happened to fall face down on the floor and he saw it without noticing? So play it safe and let the paperman get it. The paperman steps to the edge of the dungeon and the photo is right on the back. Picked it up. However, Lin Zixuan was still uneasy, worrying that he had not photographed 096 the front face. The paperman looks at the picture, then puts the reverse side on the floor before jumping inside the dungeon. Prevent 096 from running amok. When the paperman looks at the front photo, roar! Lin Zixuan on the roof smiled. It's okay. Lin Zixuan placed the photo in his arms and sighed in relief. Glancing back at the dungeon bearing, he looked in the direction of the ancient tomb again. Since you can't beat them, let you monsters PK yourselves and see which one of you is better. But I think it should be 096. That one carapace already can't even destroy the sun. This is going to be a battle for the ages. Lin Zixuan walked out of the restricted area, got into a military vehicle, and said, let's go. Go back over to the ancient tomb. Soldiers start the vehicle. Lin Zixuan looked at the time and said, drive slower. Good. Give it as much time as you can. Too long, and Lubu might run out of patience instead. Looking out the window, he called Oriental Share. Forest Service? How's it going? The people of the great cities had now gone home, or stayed in their houses in the streets, and there were no more people alone, except the soldiers. Great. Keep it going, and wait for me to notify you when it's unblocked. It's Lin Bureaus. Be careful. Ha, got it. The phone hung up. Lin Zixuan thought about it and still called Dongfang Cheng. Instant second pickup this time. Bureau Lin. How's it going? Dongfang Cheng's surprised voice came. I've already photographed 096's face and am now heading over to the ancient tomb. Lin Zixuan touched his bosom. The photo that was enough to kill everyone was placed inside. We will arrange the problems of the city. You must pay attention to your own safety. Dongfang said worriedly. Don't worry. I know. I don't want to die so soon. I've got a ton of stuff going on. Alas, after this incident, you should rest for a while. You just came back from the island not long ago, and then this kind of dangerous disaster. What's the break? Don't me. Rest. After this time, the creepy bureau is also expanding. As long as it's not endangering the people for a very short period of time, you don't have to go. Rest for a while at work. These. Execute the command. Got it. The phone hung up. Lin Zixuan, in the military vehicle, shook his head helplessly. A little bit of time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it had come to the moment of dusk. All the people of the country of Kushu have all withdrawn inside the house. The scene of traffic and people coming and going is not reproduced. Present. The major cities were incredibly quiet, and on the streets, there was not a single pedestrian. Only the high-rise buildings were lit up. It's hard to believe that in a big city, everyone is back home. Such cohesion is also beyond the comprehension of foreign countries. If the foreign ones wanted to do that, their people wouldn't bother with them. And at this moment, Lin Zixuan also returned to this side of the ancient tomb. Looking at the dark hole, his eyes were slightly closed and he prayed in his heart. I hope nothing happens. Afterwards, grab the rope and go down to the ancient tomb. Taking firm steps, he walked step by step towards Lubu's position. You're finally here. Lubu's voice carried a hint of impatience. Looks like it's been too long a wait. Lin Zixuan came to Lu Che's side and smiled lightly. I'm back, and you will completely disappear in this world. Lubu craned his neck and looked disdainful as he said, Kid, cut the crap. Where are the people you brought? Could it be that you are fooling me? Looking at the empty space behind him, he couldn't help but get angry. After waiting for so long, I can't believe I've waited for nothing. This is undoubtedly teasing myself. Smile literature. Lu Che also looked at him suspiciously, as if to say, Kid, where is the man? You're not really playing him, are you? Lin Zixuan laughed lightly and reached into his arms, saying, what's the hurry? That one asked me to bring you something. You'll understand when you see it. Oh, Lubu got a little interested and reached out. I'd like to see what it is. Lin Zixuan laughed. His two fingers clamped on the photo and shot off with a violent swing. He probed his hand and looked curiously at the front, only to see a photo of a face that didn't look like a person's. He frowned and said, isn't this just a drawing? When Lubu looked at the front of the photo, Lin Zixuan's heart instantly lifted. I'm coming. In the land of the Forbidden Zone, a roar resounded through the sky. 096 instantly jumped out of the dungeon, and the eerie shrieks roared with rage as he darted away in an eerie gesture. The speed was extremely terrifying. The naked eye couldn't even see it, and in a second's time, it disappeared into the forbidden area. This is the 096, and no matter the ends of the earth,
Even in the universe, it will completely kill anyone who sees its face.
This is a terrible creature that can only be destroyed by a supreme power who controls the laws.
Extinction. In other words, only an immortal level existence could cause damage to it. In the ancient tomb, Lin Zixuan instinctively felt that a terrifying aura was coming over at great speed. Hey, you're not really messing with me, are you? Lubu said angrily. Here it comes, Lin Zixuan roared, reached out, grabbed the jade seal and took it away, darting about to run out of the ancient tomb. Your Majesty, back in the jade seal. Lu Che frowned, not understanding what was wrong with this kid, but nowadays it was better to do as he said. The figure flickered and a golden light returned to the jade seal, and when Lin Zixuan was about to run to the entrance of the ancient tomb cave, a dark and lightless figure surfaced in front of him. Lin Zixuan was horrified and leapt through the air in a flash, but the 096 speed was too terrifying, and in a flash of effort, rushed past. Smile literature. Ah, Lin Zixuan's left foot. 096 instantly impacted and turned the left foot in a direction. With intense pain, Lin Zixuan fell to the ground with a hideous expression, clenching his teeth. Looking at his left foot, it had turned horribly in the opposite direction. What the heck? While in the chamber, Lubu saw 096 instantly rush over and instinctively made a defense. But I didn't expect that 096's power was horrifyingly incomparable, and it straightly sent Lubu flying out. Instantly the wall shattered like a spider's web, and Lubu was directly dented inside the wall. However, such damage was not enough to cause damage to Lubu, who was already a traveling corpse without bones. He broke free from the wall and laughed instead of being angry, saying, "Ha ha ha, are you the rescuer that kid invited? The power is really strong." Roar. Seeing that it didn't kill, 096 instantly fumed and rushed forward. Come on. The ancient tomb instantly shook as Lubu roared. Thunder filled the air, and a terrifying aura poured out. The two figures violently clashed. In an instant, a wave of air violently swept out. Overhead, rocks kept falling, and a major earthquake hit the ancient tomb. On this side of the cave entrance, Lin Zixuan struggled to withstand the impact of the airwaves. There was horror in his eyes. What a terrible fight. No, we have to evacuate this place. Lin Zixuan stood on one foot, slightly bent, instantly jumped, grabbed the rope, and quickly grabbed out of the hole. Both swords were drawn and plunged straight into the ground to stabilize his body. Chief, what happened to you? The warriors waiting at a distance were shocked to see his left foot. Lin Zixuan hurriedly said, "Don't talk nonsense. You hurry up and leave. The farther away the better. But you, sir, don't talk nonsense. Go if you don't want to die. It's the chief who is keeping you safe." After hesitating for a moment, the warrior could only drive the military vehicle away. Lin Zixuan looked at the ancient tomb with a face full of gravity. The battle below at the moment caused the area to vibrate. Take out your cell phone and dial. The battle begins. Stand by. Copy that. 2 short sentences. Lin Zixuan endured the pain in his feet and leaned against a large tree to look at the ancient tomb. He had to watch the movement of these two monsters. Roar. Come on, Lubu, am invincible. The sounds of fierce battles were constantly coming from below the ancient tomb. The earth shook beyond measure. A few moments later, the ancient tomb was unable to withstand the battle between the two men and instantly collapsed down, only to see the earth in front of him, sunken in. In the next second, Lubu's figure rushed out from below, covered in a bit of a mess, but without a single scratch. This traveling corpse's body that doesn't turn to bone is just powerful. Lubu flew in mid-air, half naked, his lanky skin showing through, holding a square sky painting halberd. His body was covered with thunder, and his terrifying aura stirred the clouds in the sky. The air around him was slightly distorted, and the power of the visible body had made space unable to withstand it. Ha ha ha, painful. I didn't realize that your body is also incomparably hard. Well, I like to fight with you like this. Come out. Lubu faced 096 and fearlessly shouted, his battle intent raging and sweeping away. Roar. 096 also rushed out from below, and it did not have an ounce of intelligence. Kill him. His feet powered up and broke through the sound barrier, reaching out his terrifyingly large hands to grab Lubu. Chop! Lubu grasped the square heavenly painted halberd with both hands, raised it backward, and chopped down violently. The terrifying power caused space to distort as if it was about to shatter. Boom! The square sky painting halberd chopped on 096's palm, and in an instant, green blood splashed in midair. But also that terrifying power. As if it had chopped into something, it could not chop in. 096 suffering pain, the roar of grief snapped, and from the strength of the body was violently raised, instantly grabbed and shattered the square sky painting halberd. Lubu was shocked to see this. What a terrifying physical strength. He even grabbed his weapon and shattered it.
You have to know that this square sky painting halberd is made of precious materials in the world and with the weapon shattered and the moment of disorientation, 096 took advantage of this opportunity and instantly slapped Lubu's head with his big hand. Ka! It was as if something had shattered. Lubu flew out backwards at great speed. His head slapped to the other side. Looking horrible, 096 roared as if expressing his power. In a flash, the figure rushed out. It could sense that Lubu was still alive. And down below, Lin Zixuan's face changed when he saw this, and he immediately took out his cell phone. The monster has headed towards Chaoyang City. Copy that. After saying that, Lin Zixuan held both of his swords and fiercely exerted his strength in place of his feet. The dual swords quickly connected points on the ground, bringing up Lin Zixuan to quickly rush to Lubu's position. Such a way of rushing around, so like a character in a game. Solitary remnant. And in Chaoyang City, the fighters who received the news were instantly on standby. Go, 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 signal shield ready. All of you, once the monster enters the city, no one is allowed to see it. Hide in the dark, put out the lights for me. The people can't see in this darkness. Come on, come on. In an instant's work, a command was sent down. The power authority immediately shut off the city's electricity, all street lights and all parts of the neighborhood except for vital equipment. In less than a minute, the brilliant lights of Chaoyang City were instantly darkened, completely turning it into a black city. As it was said in advance, the people were surprised for a moment and then quieted down. Now even if 096 arrived, without the illumination of the light, it was impossible to see 096's face, which made it a few points safer. The internet is abuzz with chatter. Oh, my god, the power's off in my place. It can't be a monster, can it? Where are you? I've still got the lights on here. Chaoyang Prefecture level city in Liaoning. Brother, you pray that the monsters don't come to where you are. It's so strange. When monsters enter the city, why do they turn off the electricity? How can we fight in the dark? How do you know? What does the state do? Naturally there are state. Moral, let's just stay in the house. That being said, I just don't know when it's over. Hang in there, hang in there. With the guru, it'll be okay soon. And on a stretch of highway a long way from Chaoyang City, boom boom boom, a roaring sound rang out. The highway was destroyed. Damn, what is this thing? How does it feel harder than me? The more Lubu fought, the more alarmed he became. No matter what powerful moves he struck, this monster would soon recover. It was the first time he had seen the strength of his fleshly body. Even 10,000 years ago, there was no such a terrifyingly strong person with a fleshly body that had become a saint. Roar! 096 charged again. Lubu gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. The air was instantly clawed and exploded. His own aura was violently raised, and a steady stream of power gushed out. Star palm. Lubu probed his hand and transformed it into a palm, and the brilliant starry sky seemed to be triggered in an instant. The stars above the starry sky flickered violently, and threads of silver white light landed on the earth in an instant. All of them converged in Lubu's palm, a terrifying aura that made it difficult to breathe. The air trembled and the earth shook. Die! Lubu in midair bellowed and slammed his palm out. In an instant, the silver-colored monstrous palm violently emerged, dazzling incomparably in the sky. Powerful and incomparable star power filled it. With a destructive momentum, the giant palm instantly slapped at 096. Ka 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 ka. The terrifying power instantly caused space to shatter. Facing this monstrous palm, 096 did not have the slightest hint of fear and directly charged up hard. And in the distance, Lin Zixuan, who was speeding over, also saw this shocking scene. That monstrous giant palm was incomparably eye-catching, covering an extremely wide area. The terrifying aura emanating from him caused him to tremble. Was this the power of the celestial realm? Lin Zixuan muttered. Boom! In an instant, a loud explosion resounded through the heavens and earth. A wave of chi, like an ocean, kept sweeping in. The earth violently sent out a huge tremor. The surrounding land and trees were instantly lifted off the ground. Golden light divine spell. Now, sheltered by golden light, Lin Zixuan resisted the baptism of this terrifying wave of chi. Rocks, flying sand, and broken wood kept hitting him. The earth shook for a long time, and the dust was so thick that it was impossible to see what was going on inside. Lubu in midair took a deep breath and revealed a smile. When the star palm hit, there was no one yet who could resist it hard without dying. From what he just knew, he could already tell that 096 didn't have an ounce of spirit, and was acting entirely on instinct. So he now feels that 096 is now completely destroyed. The guy the kid got, he's gone too. Now, he is about to be the lord of the world. But at this time, before Lubu got excited, there was a commotion from below. Whoop whoop whoop. The scarred 096 bursts out of the dust. All over his body,
There is not a good place. Some even skin disappeared, revealing the bones. And these revealed bones, faint wisps of dark light lingered, a strange power in them. 096 was incomparably furious at this moment. It was filled with rage in its heart after being beaten so badly over and over again. In mid-air, Lubu froze, stunned, and said, "Impossible. This is impossible. Who the hell are you? After being hit by my star palm, you didn't even suffer any serious injuries. This is impossible." Lubu was shocked. An attack with the power of the stars was enough to overturn a river and a city to perish. With one strike, it was comparable to a small nuclear bomb. But this kind of power did not harm the monster in front of him. At all. This is incredible. What kind of monster is this? Roar! 096 didn't have much to think about, and charged straight ahead without dying. Lubu gritted his teeth and said, "I don't believe that you haven't consumed at all. I am a traveling corpse without bones, with unlimited stamina and strength, never getting tired. And I will consume you to death even if I consume." With a probing hand, a square sky painting halberd condensed from the power of the stars appeared in his hand. Wielding his square halberd with a great deal of vigor, he began to chop, roar, boom 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 boom. A burst of cracking sounds and roars resounded once more, and the earth was once again ravaged. And in the distance, Lin Zixuan held his dual swords and looked ahead with a shocked expression. Ahead was a huge pothole with the highway completely destroyed, extending for an unknown distance. But if you look down from the sky, you will find a spectacular scene. The shape of a giant hand. Shape, imprinted on the earth. Lin Zixuan swallowed his saliva. Too terrifying. This Lubu strike. Everything is dead. Is this the power of a wandering corpse that doesn't turn to bone? Smiling literature. It's horrible. Thank goodness for the 096, or there would be no one in the world to fight it. Lin Zixuan looked at the distant gusts of roaring sound ceaselessly. I wonder how long this battle will last? Both monsters were physically terrifying existences with infinite physical strength. 3 days and 3 nights of fighting is nothing. LOL. I hope 096 destroys Lubu soon. Hands powered up and rushed towards the location of the two monsters. A little bit of time passed. From dusk today until early tomorrow morning. The roar just didn't stop. Wherever it passed, all plants were destroyed and a crater surfaced in the earth. Fortunately, neither of these monsters, however, had gotten within the city limits. At this moment, Lubu, on his face, a trace of fatigue appeared. His body was in a sorry state, and his star armor broke through a hole, now revealing his magnificent skin. A hint of scorn surfaced in his eyes. This monster was too terrifying, completely unaware of fatigue, and it didn't do any damage at all when he hit it himself. Instead, he got a little hurt himself. The power of each attack was incomparably terrifying, and if it wasn't for the fact that he was able to dodge each time, his body would probably have suffered heavy damage. What the hell is this thing? Lubu was in agony. Fighting this kind of monster was too suffocating. This monster has always fought in the same way, with no defense, only offense. He took one look at the monster, and then he flew straight away. He wasn't going to fight. It's too suffocating. It's too annoying to fight. It would be better to find a place to rest and recuperate from fighting such a terrifying monster. And Lin Zixuan didn't expect Lubu to run away directly. But, the corners of his mouth went up. Run? It is impossible to run. As long as you have seen 096's face, even if you have traveled through, it is possible for it to break through space and chase after you. Hunt it down without stopping until you kill it. And the speed was so terrifying that it was impossible to run away. Either you can destroy it, or you can die where you are. And when 096 saw Lubu run away, it roared in anger. It would never allow any creature that looked it in the face and walked away from it. Creatures that looked it in the face had only one outcome, and that was death. Both feet snapped. Boom! The sonic boom appeared. In a flash, 096 was no longer visible. Seeing this situation, Lin Zixuan looked at the direction and his face changed. No good. This is going over to the inside of the city. Take out your cell phone. The target went over towards Tachikoma City, and everyone started to move. Lin Zixuan took a deep breath and dialed the nearby military district, saying, "Send a fighter jet over to pick me up." Ah yes. The person who answered the phone was sweating for a while. How can a fighter pick up a person? However, when he thought about the time in the island country, Director Lin jumped down from the fighter jet, and he understood that Director Lin was engaging in some kind of high operation again. Rising City. The many warriors who received the news tensed up. Turn on the signal blocker. Notify people in various places to have them look and see if they have the windows covered. All fighters start moving. All neighborhoods, houses, shopping malls everywhere. Fighters with binoculars watching all the windows. As soon as there is no cover anywhere, immediately rush over. 5 minutes later, a roar appeared in the sky. A figure flew through the sky at breakneck speeds, and on top of that, there was a monster yelling and stomping on skyscrapers in pursuit. Don't look, keep your head down. The man in charge immediately yelled over the intercom when he saw the target had arrived. Martyr. Why is this monster still chasing? Lubu looked back and saw that 096 had chased it to the front in an instant-like effort. Damn it. Star Chop. With 096 rushing in front of him, Lubu waved his square heavenly painted halberd. Silver light flashed, and chopped violently. Roar. 096 was not afraid in the slightest, extending his large hand and slapping it violently. The force was so great that the air was distorted. Boom! A wave of air violently swept out. His hands were numbed by the shock, and his face was ugly as he continued to turn and run. 096 fell to the ground and smashed out a big pit. It can't be helped that air combat, for it, is also a disadvantage. But this didn't make 096 give up in the slightest. Rising straight up, collapsing the ground and instantly charging. Any building in front of it is washed away like tofu. Luckily, no one was allowed to be on the first floor, or they would have had to be flushed by the 096. 096 kept charging through the streets and alleys, and a human-shaped hole was made. It scared the people who were hiding inside to death, not knowing what was going on. Could it be that monsters have entered the city? The curious wanted to see it, but the 096 was too fast to see it, and it saved their lives. A few minutes later, 096 rushed out of Leiden City and continued to pursue Lubu. Report on the situation at each location and where the monster is. The man in charge yelled over the intercom. Captain, the monster is out of the city. Aha, are you sure? Okay. The man in charge was relieved. Fortunately he was just passing through and didn't stay long where he would have been in trouble. Quickly find out the monster's trajectory through the city. Send someone over there. Investigate everyone's cell phones. Surveillance. The person in charge then reported the situation here. To the top. Inside the Bureau of Weirdness, Dongfang Shuer and the others paid close attention to the trajectory of the two monsters, so that they could report back to Lin Zixuan at any time. Tama on the ground, suspicion in her fox eyes. What's wrong with these people? Why are they so nervous? Have we encountered some kind of demon? That's not right. If they encountered some powerful demon, there's no way that smelly man wouldn't take himself along. A part-timer himself. This boss can't just leave it there and not let himself work it out. His eyes looked at the black cat and said, "You're Xian Cat Clan. You have an extremely strong perception ability. Do you perceive anything?" The little black cat's eyes showed fear and trembled. I didn't expect that kind of legendary existence, but it appeared. How is this possible? When Tamao Qian heard this, she was curious and said, "What legendary existence? Chinese vampire." Tamagotchi was speechless and said contemptuously, "I thought it was something. It's just a zombie in the district, and it's also a legend. You're too timid, aren't you? So what if it was? What if the wandering corpse didn't turn to bone?" The little black cat looked at her slyly. Tamakian stared at her with wide eyes, unbelievably, and said, "Yo-yo corpse does not turn into bones? You're not kidding? This kind of existence, how can it appear nowadays?" The little black cat shook his head and said, "This I do not know. I do perceive a horrible in-chi, and the records of my clan, 80% is the wandering corpse does not turn into bones." Tamagotchi was silent. She was incredibly aware of how horrible it was for a traveling corpse to not turn its bones as well. But it's so strange. In today's times, there shouldn't be this kind of existence, right? Moreover, who could deal with such an existence when it appeared? That stinking man? Surely not. Even if she broke through to Demon King, she wouldn't be able to defeat this kind of existence. Swimming corpse immortalized bone was too terrifying, with an indestructible body and incomparably terrifying strength. Is it possible that this era is about to be shrouded in the fear of traveling corpses without bones? Shaking his head, he said, "This kind of existence has appeared, and the world will soon be in chaos." Maybe. Back to Lin Zixuan's side. At that moment, he was grasping the bomb thrower underneath the fighter, his body sheltered by golden light against the gusty wind. The fighters flew over towards 096. The pilot looked out the window from time to time and couldn't help but admire Chief Lin as he hung high in the sky. Director Lin is just great. Daring to play like this. Red Bull came and didn't even dare to sponsor you. As for Lubu's side, at this time, he had already been chased by 096. After all, his speed, still not as fast as 096. Boom! Lubu was slapped flying, stabilized his body in mid-air, covered his chest, and said with an ugly face, "What in the world is this monster?" He had already realized that he couldn't run at all, and the speed of this monster was still terrifyingly fast. Although he couldn't fly, that bounce was enough to be able to attack him. Seeing that he couldn't run away, Lubu didn't want to run, so he could only fight on. He returned to the middle of the ground, took a deep breath, and drank. Star change. A change, the aura was violently raised. Second change, the body's silky silver light flickered. 3 changes, the lanky body instantly swelled up. 4 changes, 5 changes, 6 changes, 7 changes, 8 changes, the 9 changes of the stars. In an instant, a majestic and incomparable aura rose up to the sky, and the sky and earth changed color. The earth began to shake and space trembled a million times. Silky space cracks appeared around Lubu. That terrifying power had made space unable to withstand it. A raging aura swept out. And at this moment, Lubu has changed greatly. His body has swelled about 10 times, and his size is incomparably huge. Smile literature. The star armor coalesced around its body. The brilliant silver light. The on flickers. A huge square sky painting halberd was grasped in his hand, and when he swung it, incomparably powerful sharpness flashed out. The sky and the earth were covered in dark clouds. An oppressive aura spread across the land, and countless creatures fled. Today's Lubu was as terrifying as a chaos demon god. Standing on the earth alone had caused space to tremble, vaguely about to shatter. Come on! A loud voice resounded through the heavens and earth. Lubu waved his square sky painting halberd and moved violently, disappearing in a flash. Coming over 096's head, he instantly chopped. Boo! Where 096 stood, the earth instantly collapsed and dust flew up. But Lubu's face changed. He couldn't chop down. As if he had chopped into something incomparably hard. And that's 096's skull. Roar! A mournful roar shouted out from 096's mouth. And in an instant, he moved. In the blink of an eye it came to the side of the head and slapped it hard. The powerful force and impact caused Lubu to be uncontrollably unsteady for a moment in his rear body. But 096's attack didn't stop there. Those big hands, sharp nails sticking out, faint black gas lingering around. It was thrust hard into the inside of Lubu's neck. A hard body can't defend itself against 096's sharp nails. He felt a stinging pain and exploded with anger, reaching out and slapping 096 heavily on the ground. Clench your fists. Give me death. Both fists slammed into 096 like machine guns. The terrifying force smashed a crater in the ground. But that wasn't all. Lubu continued to swing and blast down. This makes the potholes deeper and deeper. Dead, dead, dead. With every punch, it was all out. A simple swing and space shattered. Smile literature. A blackened hole was revealed. Lin Zixuan, who had rushed over, couldn't help but look dumbfounded. How had this Lubu's strength even increased so much? That massive volume was nearly dozens of meters tall. Watching 096 being bombarded by a mess of punches, a trace of worry was in his heart. 096, it won't really be blown away, will it? No, 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 that's impossible. 096 is too hard. Having once been beaten by a false god worse than this, there was no way he couldn't even withstand this. It seems that Lubu has already fought for his life, and he can't run away in the face of this undefeatable 096. He had no choice but to put up a fight. Lubu frantically attacked. He wanted to directly solve this 096 in one go. Smile literature. Star stab. Lubu grabbed the square sky painting halberd, and the power of the stars filled the air horribly. Puff! Lubu stabbed hard inside the pit, and another explosion rang out. The bursts of booms rang out non-stop. And it was unknown how many times Lubu had attacked. The earth shook violently for a long time, and the pit grew in size. It wasn't until he was panting that he withdrew his power. This time, Lubu was incredibly confident that he was on fire. And this monster, for sure, was already too dead to die. Looking at the big crater in front of him, the horrified, blackened hole. For a long time, inside the pit, there was not the slightest movement, and it looked as if 096 had already been wiped out. Ha ha ha, Lubu let out a loud laugh and roared. I, Lubu, am invincible. No one can defeat me. There's no one to stop me now. I'm going to be the lord of the world. Ha ha ha. Lin Zixuan, who was watching from afar, couldn't help but frown. 096 was really wiped out by Lubu? This shouldn't be happening. How can a pervert like 096 be wiped out? No, no, no. 096 should be recovering. Its terrifying power of self-healing is definitely recovering. Was thinking. The slightest hint of a rattle appeared below the pit. A dull arm? No. The arm no longer had an ounce of skin. It was entirely bone. That bone hand was draped in a silky black light. The sharpness that filled the palm of his hand caused the air to distort. 096 slowly stood up, and at the moment it looked like a complete skeleton without a bit of skin. Black light filled his body as if he were a devil walking out of hell. 096 didn't bark again this time. Looking up at the cave entrance, the person it was trying to kill was right outside, and this look is its strongest form. That incomparable anger erupted like a volcano.
096 stood up straight and suddenly his figure flickered.
A moment's effort came to the ground. Standing behind Lubu,
those bony hands slowly reached out.
It looks and feels slow. No. It was so fast already that time seemed to slow down.
0.0000000001 seconds.
Sound of escaping laughter. 096 bone hand instantly penetrated Lubu's chest. Lubu's body instantly trembled. And when he looked down,
the bone hand clearly surfaced before his eyes.
The look on his face was full of disbelief. His own body,
which was swimming in corpses and not bones,
had been penetrated like tofu.
Put. 096 the bone hand grabbed and retracted, then slammed Lubu's head.
Boom! Lubu was instantly slapped away and slid on the ground for nearly 1,000 meters before coming to a stop.
Cough!
Lubu spat out a large mouthful of blood,
which flowed from a bloody hole in his chest.
The whole person's aura was, at once, weak. The star-changing form was, at once, knocked back to its original form.
Lubu struggled to stand up and looked at 096 look in the distance.
A look that was horrifying. How is this possible? How is this possible? Nowadays I have become a wandering corpse without transforming my bones. Coupled with the star transformation, it is impossible that I will be defeated.
Lubu's mind completely collapsed. He had used all of his bottom cards, but the damage done to this monster was so severe. But what I didn't expect was that this monster was still alive after its skin and flesh had been broken up. That's even scarier than him being a wandering corpse with no bones.
He had, this time, finally felt the human scent of death,
and he was a little messed up. Having been heavily injured himself, it was already impossible to be fighting this monster.
But, it can't run at all. The speed of this monster is terrifying. And at that moment,
096 realized that he was still alive.
And in a flash, his figure flickered and arrived in front of Lubu, swinging out a palm again. Lubu subconsciously blocked. Boom!
But it was still directly slapped away.
In midair, Lubu suddenly saw that kid's figure and couldn't help but feel resentment in his eyes. It's all because of this kid.
This is the kid who called this monster here.
No, there was still a silver lining.
Since this kid could call this monster, he should be following his orders. As long as he captured him and made him make the creature stop,
he would win. Though he didn't understand how this kid, with his strength, had managed to take in this monster. But it doesn't matter too much right now. It was so hard to come back to the world. He didn't want to die again. After thinking,
Lubu turned his body in midair and charged towards him.
Lin Zixuan on the ground also realized that no, that's right, the direction Lubu fell from. How come it's himself here? Nope, not falling, but coming with a purpose. Hurriedly,
his hands shot up in preparation for his escape.
Kid, you can't run away.
Lubu laughed viciously, and his speed even accelerated a few points again.
Seconds. Lubu lifted Lin Zixuan's neck.
Lin Zixuan struggled violently.
He didn't expect that this Lubu would come over to deal with him. Lubu said in a cold voice, "Kid, make that monster stop or you're going to die."
Lin Zixuan froze for a moment at his words.
Listening to this meaning, this Lubu felt that he was the one who could control 096 and rushed over to grab himself. When he saw that he did not speak, he looked at his movements and thought that lifting him by the neck might make him unable to speak. Smile literature. Threw it straight to the ground, then stepped heavily on his chest, and said with cold eyes, "Speaking."
Put. Coughing up the intense pain in his chest,
Lin Zixuan's expression became hideous as blood flowed out of his mouth. Facing his question, Lin Zixuan let out a loud laugh and said, "Ha ha ha, what makes you think that I, a small earth master, managed to make this monster listen to me? If it wasn't, then why would it listen to you against me?"
Lubu's eyes showed anger as he stepped on it again.
Now, with all of his ribs broken, Lin Zixuan's face paled,
realizing that he was now endangered.
Coldly smiled, "Lubu, if you want to kill, just kill, not to mention whether I can control it or not. Even if I can control it, I will not let it stop. After getting rid of you, there will be no more danger to my country of Kushu."
Lubu's face immediately turned ugly,
saying, "Are you not afraid of death? At such a young age, you are at the peak of the Earth Master, and are expected to reach a farther realm. Are you willing to give up?"
Lin Zixuan's eyes closed and said, "None of my people in the Kushu state are afraid of death. There are only soldiers who die in battle. There are no soldiers who are greedy and afraid of death.
One last word for you. You deserve to be killed by Cao Cao." Lubu was instantly ignited with rage and said, "Fine, fine, kid, you have guts, then you go to hell you." In an instant, it was about to understand Lin Zixuan's life, but at this time, 096's figure darted from the distance, and in the blink of an eye, it quickly arrived in front of him. Fuck! Lubu cursed and directly kicked Lin Zixuan towards 096's charge.
096 directly ignored it and directly rushed away from Lin Zixuan, attacking fiercely towards Lubu. His face was incredibly ugly and desperate, and he realized that he was going to die again. Mud. I should have known that I shouldn't have let this kid call this monster over yesterday. Boom. And Lin Zixuan, who had been sent flying to the side, was dying, covered in sludge and blood staining his body, his chest sunken in. A hint of relief floated in his eyes. Am I dying? I'm so tired. I'm so tired of being the director of the Bureau of Weirdness. Will I go back to my own world? Gentle laughter. Lin Zixuan took one last look at the gloomy sky and slowly closed his eyes. Bastard, get the fuck up. Who called me? Why is the voice so familiar? Lin Zixuan opened his eyes, but what was reflected in front of him was a strange space. All around was darkness, not a single light. And to his surprise, Lin Zixuan realized that he wasn't in the slightest bit of trouble and got up in confusion. Scratching his head, he muttered, "Strange, have I come to hell? But why is it so dark?" But in the next moment, the darkness around them changed violently and brightly. Dispersing the darkness, Lin Zixuan reached out and blocked his eyes until he gradually adjusted and reopened them. This time, what came into view was a place of birds and flowers, lush green grass, and beautiful butterflies flying among the flowers. This Lin Zixuan was a bit confused. What was going on here? Brat, look over here. Where are you looking you? The familiar voice sounded again. Lin Zixuan sniffed and gradually shifted his gaze until he saw a figure in a police uniform. The figure, incomparably straight, middle-aged in appearance, had a resolute look in his eyes. Dad! Lin Zixuan shrieked and gulped. How did his father appear here? Didn't my father go on a mission and die in the line of duty? Is this really hell? And then father came to get himself? Tears couldn't help but cover his eyes at the thought. With a movement of his feet, his pace grew faster and faster. Then he quickly came to his father and hugged him directly. With a hint of a sob in his voice he shouted, "Dad, I missed you so much." Lin Zixuan revealed. Out of a smile, eyes showed a hint of heartache, patted his back and said, "Dad misses you too. Dad, I'm so tired, really tired." Lin Zixuan was in tears, as if he was aggrieved as a child. Looking to his father for comfort, Lin Zixuan pulled away and looked at his son's tired look, gently patted his shoulder and said, Dad knows, you've grown up. You can't cry like you did when you were a kid." Lin Zixuan wiped his tears and smiled. "Dad, I haven't failed you. I'm now the most important person in the country." However, the tone of the words changed. A little gloomy, said, "I am also the same as you. Dad, died in the line of duty. I don't know what the reason is. Traveled to a parallel world, and then again died in the line of duty." Lin Zixuan smiled and said, "You've done well. No matter what world you're in, you've done well." Lin Zixuan nodded and thought of something and said, "Dad, are you here to pick me up?" Lin Zixuan smiled and said seriously, "What nonsense. You are still alive." "Say what, dead?" Lin Zixuan scratched his head, somewhat confused. Hadn't he already been killed by Lubu? Then came to this place and met his father. And how did he show up here if he wasn't here to pick himself up? Lin Zixuan continued, "You bear the responsibility of another world. The country of Kushu. When you carry this responsibility, you cannot die. You have to live. There are still many people waiting for you." Lin Zixuan sniffed grimly, "Dad, this responsibility. The pressure is really big. Really tired. I'm a little bit unable to hold out." "Shut up." Lin Zixuan looked incredibly serious and said, "What did I tell you before? That when you put on a military uniform later on, your life will no longer be your own. Your life is the state's. If the state didn't let you die, you can't die. Shedding the last drop of blood for the country and protecting millions of people is what makes a warrior of the country of Kushu." After saying that, Lin Zixuan sighed again. "You are so young, taking on such a big task. It is indeed bitter for you." And Lin Zixuan recovered his confidence after hearing this and nodded heavily, saying, "Dad, I know. Good job." Not ashamed of the old man's seed, Lin Zixuan laughed loudly and then said, "Go back. Lit. Smile and proud of literature, idiom, arrogance of the literary world." Lin Zixuan froze. "Back where? Am I not dead? Death, what death? Here is nothing more than everything you fantasize about. Go back." Lin Zixuan smiled and waved his hand. The next moment, this world of birds and flowers began to fade away. "Dad!" Lin Zixuan looked at his father who was getting farther and farther away from him and instantly ran over in a hurry, running for a long time, until the darkness enveloped again. The broken earth. Lin Zixuan, who was lying down, woke up violently, looking at the familiar surroundings and the pain coming from his body. Could it really be an illusion? Lin Zixuan muttered. "Think of what my father said." Firmness grew in his eyes. That's right. There were still many people waiting for him to save them.
He couldn't fall yet. Lin Zixuan climbed up with difficulty. Climbing to his twin swords, he utilized them to stick them in the ground.
The injuries on various parts of his body were a constant reminder that you need to rest. But he can't rest. Enduring the severe pain, he stood up with great difficulty. As he looked over, he saw that the battle between Lubu and 096 had somehow calmed down. On the ground in the distance, Lubu was lying on the ground. 096 also didn't know when, had recovered his flesh and blood, and now recovered his face, making strange sad noises. Lin Zixuan weakly came to Lubu's side, looking at the bloody pits all over his body, the face that died unwillingly. Gaijin Lubu, even if you have a backhand, you still have to die again. Lin Zixuan looked towards 096. Now it had to be put back inside the prison. Pulling the black bag he carried from his arms, he stepped forward and covered 096's head. Pulling out a cigarette, he sat weakly on the floor and smoked it. Taking out his cell phone, he dialed the creepy bureau warrior in Raiden City. When the battle is over, get a cage over here, the kind that can hold people, and send 2 people to me. It's over, Director, I got it. Grace, Rising City, the fighters who received the news, yelled with joy. It's over? The Director has been successfully resolved. Boom! Instantly everyone got excited. The Director really does solve a crisis every time. Quickly, send someone to the chief's side. 2 men will do. And the cage is. The news of the end of the battle spread quickly throughout the country, and all the fighters cheered. Everyone was relieved as well. It had been a day or so that had really put their hearts in their throats. Kyoto Conference Room. The executives are nervously waiting for the news to arrive, all hoping for good news. As expected, the Secretary General hurriedly ran up and said happily, "Heads, the battle is over. Director Lin has finished solving it." Boom! The various chiefs sniffed, and their tense bodies, at once, relaxed. A smile spread across his face. No. One chief wiped the fine sweat on his forehead and laughed. Bureau Lin really didn't let us down. This time the crisis lifted. Dongfang Cheng nodded and laughed. Yes, it's been so long since I was nervous. Wang Jian thought for a moment and said, to unseal it? No. One head shook his head and said, the matter of unsealing. Need to wait for the instructions of the Lin Bureau. When he said when to unseal, now as is. Good. Inside the Bureau of Weirdness, the warriors also cheered. Dongfang Shuer revealed a smile and said, it's finally over. I thought it would last for a long time. The Tamagotchi on the ground was overwhelmed with shock. She really couldn't figure out what in the world this man was doing to solve the problem of swimming corpses not turning into bones. He doesn't have that kind of strength at all. Does he? This man is so mysterious. He's hiding in unbelievable means. It didn't look like his defeat at his hands was going to be very hard. After all, the swimming corpse immortalized bone that was countless times more powerful than himself had been annihilated. And he, a great demon, didn't seem to have much to offer. Outside of the city of Lipton, a military vehicle drove up slowly. A large cage set up behind it. The soldiers in the car, looking at the destroyed highway and the earth, couldn't help but be amazed. Was this place bombed by a swarm of missiles? It's too gruesome, isn't it? The monster's strength is still really scary. There are big, scary pits everywhere. Look, the chief is over there. The military vehicle traveled to Lin Zixuan's side. The 2 soldiers got out of the car and were shocked to see the chief, covered in bruises. His left foot turned horribly, his chest caved in, and his whole body looked as if it would fall to the ground the next second. Chief, are you okay? I'm calling in the medical team now. The 2 warriors panicked. Such a horrific injury. In anyone else's case, they would have died long ago. And Lin Zixuan opened those weak eyelids and said breathlessly, what are you screaming for? Open the cage and prepare to send the monster back to the borderland. The warrior shook his head with difficulty and said, Chief, let's go ahead and heal. This monster can't get away. Lin Zixuan instantly opened his eyes. The weak eyes, at this moment, erupted with a fine light, and said without question, execute the order. The horror of this monster. I understand it better than you do. Now immediately send it back to the borderland. Secretary, are my orders as the commissioner no longer valid now? I am. We got it. Chief. The 2 fighters gritted their teeth and went to unlock the cage door. Lin Zixuan with difficulty pestle and mortar double sword towards 096. See them want to come over to help themselves. Faintly said, not allowed to come over. Go to the ground, that a body to the car. This body to send back to the Bazaar Bureau. The 2 warriors had just taken a step. When they heard this, they stopped and looked at each other, both seeing sadness in the other's eyes. I didn't realize that the chief was already so badly injured that he had to personally escort him. But with this kind of injury, would it really hold up in a borderland 10,000 kilometers away? The 2 warriors had no idea in their hearts.
and they didn't dare to watch the chief go all the way over like this. So one of the fighters secretly took a picture and sent it to the Trickster Bureau. Then he and his companion went to carry Lubu's body. In the Bureau of Weirdness, Dongfang Shuer also received the photo transmitted by the warrior, fixed her eyes and immediately lost her color. The mind panicked. With such a dangerous level of creepiness, he really was injured again, and by the looks of the photo, the asshole was trying to be brave and not go to treatment again. Dongfang Shuer clenched her teeth. After knowing him for so long, she understood that he would definitely want to finish solving the subsequent problems before going for treatment. But it's such a serious injury, and he sure as hell wasn't going to listen when she called. There's nothing to do but call Grandpa. Snowy, is something wrong? Dongfang Chang's tone was somewhat relaxed. He's hurt, extremely badly. I sent you the pictures. I'm sure he won't listen when I talk. Aha? Dongfang Chang frowned, hung up the phone, looked at the photo, and blushed. This injury. It's horrible, isn't it? Anyone else? It's a miracle they're still alive. What's wrong? No. One chief on the side asked suspiciously when he saw that he was out of sorts. That kid, alas. See for yourself. Dongfang Chang sighed, his eyes showing his heartache, and handed over his cell phone. No. One chief took a look, and then his face also changed drastically, and he got up violently and shouted, Xiao Wang. The Secretary General came in instantly and said, Chief? There was a slight hint of panic in the no. One chief's expression as he shouted, Immediately, go and call the top medical team, as well as Elder Wu, and rush to the outskirts of Lidong City to find Director Lin. The speed has to be fast. Yes, the secretary ran straight over after hearing this and quickly went to make arrangements. Number 1. What's going on? Zhang Dawei wondered. See for yourselves. The first chief sighed and tossed his cell phone over. The crowd's faces changed as they read it. What a horrible injury. If I'm not mistaken, the chest caved in, and in all likelihood, all the ribs were broken. More than that, you can see it on the outside, but the organs inside. I'm afraid it's even worse. If Director Lin's body wasn't different from normal, I'm afraid he'd have already been. Looking at the current situation, Director Lin will also have to send 096 back to the restricted area to be imprisoned. But in his condition, it was hard to say that he would be able to hold out until he reached the borderland, which was a distance of 10,000 kilometers. Alas, Chief Lin was probably thinking that he wouldn't dare fall down until he had finished removing any danger, interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. No. One chief gritted his teeth and said, No, I'll go over there myself, or no one will be able to talk to him. The crowd sniffed and looked at each other. This was all that could be done now. Whoever goes over there can't order him around. Only the one can go over there and persuade. Dongfang Chang got up and said, I'll go with you. Okay, let's go. At once, the two top leaders of Kushu followed the medical team onto the airplane. Everyone in the medical team was surprised to see the two chiefs, and a gray-haired, rosy-cheeked old man asked suspiciously, Chief No. 1. Chief No. 2. Who are we going to save? Director of the Creepy Bureau, Lin Zishuan. Here's his picture. Take a look at his injuries and treat them as soon as possible when the time comes. Hiss, what a horrible wound. Suburban area of Littleton. 096 had been guided inside the cage. A black cloth covered the cage all the way. Not a single gap. No one could see 096 inside. Lin Zishuan sat in the military vehicle, closed his eyes and said, Drive. It doesn't matter if it's slow. It must be stable. The warrior in the driver's seat couldn't help but laugh bitterly, and slow down a little bit. The problem is, Chief, your body does not allow me to slow down. No choice but to drive. The military vehicle started slowly and drove away pulling the cage. The cage lurched, and when it came to the road, which had not yet been destroyed, the cage smoothed out. Lin Zishuan kept his eyes on it, and was relieved to see that 096 was only making the usual sad noises and nothing else unusual. His physical condition, on the other hand, wasn't optimistic anymore, and the pain kept coming, making him feel exhausted. Eyes closed and opened every now and then, his brain reminding him all the time that you need to rest. But without reaching the borderlands and re-incarcerating 096, he didn't dare to rest at all. On the highway, after traveling for some time, a helicopter appeared ahead. When the soldier saw this, he understood that the medical helicopter was coming and that someone from above had been sent to treat the chief. It then slowed down until the military vehicle came to a stop. Stopped on the highway. Luckily the city was closed and no one dared to drive out or there would have been a crash. Aha, how did it stop? Lin Zishuan frowned and was about to say something when a red helicopter landed in front. Then one by one, people dressed in white ran over, and among them, one chief and Dongfang Chang were also inside. Seeing this, Lin Zixuan turned his head and said seriously, "Who told you to notify the top?" The warrior bowed his head and dared not speak. Lin Zixuan sighed and opened the car door and went down. Both swords stuck in the ground to support his body. A dozen seconds later, the first chief came to heal with a medical team. Seeing him with their own eyes, one chief and Dongfang Chang stared in disbelief. "That's a lot worse than the photos make it look. Director Lin, you are the no." One chief's voice trembled a little, and his heart was incomparably hard to bear. Lin Zixuan laughed and casually said, 9 deaths and a life retrieved. Such a casual remark. Number 1. Long and Oriental City. Couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Mr. Wu, take a quick look and see how it goes. Good. Wu Lao went forward, and after eyeing it, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The surface injuries alone were already horrific, not to mention injuries to internal organs. Wu Lao gruffly said, "The ribs are broken. Do not rule out that the bone pierced into an organ. The left foot is seriously broken. Need to hurry back to the hospital to do surgery. Otherwise the consequences do not dare to envision." One chief sniffed and immediately ordered gravely, "Director Lin, I order you to go to the hospital immediately now." But Lin Zixuan shook his head and said, "I will go to the hospital when I send 096 back to the border." Nonsense. The one who got angry was Wu Lao, and said seriously, "Do you know how serious your injuries are? Moreover, the border is still tens of thousands of kilometers away from here, so you won't be able to make it to the border at all. To put it bluntly, you will probably die on the way." Lin Zixuan looked at him expressionlessly and said, "My body I know. You have no idea of the horror of this monster. Once the monster runs away or disappears, it will be the death of hundreds of thousands of people. I have to watch the monster to the border to be imprisoned, or else I don't feel at ease." Wu Lao was so angry that he couldn't retort. Dongfang Cheng persuaded, "Director Lin, 096 condition is known to us. As long as no one is watching it there is no danger. Listen to us, go to the hospital." Lin Zixuan did not pay the slightest attention, directly sat back in the car, calmly said, "The purpose of the establishment of the Bureau of Eccentricity is to protect the Kushu from the threat of monsters. I as the director of the Bureau of Eccentricity, I must stifle all the seeds of danger. Even if the 096 has shortcomings, I have to see that it returns to the prison. And then there is." Looking at them with a flat gaze, he said, "Any bizarre incident being handled by the Weirdness Bureau, the top leaders of Kushu, and the regional police officers, all of them have to listen to the instructions of the Weirdness Bureau." "No. One head, that's what you said." The first chief blushed. "He did say that." Lin Zixuan continued, "So, I'm dealing with bizarre events. No one can order me. Only I order people. Now, I'm issuing the highest order with the Bureau of Bizarre. You guys, leave this place." Cough. After saying a bunch of words, Lin Zixuan suddenly coughed violently at this time. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. Dongfang Cheng's face changing, he said, "Lin boy, don't be brave. Quickly go to the hospital." Lin Zixuan cared nothing, took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry, I won't die. There are still a lot of people waiting for me to save." "Drive." The warrior glanced hesitantly at the chiefs. "You don't drive. You go back and you're out of the Bureau of Trickery." The warrior gritted his teeth, turned the steering wheel, and stepped on the gas straight ahead. Lin Zixuan, One chief looked at the faraway military vehicle and was furious, cursing, F***CK. Why is this kid working so hard? Dongfang Cheng sighed at the words and shook his head. It's not the first time he spelled out his life. Only this time, it's really a 9 deaths and 1 life. But what can be done, if he doesn't fight? Who can fight? One chief also sighed and said, the Kushu Martial Arts Cultivation Program will soon begin as well, and at that time, he will be able to relax. The 9 states martial cultivation program was laid out by Lin Zixuan. The method of practicing the body will be carried out in the army. The disadvantages and advantages will be studied, and a complete method of cultivation will be developed. After that begins the next step. The nation conducts martial arts academies, and those who are gifted and qualified will be admitted to the academy. It was a magnificent time. There will be a shift from the age of technology to the age of technological cultivation. It can be practiced by everyone. The 9 states will prosper beyond measure. What now? Just let him be? Dongfang Chan lit a cigarette and asked. One chief gave him a blank look and said, how is it possible to just let him? Follow him together to the borderland, and when he is detained 096, he will immediately send him back to the hospital, and cannot wait for a moment more. Good. The group then returned to the helicopter, following the military vehicles all the way. A little bit of time passes. White to black, black to white. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Zixuan once again returned to the forbidden zone here. and when he was in the car, he called the warriors here back again. Opening the cage, he guided 096 step by step into the already dilapidated prison. After that, someone will repair the prison from the outside. Again, Lin Zixuan's body was trembling. 3 days of persistence had reached its limit. Watching the titanium steel plates recover the dungeon, 096's figure disappeared from sight. The mind is relieved. Lin Zixuan closed his eyes and collapsed. Quickly, to the hospital. The moment Lin Zixuan collapsed, a final order was given. Tell the people that this bizarre incident was successfully completed, and the major cities began to be unsealed. This instruction was quickly spread to all major cities. Laughing Pride Literature. With the reincarceration of 096, the restricted area was resealed and not letting anyone in, except for the director of the Bureau of Eccentricity, and Lin Zixuan was sent to the top military hospital. Come on, come on, come on. The people in front got out of the way. Nurses and doctors quickly carried the stretcher inside the hospital as Wu Lao shouted anxiously. The people in the aisle, at once, scattered. The patients in the military district include not only Kushu soldiers, but also ordinary people. Seeing this scene, one couldn't help but wonder. That seems to be Elder Wu, right? Yes, Mr. Wu himself came over. Who's the man on the stretcher? No. Look at the back. That looks like the No. 1 and No. 2 chiefs, right? Only to see No. 1 chief and Dongfang Cheng following from behind, running in the direction of Elder Wu. It shocked everyone. Who the hell was on that stretcher? The fact that even the highest leader of the Kyushu state had come and was filled with worry was enough to show that the person on that stretcher must be extremely important. Who do you think it could be? It's not easy to guess. Can let the No. 1. The head of all to come. Must be extremely important to the country of Kyushu characters. I just had a sneak peek. And there, lying on the stretcher, was a young man, covered in blood. And it was horrible. Young people? Young people who can make the No. 1 and No. 2 chiefs pay attention seem to be few and far between. Except for one. Instantly, a person came to mind in everyone's mind, and they were suddenly shocked once again. If it's really him, the No. 1 and No. 2 chiefs will indeed come over. Add to that a major city closure and the man on the stretcher is covered in blood. So it's 90% him, director of the Bureau of Eccentricity. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Commissioner Lam? Other than Director Lin, who else could make the No. 1 and No. 2 chiefs come here in person? There's no mistaking that it must be Director Lin. Director Lin dealt with the bizarre incident and was seriously injured, and Elder Wu came over to save him personally. Is Director Lin going to be okay? Shut your mouth. How could anything happen to Director Lin? Everyone's eyes looked worriedly toward the operating room. Nowadays, Chief Lin is known to everyone in the country of Kyushu as a great hero. He personally traveled to the front lines every time and was a hero respected by all. But now that they were so seriously injured, everyone was sad. Smile Literature. And inside the operating room, Elder Wu himself was the main surgeon, assisted by nearly a dozen doctors with excellent medical skills. After checking out all of Lin Zixuan's body, all the doctors were horrified. The ribs are broken, all the organs are damaged to varying degrees, and the bones in the left foot are broken. Which, the doctors gulped. It was the first time they had seen someone with this kind of injury still alive. Elder Wu took a deep breath and said, "Don't talk nonsense. No. 1 chief has given a death order. Director Lin must be saved back." The crowd of doctors began to move. Outside, the first chief walked up and down the aisle with a worried look on his face, glancing at the surgery door every now and then. Oriental City, on the other hand, made a phone call to inform the command. Notify locations to begin unblocking. Yeah, it's over. It can go back to the way it was. Everywhere that is ruined, repair it as soon as possible. Okay, that's it. Hanging up the phone and looking at No. 1's anxious appearance, Dongfang Cheng hesitated for a moment before saying, "No. 1. Why don't you go back to take care of business first? I'll just look after it here." No. 1 chief sniffed and stared at him and said, "I now have the heart to go back? That child does not come out for a moment. I cannot rest assured. I must see Wu Lao walked out to tell me that there is no danger before I go back." Dongfang Cheng sighed and looked toward the surgery door, tension dripping from his eyes. That kind of injury is horrible. Anyone else would have been waiting to die. So the two just waited outside nervously. And outside, in the major cities of the country, the news of the unblocking caused everyone to cheer. Many people came out one after another from various houses, malls, and neighborhoods. The cold city is once again filled with popularity. Great. It's only been a day or so, but I feel like it's been a long time. Ah, son, I see you again. The master is just awesome. No matter what the weirdness is, he can handle it. Of course, With the master here, I won't worry about 9. There's nothing in state country that could jeopardize us. But was the master injured in such a dangerous and bizarre event? It's hard to say. Minor injuries for sure. As for major injuries, it's uncertain. Everyone prayed that the guru was safe and sound. I hope nothing happens. Little by little, time passed and the major cities began to gradually return to their original state. People come and go. Traffic flows, back to the busy scene of the old days. And at this moment in the military hospital, the 2 chiefs have been waiting for 10 hours. The first chief was already waiting with some impatience. And if he wasn't in the middle of an operation, he would have wanted to rush in. The surgery door opened. An elder Wu walked out with tired eyes. How is it? No. One chief instantly rushed over and hurriedly asked. Elder Wu took a deep breath and said, it is already out of danger, but we have to continue to observe. Without a few months, it will be difficult for Director Lin to get out of bed. His heart was also greatly shocked. With this kind of injury, he honestly couldn't believe that he was able to save his life. There is only one explanation for this. Director Lin's body is different from normal and his cells are full of vitality. No. One chief finally breathed a sigh of relief at these words, and his tense body, at this moment, also relaxed, and laughed. I told you that this child, it is not possible to just be gone. Dongfang Chung shook his head and laughed. A few months. This kid probably can't wait. It had to be waited even if it couldn't be waited. No. One chief was full of seriousness. There was no way he was going to let the director of the Trickster Bureau, who hadn't recovered yet, go on with his work. Chief, I'm going in to continue treating the wound. And after a while, I'll be able to come out into the hospital bed. Wu Lao said. Go ahead. After Wu Lao went in, Dongfang Cheng smiled faintly and said, no. That kid is already fine. Go back and rest. I'll just come and watch here. If there's anything, I'll let you know. No. One chief nodded after hesitating for a moment at his words and said, all right, if there's anything, remember to call me. Good. Dongfang Cheng gazed back at the surgical door and muttered, the Kushu martial arts cultivation program has to be implemented in a hurry. We can't let you continue to take it on alone. Otherwise I'm really afraid that I really don't know which place I'll die in. Just like you said. In the ICU ward, Lin Zixuan, who was covered in bandages, was lying on the hospital bed. At the moment the anesthesia has not passed and it is still asleep. Dongfang Cheng sat on the side. Looking at him, he couldn't help but sigh heartily. Wanted to say something and didn't want to. Laughing literature. Quietly, he stood guard and waited for him to awaken. As night falls and the lights go down, the people are laughing, working and living. And what they don't know. The person who has saved the Kushu country from several crises over and over again, is now lying on a hospital bed with serious injuries. They are blessed to be in danger and have someone silently watching over them. But the Guardian is covered in scars, honoring the heroes who guard the country of Kushu. It was slightly light and the warm sun shone down. In the ICU ward, Lin Zixuan slowly awoke. Under the innate supreme yang body, the speed of body recovery was terrifying. It doesn't take months at all to get out of bed. It will only take a few days to be almost ready to go down. Looking at his surroundings, Lin Zixuan understood that he was in a hospital. After slightly moving his body, pain was transmitted, so he dared not move again. You're awake. Dongfang Cheng, who came in through the door, smiled when he saw that he had awakened. Lin Zixuan froze for a moment and said, Chief no. 2, why are you here? Are you idle? Dongfang Cheng looked at him speechlessly. This kid we're all good, is a long mouth, shook his head helplessly. You this bizarre bureau chief lying here. No time I have to be free Lin Zixuan smiled and said, then I'm truly honored to have the No. 2 chief personally come to see me. I do not want to see you here. Dongfang Cheng blankly glanced at him, sat aside and smiled lightly. Due to this incident, no. 1 decided to publicize it. Your credit is too big, and I don't know what to give you. I can only let all the people know that it was you, the hero, who saved them. Don't. Lin Zixuan heard busy. Publicity for what the last publicity, resulting in me going out have to wear a mask. Where to go uncomfortable. Buy a thing still do not want my money. Do not engage in these things. I do not want. Ha ha ha. Dongfang Chen laughed. Isn't this great? You don't have to pay for anything you buy. Lin Zixuan rolled his. With a blank stare, he said, if you old man is fine, hurry back to work. And by the way, talk to No. 1 to cancel this matter. Okay, whatever you want. Dongfang Cheng then said with a straight face, speaking of business, when will you start the implementation of the Kushu Wudao Cultivation Plan? Lin Zixuan smiled and pondered. The Kushu martial arts cultivation program indeed had to be started, or else it would be too much pressure just for him. After thinking about it, he said, start now. Start from the Weird Bureau, then to the Army,
during which the Martial Arts Academy will be established. The method of practicing the body and the method of refining pills are in my office.
Ask Schwer to look for them and give them to you. Dongfang Cheng nodded and said, okay, I know.
Lin Zixuan looked at him with surprise and said, finished ah.
Why don't you old man go to work? Dongfang Cheng's eyelids jumped and he got up. Fine. I'll go to work.
I'll let Xiao Shui take care of you in a while.
Remember to ask her to bring the creepy file. Don't even think about it. Get some rest. And when I think you've recovered, you can touch work again. Dongfang Chang left the hospital room and went to arrange the Kushu martial arts cultivation program. There's a lot at stake. We'll have to have a meeting.
After looking for Dongfang Shuer to get the method of practicing the body and the method of refining medicine, he boarded a helicopter and rushed to Kyoto.
Kyoto conference room. The major executives gathered. No. One chief asked first, how is he? Did he wake up? Dongfang Chung laughed, woke up early. Looks like it's already fine. Just rest for a while. Chief no. One nodded and said, that's good. Now let's start talking about the matter of the Kushu martial arts cultivation program. No. 2. You first. Dongfang Cheng took out 2 folders and put them on the table,
saying, this is the cultivation method researched by Director Lin, and the method of medicinal aids. I'll talk about the method first. There are 2 kinds of methods of practicing the body. One is to rely on the medicinal power, and in conjunction with some movements to enhance up a little bit, which is suitable for middle-aged and old people. The other is the method of practicing the body of a teenage youth, the process of which is very painful and difficult. The body training realms are skin training,
flesh training, bone training, and organ training,
and then the attainment of the Hotian and innate realms.
Skin and flesh training, in a kind of ancient way of beating iron, repeatedly pounding all parts of the body to make the body stronger and tougher.
According to Lin bureaus, these 2 realms are reached,
and ordinary swords and knives cannot be. Slashes. Ordinary bullets can be taken down without too much damage. Bone training,
organ training, these 2 realms are to train the bones and organs in the body, along with some movements of training, to make the bones harder, and then induce the chi and blood in the body to strengthen the organs.
The 4 realms of cultivation completed, has exceeded the known human limits, as long as it is not armor-piercing ammunition or weapons of mass destruction.
1 person is comparable to a squad of Special Forces King. The crowd was astonished after hearing this.
What a strange cultivation method.
The fact that 1 person was comparable to a squad of Special Forces Kings was enough to show how terrifying it was, not to mention being able to fight hard against swords and spears. If all the warriors in the Kushu kingdom were at this level,
boy, it's straight up world force number 1. What about the Hotian and innate in the back? With the 4 realms in front of them, the crowd was even more curious about the 2 realms behind them. Dongfang Chung shook his head and said, Hotian and innate Lin bureaus did not say. Said that first cultivate this 4 realms? Maybe he is still studying it, maybe. No. One chief nodded and said, there is no hurry. These 4 realms are enough. Since the cultivation method is already available, then we have to move faster. Dongfang Cheng picked up, Lin Bureau said. First from the Bazaar Bureau to start, and then to the Army and Martial Arts Academy. At the same time to start, there is, the cultivation of the method of refining the law, is top secret. No one is allowed to privately inquire. We will establish an independent refining department, specializing in the refining of drugs sent down to the local. That's pretty good. The House endorsed and agreed to this. After all, in today's era, the method of practicing the body might be seen by the Western countries, but as long as the method of refining medicine was still in place, it would be useless for them to practice any way they wanted. If you don't use specialized drugs to practice, you're just waiting to be crippled. Therefore, the method of refining medicine is the most important, and should not be sloppy. Chief no. One said seriously, good. The implementation of the Kushu martial arts cultivation program has officially begun. It will be carried out in 3 ways. The Trickster Bureau and the military at the same time, and the Martial Arts Academy will begin to be established. After popularizing the Trickster Bureau and the Army, they began to announce issues related to the Martial Arts Cultivation Academy to the public. Ladies and gentlemen, a new era is upon us. Let us welcome the age of cultivation and lead Kushu on the road to eternal prosperity. The 9 states prospered. The crowd rose gravely and raised their hands in salute. A man and a woman stared at each other in the ICU room. What are you looking at me for? Lin Zixuan skimmed his mouth. Looking at him, Dongfang Shuer couldn't help but feel heartbroken and said, you really are still injured. Just didn't expect it to be this serious. Lin Zixuan smiled and said, nothing. It'll be fine in a few days. No big deal. Alas. Seeing his bravado, Dongfang Shuer didn't know what to say and shook her head to get up. Where to go? Lin Zixuan asked. Go fetch water for you to wash up for dinner. Oh, interjection indicating that one has just learned STH. A little while later, Dongfang Shuer brought over a basin with some warm water in it. Then he took a towel and soaked it, wrung it out and sat on the edge of his bed, wiping his still somewhat bloody arm. Lin Zixuan blinked and looked at her, and he couldn't help but have a touch of tenderness in his eyes. What are you staring at me for? Dongfang Shuer's pretty face was slightly red. The movements of her hands didn't stop, except for the place where the bandage was wrapped around. She wiped all over the place, as if a wife taking care of her husband who has been paralyzed for years. Smiling literature. Lin Zixuan, on the other hand, had a somewhat strange face and said, rubbing is rubbing. You don't want to rub it down there. Dongfang Shuer instantly reacted and glared at him. You think too much. I'm not going to rub that place for you. He. Lin Zixuan was about to say something when a towel covered his face and his small hands gently wiped his face. A few moments later, the face was wiped, and Dongfang Shuer got up and left with the basin. When he reappeared, he came with a lunchbox. I can still move my hands. Lin Zixuan was a bit uncomfortable with her feeding herself like this. Dongfang Shuer sat back on the edge of the bed and said in an undeniable manner, someone is serving you and you still don't want to. Eat quickly. All right. So, Dongfang Shuer fed him with so many bites, and Lin Zixuan wasn't being polite, and directly opened his mouth to eat. A scene of warmth and harmony, with one person lying in a hospital bed and the other caring for the person in the bed. The old jostling is not reproduced, but cozy and caring for each other. Dongfang Shuer said casually while feeding, I heard that Lin Bingshui is your credited wife? Lin Zixuan froze for a moment and laughed awkwardly. She told you, right? Don't listen to her nonsense. It's just that she had to be me. It's just my wife. Plus she's not too strong. So I pretended to promise her to trick her into coming to the Trickster Bureau. Oriental Shuer's feeding hand paused for a few seconds, and then continued to feed, and between her looks she couldn't see where it was wrong, and said, you are lying to her, but she is taking it seriously. How long can you lie to her? One day in the future. Are you going to tell her that she was lying to you before? Lin Zixuan fell silent. He couldn't think of the future. He only thought of the present. The future was to be solved by his future self. The present had present things to do. I don't know. Do not know? Dongfang Shuer was a little surprised at his answer. You lied to her. It should be a good solution. How can you not know it? So there's still this possibility that you'll marry her, right? The voice was calm and slightly shaky.